the divorce agreement has been prepared, come and sign it. When I saw the message from Wan Sharin, I felt bitter. For 3 years, she had always been cold to me, even though we had a wonderful encounter at the beginning. But now, she didn't even have a trace of nostalgia left. Thinking of this, I sighed and decided to go to the place where we first met, the Xiaochu restaurant. Walking into the restaurant, the scene in front of me was still so familiar. The tables and chairs were greasy and old, and the air was filled with the aroma of noodles with soybean paste. She, that gentle and kind woman, had saved me, a penniless and downtrodden soldier, here. But now, all this seems like a distant dream. When her brother Wan Hua saw me coming in, he immediately started to curse me, mocking me for being useless. I didn't refute, but just looked at Wan Sharin quietly. She was still beautiful, but the tenderness she once had was no longer there. Is this really necessary? I couldn't help but ask, with a glimmer of hope in my heart, no matter how tiny it was. But she just responded coldly, sign it, it's good for both you and me, we are no longer the same kind of people. I signed the divorce agreement with a wry smile, putting an end to this ridiculous marriage. After the divorce, Wan Hua still mocked me and even forced me to hand over the watch she gave me. I returned the watch to Wan Sharin, and seeing Wan Hua's smug look, my heart was completely cold. It was all over. After signing, I didn't leave immediately, but ordered a bowl of noodles with soybean paste. Chef Jiang served me hot noodles as usual, looking at me with pity in his eyes. He was the only one who witnessed the whole process of Wan Sharin and I from meeting to divorce. You are still young and life will go on, Chef Jiang comforted me. I smiled and took a mouthful of noodles. The familiar taste made my nose sour. I handed Chef Jiang a platinum card and said, this is 5 million. It's your reward for cooking noodles for me all these years. He was stunned and couldn't believe that this card came from a waste like me. Just as we were talking, suddenly, a burly man rushed in and knelt down in front of me. King Su, I was wrong, please forgive me. This man was Qin Fengyu, who was ranked 7th on the Yunqing rich list. Chef Jiang was stunned with fear. He never thought that I, who usually came to his restaurant to eat noodles, would be the kind of person that even Qin Fengyu had to beg for mercy on his knees. I smiled calmly, you can keep the land for yourself. The Wan family's affairs will have nothing to do with me in the future. What? Qin Fengyu was shocked and thought that Su Ming was unwilling to forgive him. Frightened to the point of sweating, he suddenly looked up, his face full of fear and despair. Prince Su, you won't forgive me, is it because I'm not sincere enough? Let's do this. 10 days later, I will hold an apology banquet in Yunqing and invite all the celebrities in Yunqing. Then, I will kneel down and apologize to you in front of everyone. Please, you must come. Qin Fengyu kowtowed to Su Ming twice more, then stood up and left. Su Ming shook his head. This is why he didn't want other people in Yunqing to know his identity. Once his identity is revealed, even if he raises his hand to wipe his butt, it will have countless meanings. Chef Jiang in front of him was already stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning, and his brain was numb. Then, that's the wealthy Qin Fengyu, right? Am I dreaming? Chef Jiang rubbed his eyes hard. Su Ming smiled, stood up and patted Chef Jiang on the shoulder. The noodles are good, delicious. Then he turned and left. Looking at Su Ming's departing back, Chef Jiang suddenly woke up. My God, what kind of person is Su Ming, the one who even makes Qin Fengyu kneel down to him? He must be a great figure who can easily turn Yunqing upside down. The Wan family actually wants to force a divorce. What kind of precious treasure was lost? Chef Jiang was so shocked that he couldn't help himself. In addition to the Wan family in Yunqing, Su Ming has another benefactor. The Chu family in the north of the city. When he first wandered in Yunqing, it was the Chu family who took him in for a period of time, so that he would not die of hunger and cold. However, the Chu family cannot compare with the Wan family. They are just an ordinary well-off family. Although Su Ming asked Yi Tang to secretly give the Chu family a lot of benefits, he had never visited them in person. Now that I am divorced and free from all worries, it is time to thank my benefactor. Su Ming took a car and arrived at the gate of Chu's community. Boss, I'm leaving first. The driver of Tianming Chamber of Commerce said to Su Ming respectfully. If you need anything, call me anytime. Go ahead. Su Ming waved his hand, turned around and went to the Chu family alone. Arriving at the familiar door of the Chu family, Su Ming raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Aunt Lin, are you there?" "Who is it?" The door of the room opened, and a kind and gentle face appeared before my eyes. "It's Aunt Lin, Lin Xiuyun." Lin Xiuyun's eyes lit up when she saw Su Ming. "It's you, Xiao Ming." "It's me, Aunt Lin." Su Ming smiled and nodded. "Come on, come in. It's been a long time since I last saw you. It's been 3 years, I guess. I didn't expect you to come back. You really are a kind-hearted child who cherishes the past." Lin Xiuyun was extremely happy and enthusiastically invited Su Ming into the house. Lin Xiuyun is in her 30s, but she is well-maintained, with delicate, smooth and toned skin, just like the skin of a girl in her 20s. It seems that the Bodhi skin cream that he asked Tang to send has worked. Kind-hearted and nostalgic. I think this stray dog has nowhere else to go, so it came to my house to wag its tail and beg for mercy. A cold and harsh voice came from the living room. Su Ming looked up and saw a tall woman wearing a t-shirt and a miniskirt, revealing a pair of slender long white legs. Chu Changqing, Lin Xiuyun's daughter. He has a savage and arrogant personality. It was because Su Ming lived here that Chu Changqing had a lot of dissatisfaction with Su Ming, and she had a quarrel with her family and even ran away from home. Su Ming's chose to leave dragging his injured body. "Chingqing, why are you talking to your brother Ming? Come, serve me some food. It's time to eat. Xiao Ming must be hungry." Lin Xiuyun glared at Chu Changqing and called Chu Changqing into the kitchen. "Mom, I'm telling you, I won't agree to this kid living in our house again no matter what. People like him are no different from homeless people. He takes advantage of your kindness, and when he can't make it, he comes here to eat and drink for free." In the kitchen, Chu Changqing was holding dishes, her eyebrows raised, and she said with gritted teeth, "Girl, what are you talking about? Did Xiao Ming say he wanted to move in? Maybe he just wanted to come and see me. Don't talk nonsense." Lin Xiuyun glared angrily. "Don't believe it. Just wait and see." Chu Changqing sneered, her words full of contempt for Su Ming. "Hey, this is..." In the living room, Su Ming saw a bagua turntable hanging on the wall. His eyes flashed, and he walked to the gossip turntable, took a closer look, and his face was full of surprise. It is true. Black-yellow jade. Xianhuang jade is an ancient icy jade. On a full moon night, it absorbs moonlight and emits a mysterious and yellow icy aura. This mysterious and yellow icy energy can only calm the mind and nourish the body for ordinary people. But for Su Ming, if he comes into contact with this mysterious yellow icy energy, he can suppress the effects of the heavenly silkworm poison in his body. At that time, the poison leader among the 8 bandit leaders risked his life to inject the heaven silkworm poison into his body. The poison would attack every half a month, the silkworm would eat the heart and cause extreme pain. For 3 years, he had tried every possible way but failed to completely eradicate it. If he had this mysterious yellow icy energy to suppress it, he might be able to find a way to eradicate it. In order to confirm whether this was the real Xianhuang jade, Su Ming couldn't help but take down the bagua plate and hold it in his hand to take a closer look. "You thief, oh, you're not here to beg us to take you in. You're here to steal something." Chu Changqing, who came out to serve the dishes, saw Su Ming holding the bagua turntable and immediately shouted angrily. "Put the things down for me. They are our heirlooms. Don't try to steal them." Chu Changqing let out a sharp shout and dodged the bagua turntable. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiuyun also came out with dishes and asked in surprise. "Mom, this thief wanted to steal things from our house. He just took the bagua plate. If I hadn't come out in time, he might have run away with it." Chu Changqing said angrily, her eyes full of contempt for Su Ming, as if he was looking at garbage. "Really? Xiao Ming?" Lin Xiuyun looked at Su Ming in surprise. Su Ming doesn't look like someone who would do such a thing. Besides, this bagua plate is not valuable, so Su Ming can just talk to her directly if he wants to. "Why steal?" "I didn't mean to steal, I just wanted to take a look," Su Ming said helplessly. However, Chu Changqing thought these words were just sophistry, and she sneered, "You're still saying no. The way you stared at the bagua plate just now, your eyes almost flew into it. What else do you want to do if not steal it? Do you want to eat it? Su Ming didn't know how to explain that there was black-yellow jade inside. It was estimated that Lin Xiuyun and Chu Qingqing would not understand, not to mention the Tiansan poison in the body. But without any explanation, Chu Qingqing became aggressive again. Su Ming's eyes turned and he said, "Well, I don't want to steal anyway. I'll buy it from you, okay? How much? Name a price and I'll give it to you. Buy. Can you afford it?" Chu Qingqing looked at him as if he were an idiot. "This is something from our family, an antique. Do you have any money? Are you buying it because you were exposed? Why would I sell it to someone like you? Forget about it in your life." Chu Qingqing held the bagua plate tightly. Although the bagua plate was not valuable, she knew that Su Ming had no money and was just quibbling. "You are." Su Ming rolled his eyes in anger. "It's simply unbelievable and unreasonable." He looked at Lin Xiuyun and said, "Aunt Lin, really, I'll buy it. I don't care how much it is. Just name a price, as high as you can imagine." Forget it, Xiao Ming, this thing is not valuable, just take it if you want it." Lin Xiuyun said gently and generously. "No, I can't take it for free. I owed you a lot in the past." Su Ming said seriously. "Oh, you also know you're indebted. Have you ever paid it back? I warn you, don't even think about touching anything in our house." Chu Qingqing raised her beautiful eyebrows and stared at Su Ming fiercely. "Then, can I stay at your house for a while?" Seeing that he couldn't buy it, Su Ming had to think of another way. "Ha, did you see that? Mom, I told you, this kid really comes to beg us to take him in again." Chu Qingqing looked as if she saw through Su Ming and sneered. Lin Xiuyun smiled and said, "It's okay, Xiao Ming, you can stay as long as you want. I'll keep your room for you." "Mom, are you crazy?" Chu Qingqing was so angry that she rolled her eyes and almost fainted. "Thank you, Aunt Lin." Su Ming smiled gratefully. "Why should I thank you? You brought us a lot of good luck. After you moved in, her father was promoted 3 levels in the company. Now he is the deputy director of the company's operations department. You are a lucky star." Lin Xiuyun's face was full of smiles. "We should be thanking you. Lucky star, calamity star." Chu Qingqing gritted her teeth. "Stop talking and eat." Lin Xiuyun waved and said. So the 3 of them sat down around the dining table. Chu Qingqing deliberately stayed far away from Su Ming, fearing that if she got any closer she would be contaminated by dirt. Snap. At this moment, the door of the room opened, and Lin Xiuyun's husband, Chu Yingcai, walked in with a happy face, holding a pot of luxuriously packaged Chinese medicinal wine in his hand, and said with a smile on his face, "Qingqing's mother, I'm rich. My performance has been good recently, and the boss of the company rewarded me with this bottle of wine. Guess how much it is? I checked online, it's worth $500,000. A bottle of wine, 500,000. TSK, the boss is the boss. His wealth is beyond our imagination. Is it called Hongmao Medicine Bar?" Su Ming asked with a smile. "This is not an ordinary Hongmao medicinal wine. It is specially made by him. It can cure diseases and strengthen the body. Not to mention $500,000, this thing couldn't be bought by anyone else in the market except him." "How do you know?" When Chu Yingcai heard Su Ming accurately say the name of the wine, he immediately showed a look of surprise. Then he discovered that Su Ming had come home. He frowned again and asked, "Why are you here?" Chu Yingcai's expression was not very welcoming. After all, when Su Ming lived here, he caused a small fight among the 3 of them every 3 days and a big fight every 5 days. There was no peace at all. The quarrel almost broke up the whole family. So when he saw Su Ming now, it was like seeing an evil star. Su Ming smiled and said, "I just came to visit, to see Aunt Lin, and to repay you." "Reward? Just take care of yourself first." Chu Yingcai chuckled disdainfully. "By the way, it's best to drink the wine before meals. Then when you take a bath, pour it into the bathtub and use it for bathing. It can be taken internally or applied externally, and it has miraculous effects." Su Ming reminded Chewing Sai. You are all crazy. Chewing Sai glared angrily. You want me to take a bath with a bottle of wine worth 500,000 yuan? You really know how to talk. Can you afford such a bottle of wine? It's really funny. You are so young, don't pretend to know something you don't know. Chewing was so rich that he was fuming with joy. Dad, don't you understand what this kid means? He just wants to drink it. He has probably never seen such expensive wine in his life. He wants you to open it and let him taste it, otherwise what's the point of drinking before dinner? Chu Qingqing said with a joking and sarcastic smile. So that's how it is. If you want to drink, just say so directly, instead of beating around the bush. But I'm not drinking today, let's eat. Chewing Sai walked forward and put the medicinal wine under the table as if it were a treasure. Open. However, at this moment, anger appeared on Lin Shuyun's fair face, and she growled at Chewing Sai. What are you doing? You said we'd drink it another day. Chewing Sai was extremely reluctant and just didn't want to share it with Su Ming. I told you, open it. Good things are best enjoyed when shared by everyone. And why don't you drink the wine? Are you saving it for your retirement? Lin Shuyun said angrily. Okay, can't I drive? Chewing Sai had no choice but to take out the medicinal wine, pull out the bottle and open it. He moved slowly, and every move was full of reluctance, but he was afraid of Lin Shuyun's majesty. Auntie Lin, I really don't want to drink. Su Ming, who was standing nearby, said awkwardly. This stuff has no effect on him at all, and he has made thousands of bottles of it, and the smell of it makes him want to vomit. Lin Shuyun thought that Su Ming was being arrogant because he was embarrassed. She raised her jade hand, patted Su Ming's arm gently, and said softly, It's okay, I'm happy to see you today, let's have a couple of drinks. Okay. Su Ming had no choice but to nod. You're just pretending, I guess your saliva is flowing out because you want to drink. Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes. She had never seen anyone so pretentious. Chewing Sai poured half a cup for each person. Come on, let's have a drink together and welcome Xiao Ming back to our home. Lin Shuyun raised her glass and said with a happy smile on her face. Good. Chu Qingqing and Chewing Sai rolled their eyes, looked perfunctory, and raised their glasses to clink them. Su Ming also clinked glasses happily, tilted his head back and drank half the glass of wine. He really enjoyed this happy feeling, which was much better than being in the Wan family where everyone had cold faces. Chewing Sai's eyes almost popped out of his head, staring at Su Ming and said unhappily, Can you drink? You are sick, what can you drink if you drink it all in one gulp? This kind of wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, every sip is the essence. Don't you know that you have already drunk tens of thousands of dollars with that one sip? Chewing Sai's heart was bleeding. Lin Shuyun glared at Chewing Sai and frowned, What are you talking about? Just pour it after you finish drinking it. I'm too lazy to tell you guys, I won't eat it anymore, you guys eat it. Chewing Sai took the wine and went into his room to enjoy it slowly, so as to avoid sharing the wine with Su Ming. Lean back on the bed and savor every sip. The wine went into my mouth, as smooth as a veil, sliding down my throat and into my stomach, instantly making my whole body feel warm. It's so beautiful. Chewing Sai looked very happy and enjoying himself. The one who can brew this wine must be a master among masters. I wish I could meet him in this lifetime. Unlike that useless guy, he will never understand wine in his lifetime. Thinking of Su Ming, Chewing Sai became angry and started cursing again. We are all human beings, why is there such a big difference between us? I'm going to read a book too. After dinner, Chu Qingqing returned to her room, slammed the door, and never came out again. Don't worry about them. They are just like this all the time. Don't take it to heart, Xiao Ming. Come, I'll show you your room and see if there's anything you want to buy. Lin Shuyun took Su Ming into the room where Su Ming had lived before. This room was originally a storage room, but when Su Ming was about to move in, Lin Shuyun spared no effort to clean it up for him. However, there was nothing extra in the room. There was only a bed in the corner, making it look very empty. Lin Shuyun looked around and felt empty. She said apologetically, You young people like to play with your phone and eat snacks, but it's not easy to move in the refrigerator outside. When I get paid, I'll buy you all the refrigerators. Need not. Su Ming grinned, took out his phone and said, I'll have them send it over. After that, Su Ming called the furniture store under the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Let them send it over. Lin Yun was slightly surprised. Yes, Aunt Lin, now everything is delivered to your door, so you don't have to buy it yourself. If I need something, I can just ask them to deliver it to me. Su Ming said with a relaxed smile. But Lin Yun hesitated to speak, her hands slightly clenched in her pockets. But I'm so short of money. How much does it cost to deliver it to your door? Wait for me. Lin Yun turned around and went to her room. After a while, she came back with her passbook and handed it to Su Ming. She said with an embarrassed look on her face, Xiao Ming, this is all the money I have. I have saved it over the years, a total of more than 300,000 yuan. Take it and pay later. I had originally intended to save this money as a dowry for Chu Qingqing, but now it seems I can't save it anymore. Su Ming turned his eyes and was deeply moved. Aunt Lin is indeed a beautiful and kind person. Even to an outsider, he was completely unreserved. Su Ming shook his head, Aunt Lin, you can keep this money for yourself. No, on the contrary, I will give it to you. After that, Su Ming took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yun. There are 8 million in it, Aunt Lin, take it, and buy whatever you want in the future. Don't worry about the money. If it's not enough, ask me for more. 8 million. This. Lin Yun was completely stunned. She looked at Su Ming in disbelief, then at the bank card. She couldn't believe that Su Ming had so much money. But if you look closely, you can see that it is a black card from the top bank in Yuncheng. There is no way it can be fake. By the way, Aunt Lin, you have eye problems. You can't see clearly at night. I have a medicine here called Baiyishuang. Apply it on your eyes before going to bed, and it will get better slowly. Su Ming took out another bottle of medicine and placed it on the table. Lin Yun was so shocked that her red lips couldn't close and her expression was dull. Xiao Ming, this thing is not cheap, right? And where did you get the money? You didn't do anything. Lin Yun's face was full of worry, fearing that Su Ming had done something bad. Su Ming grinned, Aunt Lin, these are all innocent. You can use them, but it's best not to let Chu Qingqing and Uncle Chu know, in case they have other ideas. I know. I won't tell them. Lu Yun held Baiyishuang and the bank card tightly in her hands, treating them as treasures. At this moment, she looked at Su Ming with completely new eyes. Or maybe Su Ming became rich in the past few years, or won the lottery, otherwise he wouldn't be so rich. However, Su Ming would come back to repay her when he became successful, which made her feel deeply touched. Not long after, the furniture was delivered. Several staff members were busy loading furniture into Su Ming's room. Desk, bookshelf, counter, refrigerator, TV, computer. All the same. Chu Qingqing heard the noise in the room and out of curiosity walked out to take a look. Wow. Wow, Su Ming's room was brand new, just like a hotel, extremely luxurious. In comparison, the one she lived in was like a doghouse. Chu Qingqing was so shocked that her jaw dropped. But where does this guy get the money to buy these things? Chu Qingqing turned her eyes and saw Lin Yun holding the passbook and bank card in her hand, and she immediately went crazy. He stepped forward and snatched the passbook from Lin Yun's hand, pointed at Su Ming and cursed, "You beast, are you still a human? You used my mother's hard-earned money from the passbook to buy furniture, you are a vampire." "Qingqing, don't talk nonsense, Xiao Ming didn't use my money," Lin Yun hurriedly explained. "Mom, are you still protecting him? You are really possessed by the devil. Dad, please come out quickly. If you don't come, our family will be finished." Chu Qingqing shouted at the door at the top of her lungs. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The door opened with a click, and Chu Yingxai rushed out in surprise. "Dad, this kid stole Mom's savings to buy furniture. Look, the things have been delivered." Chu Qingqing was furious. "There's such a thing. Asshole." Chu Yingxai flew into a rage and rushed towards Su Ming like a mad dog. You beast, I'm going to kill you. Chu Yingsai's eyes were red and his face was distorted. He rushed towards Su Ming frantically, raised his fist in the air and hit Su Ming's face. Su Ming remained indifferent and just watched coldly. Behind him, several staff members rushed up and pressed Chu Yingsai to the ground. Chu Yingsai's hands were twisted behind his back, with his head in close contact with the ground. Murder, murder. Chu Yingsai howled like a pig being slaughtered. These staff members are all from the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce. When they came, the boss repeatedly reminded them that Su Ming is an extremely distinguished guest and must not be neglected in the slightest. There was no need for Su Ming to take any action, as they had already pinned Chu Yingsai down. You bastard, you dare to hit someone. Wan Changqing also wanted to come up and fight Su Ming to the death. All right, stop it all. Lin Yun was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. She slammed her hand heavily on the cabinet next to her. With a bang, the whole room fell silent in an instant. She was angry, anxious, and even more ashamed. With Chu Yingsai and Wan Changqing acting like this, she could hardly raise her head in front of Su Ming. Okay, let go. Su Ming said to several staff members. Yes, boss. Several people responded respectfully and let go of Chu Yingsai. You two, come out. Lin Yun pointed at Chu Yingsai and Wan Changqing and let out a shrill roar. It was the first time for both of them to see the gentle Lin Yun like this, and they were immediately frightened. He followed Lin Yun out obediently. In the room, Su Ming had a blank expression on his face and asked the staff to continue the installation. Half an hour later, the installation was completed and the staff respectfully said goodbye to Su Ming and left. Su Ming walked out slowly. In the living room, Lin Yun explained everything to Chu Yingsai and Wan Changqing. However, he did not mention the matter of the 8 million bank card and Bai Yushuang, only saying that Su Ming used his own money. He even called to check the accounts in front of them. The two of them calmed down completely. You, apologize to Xiao Ming, it's so shameful. Lin Yun shouted angrily at Chu Yingsai and Wan Changqing. I'm sorry. Chu Yingsai said perfunctorily. I won't apologize to such a person. How can he have money? I don't know where it came from. He must be a filthy person. When someone comes to cause trouble in the future, we will only be implicated by him. Wan Changqing gritted her teeth, said something with a red face, then stood up and went back to her room. You. Lin Yun was very angry. Forget it, Aunt Lin, it was just a misunderstanding. I don't care. Su Ming smiled indifferently. Hey, I don't know what's wrong with that child. He's getting more and more rebellious as he grows up. Lin Yun sighed. After the farce, it was late, so everyone took a shower and rested. Wanjia. What? You said that the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce has withdrawn its shares. And also withdrawn 10 billion in investment. In the Wan family hall, Wan Sharin's mother Luo Hongxia and father Wan Jinshan opened their mouths in shock when they heard this. How can this be possible? Sharin, have you figured out the reason? Did you offend the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce in some way? If so, then go and apologize immediately. Yes, many boss groups chose to cooperate with us because Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce has shares in us. Now that Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce is gone, our family will go bankrupt. Luo Hongxia said with a look of panic. The most critical 10 billion has a huge impact. If 10 billion is suddenly missing, the entire company will be paralyzed. Wan Jinshan's face was as solemn as the abyss. It's okay, Dad. Wan Sharin bit her teeth lightly, her cold face full of calmness, and soothed, I have already made an appointment with Chen Daerin from the Chen family to discuss investment. The Chen family is also well known in Yuncheng. As long as Master Chen is willing to invest in our Wan family, the company can be saved. Mr. Chen, who ranks 20th on the rich list. You'd better treat him well. Hearing this, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, I've already thrown out all that brat's stuff. It's a pile of junk. It's dirtying my hands. At the door, Wanhua walked in with a smug look on his face and a grin on his face. That stray dog will have nothing to do with our Wan family anymore. Hearing this, a complex look flashed across Wan Sharin's eyes, but she still let out a breath and said nothing. Wow, why do you want family leave things at the door? Just then, a surprised voice came from the door. Master Chen is here. At the same time the servants shouted loudly. Master Chen is here. Wan Sharin's family hurriedly went out to greet them warmly and respectfully. The finest pear wood carved chair, the top-grade Xiangfei mirror, wow. And this, my goodness, a Tianshan silk quilt, warm in winter and cool in summer, good for curing diseases and nourishing the body, it's rare to see it in a century. Chen Dairen stood in front of the Wan family's door in a daze, looking at the things piled up in front of him. His brain suffered a huge shock. What? Wan Sharin, her parents, and her younger brother all came out and looked at Chen Dairen with a confused look on their faces. Are these all treasures? Mr. Wan, you told me on the phone that your Wanjia group encountered an economic crisis. I just came to take a look, and it turns out that you bought these top-quality treasures, each of which is worth hundreds of millions, or even billions. Especially this Tianshan silk quilt, which cannot be bought even if you have money. You don't look like you are going bankrupt. Chen Dairen was amazed. He didn't expect that the Wan family, a company that had grown in just 2 years, had such a strong financial foundation. Master Chen, you say this pile of junk is a treasure. This pile of garbage is just the waste of a person who divorced my sister. We took it out and threw it away. Wan Hua looked at Chen Dairen in amazement and said. Throw it away. Then your Wan family is too rich. I, Chen Dairen, have never seen anyone richer than you in my entire life. Everything here is priceless. You want to throw it away? TSK, it seems like you don't need my investment at all. Chen Dairen looked sarcastic. He didn't understand whether the Wan family was showing off to him or pretending to be cool. Anyway, he was quite unhappy. He spent all his family's money and searched all over Zhongzhou for these things, but couldn't find them. Master Chen, these things are indeed my ex-husband's. Now that we're divorced, I'm going to return them. He's penniless, it's impossible for him to have any treasures. Did you see it wrong? Wan Sharin also asked in surprise and doubt. It's funny. I, Chen Dairen, started my career by appraising and reselling antiques. People in the industry say that I have a third eye. How could I be wrong? Chen Dairen said with a sneer. Hearing this, Wan Sharin's family looked at each other, all of them were so shocked that they were speechless. Only now did they suddenly realize that Su Ming had been hiding in their family all along. They never knew about these treasures. And they personally drove away such a person who possessed countless treasures. No wonder the Wanjia group also suffered misfortune. Wan Jinshan, Wan Hua, and Luo Hongxia immediately regretted their decision. That guy didn't tell us about these treasures. It seems that he never considered us as his own. He was deliberately trying to disgust us. Luo Hongxia gnashed her teeth in anger. Wan Sharin looked unhappy. It was no use regretting now. She could only quickly cling to Chen Dairen, the big tree. He hurriedly said respectfully, Master Chen, these are all trivial matters. Let's go inside and talk about business first, about investment. I have asked someone to prepare good wine and good food, all of which you like. Wanjia Group urgently needs this investment from Chen Dairen. Never mind. Chen Dairen snorted and waved his hand, saying with disdain, I don't know whether what you said is true or false. But you are buying the casket and returning the pearl. You have no vision at all. You can even treat the treasure as garbage. I dare not invest in your Wanjia Group. My money didn't come from the wind. Consider this a wasted trip. Goodbye. After saying that, Chen Dairen turned around and left, not wanting to stay any longer. Master Chen. Everyone in the Wan family was horrified and shouted. Unfortunately, Chen Dairen didn't even turn back. Dad, Mom, Sister, what should we do now? Mr. Chen is unwilling to invest. Should our family declare bankruptcy? Will we have to live in a shabby building in the future? Will I have no money to spend in my lifetime? Wan Hua had a sad face and looked at his parents and Wan Sharin in despair. Wan Jinshan and his wife looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. It's all that good-for-nothing fault of that good-for-nothing. He was so pretentious and even dragged us down with him after he left. He didn't even tell us about the treasure and kept us in the dark. I guess he's just hiding and waiting to see the joke. Luo Hongxia gritted her teeth in anger. Wan Jinshan also sighed helplessly. What kind of people are these? Carry these things in first. If they don't work, you can sell them for money. I'll go settle accounts with him tomorrow. He has to give me all the treasures he has. We have been living with him for 3 years, eating and drinking for free. He owes us this. Luo Hongxia said with red eyes. Yes, let's settle the score with him. Wan Hua also said loudly. Sharin, can you think of any solution? Wan Jinshan looked at Wan Sharin and asked. There should be some way. The Ling Yun and Ling family should be willing to invest. Wan Sharin said slowly. Yes, Ling Yun, who is marrying you, is already a relative, and they should be willing to invest. You can go and take a look tomorrow, that's all for today. With that, the family went back to the house. The next day. It was a little after 7 in the morning, the sky was just getting light and everything was quiet. Ah! A scream broke the silence. Bang, bang, bang. There was a violent banging on Su Ming's door. Su Ming, you bastard, come out here. Su Ming opened the door sleepily and yawned. He was sleeping soundly, with the aura of the 8 diagrams mirror and the black-yellow jade nourishing his mind. He slept so comfortably that he didn't know how comfortable it was. What are you doing? Su Ming looked at the furious Chu Qingqing and felt confused. Come here. Chu Qingqing pulled Su Ming to the washing machine, pointed at the clothes in the washing machine, and her fair face turned red with anger. Look at what you did. Why did you throw your clothes into the washing machine? Su Ming peeked over. It turned out that after taking a shower last night, he casually threw his clothes into the washing machine and mixed them with Chu Qingqing's clothes. Wow, you're wearing quite colorful clothes. Blue bra, white underwear, and pink pants and socks. Su Ming couldn't help but smile. If I don't throw the clothes into the washing machine, where else should I throw them? I'll throw them over your head. You bastard. Chu Qingqing's face flushed immediately. Then why did you throw it together with my clothes? Can my clothes be washed together with your rags? Don't you have money? Why don't you buy a machine yourself? That's too much trouble. I have to wash it myself. Anyway, I've already washed it, so let it be. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, then turned and walked towards the living room. Stop right there, okay. You really have to do this, right? Then everyone's clothes will be gone. After saying that, Chu Qingqing picked up the clothes in the washing machine and threw them out. Su Ming rolled his eyes. This woman went crazy early in the morning. There are many good things about living here, except for this one bad thing. I have to deal with a hyperthyroidism patient every day. Qingqing, stop making trouble. Let's wash a few pieces of clothes together. Hurry up and eat. You still have to go to school. You're about to graduate, so you have to hurry up. Lin Xiuyun came out of the kitchen and scolded Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing was so angry that she walked into the living room with her hands on her hips, staring at Su Ming fiercely with her big eyes. Just wait, I am not a woman if I don't take revenge. I will never let you go. Su Ming curled his lips and smiled, not taking it to heart. Chu Yingxai went to work early without even having breakfast. Lin Xiuyun made breakfast, and the 3 of them sat around the table and ate together. After eating, Yitang came to the door. Su Ming asked Yitang to go into his room and talk to him alone. King Su. Yitang stood beside Su Ming respectfully. There is news about the green jade vine you are looking for. It is in the medicine garden of the Chang family, the #1 medical family in Yuncheng. Yitang reports. Su Ming raised his head and showed a happy expression. Very good, the silkworm poison in my body is about to break out. Although I have found the black-yellow jade now, it can only play a soothing role. Using the green jade vine to refine medicine can just suppress it. However, if I want to eradicate it, I have to find another way. It's hateful. When I was dealing with the 8 bandit leaders, I should have killed the poison leader first, so that I wouldn't be ambushed by him from behind and planted the root of this disaster. When mentioning the 8 bandit leaders, Yi Tang's face was full of admiration. Those 8 people are spread across Kyushu and are all top masters. Even for him, it would be difficult to win against any one of them. However, Su Ming was able to fight against 8 people alone and win. This record will be praised for generations to come. Prince Su, it was all worth it. At least now the 9 provinces are peaceful. There is no more unrest. But I found some clues. The families related to the 8 bandit leaders have not been eliminated. For example, the Ling family in Yunqing had close contacts with the 8 bandit leaders. How about cutting off the roots? Yi Tang asked. I have to kill him, but I want to do it myself. Ling family, right? Just wait. Su Ming sneered. The 8 bandit leaders were guilty of all kinds of evil, and their families as well as those of their remnants were also guilty of many crimes. The only thing in Su Ming's mind was to kill him as soon as possible. Bang. Just then, a loud noise was heard from the living room outside. Then an extremely sharp voice sounded, "Does that loser Su Ming live here?" Hearing this familiar voice, Su Ming raised his eyebrows and walked out with Yi Tang. Outside, Luo Hongxia and Wan Hua showed up as expected. "You, who are you?" In the living room, Lin Xiuyun and Chu Qingqing were still looking at Luo Hongxia in surprise. "Okay, I'm the wife of Wan Jia Group, Luo Hongxia. This is my son, Wan Hua." Luo Hongxia looked proud and complacent, looking at Lin Xiuyun's small and old house with a sense of superiority. Su Ming is indeed just a stray dog. If she leaves the Wan family, she will be nothing. She can only live under the roof of such a poor family and wait for death. Wan Jia Group. Is it the Wan Jia Group that rose to prominence in Yunqing in just 3 years and made the list? Chu Qingqing was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Their family is so blessed that even the big shots from the Wan Jia Group came to visit in person. Chu Qingqing looked at Luo Hongxia with great admiration on her face. "Mrs. Luo, Mr. Wan is my idol. Is this young Master Wan? He is so handsome." Chu Qingqing's eyes were full of stars and she blinked at Wan Hua. It's a pity that Wan Hua looks down on a mediocre person like him. He just raised his head proudly. "Don't talk nonsense. Is that loser Su Ming here?" Luo Wei asked again in a stern voice. "I'm here." Su Ming walked out slowly, looking coldly at Luo Hongxia, his former mother-in-law. Luo Hongxia wore clothes made of fine silk and various jewelry and earrings sparkling. She looks elegant and graceful, but unfortunately the Wan family became rich too quickly and her temperament couldn't keep up. Apart from the luxurious clothes, everything else is a mess. Su Ming looked at Luo Hongxia sternly. "Have all my things been delivered to me? I'm sending it to you. Do you think you're giving me such a big honor? Su Ming, although you and Sharin are divorced, I'm still your mother. Aren't you too shameless to let me send something to you?" Luo Hongxia still regarded herself as the mother-in-law and looked down on Su Ming. "That's right. You even asked my mom to send you something. Who do you think you are? And don't even think about taking any of those things back. How dare you lie to us?" Wan Hua also sneered in agreement. Su Ming frowned and snorted, "Since you are not here to deliver anything, then what are you doing here?" "What?" Luo Hongxia walked forward with a playful look on her face, looked at Su Ming sarcastically and said, "You must have the same treasures in your hands. Take them all out. This is the reward for me supporting you all these years." It seems that the Wan family already knows the value of that batch of things. But even after knowing it, he still dared to come up to him and ask for it. The Wan family is really hopeless. Su Ming said in a cold and annoyed voice, "Give me back all the things without missing anything. Because they are mine, passed down from my family. If there is one thing missing, I will not let your Wan family go." "Ha, you said it yourself. It turned out to be an heirloom. No wonder it's so valuable." Luo Hongxia grinned coldly. "Your ancestors should have passed down more than this. Take it all out. It's worthless in your hands anyway. Give it to me, and it will still have some value. It can be regarded as your filial piety to me, your mother. How do you think? You are so shameless." Su Ming rolled his eyes. "How dare you talk to me like that?" Luo Hongxia was also angry about this. When Su Ming was at the Wan family, he didn't dare to say a word to her, but now he dares to speak to her like this to her face. His wings are simply too strong. Luo Hongxia was used to Su Ming's silence and the feeling of being superior to Su Ming. Su Ming's rebuttal made her extremely angry. How I speak is my business. From the moment I signed the divorce agreement, your Wan family has nothing to do with me anymore. Su Ming's eyes suddenly became sharp and extremely cold. Hey, you little brat, you're really a jerk. I'm giving you face. Angry Luo Hongxia raised her hand and was about to slap Su Ming in the face. But before she could swing her hand halfway, Su Ming grabbed it tightly. Luo Hongxia applied a little force with her 5 fingers and suddenly felt as if her bones were about to be crushed, with a sharp pain coming from her wrist. Ah! Her facial features were distorted in pain and she let out a shrill scream. You dare to hit my mother, you beast, I'm rebelling. Wan Hua was furious and rushed forward, punching Su Ming in the face. Xiao Ming, be careful. Lin Yun exclaimed. The Wan family is too bullying. Even if they are rich, they can't do whatever they want. Chu Qingqing, on the other hand, had a gloating sneer on her face. She let the boy pretend like that, but now his true colors were exposed in front of the rich and powerful Wan family. As the eldest son of the Wan family, Wan Hua just beat Su Ming. But if Su Ming dared to touch Wan Hua, there was no doubt about the consequences, his life would be over. The fist was about to land on Su Ming's face. Bang! With a loud bang, Yi Tang behind Su Ming kicked Wan Hua, who flew 7 or 8 meters away. He hit the wall behind him and spit out blood, half dying on the spot. As the god of war, Yi Tang's martial arts skills are the ceiling among ordinary people. He only used 30% of his strength in this kick. If he had used his full strength, he could have kicked Wan Hua to death on the spot. Wan Hua. When Luo Hongxia saw this scene, her eyes turned red and she screamed at the top of her lungs. Then he turned his head and looked at Su Ming like crazy. If you dare to hit my son, I will fight you. She raised her other hand and scratched Su Ming's face with her sharp nails. Su Ming exerted a little force and pushed Luo Hongxia out, and she sat down on the ground. Su Ming stared at Luo Hongxia with a cold expression. Take your son and get out before I kill you. Remember my words, return my things to me intact. Otherwise, your Wan family will have a hard time. Stared at by Su Ming's sharp and piercing eyes, Luo Hongxia instantly felt her whole body go cold and her scalp numbed. When did this kid have such a powerful aura? Those extremely cold eyes, like those of the god of death, seemed to really take her life. Luo Hongxia was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She looked at Su Ming in horror and said sternly, just wait, this matter is not over yet. You still want to be an enemy of my Wan family. Who do you think you are? You will regret what you have done. After saying that, Luo Hongxia helped the seriously injured Wan Hua and crawled away. In the living room, Lin Yun and Chu Qingqing were already stunned with shock. Especially Chu Qingqing, she thought that even if Su Ming had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to fight back. I didn't expect this kid to be so violent that he actually took half of the life of the young master of the Wan family on the spot. So, does it mean that if Su Ming attacks her, he can take her life at any time? Thinking of this, Chu Qingqing felt a chill down her spine. At the same time, there was severe nausea and discomfort. Such a violent maniac must not be allowed to stay in their home, and he would also offend the Wan Jia group, which would be a big disaster. Chu Qingqing immediately raised her slender white fingers, pointed at Su Ming and shouted in fear, "You idiot, how dare you attack the eldest young master and his wife of the Wan family? If you don't want to live, don't implicate us. Mom, you see, this guy is simply a disaster. Now he has offended the Wan Jia group. What should we do? Why don't you just get out of here? Do you want us to be buried with you?" Chu Qingqing had a fierce look on her face. Lin Yun shook her head. It was the Wan family who bullied others first. It's good that Xiao Ming is okay. If there is any trouble, we will handle it together. At worst, I can ask Qingqing's father to think of a solution. After Qingqing's father was promoted, he also knows a lot of rich people. Lin Yun said that she was fine, but her expression was also very worried. The Wanjia group's current reputation and power in Yunqing is not something that a small family like theirs can afford to offend. Su Ming's behavior was indeed too impulsive. Although Luo Hongxia and Wan Hua used verbal abuse, they could not resort to direct physical attack. The consequences are not worth it. Fine. Su Ming turned around and glanced at the two of them calmly. Everyone has their own responsibility for their own actions. The Wan family came after me. It has nothing to do with you. Aunt Lin, don't worry, I'll take it all on my own. Carry it. How are you going to carry it? Use your head to carry it. You really are not afraid of wearing shoes even if you are barefoot. You say it so easily. Chu Qingqing was furious. This kid got into so much trouble, but he doesn't realize how serious it is and looks so relaxed. He really has no self-awareness at all. I don't know what kind of mud I am, how can I compare with the Wan family? Su Ming didn't explain and walked out with Yi Tang. Yunqing Central Hospital. Wan Hua was wrapped like a mummy, lying on the hospital bed, dying. Yi Tang kicked him and broke 8 ribs, causing severe internal bleeding. Even if he sought treatment from the best doctors, he would not be able to recover in a short time. Luo Hongxia leaned on the side of the hospital bed, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Who did it? A thunderous roar sounded in the hospital, and a man in a black coat, with a leopard-like face and tiger-like eyes, and a majestic look without even getting angry, strode in with his men. Luo Hongxia turned her head and rushed to the men as if she had seen a savior, crying out in great grievance, "Second brother, you're here. We were almost beaten to death. Who has the guts to touch anyone from my Luo family?" The man's eyes were filled with anger, and his domineering aura was sweeping across his body. The other doctors and nurses in the ward were so frightened that they dared not say a word. This person is none other than Luo Feiyun, the second-in-command of the Luo family. He was once the commander of the Iron-Blooded Corps in the border area, leading thousands of death warriors to carve out a niche for himself in the border area. Now that he has retired from the army and returned to Yunqing, he is also a local overlord. The assassins he has trained are all killing machines and no one dares to provoke him. Even if the richest man in Yunqing, who ranks first on the rich list, comes, he has to be courteous to him. And now if anyone dares to hurt his relatives, it is undoubtedly seeking death. It's Su Ming, the loser who married into our Wan family for 3 years. Now he's divorced from Sharin and kicked out of the house. He holds a grudge against us. Not only did he severely injure Wan Hua, but he almost got me hurt, too. Luo Hongxia gritted her teeth and said angrily, pulling up her sleeves in front of Luo Feiyun, revealing the place on her wrist where Su Ming had grabbed her. Several blood marks were clearly visible, as if she had been burned by a red-hot steel bar. Mom, did Su Ming really do this? At this time, Wan Sharin also rushed to the hospital. Seeing this scene, she asked in shock. After 3 years of getting along, she knew Su Ming's personality very well. Although he is cowardly and useless, he has never had a bad temper and is a gentle person. He would never do such a thing. Who else could it be besides him? If you don't believe me, call him and ask him yourself. Sharin, it's a good thing that I forced you to divorce him. Otherwise, this kind of person, with his beastly nature, would hide his nature and sooner or later you would be hurt by him. Luo Hongxia wiped her tears and said with great resentment. But Wan Sharin still didn't quite believe it, so she called Su Ming in front of everyone. At this moment, Su Ming and Yi Tang were in the most prosperous and large medicine garden in Yunqing. King Su, this is the only green jade vine in Zhongzhou Yunqing, but this kind of thing is very difficult to cultivate. Chang Chun, the chief of the Yunqing medical family, followed Su Ming and respectfully pointed at a withered vine and introduced it to Su Ming. Su Ming looked at the withered and yellowed vines without any vitality and frowned. As a top medical family in Yunqing, you can only cultivate something like this. Hearing this, Chang Chun suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, with sweat rolling down his cheeks. He said in panic, "Prince Su, this thing is not easy to raise. It's like a southern orange tree that grows in the north. It's not from our Zhongzhou. No matter how you cultivate it, it will die." "Humph, that's because you haven't found a way." Su Ming sneered, walked up, took out a small jade bottle from his arms, and poured emerald green liquid onto the withered vines. The liquid flowed down the vine and seeped into the soil. In an instant, the whole vine came to life, and from the roots upwards, it was covered with a touch of light green again. And this is not just a visual effect. In the blink of an eye, you can actually see thin young buds on the vines. This is the yin-yang revitalizing fluid. Oh my God, a miraculous medicine from the medical field, a lost ancient formula for revitalizing fluid. Is it really resuscitation fluid? Everyone in the Chang family present was shocked to the point of almost going crazy. This thing can revive any dead medicine. Legend has it that even humans can be brought back to life. It is an ancient recipe. Although they come from a medical family, they have only heard of it but never seen it. I didn't expect that I would have the honor to see you here today. Su Ming turned around and threw the jade bottle to Chang Chun, saying calmly, "From now on, drop a drop of liquid on this green jade vine every day. After a week, the green jade vine will grow and mature. The rest of the resuscitation liquid is a reward for you." Really? King Su really gave it to me. Chang Chun was so surprised that he almost fainted. My God, if the Chang family had this thing, they would be so excited. If this were to be made public, the entire Zhongzhou would be shocked. Little did they know that this yin-yang revival liquid would be used up drop by drop and would be gone once it was used up. If they watered the jade vine for 7 consecutive days, there would be very little left. It's all bullshit without a prescription. To Su Ming, this resuscitation fluid is as common as oil and salt and is not worth mentioning at all. Thank you, King Su. My Chang family is willing to serve you at all costs. Led by Chang Chun, all the Chang family members bowed down to Su Ming, trembling with excitement. At this moment, Su Ming's cell phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was Wan Sharin calling. Su Ming slowly walked to the side and answered the phone. "What's the matter?" Su Ming asked calmly. "Did you hit my mother and brother? Did you beat them?" Wan Sharin asked excitedly. Su Ming thought about it and replied, "Yes." Although Wan Hua was beaten by Yi Tang, what Yi Tang did was also what he did, there is no essential difference. You. Wan Sharin on the other end felt disheartened when she received Su Ming's affirmative answer. Are you still a human being? Even if you divorce me, no matter how much you hate me, you won't take revenge on them. My mother is a woman, and you are going to hit her. Wan Sharin was so angry that tears came to her eyes. Then why don't you ask them why I did it? They asked for all this, and I don't regret it at all. If there's nothing else, then that's it. I have other things to do. After saying that, Su Ming hung up the phone. Unexpectedly, after 3 years of marriage, he tolerated everything, but in the end Wan Sharin still didn't understand him at all. Maybe I never took him to heart. This made Su Ming's heart freeze and become cold again. In the hospital, Wan Sharin hung up the phone in despair. What a son-in-law, so bold. When Luo Feiyun heard the entire conversation, his eyebrows instantly raised and he was filled with rage. He slapped the table next to him hard. With a loud bang, the huge table was broken in half and collapsed. He is bullying your Wan family, Hongxia. Don't worry, I, Luo Feiyun, am here. Anyone who bullies you and your son will die without a burial place. A mere son-in-law who eats from his own side and betrays his family, still wants to make trouble. 3 days. 3 days later, on the ancestral Memorial Day, I will make him kneel down and kowtow to you to apologize and beg for mercy from the Wan family. Luo Feiyun's whole body trembled, and a bloodthirsty and domineering aura gushed out, covering the entire hospital ward, and the murderous aura swept over like a wave. Go check and find out where that guy lives. Block him and cut off all his connections and resources. I want him to be unable to move an inch and beg me on his knees. Luo Feiyun issued orders to his men behind him, and the sounds were like thunder. Luo Feiyun has tremendous power in Yunqing. Especially his iron-blooded core, which is close to money and has decisiveness in killing. Once the order is issued, everyone in Yunqing, big and small, dares not disrespect him. The first one was Chu Yingxai, who was fired from the company on the same day without receiving a penny of salary. The company also sued him for theft and demanded $1 million in compensation. In an instant, all of Chu Yingxai's savings were wiped out. The whole person was exiled back home. Then, Chu Changqing was also harassed by some inexplicable gangsters at school. Although she managed to escape, she also got a bad reputation. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold my head up high in school anymore. The father and daughter returned home and cried bitterly. Su Ming also returned to the Chu family. Seeing the father and daughter crying and shouting, it was a tragic scene and he couldn't help but ask. After learning the whole process, I immediately realized something. Could it be that the Wan family did it? Was the phone call from Wan Sharin during the day not a question but a warning? Yi Tang, go and check who did it. Su Ming said to Yi Tang, who came back with him. Yes, King Su. Yi Tang looked stern and turned away. What are you checking? Do you know something? Did you offend someone you can't afford to offend? Chu Yingxai suddenly looked up, reacted, stared at Su Ming and asked angrily. He has offended the Wanjia group. Chu Qingqing's face was full of tears as she told the story of Luo Hongxia and Wan Hua coming to her house to cause trouble. After hearing this, Chu Yingxai was furious, pointing at Su Ming and shaking all over. You beast, you are easy to provoke. Why do you provoke the Wan family? Is the Wan family someone you can offend? Do you really want to kill our whole family before you are satisfied? Chu Yingxai was also angry at Lin Yun. Look at you, you took in a good dog, but you don't know how to repay the kindness, and you only hurt people. We are all doomed, we will all be killed by him. Chu Yingxai was furious and yelled loudly in the living room. He lost his job and all his savings and he didn't know how he was going to live in the future. I said that people like him are a disaster. From the beginning, I didn't agree to let him move in. Now look what I should do in the future. Chu Qingqing gritted her teeth, full of hatred for Su Ming, crying and complaining. Only Lin Yun sat on the sofa, silent but also with a worried look on her face. This incident was indeed caused by him, so even if he was cursed by the two, Su Ming had nothing to say. He just slowly clenched his fists and said coldly, I will help you solve it. I will give you an explanation for this matter. Solve? How can you solve it? You are such a useless person without self-awareness. Do you know that it is as easy for the Wan family to kill someone like you as it is to kill an ant? We are so kind to you. If we had known this, we would not have saved you 3 years ago and let you die. Chu Yingxai looked cynical. Okay, shut up. Lin Yun spoke in a deep voice, like a stone falling to the ground, interrupting Chu Yingxai and Chu Qingqing's words, and said calmly, I still have a job and a salary. Use my salary to get by for the time being. When this is over, you can find a job again. Salary. How many people can you support with your salary? You are still protecting him at this time. Fine, let's all wait for death together. The angry Chu Yingxai waved his hand and went back to his room, slamming the door. Chu Yingxai worked diligently for half his life, but suddenly lost everything. Even a grown man collapsed. What a waste that hurts others and himself. What my father said is absolutely right. Chu Qingqing glared at Su Ming fiercely, then went back to her room and shut herself off. Lin Yun didn't say anything and sat on the sofa in deep silence. At this moment, she seemed to begin to doubt herself. Looking at this scene of disintegration, looking at the doubt and sadness in Lin Yun's eyes, Su Ming was burning with anger. The Wan family, originally a stranger to him, wanted to kill him. Good, very good. Let's see who has tougher means. It seems that Su Ming has been silent for too long. Su Ming walked up to Lin Yun and bowed apologetically, Aunt Lin, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I have implicated you. I don't blame you. Lin Yun shook her head in despair, we are incapable. It's a pity that we are all ordinary people, otherwise the Wan family would not dare to do whatever they want. Don't blame yourself, after all, we can't be as rich and powerful as the Wan family. Lin Yun's tolerance and generosity made Su Ming feel even more guilty. At this moment he decided that except Wan Sharin, the entire Wan family would have to pay the price. The next day, Yi Tang came to the Chu family and reported the news to Su Ming on the balcony. King Su, it was Luo Feiyun of the Luo family who did it. Luo Yunfei was just a subordinate of mine. I didn't expect that he would return to Yunqing and become such a vicious person. Do you want me to take people to execute him? Yi Tang was also a little angry. Because if you trace the root of this matter, he has done this before, and he can't even manage his former subordinates. Need not. Su Ming waved his hands, his face gloomy. If he wants to play, I will play with him. He did all this just to make Hui Wanjia admit his mistakes. Then let's see who kneels down and admits his mistakes first. Su Ming's tone was calm, but his whole body exuded a chilling murderous intent. Yi Tang felt a chill just by standing nearby. Staring blankly at Su Ming's back, the former king of the borderland is back. The Wan family is in trouble. Dad, something bad happened to Mom. Just then, Chu Qingqing's anxious voice was heard in the living room. What? Chu Yingxai walked out in shock. My mom's workplace was surrounded and some employees were beaten and sent to the hospital with serious injuries. I don't know what the situation is now. Chu Qingqing was extremely anxious. Let's go and take a look. Chu Yingxai and Chu Qingqing hurried out. Su Ming's eyes narrowed, and he said to Yi Tang, let's go too. Yes. Su Ming and Yi Tang went out and took a car to where Lin Xiuyun worked. Lin Xiuyun worked as a salesperson in a large pharmacy. At that moment, at the door of the pharmacy, 30 or 40 people were holding iron bars and smashing the glass sign to pieces. They were all fierce and looked like thugs. There were also many employees lying nearby, spitting blood and screaming. No one inside could get out, and anyone who came out would be seriously injured on the spot. Su Ming sat in the car, looking around with cold eyes. He noticed that these people were well trained, and although they seemed to be standing scattered, they actually formed their own team, and the way they held their weapons was also the way they fought on the battlefield. He is not an ordinary gangster at all. It's someone from the Corps. Yi Tang recognized it at the first sight. Do we need to mobilize the God of War army? Yi Tang asked Su Ming. No need, let the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce take action. Su Ming's tone was cold. Yes. Yi Tang called the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce to inform them. Suddenly, hundreds of people from the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce came out and headed towards the big pharmacy. Mom, where are you? Chu Yingxai and Chu Qingqing rushed to the scene. Chu Qingqing was extremely panicked and leaned against the broken window and shouted into the pharmacy. Qingqing. Seeing the two of them, Lin Xiuyun, who was hiding in the corner, showed a look of joy and rushed out from the corner. Court death. The people from the Corps in front had been watching for a long time. When they saw Lin Xiuyun rushing out, two of them rushed forward with iron rods in their hands. He raised an iron rod as thick as his forearm and smashed it on Lin Xiuyun's head. With this blow, Lin Xiuyun would probably be either dead or seriously injured. Ah! Chu Yingxai and Chu Qingqing screamed shrilly and sat down on the ground in fear, their eyes full of terror and their bodies limp. I can't wait any longer, let's do it. It will take a while for the people from Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce to arrive, and Lin Xiuyun's life safety is at stake. Su Ming opened the car door, jumped out, rushed to Lin Xiuyun in 2 steps, and raised his hand to block the iron rod that the other party was throwing at him. Bang! The 2 iron rods hit Su Ming's arms hard, but it felt like they were hitting an iron plate, and a hard sound was heard. The powerful recoil caused their palms to feel numb. Looking at Su Ming in shock. You are the ones who are looking for death. Su Ming opened his eyes wide, and like a lion, he burst out with a punch, hitting the 2 men in the face at the same time. Boom. With a heavy explosion, the jaws of the 2 soldiers from the Corps were dislocated and their faces were distorted. The huge force caused the 2 to fly more than 10 meters away on the spot. Blood spurted out in the air and he died immediately after landing. The people from other Corps were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What's going on with this kid? Everyone in their Iron Blood Corps is an elite among elites and a warrior among warriors. His physical fitness is as strong as a machine. And now the 2 of them died on the spot with just 1 punch from Su Ming. How strong is this kid? When did Yunqing have such a powerful master? Everyone was stunned. Aunt Lin, are you okay? Su Ming turned around and looked at Lin Xiuyun behind him, only to see that Lin Xiuyun was so frightened that her face turned pale, her eyes were dull, and she couldn't utter a word. The 2 iron rods that were swung just now seemed to have frightened Lin Xiuyun quite a bit. If Su Ming hadn't acted in time, she would have died. Seeing Lin Xiuyun like this, Su Ming was heartbroken and completely angry. In front, 2 soldiers from the Corps came forward, raised their weapons, pointed at Su Ming, and shouted coldly, "Boy, do you know who we are? Who are we working for? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Do you believe that I will make you lie here right now? If you know what's best for you, get down on your knees and crawl away, or we'll make sure you suffer a worse fate than the others." The two men grinned grimly. Although Su Ming looks very strong, they have dozens of people and form a legion. How can a flat-headed boy like him be so presumptuous? What's more, with Luo Feiyun supporting him from behind, this guy is just like an ant. Su Ming remained silent. The two thought Su Ming was scared, so they approached him and sneered, "Are you scared? Use your pig brain to think about it. We dare to go out openly. Can you afford to offend the people behind us?" Little did he know that Su Ming's anger was about to burst out of his head. Just as the two took the next step, he suddenly attacked, and his fists hit the two's chest like cannonballs. Boom. The two men's internal organs were shattered on the spot, blood gushed out of their eyes, noses, and ears, and they flew over 10 meters upside down and fell to the ground. They died miserably, no longer in human form. Now dozens of people in the Iron Blood Corps were all shocked. "Asshole, he's really looking for death. Kill him." A roar. Dozens of people attacked together and rushed towards Su Ming. Chu Yingxai and Chu Qingqing were so frightened by this grand scene that they huddled in a corner, trembling and not daring to breathe. At this moment, shouts of killing rang out from all around, and hundreds of people from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce swarmed out from the streets on both sides, all holding their weapons high, forming a complete encirclement of the Iron Blood Corps. The people from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce were even more ruthless. They came up and started beating dozens of soldiers with sticks without saying a word. Although his personal qualities are not as good as those of the corps elites. But there are so many people. Hundreds of people rushed in like a torrent, instantly overwhelming all the members of the corps, and making a group of arrogant elites wail and scream. In the end, all of them fell to the ground seriously injured, and those who didn't die were disabled. A member of the corps knelt on the ground, his face covered in blood, trembling, staring at the people of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. We are from the Luo family. If you dare to attack, your fate will be 10 times more miserable in the future. The Luo family is nothing. In the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, a man with a scar on his face walked out, stood in front of the other party, and grinned. "Do you know, Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Tianming Chamber of Commerce." The other party's face was instantly shocked. "That's right, Tianming Chamber of Commerce." As soon as he finished speaking, the man swung the machete in his hand and chopped the other person's neck, blood splattering everywhere. The soldiers of the corps fell in a pool of blood in an instant. Ah! Lin Yun, who was already extremely frightened, saw this bloody scene again, whimpered, and fainted out of fright. "Aunt Lin." Su Ming hugged Lin Yun in his arms, put her in the car, and sent her back to the Chu family. After bringing Lin Yun back to the Chu family, Su Ming immediately treated Lin Yun. After the examination, it was found that Lin Yun had suffered severe stimulation, nerve damage, and fell into a coma. If she was not careful, she might have sequelae, such as epilepsy, heart disease, etc. But Su Ming is not only the god of war in the border area, he is also the king of medical skills. His mastery of medical skills is unmatched in Jiuzhou. He immediately gave Lin Yun acupuncture and then made some medicine for her to take. Lin Yun's complexion gradually improved. Su Ming sat in the living room, silent, with murderous aura surging from him terribly. At this time, the phone rang again. Su Ming took it out and saw that it was Wan Sharin calling again. Su Ming picked up the phone without saying a word. On the other end, Wan Sharin didn't know what was going on yet, and said to Su Ming in her usual cold tone, "Tomorrow is the day to worship our ancestors, and my mother asked you to go back to the Wan family ancestral hall. It may be because of what happened last time, so go and apologize to her. I didn't want to intervene at first, but after all, we have been married for 3 years, and I don't want to see you end up like this. Admit your mistake." When Su Ming heard these 2 words, anger almost burned throughout his body. "Do you know what happened in the past 2 days?" Su Ming asked through gritted teeth. He wanted to make sure whether Wan Sharin was kept in the dark or was aiding and abetting the evil. If Wan Sharin knew everything but was still on the same side as the Wan family, then there would be no love in their 3 years of marriage. Wan Jia, no one can escape. What? Wan Sharin's tone was doubtful, and she said coldly, don't talk nonsense. You beat my mother and my brother. It shouldn't be difficult for me to admit my mistake. Can you learn to improve yourself for once? It seems that Wan Sharin doesn't know. Okay, I'll go and admit my mistake. Let them wait. They must all wait. Luo Feiyun must be present. After saying that, Su Ming hung up the phone. April 4th is the day to worship ancestors. Wanjia Ancestral Hall. Mom, I talked to Su Ming on the phone yesterday, and he has agreed to come and admit his mistake to you. Wanhua's life is not in danger, so let's leave it at that. After he admits his mistake, don't pursue it any further. Wan Sharin said to Luo Hongxia, with a tone that seemed to be pleading for Su Ming. In fact, it would be a lie to say that she had no feelings for Su Ming, the men she had personally chosen. But today, Wanjia Group is no longer what it was 3 years ago. In addition to the group's business dealings and other reasons, she had to divorce Su Ming. But deep down in her heart, she still didn't want Su Ming to end up in such a miserable situation. It seems that the boy is really scared and has come to admit his mistake. Don't worry, I won't let him suffer too much. At most, he will be disabled. Luo Hongxia grinned, her face full of gloom, and said viciously. Hey, whatever you want. Wan Sharin sighed heavily. She had done her best to save Su Ming's life. Then I'll go to the company first. Wan Sharin turned and left. Don't you want to stay and watch the kid kneeling down and begging for mercy? Luo Hongxia shouted at Wan Sharin. In no mood. Wan Sharin said silently and strode away. As long as Su Ming didn't die, she no longer cared about what happened. Besides, seeing Su Ming's miserable condition, she would not feel good either, so there was no need for her to stay. Second brother, you are really smart. In just 3 days, that kid knew how to regret and came to admit his mistake. Luo Hongxia turned around and looked at Luo Feiyun, who was burning incense at the ancestral tablet of the Wan family, feeling extremely proud. Humph, a mere ant, how can you be qualified to fight me? I only need to give an order, and he will have nowhere to go. I guess he is so scared that his legs are weak now. Luo Feiyun snorted coldly and looked down on him. But. At this point, Luo Feiyun frowned slightly. The people I sent to the pharmacy yesterday were all carried back dead or injured. It seems that it was the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce that did it. Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce. Hearing these 4 words, everyone present was shocked. The Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce again. Wan Jinshan seemed to realize something, and said solemnly, the day that boy divorced Sharin last time, the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce also withdrew 10 billion from the group. This time it was the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce that took action again. Could that boy have any relationship with the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luo Hongxia immediately interrupted Wan Jinshan, shook her head repeatedly, and sneered contemptuously, don't I know what kind of character that loser has? People like that will never have anything to do with the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce in their lifetime. If he was really a member of the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce, would he still be so wronged as to marry into our Wan family? He's not even worthy of cleaning up the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce's ass. When everyone heard this, they all nodded in agreement. How could a boy who had been married into the family for 3 years and had accomplished nothing be connected with the top Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce in Yunqing? Isn't this funny? Luo Feiyun grinned domineeringly, don't say he has nothing to do with it. Even if he does, if he dares to hurt someone from my Luo family, the end is the same, death. If he comes today, he will never leave alive. Second brother, awesome. Luo Hongxia looked at Luo Feiyun with admiration and a smile of relief on her face. Chu family. Su Ming sat in front of Lin Xiuyun's bed and personally fed her the medicine he had prepared. Chu Yingxai and Chu Qingqing stood in the back with miserable looks on their faces, and the whole room was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Get out of here. Chu Qingqing pointed at Su Ming and angrily cursed, isn't it enough that you have harmed our family? You have harmed the 2 of us, and now you have harmed my mother. If she doesn't wake up, I will fight you to the death. Please leave. Our small place cannot afford to support a great god like you. Go and harm others. Can you please do that? Chu Yingxi looked at Su Ming with despair, but his words were full of hatred. Su Ming put down the medicine bowl, slowly stood up, and looked at Lin Yun with deep eyes. Today, I will give Aunt Lin an explanation. Give me an account, get out of here. Chu Qingqing was furious, tears rolled down her pale face again, and she stamped her feet in anger. Su Ming said nothing more, turned around and left the room, his resolute figure disappearing at the door. Outside the door, Su Ming got into the Hummer SUV driven by Yi Tang. The car started with a rumble and headed towards the Wan family ancestral hall. When Su Ming moved, the whole Yunqing moved with him. Countless war gods' army came from all directions, rushing towards the Wan family ancestral hall like a tide. How many people are prepared? In the car, Su Ming asked with an extremely cold expression. 50,000 war god troops. Yi Tang answered while driving. 50,000 war god troops may seem like not many, and are just a small number of the millions of war god troops, but each one of them is a disciple of the prince of soldiers brought up by Su Ming himself. Any one of them, taken alone, is a god of war who can defeat 8 enemies alone. 50,000 war god troops are enough to flatten the entire Yunqing. Just tens of thousands of families can be flattened and crushed in the blink of an eye. And Luo Feiyun must pay the price in blood. Wan family, it's time for you to get to know me again. I'm Su Ming, the king of the border territory. Wanjia Ancestral Hall. That kid wouldn't dare to come, would he? He knows he will die if he comes. Luo Hongxia looked at the time and saw that more than 3 hours had passed. She said impatiently. He dares not come. If he dares not come, everyone in the Chu family where he is staying will die. Luo Feiyun raised his lips with a sinister smile. What he had done in these 3 days was only 1/10 of his abilities. But it doesn't take too much effort to deal with a kid with no background. If Su Ming dared not come, he could make the Chu family disappear overnight. Humph, that kind of rubbish has been in my Wan family for 3 years. I know him. He is a coward. He might even choose death over hiding. I guess he is so scared that his guts are broken. Luo Hongxia curled her lips and sneered sarcastically. Boom. At this moment, the entire Wan family ancestral hall suddenly shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. The whole hall was shaking and the entire compound was on the verge of collapsing. And the roar continued, like thunder, deafening. All the members of the Wan family were suddenly shocked and stood up, rushing out of the ancestral hall. Everyone rushed out and stood at the gate. When they saw the scene outside, they were all stunned. In the square outside the ancestral hall, rows of war god army were lined up to form a huge square formation. There was no movement, but the momentum of the god of war army gathered into a torrent, overwhelming the Wan family and making it almost impossible for them to breathe. In the air, 3 helicopters were hovering with a rumbling sound, the huge roar was deafening, and it stirred up strong winds and dust. It seemed like they were patrolling, or more like they were stalking. Within 100 miles, no stranger dared to approach except the Wan family. What's going on? Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia were stunned with fear. Looking at everything in front of them, they got goosebumps from fear. It's the god of war army. Luo Feiyun was horrified, and the fear on his face was even deeper than that on the others. Having been to the border area, he knows better than anyone how terrifying the god of war army is. The god of war's army sheds blood when they go out, kills people like cutting grass, and is iron-blooded and merciless. If the troops under his command are killing machines, then each member of the god of war army is undoubtedly a god of death. They are the strongest army in the border area. Luo Feiyun said in shock and confusion. How is it possible? How could the strongest army in the border area appear at the door of our Wan family's ancestral hall? When did our Wan family offend the god of war army? Wan Jinshan was trembling all over. At this moment, he felt that the entire Wan family was as fragile as an ant. Compared with the mighty god of war army, it is so vulnerable. I don't know. I have been in the border area for more than 10 years and have never had the opportunity to come into contact with the god of war army. I didn't expect that today. Luo Feiyun's eyes were empty and he spoke in a dreamy voice. At this moment, the sound of a car horn was heard in the front, and a huge off-road vehicle more than 2 people tall appeared in everyone's sight. It drove from the other side of the road, passed through the Ares army formation, and came to the front. The car door opened and the person who got out was Su Ming. Behind him, Yitang also got out. Is it him? The moment they saw Su Ming, everyone in the Wan family's minds went blank. My jaw almost dropped in shock. Could it be that Su Ming is leading the God of War army? This is impossible. How is this possible? Especially Luo Hongxia, her eyes were red, and she even wanted to raise her hand and slap herself twice to see if she was dreaming. Why can this kid appear in front of the God of War army? Could he really be the leader of the God of War army? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this boy, who had been married into her family for 10,000 years and 3 years, and whom she had never taken seriously, be the leader of the God of War army? Amid the shocked and stunned eyes of the Wan family, Su Ming said nothing, walked through the crowd and entered the Wan family ancestral hall. He walked to the Wan family's ancestral tablet, lit 3 incense sticks and inserted them. When he raised his eyes again, his eyes were full of sharpness. After burning these 3 incense sticks, I will no longer show mercy to the Wan family. Su Ming suddenly turned around, his aura surging, and his whole body was like a mountain, a sword reaching into the sky, and his aura of terror enveloped everyone in the Wan family. At this moment, no one in the Wan family dared to make a sound, and they realized once again that Su Ming in front of them was definitely not the waste who married into the Wan family. Luo Feiyun, step out. Yitang shouted loudly. Luo Feiyun was so frightened that his whole body trembled, his eyes moved rapidly, cold sweat rolled down his forehead, he walked forward, and knelt in front of Yitang with a voice, I am here to meet you, Commander. I don't know how I, Luo Feiyun, have offended the God of War army, please forgive me, Commander. Please show some leniency and let us go. Forgive you, do you think it's possible? Su Ming sneered, walked forward, and slapped Luo Feiyun in the face, sneering, you sent people to smash the pharmacy, hurting countless innocent people. You also made Lin Xiuyun unconscious. Your fate must be 10 times worse than theirs to pay back your debt. Ah. Hearing this, Luo Feiyun was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground. Is this guy really the leader of the God of War army? This is revenge coming. Impossible. At this moment, Luo Feiyun still couldn't believe it. He would rather believe that the person leading the God of War army today was Yitang in front of him than believe it was Su Ming. He gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, I am doing this only to settle the debt you inflicted on my nephew and my sister. At most, we don't owe each other anything, so why should I pay it back? Really? You don't accept it? Su Ming curled up the corners of his mouth, sneered, turned his head, and suddenly his cold eyes fell on Luo Hongxia, and shouted coldly, Luo Hongxia, come out. Luo Hongxia was startled, swallowed her saliva, gritted her teeth and strode out. She walked in front of Su Ming, stared at him fiercely and sneered, others are afraid of you, but I am not. You are just pretending. Do you think I don't know who you are? You want to be the leader of the God of War army? Go to hell. People like you will never be able to succeed in your life. Yeah. Su Ming curled his lips and smiled coldly, looking at Yitang. Yitang, how do you deal with those who rebel against their superiors? Kill. Yitang roared like a Shura, and directly drew out the 3-foot-long sword from his waist. The cold light was dazzling, and he walked towards Luo Hongxia with the sword in hand. When Luo Hongxia saw the ferocious Yitang, she was so frightened that her whole body trembled like a sieve. But she still gritted her teeth, her face flushed. Even if she died, she would not acknowledge Su Ming's identity. Wait, wait. Wan Jinshan in the back was so scared that he was going crazy. He rushed over and put his hand on Luo Hongxia's neck. Kneel down and admit your mistake to the commander. Then the two of them knelt on the ground together. Wan Jinshan shouted to Yitang with a horrified face, Commander, I'm sorry. My wife is short-sighted and ignorant. If she did anything wrong, we will kowtow to you together. I'm sorry. Wan Jinshan held Luo Hongxia down and kowtowed to Yitang 3 times. Yitang frowned, and the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. This head should be kowtowed to King Jiang, not to him. These guys don't seem to understand the situation at all. However, Su Ming didn't say anything, so he couldn't really kill him. After all, today we are here to settle accounts, not to wipe out the family. Su Ming didn't care who the Wan family kowtowed to. He stared at Luo Hongxia and said expressionlessly, "Tell me, why did I hit Wan Hua and hurt your wrist? Who owes who?" "You owe me." Arrogant and domineering, Luo Hongxia, who refused to admit defeat, blurted out, staring at Su Ming with fierce eyes, "You have been in the Wan family for 3 years, eating my food and living my house, so what if I come to you to collect some debts? You dare to hurt us like this, aren't you a dog that can't be tamed?" Ah. Pa. However, as soon as Luo Hongxia finished her words, Wan Jinshan, who was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, raised his hand and slapped Luo Hongxia in the face. "Shut up, bitch. Don't you understand the situation? Why don't you apologize to Su Ming? He never asked us for anything when he was in the Wan family. It was you who always demanded from him. How dare you say such things now?" Wan Jinshan seemed like a different person and suddenly switched sides to Su Ming's side. Luo Hongxia couldn't believe it and her face was instantly filled with despair. The man who had slept in the same bed with her for half his life was not on her side at this moment. This was more painful than Yi Tang's knife cutting her body. Little did they know that although Wan Jinshan was frightened, as the head of the family, he could see things more clearly than anyone else. There are countless war god troops outside who want to destroy the Wan family. It only takes Su Ming a word to do it. Today, if they offend Su Ming or Yi Tang, everyone in the Wan family will die. And Luo Hongxia is still unaware of this and is still being stubborn. It is very likely that she will drag the entire Wan family down with her to be buried with her. Why don't you tell me quickly? What did you do? How did you do anything to offend Su Ming? Tell me everything. Wan Jinshan roared at Luo Hongxia with red eyes. Luo Hongxia could no longer control her tears, they burst out. "You're not going to tell me, are you?" Wan Jinshan stood up, found a knife, and put it on Luo Hongxia's neck. The cold blade touched my skin, and the chill permeated my whole body. Seeing my husband like this. At this moment, Luo Hongxia realized that the situation was hopeless and no matter how hard she tried, she was just a clown. She immediately lowered her head in despair, tears falling to the floor like a broken string, and she said in a trembling voice, "Yes, it was me. I saw the things he left at my house, they were extremely valuable, and I wanted to covet his things, so I came to collect the debt. Ask him to hand over all the valuables. Before, I never even looked at him straight in the eye. One time, I splashed my foot washing water on him. Another time, I was sick and bedridden, and when I asked him to change my bladder, I urinated on his head." In desperation, Luo Hongxia said everything she shouldn't have said. Hearing these words, Wan Jinshan and all the members of the Wan family were shocked again and couldn't believe it. This woman, is she so dirty and vicious? Su Ming raised his eyebrows, and while his anger was aroused, he was also shocked. Are these words allowed to be said? If this gets out, where will his authority as the king of Jiang be? Shut up. Yi Tang became furious when he heard this. He had no other thoughts except that he felt that during the 3 years that King Jiang had married into the Wan family, he had endured hardships that ordinary people could not endure, and that the sacrifice was too great. At this moment, he was filled with anger. He walked forward and slapped Luo Hongxia fiercely in the face, causing her to spit blood and faint on the spot. "And you?" Yi Tang suddenly turned around with a knife in hand, and his murderous eyes fell on Luo Feiyun. Luo Feiyun was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and the flesh on his face was shaking. He knew that he might not be able to escape death today, so he hurriedly said to Yi Tang, "Commander, I used to be a subordinate of Yufeng, the god of war of the border region. God of war, you and I are like brothers. Commander, have you heard of the name of God of war Yufeng?" Su Ming's eyes darkened. When did Yufeng become known as the god of war? He has 8 war gods under his command, who help him command millions of war gods. But Yufeng is just a small sergeant under Yi Tang. How can he be called the god of war? Yi Tang also sneered, walked to Luo Feiyun, stretched out his hand to grab Luo Feiyun's collar, pulled Luo Feiyun up, leaned close to his ear, and smiled grimly, "Do you know who I am?" Yu Feng, under my hands, is just an ant. You are even worse than an ant. Then Yi Tang opened the collar of his shirt, and on his shoulder, there was a blue dragon tattooed across his shoulder. Qinglong, the god of war. When Luo Feiyun saw this tattoo, he almost fainted from fright. It is said that in the border area, there are only 8 people with blue dragon tattoos on their shoulders. These 8 people are the top war gods in Kyushu. It is an existence that can shake Kyushu. Luo Feiyun's whole body instantly went limp, and he lay on the ground like mud. My God, what kind of person did I offend this time? This time, you will die with your eyes closed. Yi Tang raised the knife and placed it on Luo Feiyun's shoulder. You don't have to kill him, just cut off his limbs. Su Ming looked up and said to Yi Tang. Yes. Yi Tang responded and stepped hard on Luo Feiyun's thigh. With a click, he broke Luo Feiyun's thigh bone. Then he kicked Luo Feiyun a few more times, breaking and crushing all of his limbs. Ah! The screams like those of a pig being slaughtered echoed throughout the Wan family ancestral hall. It made everyone in the Wan family shudder and feel daunted. The entire Wan family ancestral hall was as silent as a dead house, not a single sound could be heard. No one in Luo Feiyun's proud iron blood core dared to move at this moment. They all stood in place like wooden stakes. Finally, Su Ming took Yi Tang out and left a word for Wan Jinshan. Everything I left at the Wan family must be delivered to the Chu family within 3 days. If one item is missing, I will kill someone. After saying that, the figure walked away, leaving behind the frightened Wan family members. I didn't expect the Wan family to be so vulnerable. I thought we would have to fight a battle. If I had known they were all spineless, I wouldn't have brought so many people here. Back in the SUV, Yi Tang sneered. They are only strong against the weak. They will be weaker in front of the strong. Su Ming shook his head. But in fact, in front of the God of War army, no one in Jiuzhou is not a weakling. Let the God of War army retreat. Su Ming explained to Yi Tang. Everyone withdraw from Cloud City to avoid panic. Yes. Yi Tang responded, took out his cell phone and sent a retreat message. Soon, the mighty God of War army evacuated outside Yuncheng. Luo Hongxia and Luo Feiyun were sent to the hospital. After receiving the news, Wan Sharin rushed to the hospital immediately. When she saw Luo Hongxia lying on the hospital bed dying, she was completely dumbfounded. He rushed to the bedside and shouted in panic, "Mom, are you okay?" "She's fine, she just got slapped, she'll be fine after 2 days of rest." "But your second uncle is in a terrible situation, his limbs were broken, his bones were shattered, even if he survives, he'll be paralyzed in bed for the rest of his life." Wan Jinshan stood at the side of the ward, shaking his head and sighing. Who could have known that the boy they never took seriously had such a powerful background? He was now annoyed and regretful. It was Luo Hongxia who took the initiative and insisted on forcing Wan Sharin to divorce and kick Su Ming out of the Wan family. Otherwise, with the support of Su Ming, the Wan family could gain an untold status in Jiuzhou in the future. All of this was ruined by Luo Hongxia. So women are bad things. Who did this? Wan Sharin turned around and asked in shock. Isn't it ancestor worship? Why is it such a serious matter? Could it be Su Ming who did it? Impossible. It was the day to worship the ancestors, and all the members of the Wan family were present. There was no way Su Ming could have hurt his mother and second uncle. Su Ming did it. However, Wan Jinshan's words left Wan Sharin stunned. How is it possible for him? Wan Sharin stared at her father blankly. We were all wrong. He is the most remarkable person in Yuncheng. Although I don't know his identity, he is well known in Jiuzhou for being able to summon 50,000 war god army. Maybe, the reason why our Wan family has been so successful in the past 3 years is that he has been helping us in secret. Wan Jinshan seemed to see through everything and said to Wan Sharin in an extremely heavy tone. It's just that now that we have offended him, we don't know what will happen to us in the future. Wan Jinshan regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Is it really him? There was a blank look in Wan Sharin's beautiful eyes, and she gradually figured out everything. No wonder Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce withdrew 10 billion yuan just after she divorced Su Ming. No wonder that in the past 3 years, when Su Ming was in Wanjia Group's business was not going smoothly and all problems were easily solved. It turns out that Su Ming has been silently supporting her behind the scenes, but she doesn't even realize it. She kicked this person who was so kind to her out of the house with her own hands. Wan Sharin was instantly filled with remorse. Thinking of everything that had happened in the past 3 years, she couldn't help but burst into tears. What happened? Just as the father and daughter were feeling extremely regretful in the ward, a voice sounded at the door. Wan Jinshan and Wan Sharin turned their heads and saw a tall and burly man in a black coat appear at the door. The third one. When Wan Jinshan saw this man, he was surprised. Third uncle. Wan Sharin was also surprised. The third son of the Wan family, Wan Changqing, went to the border area 10 years ago and has not been heard from since. Unexpectedly, he suddenly returned to Yunqing today. Wan Jinshan was surprised and delighted. Old third, where have you been for the past 10 years? How are you doing now? Wan Jinshan excitedly stepped forward and held Wan Changqing's arm. How dare you? Keep your distance from the commander and don't get close to him. Behind Wan Changqing, a man with a flat head shouted sharply and pushed Wan Jinshan with one hand. Wan Jinshan only felt a huge force coming, and his body retreated uncontrollably, almost falling to the ground. He looked at Wan Changqing in shock. He's my big brother, don't mess around. Wan Changqing frowned and shouted at the person behind him. Then he walked forward, supported Wan Jinshan, smiled and said, "Brother, to be honest, I went to the border area 10 years ago. Now, I have made a name for myself and have become a little famous. I have more than 300,000 people under my command. This time, I received an invitation from Chen Fengyu, who is ranked 7th on the Yunqing rich list, to attend the banquet. I didn't expect to hear that something happened to the Wan family as soon as I arrived, so I rushed over to take a look. More than 300,000 people. Chen Fengyu personally invited you." Hearing these words, Wan Jinshan was shocked. This is not just a little famous, this is famous throughout Yunqing. So, our Wan family has produced a war god like you. Our Wan family ancestors are spiritual. Wan Jinshan was very surprised. Wan Changqing smiled calmly. "Brother, I disappeared all these years, and I am sorry to the Wan family. Now that I am back, the Wan family has no rivals in Yunqing. Yes, I am satisfied as long as you have this intention." Wan Jinshan's eyes were red with joy. Wan Sharin was also particularly surprised. "I didn't expect that my third uncle would achieve such success. After that, it is not impossible for Wanjia Group to rank first in Yunqing." "That's right." Wan Jinshan thought of Su Ming and asked Wan Changqing hurriedly, "Third brother, you have such strength in the border area, and you are already a war god. You should know all the famous figures in the border area, right?" "Of course. There is nothing I don't know about the border areas, from the Emperor of Kyushu to the minions. Even the 8 Azure Dragon war gods have to give me some face." "Big brother, who do you want to find out about?" Wan Changqing asked with a smile. "There is a man who injured your sister-in-law. His name is Su Ming. Do you know him? He seems to be the commander of the God of War army and was also the son-in-law of my Wan family." Wan Jinshan asked cautiously. "Su Ming?" Wan Changqing frowned, thought for a moment, and then smiled. "There has never been such a person in the border area." "What? You said there is no such person?" Luo Hongxia, who had been unconscious on the hospital bed, sat up instantly, full of energy, staring at Wan Changqing with her eyes fixedly. "Third brother, are you sure? Have you really never heard of this person?" She was just slapped by Yi Tang. Although she vomited blood, it was only a flesh wound and she woke up long ago. He just didn't want to face the reality, and didn't want to see Wan Jinshan with the knife on his neck, so he felt desperate and lay on the bed pretending to be dead. When he heard that Su Ming's identity was fake, his whole face instantly lit up. "Sister-in-law." Seeing Luo Hongxia's appearance, Wan Changqing was surprised. "Third brother, answer me quickly, is what you said true?" Luo Hongxia asked, gritting her teeth. "Of course it's true. I, Wan Changqing, at least have some influence in the border area. Someone I haven't even heard of must not exist." Wan Changqing said with certainty. Okay, you're so good, Su Ming. You find someone to play tricks on me. You even dare to hit me. You want something? No way. I'm going to settle this account with you from beginning to end. Luo Hongxia gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and her eyes revealed an extremely hateful look. This? Who offended my sister-in-law? Wan Changqing asked in surprise and doubt. So, Wan Jinshan told Wan Changqing everything that happened in the Wan family ancestral hall on today's ancestral worship day. So that's how it is. Someone must be impersonating the god of war army and bullying the Wan family. How dare you to impersonate even the god of war army? The god of war army has millions of soldiers. If they want to attack the Wan family, how could they only gather tens of thousands of people? Wan Changqing's face was full of sarcasm. Moreover, the 8 azure dragon gods of war of the god of war army are stationed in all directions, and no one has moved. All of this is obviously an illusion. Hearing these words, Wan Sharin was immediately disappointed. It seems she was overthinking it. Indeed, if he was really the leader of the god of war army, how could he have endured the grievance of marrying into the Wan family and endured it silently? It seems that Tianming Chamber of Commerce withdrew its investment for other reasons, and it had nothing to do with Su Ming. But after thinking about it, Wan Sharin still persuaded Luo Hongxia, Mom, forget it, he just wants something, just give it back to him. Don't cause any more trouble. Causing trouble. He was the one who provoked me. If I let it go, did I get beaten for nothing? Don't be so mean. Don't forget that you are divorced. Luo Hongxia said angrily. Why? Wan Sharin sighed helplessly. As long as Su Ming's matter is mentioned, as a mother, she can't listen to a word. But it's also the boy's fault. They are clearly divorced and everything is over, but he insisted on coming back to pretend. It would be strange if his mother wasn't angry. Third brother, you have to help me. Anyone who dares to hit your sister-in-law must be killed. Luo Hongxia immediately tried to win over Wan Changqing. Don't worry, sister-in-law. It just so happens that I also want to deal with these scoundrels who pretend to be the god of war army. Wan Changqing grinned domineeringly. Only Luo Feiyun, who was lying alone in the intensive care unit, was shaking violently all over, his wide-open eyes filled with fear and despair. The god of war's army, the azure dragon god of war. It's over. It's all over. The young man who even the azure dragon god of war has to obey his orders is probably the legendary figure. King of Jiang. Chu family. Minister Chu, I'm really sorry. We have checked it out and it was the company that made a mistake. You did not steal the company's property. On the contrary, you made a lot of contributions to the company. We wrongly accused you. I apologize to you. In the living room, the general manager of Chu Yingsai's company came in person, carrying large and small bags of valuables, and apologized to Chu Yingsai with a guilty and remorseful look on his face. Chu Yingsai was flattered, and hurriedly stepped forward to support the general manager Wang Gui, and said excitedly, General manager, this is not right, it's my fault that I didn't explain it clearly. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame myself. No, it's my fault. Wang Gui had a look of regret on his face, with a hint of fear in his eyes. He handed everything in his hand to Chu Yingsai. These are the gifts I give you as an apology. Do you like them? Chu Yingsai opened it and took a look. Top-grade high mountain green tea worth 200,000. Nearly $1 million worth of jadeite. And this, a limited edition gold watch worth over 1 million. Chu Yingsai almost fainted from excitement when he saw these priceless gifts. Mom, our family has become rich. Chu Qingqing was watching from the side and almost jumped for joy, holding Lin Xiuyun's hand tightly. Lin Xiuyun frowned in confusion. Why would the general manager of a big company come to apologize for no reason? Wrong, how could it be wrong? In large companies, every account has dozens or even hundreds of people proofreading it. Could it be that some big shot is helping them secretly? Su Ming sat aside, smiling without saying a word, calmly drinking the freshly brewed tea, as if he had seen nothing. Do you have the nerve to drink this tea? This is what my father brewed to entertain guests. 1 pound of tea costs thousands of yuan. Only people like the general manager can cooperate. And all this is entirely for my father's face. Looking at Su Ming sitting leisurely on the side, Chu Qingqing became angry. Now that his family has become rich, if Su Ming is still living here and eating and drinking for free, then the situation is different. In other words, no matter how rich the family is, Su Ming can always get a share of the pie. This made Chu Qingqing feel more and more uncomfortable the more she thought about it. Several thousand yuan per pound. Su Ming frowned. What kind of inferior tea is this? No wonder it tastes bland. I guess even people with some money wouldn't even look at it. Sure enough, looking at the general manager's cup, he hadn't drunk a single sip. It's really not good enough to serve guests with this kind of tea. Su Ming said, shaking his head. What are you pretending to be? When Chu Qingqing heard this, she was so angry that she wanted to slap Su Ming twice. You're still being picky. How many $1,000 can you find on you? You're still a little inferior. If you have the ability, don't drink. You're really taking advantage of others. Chu Qingqing was so angry that she put her hands on her hips and her cheeks puffed up. Su Ming pursed his lips and said nothing. He is not picky about what he drinks and has tasted the best in the world. In the end, there is no difference between something worth a few $1,000s and something worth tens of thousands of dollars. From now on, you are not on the same level as us. Please recognize yourself. Chu Qingqing pointed at Su Ming, her face full of disgust and disdain. Afterwards, another customer came, who was the owner of the big pharmacy. The boss found Ling Yun and showed great concern for her illness and offered sincere condolences. He also gave Ling Yun a consolation payment of 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. Ling Yun was flattered and kept asking the boss to take a seat. She never thought that a small employee like her would receive a visit from the general manager. Even Ling Yun was confused. In fact, these people had all been taught a lesson by Yi Tang. Before, because of Luo Feiyun, these people turned against the Chu family, causing the entire Chu family to suffer a miserable end. Now that Su Ming asked Yi Tang to come forward, these guys hurried over to apologize. They are just fence-sitters. Even the general boss is here. Chu Qingqing was stunned. Now she was even more certain that their Chu family was going to get rich. He immediately grabbed Su Ming's clothes, pulled Su Ming up, and said angrily, "You are still sitting there, why don't you get up and give your seat to the boss? You really have no sense of propriety. People like you will never achieve anything in your life. You are nothing like my parents, even the boss and manager have to give them face. You are really lucky, otherwise you would never be qualified to meet these big shots in your life." Chu Qingqing's face was full of pride and superiority, and she seemed to be floating on the sky. The Chu family had never had so many important people come to visit, and the whole living room became lively. Chu Yingxai and Lin Shuyun greeted them very warmly, running around, fearing that they would not entertain them well enough. However, this was only the second gift Su Ming had given. The third gift is yet to come. Just as the excitement was going on, there was another knock on the door. Chu Qingqing walked to the door with a smile on her face and opened it, thinking that another distinguished guest had arrived. However, when she opened the door, she was stunned. At the door, the three hooligans who had bullied her at school before stood in front of her. Chu Qingqing was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She took 2 steps back in horror and looked at the 3 people with great fear. Her hands and feet could not help but tremble with coldness. The other people in the living room couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the door. "You, what do you want to do?" Chu Qingqing's face was pale and full of shock. These guys are so bold that they even dare to chase her home. It's really lawless. Then, is that the hooligan who bullied Qingqing? Hurry, call the police. Lin Shuyun was also shocked. Chu Yingxai also hurriedly took out his cell phone and wanted to call the police. However, at this moment, the 3 of them knelt at the door with a plop and bowed to Chu Qingqing. "Before, it was all our fault. This time, we came here specially to apologize. Miss Chu, you can beat us or scold us, please forgive us." The 3 of them seemed even more frightened than Chu Qingqing. They banged their heads heavily on the ground and did not dare to raise them for a long time. Only then did I notice that there were obvious scars on their faces, necks, hands and feet. One of them was the worst off, with a bruised face and nose, and was beaten like a pig's head. Chu Qingqing was completely stunned. She looked at the three people blankly. The fear in her heart gradually dissipated, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. You guys, are you here to apologize to me? Yes. The three of them were filled with fear and regret, and said in unison, Please forgive us, Miss Chu, or we will kneel here forever until we die. Chu Qingqing's face was full of confusion and she was extremely shocked. What is going on? If the general manager and the pharmacy owner in the room came here for my parents' sake, then what were the reasons for these three people? She doesn't have the face to do that. Moreover, there is no need for these gangsters to give her any face. Is there someone helping her? Thinking of this, Chu Qingqing looked back towards the living room in doubt and saw Su Ming with a calm face. Why does that guy always look so calm and composed? It seems like no matter how big the problem is, it is no problem for him. What he said before was that he would take on everything by himself, is that true? Chu Qingqing's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't help but look at the three people and asked, Who asked you to come? No one. The three of them trembled all over and said in panic, We made the mistake ourselves, so we took the initiative to admit it. No one asked us to come. We ask again, Miss Chu must forgive us. After saying this, the three of them burst into tears and kowtowed until their heads were broken and bleeding, looking like they were frightened out of their wits. The person who asked them to come was told that they must get Chu Qingqing's forgiveness before they can leave. Otherwise, their fate would be to disappear silently in Yunqing, and no one would know they had appeared. Just thinking about it, the three of them were filled with fear. Okay, I forgive you, please don't kowtow anymore. Seeing the blood of the three people splattered on the ground, Chu Qingqing said hurriedly and panicked. Thank you, Miss Chu. The three of them were extremely happy as if they had been pardoned. They thanked Chu Qingqing again and then fled the scene. Chu Qingqing returned to the living room and they looked at each other. Chu Yingxai and Lin Shuyun both looked surprised. What is going on? Why is it that suddenly one day, it seems like everything about everyone has taken a 180-degree turn? All these things happened before Su Ming left, and everything changed after Su Ming came back. Thinking of this, the three of them couldn't help but look at Su Ming. Su Ming stood in the corner, smiling, without saying a word. Ah, it must be the work of the two bosses. Chu Yingxai seemed to be very smart. He slapped his thigh and seemed to have suddenly realized something. He looked at the prescription boss and the company general manager with surprise, and said with gratitude, the two bosses knew about this, so they had them taught a lesson. As the two bosses, teaching such people a lesson is not a matter of moving a finger. I, Chu Yingxai, really have no way to repay your great kindness. Hearing this, the two people who were drinking tea spat out all the tea in their mouths with a pu sound. How would they know about this? Even they themselves were forced to come here under pressure from the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce. They just want to appease the Chu family and give an explanation to their superiors. They don't have the time to care about other things. Yes, that must be it. Chu Qingqing also suddenly realized that those gangsters probably learned that their Chu family had become rich and knew that the two bosses were coming, so they hurried to apologize. Otherwise, she couldn't think of any other possibilities. Thinking of this, Chu Qingqing looked at Su Ming again. As for this kind of person, it's impossible. The Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce, the #1 in Yunqing, is fully capable of destroying any business in Yunqing overnight. If the two of them hadn't come, the company would have closed down and gone bankrupt the next day. Otherwise, why would he personally visit the young employee's home to express his condolences? This kind of thing has never happened before. But now he is regarded as a benefactor. The two didn't even have a chance to explain. Seeing the misunderstanding getting bigger and bigger, the two of them were panicking and didn't want to stay any longer. The pharmacy boss hurriedly took out an invitation from his arms, handed it to Chu Yingxai and said, "This is an invitation from Mr. Chen of the Chen family. Mr. Chen asked me to pass it to you. He invites you to attend his gathering of heroes. Those who can be invited are all top and well-known bigwigs in society. Please be sure to be there. I won't stay any longer, Madam Lin. If you have any questions in the company, just come to me." After saying that, the boss stood up and said goodbye. In fact, He didn't understand why Mr. Chen asked him to deliver the invitation to the Chu family, although they were under pressure from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. But the Chen family has nothing to do with this matter. Moreover, who would the Chen family heroes invite? The Chu family wouldn't even meet the threshold. However, this also made him more certain that there must be some big shot standing behind the Chu family, and this big shot was someone they could never afford to offend in their entire lives. Invitation to the gathering of heroes. The general manager was also shocked. His thoughts were exactly the same as the pharmacy owners. There must be a big shot behind the Chu family. He immediately stood up and said goodbye. My two benefactors, please wait a moment. I will let Yun cook for you. Chu Yingxai tried to persuade them anxiously. No, I won't bother you anymore. The two of them said goodbye and left the Chu family. A boss is a boss. Don't forget to repay a favor. Chu Yingxai was full of admiration for the two. He immediately looked down at the invitation in his hand and was even more shocked. Chen family, Mr. Chen. Is that the Mr. Chen who is ranked 7th in the Yunqing ranking? Chu Yingxai hurriedly opened the invitation. It was neatly written on the invitation. Chen Fengyu sincerely invites all the distinguished guests to attend the Chen family heroes gathering on April 10th. Please be sure to attend. Although it is just a few numbers, it also reveals the majesty and sincerity of the Chen family. Those invited by the Chen family are all distinguished guests. Dad, have we also entered the upper class? Chu Qingqing said in surprise. It's a great honor to receive such an invitation letter. Su Ming, on the other hand, curled up the corner of his mouth and smiled. This invitation was obviously sent to him. Chen Fengyu was very meticulous in his work. He sent the invitation letter in this way, so he had to accept it even if he didn't want to. It's just a mere apology banquet, but he turned it into a gathering of heroes. Chen Fengyu is really good at doing things. Su Ming grinned disdainfully. What apology banquet? You don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Chu Qingqing was furious when she heard this. Mr. Chen has written that all the celebrities from all walks of life are invited to the gathering of heroes. Anyway, people like you are definitely not qualified. What about the apology banquet? Who are you apologizing to? It's for you. Chu Qingqing sneered. I think Su Ming became proud after seeing the Chu family become rich. What a guy with no self-awareness. We are not celebrities, we are far from it. Chu Yingxai looked gloomy, knowing his family's situation very well. He shook his head and said, I guess they gave us the invitation because of the face of the pharmacy owner and the general manager. But such an opportunity is hard to come by in a lifetime. We must go and treat it seriously. If we can get Mr. Chen's attention, we won't have to worry about Qingqing's work in the future, even for the rest of our lives. Yeah, I think so too. Lin Yun nodded in agreement. Maybe I can find a rich husband for Qingqing. Lin Yun said with a smile. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm still young and I don't want to get married. Chu Qingqing blushed and said shyly. But his eyes were clearly full of longing. Those who attend a banquet like that must be the most handsome and wealthy people in Yunqing. Not to mention looking for him, she would be so happy that she wanted to jump for joy just to get to know him. In comparison, people like Su Ming are simply social garbage. She was going crazy dealing with this kind of person every day. Chu Qingqing couldn't help but glance at Su Ming, her eyes full of disgust and disdain. Hey, this guy is still picking his nose, so disgusting. Prince Su, the second richest man in Yunqing, the real estate tycoon, invites you to his new building, Yunding Palace, and promises to give you a top-notch villa worth billions if you are willing to do him a favor. Also, the 5th-ranked Wang family invites you. In the room, Yi Tang handed all the recent invitations to Su Ming. No, not at all. Su Ming took an impatient look and threw all the invitations into the trash can. Then he said to Yi Tang in a cold voice, send me a letter to the Ling family. Didn't you say that the Ling family is the descendant of the 8 bandit leaders? I want to see if the Ling family really dares to have any dealings with the 8 bandit leaders. Yes. Yi Tang responded respectfully and sent a letter to the Ling family. When the Ling family received Su Ming's heart, they were immediately frightened out of their wits. Suddenly, all the core leaders of the entire family gathered together for a meeting. This letter has the seal of the border war god army. The war god army is here to settle accounts. Ling Lan, the head of the Ling family, placed the letter on the table with trembling hands. When the others came closer to take a look, they were all shocked. Among them is the eldest son of the Ling family, Ling Yun. Could it be that the god of war army has begun to suspect our relationship with the 8 bandit leaders and Tiger Chief? This is impossible. Our dealings with Tiger Chief have always been secret economic dealings. Our Ling family has never left Cloud City. How did the god of war army, who is far away at the border, find out about this? The entire Ling family's top management was horrified and stood there in terror. Dad, is the god of war army so scary? Our Ling family is well known in Yunqing, so why should we be afraid of him? Ling Yun, the eldest young master, said with an unconvinced look on his face. You know nothing. Ling Lan glared at Ling Yun angrily, feeling ashamed and scared of Ling Yun's ignorance. The war god has an army of 8 million soldiers, and they can march across the 9 states. No one can stop them. Don't you think that's scary? And the scariest thing is that man, who killed 8 bandit leaders on the top of Mount Tai in Qingzhou. He is the well-deserved king of the frontier, unrivaled in the world. If we run into that man, all of us in the Ling family will commit suicide to apologize. Don't even think about resisting. Just thinking about what happened 3 years ago, Ling Lan got goosebumps all over his body and his hair stood on end. When Ling Yun heard this, he was so scared that he swallowed his saliva and his face turned pale. In short, this letter from the Ares army is probably just a test. If it was true, there would be no letter at all. The ones coming might be the Ares army. Old man, second brother, you go there. No matter how the other party asks, even if they beat you to death, don't admit your relationship with Tiger Chief. Ling Lan said, gritting his teeth. Yes, big brother. The old man, Ling Hai, responded respectfully and turned away with sweat all over his forehead. On the Chu family's side, Su Ming and Yi Tang also went out together. Chu Qingqing saw Su Ming go out mysteriously in the living room. She was curious and went to Su Ming's room. I wanted to see what 2 grown men were doing in the room. The door happened to be unlocked, so she pushed it open and saw a stack of invitations in the trash can. Chu Qingqing's face was filled with shock. She picked up a letter and opened it. In an instant, she felt as if struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Crazy. Chu Qingqing was going crazy. She opened the invitation letters in the trash can one after another. Each one was sent by one of the richest people in Yunqing. In comparison, the gathering of heroes held by Chen Fengyu of the Chen family is simply not worth mentioning. Because these invitation letters are individual invitations to Su Ming. Chu Qingqing was shocked and ran out with the invitation letter. Mom, look, Su Ming is really crazy. He made these fake invitation letters without telling us. Is there something wrong with his brain? Why is he deceiving himself like this? Lin Xiuyun was also shocked when she saw these invitations. But her idea was the same as Chu Qingqing's, it must be fake. How is it possible for these top figures to invite the same person at the same time? This is only possible if the Emperor of Kyushu comes. I think he was just humiliated by me and felt unconvinced, so he wanted to make these fake invitations to save face. It's so embarrassing. This kind of person has no ability but still wants to save face. Chu Qingqing said with contempt. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Xiuyun hurriedly shook her head and interrupted, Xiao Ming is not that kind of person. He probably made these fake invitations for other purposes. And he threw them into the trash can, which means he doesn't want them anymore. Don't say this to his face. Who could he be? No matter what his purpose is, isn't it true that he is lying? Chu Qingqing sneered. Anyway, I've told you, don't say anything. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you. Lin Xiuyun glared at Chu Qingqing. Mom, just protect him and make sure he's your own child. Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes angrily, turned away, and didn't bother to care anymore. Yunqing, 5-star Tianhai Hotel, in a luxury suite. The old man of the Ling family, Heir Ling Hai, knelt in front of Su Ming and Yi Tang. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his cheeks, forming a small puddle on the floor. Ling Hai raised his right hand, pointed 4 fingers to the air, and swore solemnly, "You too, I, Ling Hai, swear on the lives of my family that our Ling family has nothing to do with the Tiger Chief of the 8 bandits. If even a word of yours is false, I, Ling Hai, and my family will not have a good death." "Yeah." Su Ming raised his lips, his eyes sharp as a knife. "I only asked about the 8 bandit leaders, but didn't mention Tiger Leader. Since you said it has nothing to do with the 8 bandit leaders, why do you know Tiger Leader?" "Huh." Su Ming groaned. Hearing this, Ling Hai was instantly struck by lightning. He almost collapsed to the ground and looked at Su Ming in shock. In fact, from the moment he entered the door, his attention was all on Yi Tang. After all, Yi Tang was extremely burly, like a withdrew arhat, and looked like a god of war. Su Ming was ordinary and thin, nothing special about him. Even if he was a member of the god of war army, his position was probably not high. But he didn't expect that Su Ming saw through him after he had only said 2 sentences. Ling Hai's courage almost exploded with fear. Ling Hai's eyes moved rapidly, his whole body was soaked with sweat, and he quickly changed his words. "We have also heard a little about the 8 bandit leaders. Among them, Tiger Chief is the closest to Yunqing. I think if the 2 adults have doubts, they must be doubting the relationship between our Ling family and Tiger Chief. That's why I swore so." "That makes sense." Su Ming grinned. "All right, you swore on your family, so you better tell the truth. Go down, but I will investigate further. You better pray that your family is safe." Su Ming smiled like a ghost. Yes, thank you both." Ling Hai kowtowed and retreated in fear. "Prince Su, are you just going to let him go like this? This guy has let the cat out of the bag. It's obvious that the Ling family is not innocent." Yi Tang asked in confusion. Su Ming grinned. "From the moment the Ares army got the news, the Ling family will not be innocent. I don't care if he leaks the secret or not. This time, I just want to put enough pressure on the Ling family. They will soon show their true colors. Then, I will kill them one by one and uproot the relevant bandit leaders." "I see." Yi Tang suddenly understood and felt great respect for Su Ming. King Su is not only powerful in martial arts, his wisdom is also unparalleled in the world. Afterwards, Su Ming and Yi Tang went downstairs and left together. When I went downstairs, I happened to meet Wan Sharin and Ling Yun, who came to have dinner together. "Is it you?" Seeing Su Ming, Wan Sharin was stunned. This is the first time they meet after their divorce. Su Ming was also stunned on the spot, but when he saw Wan Sharin and Ling Yun walking together, he understood what was going on. His eyes sank slightly, but he said nothing. "It's you, kid." Ling Yun also didn't recognize Su Ming, and sneered disdainfully. "Why, after being kicked out of the Wan family, you come here to look for a job? You've come to the wrong place. This is one of the top hotels in Yunqing. Even the dishwashers have bachelor's degrees. Are you qualified? I heard you only have a junior high school diploma." Ling Yun smiled with a mocking look on his face. Wan Sharin also said in a deep voice, "If you want to find a job, tell me and I will arrange it for you. Why come to a place like this?" Seeing Su Ming end up like this, she felt bad. If she hadn't divorced Su Ming wouldn't have been unable to afford food. "I'm not here looking for a job," Su Ming said calmly. "Aren't you looking for a job? Then why are you here?" "Come to eat. The minimum consumption here is 2,000 to 3,000. Can you afford it?" Ling Yun smiled proudly. "Only people like me and Sharin can come to this kind of place. You, forget it, eating a meal can kill you." He thought Su Ming was just being stubborn. Su Ming shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to Ling Yun, the clown. Ling Yun had no idea that this man whom he thought was trash was actually the strongest man in the God of War army, who Ling Lan had warned him to commit suicide immediately upon seeing. Su Ming's eyes fell on Wan Sharin and asked, "Are you married to him?" "It's only a matter of time, kid." Ling Yun continued with a smile. Su Ming frowned again. This kid really likes to interrupt. "Not yet. We will get engaged in a few days. If you need, I will send you an invitation then." Wan Sharin replied to Su Ming. "No, I won't go." Su Ming sighed in his heart. Although he was helpless, he had to accept the reality. Wan Sharin has the right to choose freely. You don't have the guts, do you? After all, you're a lost dog now. Ling Yun looked down on him, took Wan Sharin's hand and said complacently, Sharin, let's go, don't talk to this kind of trash. It will be embarrassing for us if someone sees us. Maybe next time he comes, he will be the kind of person who washes dishes in the back alley of the hotel. Then, the two went upstairs. As soon as the two of them left, the hotel's general manager came up to them from below. He bowed respectfully to Su Ming and said, Prince Su, are you enjoying your meal? If you need anything, I will immediately arrange for someone to personally deliver it to your residence. Even I, the chief chef of the hotel, can personally cook for Prince Su. Need not. Su Ming waved his hand, turned around and pointed at Ling Yun's back and said, if I want that kid, I won't be able to spend money here anymore. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. The chairman responded respectfully and looked at Ling Yun's back with a gloomy expression. If you dare to provoke King Su, you're in trouble. What did you say? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? You said my card can't be used. Are you kidding me? Do you know who I am? I'm Ling Yun, the eldest son of the Ling family. I topped up 5 million yuan when I opened my membership card, which means I can eat here for the rest of my life. You're telling me I can't use it? You must be new here. In the private room, Ling Yun was furious. He grabbed the waiter and started swearing at him, spitting all over him. The most important thing is that Wan Sharin was right next to him and said that his card could not be used for payment. This would be so embarrassing. Ling Yun vented all his anger on the waiter. After slapping the man on the face twice, Ling Yun shouted angrily, Stupid guy, are you from the countryside? Go call your manager over here. I think you don't want to do this anymore. No need to shout, he is right, your card has indeed been banned. Just then, a strong voice was heard at the door. It's the chairman of the hotel. Ling Yun turned back in shock, looking at the other person with anger. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? You don't have to say any more. The chairman raised his hand to interrupt and snorted, From today on, your card is not allowed to be used in any of our affiliated hotels. Also, you hit someone here, and you are not allowed to come in or out from now on. I know who you are, the eldest son of the Ling family. But the things that I have banned are useless even to the gods. You. Ling Yun stared at the chairman in shock and anger, but there was nothing he could do. He can beat and scold the waiters, but the status and position of the chairman of the first 5-star hotel in Yunqing is completely different. Not someone he could easily offend. Want to eat later? The chairman looked at Ling Yun jokingly and said, If you want to eat, go to the back alley and help me wash dishes for a month. I can give you free food and drink. Humiliation, this sentence is completely humiliating. Ling Yun was so angry that his face turned red and his whole body was shaking. He pointed at the chairman and gritted his teeth, Just wait. I, Ling Yun, want to see how capable you are. Then he gave the chairman a fierce look, turned to Wan Sharin and said, Sharin, let's go. Etc. But at this moment, the chairman came and suddenly asked someone to block Ling Yun's way. What? Ling Yun turned around with red eyes, his eyes full of murderous intent. Wasn't it enough to humiliate him like this? You are just a hotel owner, don't go too far. The chairman pointed at the table full of leftover food and wine in the private room and sneered, The bill hasn't been settled yet. Do you want me to let you go? Or do you want to eat a free meal and go to jail? The total cost of this table is $4,500, and your card can no longer be used. So, go to the back alley and help me wash dishes. My hourly wage here is $100 an hour. If you wash for 45 hours without stopping, it will be considered as paying off your debt. The chairman looked at Ling Yun with a joking sneer. This kid dared to provoke King Su and even hit his men. When he starts fighting, he will show no mercy. 45 hours. When Ling Yun heard this, he was stunned on the spot. That means 2 days and 2 nights, washing dishes without eating or drinking. Everyone else will die here. Wan Sharin was also shocked when she heard this. She quickly stepped forward, took out her bank card and said, Boss, I'll pay for him. Just swipe it on my card. Wan Sharin was even asked to give him money, and Ling Yun was completely humiliated at this moment. However, the chairman would not give up and smiled at Wan Sharin. "Boss Wan, this is none of your business. It's this kid's own business. He comes here to spend money but can't afford it. Do you want the whole Yunqing to laugh at you? Young master of the Ling family. Also, you beat people up, made trouble, and ate a free meal. If I call the law enforcement team here, you will be in jail for a year or two, and don't even think about getting out." Hearing this, Ling Yun's heart instantly turned cold. His teeth were chattering, his fists were clenched, and two words came out from between his teeth: "I'll wash it. Come here, take him to the back alley and keep an eye on him the whole time. If he slacks off, report to me." The chairman waved his hand and had Ling Yun taken away. Watching Ling Yun being taken away, Wan Sharin's face was filled with shock and a complicated expression. She suddenly remembered that before this, Ling Yun had mocked Su Ming for coming to the hotel to wash dishes. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun was taken away to wash the dishes. Could this matter be related to Su Ming? Thinking of this, Wan Sharin couldn't help but ask the chairman, "Boss, do you know Su Ming? Does this matter have anything to do with Su Ming?" King Su. Hearing these two words, the chairman's heart beat violently. But he remained calm and smiled calmly. "What Su Ming? I don't even know this person. In my place, do I need to have any relationship with anyone for anything I do?" Wan Sharin was immediately disappointed. It seemed that it was not the case. It was just a coincidence. Come to think of it, how could Su Ming possibly know someone like the chairman? I guess the chairman doesn't even know what Su Ming is like. However, Ling Yun had to suffer this fate because of his own fault. It is good for him to suffer a little. So Wan Sharin nodded and said, "I'm sorry, I overthought it. I'll take my leave now. Mr. Wan, take care. Our door is still open to you. You are welcome to visit us at any time." The chairman saw Wan Sharin off with a smile on his face. The news of Ling Yun washing dishes in the back alley of the hotel soon spread throughout the city and became a huge laughingstock. When the Ling family found Ling Yun, he was exhausted from washing and collapsed in the back alley of the hotel, half dead. Su Ming returned to the Ling family. When he arrived at the door, he found that his things had been sent by the Wan family. A carved wooden chair was smashed to pieces and thrown at the door. Su Ming stared at the thing and frowned deeply. Yi Tang also recognized at a glance that these were Su Ming's things. After all, when Su Ming and Wan Sharin got married, he helped deliver these things over. Seeing this precious carved wooden chair smashed like this, Yi Tang was furious. This Wan family has forgotten the pain after the wound healed. They simply don't know how to live or die. "Prince Su, I will go and make them pay the price right away." Su Ming did not say anything, but slowly squatted beside the wooden chair, reached out to pick up the broken pieces of the wooden chair, with a sad look in his eyes. These things are heirlooms left by his mother. His mother once told him that if he and a girl were in love, he should give all these things to her. This means that you have given everything to the other person. But he didn't expect that these things were regarded as garbage by the Wan family, and even he was kicked out. King of Jiang. Seeing Su Ming remaining silent, Yi Tang also showed an uncomfortable expression. After a long while, Su Ming slowly stood up, his face extremely cold. "Help me contact the most famous antique furniture restoration master in Zhongzhou. Then help me find out who sent it and who smashed it." "Yes." Yi Tang looked at Su Ming's icy eyes and knew that Su Ming was really angry. Yi Tang turned and left. Su Ming stared at the broken wooden chair. The Wan family only sent back this chair, and the other things were nowhere to be found. It was obvious that they were putting pressure on him and trying to intimidate him. Why do the Wan family dare to do this? I guess he is confident again. Su Ming's face was terribly gloomy. Crunch. The door of the room opened. Chu Qingqing poked her head out and saw Su Ming staring at the broken chair at the door in a daze. She immediately laughed. "This pile of junk is not yours, is it? I don't know which immoral person threw these things here and blocked the door. Drag them out quickly and throw them away." "Throw. This is my most valuable thing." Su Ming glanced at Chu Qingqing coldly, picked up all the broken chairs, and walked into the house. "You're sick. You brought this pile of garbage in. If people see it, they'll think we're the garbage collector. Chu Qingqing was furious and pointed at Su Ming's back and said loudly, I advise you to throw it away. This is the most valuable thing. You are really a useless waste who even wants garbage. Seeing Su Ming's useless look, Chu Qingqing was so angry that she couldn't help but burst out. Su Ming ignored him and took the chair back to his room. Little did they know that the value of this chair alone is worth 10 Chu families. During dinner in the evening, Chu Qingqing complained about this matter to Chu Yingcai and Lin Yun, and her words were full of contempt and sarcasm. But Chu Yingcai is now only thinking about the gathering of heroes, and how he can rise to a higher position after attending the banquet. I don't even bother to care about Su Ming's affairs. Lin Yun was even more on Su Ming's side and spoke well of him. Chu Qingqing was almost mad to death. The next day, Yi Tang found the most famous antique restoration master in Zhongzhou, Gu Santong. Gu Santong is quite famous in the antique industry. He is a top expert in the industry and has retired for a long time. If he hadn't heard of Su Ming's name, he would not have come out easily. Gu Santong entered the room and checked the broken carved wooden chair, also marveling at it. I haven't seen such a fine carved wooden chair in decades. The carving and quality are simply works of art. I feel that I have lived my life to see it once. But it is such a waste of talent to be ruined like this. Gu Santong sighed, feeling regretful and sorry. Don't talk nonsense, just tell me, can it be fixed? Su Ming asked with a frown. Reporting to King Su, it can definitely be repaired, but it will take some time. Probably half a month. Gu Santong said respectfully, stroking his gray beard. Okay, then take it to be repaired. I'll ask you for it in half a month. Su Ming said calmly. Yes, thank you King Su. Gu Santong's face was full of joy. Half a month, being able to possess such a treasure alone for half a month, he can slowly study the craftsmanship on it, which is simply the greatest reward for him. Then Gu Santong called someone to pack the things carefully and took them back in a car. In the room, Yi Tang continued to report to Su Ming. Prince Su, I have already found out that it was Wanhua who smashed the things and sent them here. He is currently meeting guests at the Yunqing International Hotel. The other party is a famous person in Yunqing, a famous person in financial management. He is probably recruiting helpers for the Wanjia group. Recruiting helpers? Su Ming sneered, he dared to destroy my things and even asked for help. It seems that you didn't hit him too lightly last time. Let's go to the International Hotel. Yes. Su Ming went out again. Inside the International Hotel, Wanhua is toasting with Qian Lang, a top talent in financial management, and looking forward to the future. Brother Qian, your joining our Wanjia group is like adding wings to a tiger. In the future, with your help, our Wanjia group will prosper. Wanhua raised his wine glass with a proud smile on his face. Now the Wanjia group is well known throughout Yunqing and is at its peak. It is my honor to join the Wanjia group. Qian Lang also had a smile on his face. Then we are the best partners. You make money and I count it. Wanhua laughed happily. Then he shouted to the waiter outside the door, come on, open the best 1982 red wine for me. I want to drink with Brother Qian until I'm drunk. A moment later, there was a knock on the private room door. Come in quickly. Wanhua had finished all the wine and urged impatiently. The door opened and the person who came in was not the waiter, but Su Ming, holding a bottle of 1982 red wine in his hand. Pour it up for me. Wanhua didn't even look at him, nor did he realize that it was Su Ming who came. He was holding the cup in his arms with a swagger. Good. Su Ming responded expressionlessly, opened the red wine, raised the bottle to Wanhua's head, and poured all the red wine on Wanhua's head on the spot. Wanhua was shocked. He turned around suddenly and yelled at Su Ming, are you fucking sick? You can't tell which is the cup. Believe it or not, I will fire you. However, when he turned his head, he was shocked to find Su Ming standing in front of him like the god of death. Wanhua was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, looking at Su Ming in shock. Yes, it's you. How could you recognize me, Wanhua? Su Ming looked down at Wanhua with cold eyes. Wanhua raised his hand and wiped the wine off his face, only then he sobered up and stared at Su Ming, shocked and angry. A little scary at the same time. Last time, Su Ming and Yi Tang broke his ribs and he was sent to the hospital for more than a week. If he gets beaten again this time, he doesn't know what will happen to him. Qian Lang, who didn't understand the situation, stood up with a frown, pointed at Su Mingli and shouted, "What's wrong with you? You're new here, and you dare to pour wine on someone's head. Do you know who he is? Have you had enough of living?" Pa! Su Ming swung a wine bottle and hit Qian Lang on the head. With a loud bang, the wine bottle exploded, Qian Lang's head was broken and bleeding, and he collapsed into the chair on the spot. The financial talent was directly punished. "It's none of your business, so just shut up and sit aside." Su Ming glanced at Qian Lang with murderous intent. Qian Lang was so frightened that he was stunned and couldn't make a sound. Su Ming's gaze fell on Wan Hua again, and he asked gloomily, "Did you break my chair?" Wan Hua stared at Su Ming in horror, unable to make a sound for a long time. But soon, he calmed down. Now the Wan family has the third uncle Wan Changqing in charge. Who is third uncle? He is the commander of the border area and has hundreds of thousands of people under him. Why should he be afraid of Su Ming? With just one phone call, hundreds of people came to rescue him. A mere stray dog that has been kicked out of the house is nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Wan Hua sneered disdainfully, "So what? What's the difference between your useless things and garbage? Smash it, so be it. What else can you do to me? How are you going to pay it back?" Su Ming touched the sharp pieces of wine bottle glass in his hand, as if it were a sharp knife. "Give me a call and I'll tell you how to pay it back." Wan Hua supported himself to get up from the ground, sat back in his chair, and said with an arrogant look, "Please." Su Ming said slowly. "This brat even pretended to be with him. But this is exactly what I want. When third uncle's people come, I'll see how you die." Wan Hua smiled grimly, took out his phone and made a call. Audacious in the extreme. When Wan Changqing of the Wan family received a call from Wan Hua, he was immediately furious and slapped the table hard, causing a loud bang. Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia nearby were both startled. "He's a son-in-law. I didn't settle accounts with him, but he still dared to come and provoke me. His life is really over. It would be a shame to offend anyone else, but to offend Wan Changqing, the leader of the three armies. Third brother, is Xiaohua in his hands? Xiaohua was beaten by him last time. You must save Xiaohua." Luo Hongxia looked at Wan Changqing nervously. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I will make that boy disappear in Yunqing today." Wan Changqing looked violent, and shouted to the outside of the door, "Let Zhang Mang in." "Yes." Not long after, a tall, burly man about 1.9 meters tall entered the living room. It was Zhang Mang, the most valiant and capable general under Wan Changqing. Zhang Mang is known as the ninth-level god of war in the border areas, which symbolizes the peak of his martial arts. Those in the border areas whose military strength is below the third level are just ordinary people. Those whose military strength is above the sixth level will be named gods of war. Such people can fight against 100 enemies alone and be the bravest among the three armies. And those who reach the ninth level are the top gods of war. It can be said that at least 50% of Wan Changqing's current status was achieved with the help of Zhang Mang. And asking Zhang Mang to deal with a son-in-law and a villain is a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, Wan Changqing has been angered by Su Ming, and he must give an explanation to his elder brother and sister-in-law today. This can also be regarded as his first gift to the Wan family in more than 10 years. Wan Changqing said to Zhang Mang, "Take your men and go to the international hotel to get rid of this kid." Then Wan Changqing told Zhang Mang the address and room number. Zhang Mang grinned cruelly. "For an ordinary person, there is no need to make a big fuss. It is enough for me to take 2 people with me. I will be back soon." After saying that, Zhang Mang turned around domineeringly and took his men away. With his abilities, he doesn't even need to bring anyone with him. As for why I brought 2 people, it was because I didn't want to do it myself and dirty my hands. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Mang arrived at the international hotel and found the door of the private room according to the room number. But when he looked up, he saw Yi Tang guarding the door like a door god. Zhang Mang glanced at Yi Tang, ignored him, and prepared to lead his men directly into the room. But Yi Tang raised his hand to stop them. Yi Tang glanced at the three people expressionlessly and said indifferently, "There are people inside, no outsiders are allowed to enter. Knock him down and let him get to know me." Zhang Mang was also very straightforward and spoke directly to the two subordinates next to him. The two men raised their fists on the spot and slammed towards Yi Tang's head like cannonballs. As a ruthless man from the border area, his attacks were killing moves, and they were extremely powerful, and his fists even caused explosion sounds in the air. Bang bang. After two explosions, the two men vomited blood, flew out, hit the wall behind them, and fainted instantly. Zhang Mang was stunned, took 2 steps back in shock, and stared at Yi Tang in amazement. He didn't even see clearly how Yi Tang made his move. How is this possible? He is a 9th-level war god, at least at the peak of martial arts in the border area. How could there be a way of attack that he could not see clearly? So, how strong is this guy? You, who are you? Zhang Mang's face turned pale in an instant. How can this be an ordinary person? I said, you are not allowed to enter. Yi Tang said coldly again, but he did not attack Zhang Mang. He could see that Zhang Mang was also from the border area, so he had to show some mercy to these people, otherwise the two people would have either fainted or died. You are courting death. You still want to act so presumptuously in front of me, Zhang Mang. Although Zhang Mang was shocked, he couldn't help it. He jumped up and kicked Yi Tang's head in the air. Yi Tang took a look and said coldly, "You are seeking death yourself, you can't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tang raised his hand like a thunderbolt, grabbed Zhang Mang's leg with one hand, pulled him directly from the air, and then punched Zhang Mang hard on the chest. Boom. It was as if a bomb exploded in his chest. Zhang Mang felt that his internal organs were about to burst. Blood spurted out of his mouth in an instant, his brain went blank, and he fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were empty. I am the 9th-level war god. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Mang fainted completely. 9 sections. Yi Tang curled his lips. What are 8 and 9 sections? Doesn't this idiot know that the true god of war is the supreme? Above the 9th level, there is the supreme. Among them, the 8 azure dragon gods of war in Jiuzhou, every one of them is not at the 12 stages of supreme realm. A mere 9th level, no different from an ant. Waiter, send them to the hospital. Yi Tang shouted towards the end of the corridor. However, Zhang Mang was taken to the hospital without even seeing Su Ming's appearance. In the private room, Wan Hua only heard a few loud bangs outside, and then there was complete silence. As for what happened, he had no idea. He only knew that his third uncle's people had not arrived yet. I've been waiting for more than an hour, but no one has shown up. Uncle Sen wouldn't refuse to save him, right? Wan Hua became more and more anxious as he waited, and could not help but take out his cell phone to call Wan Changqing again. But now Wan Changqing was on his way to the hospital and didn't see Wan Hua's call at all. Sorry, the call you made is currently unanswered. All I remembered during the call was the cold reminder tone. At this moment, Wan Hua's heart fell to the bottom. He couldn't help but turn his head stiffly and numbly to look at Su Ming. Su Ming was sitting on a chair nearby, leisurely picking at his nails with broken glass. He slowly raised his head and looked at Wan Hua and asked, "How long will it take? Is anyone answering your call? Can you tell me how to compensate me? My third uncle is back." The terrified Wan Hua was sweating profusely. He stood up in a huff. He could no longer hold back and pointed at Su Ming and said sternly, "My third uncle Wan Changqing is the commander of the border area and has more than 300,000 men under his command. When he returns to the Wan family this time, the whole Yunqing will be shaken. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, you will die an ugly death. So this is your confidence?" Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. "So the 2 calls you just made were to Wan Changqing, right? Then why hasn't he asked someone to rescue you?" Su Ming asked with a sneer. I don't know." Wan Hua's eyes moved rapidly, his face full of shock. He didn't know what was going on. Wan Changqing had clearly said that from now on no one in Yunqing would dare to touch the Wan family. Why is it that after more than an hour of calling these 2 people, no one has come forward. Could it be that third uncle was fooling him? Let me tell you, his people have been beaten back. The noises you just heard were the sounds of the people he sent falling down. He is probably rushing to the hospital in a hurry now. What can he do to save you? Su Ming smiled. This is impossible. Wan Hua felt as if struck by lightning in an instant. He stood there in despair, his face full of disbelief. Third uncle's men are all border gods of war. How could they be beaten and sent to the hospital? Don't brag here. I don't know what you are capable of. Wan Hua's eyes widened in horror, not believing Su Ming's words at all. Whether it is true or not, you can find out if you go to the hospital. After saying that, Su Ming stood up and slapped Wan Hua in the face. Before Wan Hua could react, he was thrown out, his face distorted, his jaw dislocated, and blood gushing out of his mouth. Wan Hua lay on the ground, writhing in pain. This is just a little interest. If I can't fix my chair, next time, I'll take your life. After saying that, Su Ming turned around and left the private room. Then, Wan Hua was also carried to the hospital. In the hospital, Wan Changqing came to Zhang Mang and saw that Zhang Mang was seriously injured and dying. Even after treatment, blood still spilled from his mouth from time to time. His face was filled with shock. When had Zhang Mang, the 9th-level war god, ever ended up like this? Who did it? Wan Changqing asked in shock and anger. No, I don't know. I didn't see it clearly. I didn't even see clearly how he took action. Zhang Mang said vaguely as he spurted blood. How is that possible? Can't you even see clearly? Wan Changqing was stunned for a moment. Zhang Mang could beat Zhang Mang like this, but Zhang Mang hadn't seen clearly yet. What kind of strongman was the other party? Could it be that he is at the level of the supreme god of war? Impossible. There are so few people at the level of supreme god of war in the border region that I can count them on both hands. How could there be such a person in this small cloud city? They are the god of war army. Just then, a voice sounded behind Wan Changqing. Wan Changqing turned around suddenly and saw Luo Feiyun, who was seriously injured and had not yet recovered, standing at the door, holding the door frame, looking at him weakly. The god of war army. Are you saying that the boy who married into the Wan family is really a member of the god of war army? Wan Changqing looked at Luo Feiyun in shock. There is no mistake. Although my status is not as high as yours, I had the honor of meeting the people of the god of war army twice in the border area. Those people are all like Shura. I can recognize the real ones at a glance. One of your subordinates may be a 9th-level god of war. But there are millions of god of war army, and each one is no weaker than you, the 9th-level god of war. Luo Feiyun thought of the scene in front of the ancestral hall. Countless god of war army covered the sky and the earth, and he still had his hair standing on end and was filled with fear. How is this possible? Wan Changqing was instantly shocked, as if he had fallen into hell. He stood there numbly and dazed, unable to speak for a long time. How could he have imagined that a person who was kicked out of the Wan family was actually a member of the god of war army? Your only chance to defeat him is to take him by surprise and not give him the chance to summon the god of war army. You can catch him off guard. After all, even if Yunqing has the god of war army, they are stationed outside the city. But as long as you act fast enough, they won't have time to support you. Luo Feiyun said to Wan Changqing without blinking. You have a point. After recovering from the shock, Wan Changqing suddenly realized and looked at Luo Feiyun and said, then I will create this opportunity to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Chen Fengyu's gathering of heroes is undoubtedly the best time. If you can really catch him, my fate will be worth it. Luo Feiyun nodded with relief. Wan Changqing immediately began to issue orders, asking his people to enter the city secretly. There is not 300,000, but there is also 100,000. At the gathering of heroes, they caught Su Ming in a trap, cut off the support of the god of war army, and completely killed him. At the same time, Wan Sharin also came to the hospital, but she came to visit Wan Hua. After learning that her brother was beaten by Su Ming again, she almost lost her mind. In the hospital, Wan Sharin called Su Ming. As soon as the call was connected, Wan Sharin started cursing. Are you sick? You don't attack anyone else, but you target my brother, right? Why do you have a problem with him? If you hate me, you can come to me and attack me. Why do you want to attack my family? This time Wan Sharin was completely furious. On this side, Su Ming was sitting in the living room of the Chu family, listening to Wan Sharin's angry curses, his face speechless. He smashed my stuff, I was just teaching him a lesson. Su Ming, who always disliked explanations, patiently explained it at this moment. Because he knew that Wan Sharin must have misunderstood again. If this goes on, the misunderstanding between him and Wan Sharin will become deeper and deeper. Although they were divorced and were strangers, he didn't want to become enemies with Wan Sharin. Unexpectedly, it would be better if it was not explained. Once it was explained, it became even more unclear. I smashed your things. You hit me because your things were smashed. How much are your broken things worth? I'll have someone send them all back to you tomorrow. But my brother's ribs were broken by you last time, and they haven't healed yet. Now you beat him like this again this time. Are you still a human being? Wan Sharin was furious. If you think about it this way, it seems like he is in the wrong. Su Ming frowned, but that's the only thing my mother left me. And it's our wedding token. Why did he smash it? Su Ming was also a little angry. You are really hopeless. I warn you, from now on, we will draw a clear line between us. If you dare to hurt my family again, don't blame me for not letting you go. Wan Sharin said this with gritted teeth and hung up the phone heavily. Su Ming was completely depressed. The people in the Wan family are unreasonable. Forget it, he is too lazy to care. Out of respect for Wan Sharin, he had shown mercy, otherwise Wan Hua would have died long ago. Sister, you have to help me get revenge. On the hospital bed, Wan Hua clutched Wan Sharin's hand tightly with tears on his face. He beat me till I was no longer human. If you let him go, I will no longer acknowledge you as my sister. Can you bear to see an outsider bullying your brother like this? Wan Hua cried in grievance and was extremely sad. Seeing Wan Hua like this, Wan Sharin was angry and anxious. Yes, Sharin, you didn't want to care about anything before because of our friendship, so we didn't say anything. But this time, you saw that your brother was beaten like this again and again by him. You still care about our friendship, but do you think that kind of beast would talk to you about our friendship? If you let him go again, you are really not a member of the Wan family. Luo Hongxia was fanning the flames from the side, looking angry and speaking with gritted teeth. The constant pressure from her family members' words made Wan Sharin's mind no longer clear. His anger was ignited, he clenched his white fists and said, "You are right, people like this should pay the price. If I don't care, he will hurt you all sooner or later. I will teach Mr. Chen a lesson during this gathering of heroes. Let him realize that he is not someone who can be entangled in our Wan family." Wan Sharin's beautiful eyes also revealed a trace of hatred. King Su, I have invited a total of 200 people this time. There are the top 10 people in Yunqing's rich list, as well as well-known figures in Zhongzhou, including the medical king Shen Songlin, who has not been out for a long time. As well as the commander-in-chief of the border areas, the well-known leader of the 300,000 Corps Wan Changqing. In the high-rise building of the Chen family, Chen Fengyu told Su Ming all the people he invited with a respectful look on his face. Then he said with sincerity, "When the conference starts tomorrow night, I will kneel down and apologize to King Su in front of everyone. I beg King Su to forgive me." Su Ming shook his head, this guy was too good at making a fuss out of a molehill. Although he is divorced now, there is no need to block the news anymore. But he also didn't want to cause a stir and let everyone know that he was in Yunqing. Su Ming said in a deep voice, "I will let Yi Tang go. There is no need to kneel down and apologize. You are the 7th on the rich list after all. It is not decent to kneel down at every turn. Just treat it as a gathering and forget it after it's over." "King Su, have you forgiven me?" Chen Fengyu suddenly understood and looked at Su Ming in surprise. "It doesn't matter whether you forgive or not. If I didn't forgive you, you would have died long ago. Besides, you don't deserve my forgiveness." Simply put, he didn't take Chen Fengyu seriously at all. According to his code of conduct, if he doesn't intend to let someone go, kneeling down and begging for mercy is useless. So Chen Fengyu is completely self-indulgent. After hearing this, Chen Fengyu finally understood that Su Ming didn't care about him at all. I feel happy but also a little disappointed. After thinking for a while, he said firmly, now that things have come to this, I will still do what I should do. Of course, if King Su is willing to attend, I will be extremely honored. If King Su is not willing, that's fine too. Whatever you want. Su Ming waved his hand impatiently, stood up and left. I send you. Chen Fengyu hurriedly followed Su Ming and sent him downstairs. When he arrived at the bottom of the building, Su Ming was about to leave, but when he turned around, he saw Chu Yingcai and Lin Shuyun's family coming to Chen Fengyu's gold shop to buy things. What is this for? The Chu family lives in poverty, so how can they still come to the gold shop to spend money? Su Ming became interested and said to Chen Fengyu, I'll go over there for a while, so don't follow me. Then Chen Fengyu watched Su Ming stride towards his own gold shop. He hurriedly found the general manager of the gold shop and told him, no matter what King Su chooses, don't charge him. Got it. King Su, who is it? The general manager of the gold shop asked with a confused look on his face. That young man. Chen Fengyu pointed at Su Ming's back and said. Understood, Chairman. The general manager responded respectfully. In the gold shop, Su Ming met with Lin Shuyun and the other two. Auntie Lin, what are you buying? Su Ming walked over and asked with a smile. Chingqing's father said that he would pick out some valuable gifts to give to Mr. Chen when he was going to attend the gathering of heroes. So he had to come here to take a look. But the things here are very expensive. The cheapest one costs hundreds of thousands. How can our ordinary family afford it? Lin Shuyun said helplessly. I'm just taking a look, I may not buy it. Besides, hundreds of thousands of dollars are a big pressure for us, but to Mr. Chen, it may be nothing. He doesn't even think much of it, it's a token of his appreciation. Chu Yingcai explained. Su Ming couldn't help but smile. This guy really knows how to choose a place. If you come to Chen Fengyu's shop to buy things for him, he will probably be in tears and laugh when he sees it. I think there's no need to buy it. Didn't Uncle Chu bring back a bottle of medicinal wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? It would be nice to use that as a gift. Su Ming said with a smile. The medicinal wine he made himself was regarded as a treasure by the rich and powerful, and was hard to obtain. If I give that thing to Chen Fengyu, he will probably be very happy. What's the use of that thing? Chu Yingcai turned his head and rolled his eyes at Su Ming. If you don't have any experience, don't talk nonsense. Do you think a bottle of wine worth hundreds of thousands is valuable? What Mr. Chen eats and drinks, a casual meal may cost hundreds of thousands. And the wine has been opened, it would be a joke if you take it over. That is. Chu Qingqing echoed beside him, I guess you can't make hundreds of thousands in your lifetime, so you think that wine is valuable. In the eyes of truly rich people, it's nothing. You have no vision. Whatever you want. Su Ming stopped talking. A bunch of rednecks. Just then, a voice sounded nearby. Hearing the voice, Chu Yingcai's family was stunned. They turned their heads and saw a tall, beautiful woman with long flowing hair also choosing gold jewelry. After looking at them with contempt, he ignored them and continued to select. Chu Yingcai and Lin Shuyun just endured it. They had lived half their lives and as parents, they had seen everything. But Chu Qingqing couldn't bear it, she stared at the woman and shouted, What did you say? Were you the one who was talking just now? Yeah, country bumpkin, am I wrong? If you can't afford it, don't come in. Look at your clothes, the higher-end things here would be enough for your lifetime expenses, right? The beautiful woman raised her thin red lips with sarcasm at the corners of her mouth. What did you say? Chu Qingqing was furious and stepped forward to argue with the beautiful woman. Stop, don't come any closer, or don't blame us for being rude. The two bodyguards directly blocked Chu Qingqing and spoke in a cold voice. Do you know who she is? She is Shen Luoyun, the daughter of the medical king Shen Songlin, the eldest lady of the Shen family. You should be honored that Miss Shen can give you a few words of advice. Don't look for trouble. The bodyguard looked at Chu Qingqing arrogantly. The daughter of the medical king. Hearing this, Chu Yingcai and Lin Shuyun were immediately shocked. Chu Qingqing was not convinced, her face was livid with anger, and she gritted her teeth and said angrily, What about the daughter of the medical king? Can the daughter of the medical king hurt others with her words? That is too uneducated. In fact, Chu Qingqing's temper was similar to that of Shen Luoyun, and she often hurt others with her words. But when it comes to herself, she can't accept it. Especially the country bumpkin sentence just now still rings in my ears. Although he usually doesn't like Chu Qingqing, Su Ming had to agree with these words and slowly walked out. Yes, the daughter of the medical king should know more about etiquette and morality. Your identity is not for you to show off your power. Hey, it's true that bad things come from poor places. As soon as I came here, I met you two unruly people who don't know how to live or die. I think you don't know what the gap is at all. Shen Luoyun sneered sarcastically. Chu Yingxai and Lin Xiuyun turned pale with fright, and quickly stepped forward to bow and apologize to Shen Luoyun. Ms. Shen, I'm sorry. They are both still children and not polite. We apologize to you, but please don't take it to heart. Then Chu Yingxai shouted at Su Ming and Chu Qingqing, you two, don't shut up. Who is Miss Shen? Can we afford to offend her? Miss Shen, apologize quickly. I won't apologize to such a person. When Chu Qingqing turned his head, he also aroused his unruly temper and refused to give in. No need to apologize. If you want to prove what I said wrong, it's easy. Shen Luoyun is also a reasonable person. He raised his finger and pointed to the highest thing on the cabinet of the gold shop. That is the most expensive thing here, worth 10 million. If you can afford it, it proves that you are not country bumpkins, but I made a mistake. On the contrary, I apologize to you. 10 million. Chu Yingxai and Lin Xiuyun were stunned for a moment. When they looked up, they saw a lion made of pure gold placed above the counter. It had a lifelike appearance and was at least 1 meter long from front to back. Moreover, it is 100% pure gold, not fake at all, and with the craftsmanship, it is indeed not excessive to sell it for 10 million. But how can they afford this thing? Even if all the Chu family's things were sold, they probably wouldn't be able to buy half of them. Looking at the pure gold lion, Chu Qingqing also realized the identity gap with Shen Luoyun at this moment. Although I feel dissatisfied, in terms of wealth and power, I am not on the same level as others. Some things cannot be made up for by talking hard. She suddenly felt depressed and regretful. She had known better not to offend this young lady, but now she couldn't get off the stage at all. That's it, right? Okay. However, at this time, Su Ming suddenly made a sound. Su Ming walked to the counter with a smile on his face and asked the manager, "Are you selling the golden pig? How much will it cost to sell it to us?" Golden pig. That's a lion. He is indeed a country bumpkin. Shen Luoyun rolled his eyes and suddenly felt that it was a waste of time to argue with these people. Chu Qingqing also looked depressed. What was this guy pretending to do? It was so embarrassing. But the manager hurriedly walked out and looked at Su Ming respectfully. Is this the distinguished guest whom Mr. Chen personally confessed to? Although he is young, he is really impressive. He said hurriedly and politely, "If you want it, it doesn't cost any money. Just take it, boss." What? Hearing this, Chu Yingxai, Lin Xiuyun, Chu Qingqing, and the eldest lady of the Shen family all showed shocked expressions and looked at the manager in disbelief. Did they hear it correctly? Free gift. This is something worth tens of millions. Although tens of millions is nothing to Shen Luoyun, it is also money. How can it be said that it is given away for free? If you read it right, that item is the only treasure in this gold store. Not only the price, most people may not want to buy it, but now it is given to Su Ming for free. Shen Luoyun couldn't help but look Su Ming up and down again. Could it be that he was someone like this? But after a closer look, Su Ming was dressed plainly and slovenly, with nothing valuable on his body. How could he be considered a person? It's a free gift, so I don't want it anymore. Unexpectedly, Su Ming refused, waved to the manager and said, "We just want to take a look. The things you have here are so expensive, we can't afford them. Let's go." When he heard that it was a free gift, he immediately understood that Qin Fengyu must have confessed secretly, and he didn't want to owe any favors. When the manager heard this, he was sweating profusely. He hurriedly bowed to Su Ming respectfully and said, "Slow down, I will react to my boss and lower the price." He thought Su Ming was mocking him for not knowing how to do business. "Aunt Lin, let's go and look elsewhere." Su Ming greeted Lin Yun and left with Chu Qingqing and his daughter. Shen Luoyun was left standing in the gold shop with a shocked face. It took him a moment to realize what he was doing, and he walked forward, looked at the manager and asked, "Is that really a free gift? Can I take it? It happened that I needed to give gifts when I was going to the heroes' meeting, and this time I came out to pick out gifts on behalf of the medical king's father." You can't." The manager glanced at Shen Luoyun indifferently, shook his head and said, "Why?" Shen Luoyun's face was full of confusion. "Didn't you just say it was free? Why can't I?" "Free gift, that's for that customer, not for others. And if you want to buy it, you have to add 5 million more." Even when facing the daughter of the medical king, the manager is not so easy to talk to, and looks like he doesn't want to buy it. This. Shen Luoyun was stunned on the spot, and instantly understood that it seemed that the boy was indeed a person, not as simple as he seemed on the outside. Otherwise, why would the gold shop give him something for free, but he couldn't? Unable to help being curious, Shen Luoyun asked, "Can I ask the reason?" "That was arranged by Mr. Chen, I don't know anything else," the manager said calmly. "Mr. Chen arranged it." Shen Luoyun understood instantly. She hurriedly turned around and chased Su Ming out, but when she got outside, Su Ming and the Chu family had already disappeared. It turns out that it's not the unruly people who come out of poor mountains and rivers, but the hidden dragons and crouching tigers. What kind of person is he? Can Mr. Chen treat him specially? Shen Luoyun's face was dull, and he was filled with regret. "You are such a fool. Why don't you take it when someone gives it to you for free? Even if you don't use it as a gift, you can just use it in exchange for money. That's 10 million. On the way back in the car, Chu Qingqing was so angry that she pounded her thighs and smashed the chair. Her teeth were itching and she wanted to bite Su Ming, calling him an idiot. Who wouldn't want money? Don't be good. Lin Yun said, "Why give away such an expensive item for free? We are not important people, and I am afraid we cannot afford it." Xiao Ming did the right thing. What the hell? Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes in anger. As long as they have 10 million, they don't care about the consequences. If the Chu family has 10 million, they can hold their heads high in the future. Chu Yingxai shook his head and sighed, "I came out for a walk and didn't buy anything. I almost offended the eldest daughter of the Shen family. How can I go to the gathering of heroes when I don't have anything to show for myself? Is it really true that the only thing I can give is that bottle of wine? That wine is pretty good," Su Ming said with a smile. "You should say less." Chu Qingqing glared at Su Ming. On the other side, Shen Luoyun didn't buy the golden lion, so he walked around, bought some valuable gifts, and returned to the hotel. In the hotel, the medical king Shen Songlin was studying the secret medicine recipe with concentration. When he heard the voice, he turned his head and looked at it, then said with a smile, "Luoyun, you are back. Have you bought everything?" "That's almost it. Just something weird happened." Shen Luoyun was about to speak but stopped. "What's up?" Shen Songlin asked curiously. Then Shen Luoyun told his father, Shen Songlin, the whole process in the gold shop. After hearing this, Shen Shulin looked solemn and explained to Shen Luoyun, "Yunqing's hidden dragon and crouching tiger, maybe you really met someone awesome. Do you know, I recently got news that the Chang family, a medical family in Yunqing, actually I don't believe that this little Chang family can do such a thing without the help of noble people. They can cultivate green jade vines. Just by relying on this skill, they can have a place on the Zhongzhou medical list." Real. Shen Luoyun also showed surprise, "Can this green jade vine still survive in Zhongzhou?" "That's why." Shen Songlin sighed with emotion, "After this meeting of heroes, I'm going to see it too." On the 10th day of April, all the heroes gathered together. Countless top industry leaders and elites from all walks of life are gathering in the direction of the Chen family. Chu family. "Mom, are you really going to take this kid with you? Are you kidding me? We are the ones who received the invitation. What does it have to do with him? If he goes, wouldn't it be embarrassing?" Chu Qingqing looked at Su Ming with contempt. He felt ashamed to travel with Su Ming. Where is the gathering of heroes? Each of them is an industry leader, and each of them is a young talent. If someone like Su Ming follows them, wouldn't it be obvious what kind of family they are from? How can she make friends with rich people like this? We are all family. If we want to go, let's go together. There's no need to distinguish between you and me. Lin Yun said rationally. Actually, it's okay for me not to go. Su Ming said with a smile. He had already told Qin Fengyu that he would not go, so if he showed up in person, it would be too much of an honor to that guy. It's okay, Xiao Ming, let's go together. It will be more convenient if there are more people. Lin Yun came up and took Su Ming's hand and pulled Su Ming into the car. The gentle and considerate Lin Yun was worried that Su Ming would get stage fright after hearing what Chu Qingqing said. But in fact, it is not the case at all. Stop dawdling and hurry up. There's not much time left. Chu Yingcai, sitting in the driver's seat, urged impatiently. He also couldn't understand why Lin Yun always took that boy with her wherever she went. If she wasn't his wife, he would really suspect that Lin Yun was having an affair with Su Ming. That's why he couldn't stand Su Ming anymore. It's really too good of a bargain for this kid to be able to take advantage of such an important occasion. The family got in the car. Dad, have you prepared all the gifts? Chu Qingqing asked happily. When she thought about entering a high-end place like the Gathering of Heroes, she couldn't help but feel excited. Well, give this one. Chu Yingcai took out the Hongmao medicinal wine he had brought back earlier and placed it next to the steering wheel. Ah. Seeing this thing, Chu Qingqing was shocked and asked in disbelief, Dad, are you kidding me? Are you really giving me this crappy wine? Isn't this embarrassing? How could Mr. Qin be interested in it? There's nothing I can do. I didn't buy any gifts last time, and I can't find anything more valuable than this at home. Chu Yingcai shook his head and sighed. If he had no choice, he wouldn't want to bring this thing. But didn't the company manager and the pharmacy owner give us valuable items as gifts before? If all else fails, we can use those as well. Chu Qingqing said anxiously. She didn't want to go to a place like the Heroes' Gathering and be laughed at. She would never be able to hold her head up for the rest of her life. Chu Yingcai's face was solemn. Those things given by the company bosses cannot be touched. They have one idea at a time, and who knows if they will regret it one day and ask for the things back. Then, what will we use to compensate them? He has been working in the company for half his life and is already a veteran. He has a clear view of this kind of thing. Oh, it's over, it's over. Chu Qingqing lay in the back seat with a look of despair on her face, still talking about making friends with upper-class people. It was good enough that she was not laughed at. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Chu Yingcai had been in a daze for half his life, and this was probably the smartest decision he had ever made. Soon, the car arrived at Chen's door. After finding a parking space, Chu Yingcai and his family got out of the car and walked towards the Chen family's gate with Su Ming. Hey, that's not that boy. At the door of Chen's house, Wan Sharin and Ling Yun were just about to enter. Ling Yun turned his head and saw Su Ming and Chu Yingcai's family. He didn't recognize the Chu family, but he recognized Su Ming at a glance. Wan Sharin also turned her head, and when she saw Su Ming, she couldn't help but pursed her lips, her eyes becoming a little calmer. It's indeed him. I didn't expect that even after divorcing her, Su Ming could still come to such a high-end place. I guess he was benefiting from that family. She used to rely on her one family, but now she has found another family to rely on. She is like a parasite, sucking food from everywhere to survive. This further greatly reduced Wan Sharin's impression of Su Ming. I didn't expect that kid is qualified to come to such a place. Wait and see how I teach him a lesson. Sharin, you won't object, right? Ling Yun gritted his teeth and stared at Su Ming fiercely, while asking Wan Sharin. It's up to you, but don't be too harsh. We are here to attend Master Chen's Gathering of Heroes today. If we make a big fuss, it will be difficult to end well. Thinking that her brother was still seriously injured in bed, Wan Sharin also wanted to teach Su Ming a lesson, and just threw Ling Yun's hand. This way she could give an explanation to the Wan family. No problem, I know what I'm doing. With Wan Sharin's permission, Ling Yun raised an evil smile. Su Ming stood beside the car, feeling a cold gaze staring at him, as if a poisonous snake was on his back. I couldn't help but turn my head and look in the direction of his gaze, and I saw Wan Sharin and Ling Yun standing in front of the Chen family's door. The one staring at me is really Ling Yun. I couldn't help but frown. Are these two people here too? The Chen family's house was filled with distinguished guests, the crowd was bustling, there was laughter and joy, and it was extremely lively. Celebrities from all walks of life were chatting and laughing among themselves, and the atmosphere was warm and peaceful. At this moment, a huge figure walked into the banquet with some people. Suddenly, everyone around fell into silence. All the sounds seemed to stop abruptly, and everyone showed a shocked expression. It's Commander Wan Changqing, the leader of a 300,000-man corps. Oh my God, Commander Wan is here too. Mr. Chen is indeed very prestigious. This is truly a gathering of heroes. It is not in vain that I came here today. The celebrities nearby were surprised and delighted. Countless people looked at Wan Changqing with awe, amazement, admiration, and fear. Wan Changqing walked as fast as the wind, with a blank expression on his face and his eyes not looking away. He walked decisively through the crowd and headed towards the living room. Hey, Commander Wan, welcome, welcome. Commander Wan's presence really honors me, Chen Fengyu. It makes my little place shine. As soon as he saw Wan Changqing, Chen Fengyu immediately smiled and greeted him enthusiastically. Wan Changqing looked serious, glanced at Chen Fengyu, and asked in a deep voice, Master Chen, can I have a word with you? No problem, Chief Wan, just give your orders. Chen Fengyu was very polite to Wan Changqing. Although he is ranked 7th on the Cloud City Rich list, he is still far behind this border war god leader. These people are iron-blooded men who hold the power of life and death. They are the true pinnacle of power. So the two of them walked away separately. I need to borrow your place to deal with someone. Wan Changqing was simple and straightforward and spoke directly to Chen Fengyu. Chen Fengyu was suddenly shocked. He was indeed worthy of being the god of war of the border region. He wanted to kill people as soon as he opened his mouth. I wonder who is so blind as to offend Chief Wan. If he is from Yunqing, why do you need to take action? Just tell me his name and I will find someone to take him down. Chen Fengyu asked in surprise and doubt. No, this is a personal grudge between him and me. Outsiders don't need to get involved. I have already stationed 100,000 men outside the Chen family, surrounding the entire Chen family. Not even a fly can escape within 100 miles. Wan Changqing said this in a decisive tone. Although his expression did not change, his words were filled with murderous intent. Ah! Chen Fengyu was so frightened that he almost jumped up. 100,000 people. This is not just about dealing with one person, it would be fine to wipe out all the heroes present at the gathering, including his Chen family. What kind of guy is he who is so bold as to make Wan Changqing so angry? Damn it. This kind of person will cause him to be implicated if he harms him. Originally he was a little hesitant, because today was his home court, and it would not be good if Wan Changqing started killing as soon as he arrived. But when he heard that these were 100,000 people, and they were from the border corps, he instantly became aware of them. Chen Fengyu was so frightened that his scalp went numb. He hurriedly said to Wan Changqing, Commander Wan, please do as you please. The person who offended you must be an unforgivable criminal. Such a person should be killed as soon as possible. It is my honor to be able to help. Okay, thank you. Please help me arrange a room and I'll find someone to bring him over. Wan Changqing said calmly. Yes, yes. Chen Fengyu was sweating profusely. He turned around and took Wan Changqing to a separate room. So, is that handsome guy the financial tycoon Zhang Wuyu who often appears in the news? Oh my God, it's really him. During the banquet, Chu Qingqing's eyes were shining, as if she was searching for prey. She immediately took a liking to a young man in a suit and tie with a straight figure. She was instantly so excited that her face turned red and her eyes were full of stars. I heard that Zhang Wuyu is already a regional manager of the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce at such a young age, with an annual income of tens of millions and a bright future. He is a future business genius and the right-hand man of the president of the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce. This is what the elite are. Chu Qingqing admired him so much that if there weren't so many people present and the other party didn't know her at all, she would have pounced on him directly. Lin Yun took a look and admired him. He is a good guy, but Qingqing, you should be more reserved. Normal people will not like you if you are like this. Let alone a genius like that. I don't expect it. I would be satisfied if the top genius in Yunqing could just look at me. Chu Qingqing's eyes were intoxicated. Oh, that's not Xiao Zhang. Su Ming looked in the direction of Zhang Wuyu and couldn't help but curl his lips. Xiao Zhang is a subordinate of Jiang Yilin, the president of Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Yilin, although she is the president to the outside world, is actually just his secretary. In other words, this Xiao Zhang is his secretary's subordinate. What Xiao Zhang? That's Yunqing's youngest financial genius, Zhang Wuyu. You'll never be able to catch up with him in your entire life, you fool. Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes in anger. Su, President Su. While Zhang Wuyu was chatting and laughing, his eyes also turned towards Chu Qingqing. After all, Chu Qingqing was staring at him without blinking, and anyone would notice it. But when he turned his head and saw Su Ming, he was instantly struck by lightning, his expression changed drastically, and the red wine glass in his hand almost fell to the ground. I didn't expect to meet the boss of Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce here. Normally, he is not qualified to meet Su Ming in person. Zhang Wuyu was shaking with excitement, and he hurried over to Su Ming, wanting to pay his respects to him. This kid. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Seeing Zhang Wuyu's expression, he knew what the other party was going to do. That's why he didn't want to come to this so-called party. Chu Qingqing mistakenly thought that Zhang Wuyu was coming for her. Her face instantly turned red and her heart began to beat fast. Her heart was pounding and her palms were sweaty with nervousness. Here he comes. He found me. Mom, what should I do? What should I do? Chu Qingqing was so excited that she couldn't even stand. He is indeed a young man. Lin Yun looked calm, patted Chu Qingqing on the shoulder and consoled her. It's okay, he's willing to come over, that means he has a good impression of you. Stay calm, get to know him first, don't leave a bad impression on him. Well. Chu Qingqing's face flushed red, and she was at a loss as to how to fix her hair and clothes. Su Ming, however, shook his head with a depressed look on his face. At this moment, a stranger with a gloomy face came over, put a big hand on Su Ming's shoulder, and said in a cold voice, Mr. Su, Master Chen wants to see you. The other party's tone was extremely cold, without any courtesy at all. Su Ming frowned, his face was filled with anger, his shoulders trembled, he shook off the other person's hand, and snorted coldly, Please, please, don't pat my shoulder, you are not qualified. The man's expression suddenly became fierce, but he did not get angry. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, Then let's go. So Su Ming followed the other person and went to the side hall of the Chen family's guest rooms. And this person was not from the Chen family, but a follower of Wan Changqing. He just came to Su Ming in the name of Chen Fengyu. That's why you are so rude. Hey, where is Xiao Ming going? Seeing Su Ming leaving with the stranger, Lin Yun immediately showed a look of surprise. Who cares about him? Maybe he was just disheveled and was dragged away to tidy up his appearance. After all, this kind of place is not for ordinary people to come. That guy looks so sloppy that people may easily mistake him for a beggar. Chu Qingqing laughed sarcastically and didn't even bother to care about Su Ming. Her mind was now completely on Zhang Wuyu, who was coming towards her. When Zhang Wuyu came closer and saw Su Ming leaving, his eyes followed Su Ming and his gaze was fixed on Su Ming without even looking at Chu Qingqing. Where is Mr. Su? Such a rare opportunity to meet President Su, was it missed in vain? Zhang Wuyu was extremely anxious. He wanted to follow the direction Su Ming was going, but was stopped by Chu Qingqing in front of him. Chu Qingqing's eyes were full of shyness, and she stretched out her hand to Zhang Wuyu with a shy and timid look, saying, Zhang, hello, brother Zhang, I have heard of your name for a long time. I have always wanted to meet you, but I didn't expect that we would be so lucky to meet you here today. Who are you? Zhang Wuyu glanced at Chu Qingqing impatiently and said coldly, I'm not in the mood to meet you. Don't block my way. I want to go see President Su. Zhang Wuyu said while looking at Su Ming's back. Boss Su. Chu Qingqing, Lin Yun, and even Chu Yingcai were all shocked. He turned his head and followed Zhang Wuyu's gaze. See Su Ming gradually disappearing from the crowd. You're talking about him. He is not Mr. Su at all. He is just a good-for-nothing who lives in my house. He is no different from a homeless person. Brother Zhang, do you know that kind of person? It's impossible. I guess there are not many people in the whole Yunqing who know him. Chu Qingqing said with disdain on her face, suspecting that Zhang Wuyu had recognized the wrong person. After all, geniuses like Su Ming and Zhang Wuyu are not from the same world at all. Homeless. Waste. Hearing Chu Qingqing calling Su Ming like that, Zhang Wuyu was so angry that he wanted to slap this ignorant woman twice. But when he heard that Su Ming was staying at the Chu family, he immediately understood something and asked with some surprise, do you know Mr. Su? They say he's not Mr. Su. You got the wrong guy, right? That guy has accomplished nothing. If he can be the CEO, then I can be the boss. Chu Yingcai also laughed nonchalantly. This is it. Wan Changqing's entourage brought Su Ming to the door of Chen's room. He put his hand on Su Ming's shoulder again, trying to push Su Ming into the room. But Su Ming was furious and slapped the other person in the face. Bang. The slap made the other person's mouth crooked, eyes slanted, nose bleeding, dizzy, and he almost fell to the ground. I told you not to put your arm around my shoulder, didn't you understand? After saying that, Su Ming kicked the follower in the stomach again. With a loud bang, the follower flew out, knocked over the door of the room, and flew into the room. The follower vomited blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Wan Changqing and Chen Fengyu, who were sitting in the room, were instantly shocked and stood up abruptly. Chen Fengyu was even more shocked. What a courage! Who is this person to be so fearless of death? Not only did he offend Chief Wan, but he also attacked Wan Changqing's men. This really has the word death engraved on his forehead. But when he looked up, he saw Su Ming standing at the door. Chen Fengyu was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. I opened my mouth in shock, unable to utter a word. This is the person Wan Changqing wants to teach a lesson. Are you kidding me? Wan Changqing is going to take action against King Su. Chen Fengyu was so frightened that he was going crazy. Are you looking for me? Su Ming's cold gaze fell on Wan Changqing. It seemed that this was the person standing behind the Wan family now, the one who gave Wan Hua the confidence and dared to smash his things. The real culprit. He hadn't yet settled accounts with the other party, but he didn't expect that he would end up in their doorstep. Good boy, you must be the son-in-law of my Wan family. Come here, kneel down and prepare to die. Wan Changqing stared at Su Ming and shouted angrily. Su Ming grinned, shook his head, and swaggered into the room. He walked to a seat and sat down. He tapped the table with his fingers and said to Chen Fengyu, Xiao Chen, pour the tea. Well. Chen Fengyu finally came back to his senses from his shock, and hurriedly picked up the teapot beside him and poured tea for Su Ming. What? Wan Changqing's thick eyebrows raised instantly. What's wrong with Chen Fengyu? Is he scared by his posture? You actually pour tea for such a person? Master Chen, what are you doing? He is just a son-in-law who was kicked out by our Wan family. He has nothing to do with our Wan family now. I am looking for him because he hurt my Wan family. He must stay here today, you don't have to be so polite to him. Wan Changqing said with a cold expression. No, it's not. Chen Fengyu wanted to cry but had no tears. He knew the truth but dared not say it. This idiot, did his head get caught in the door? Yes, the leader of your 300,000-man border army is very powerful, but that is only for ordinary people. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than King Su? This is a taboo figure in Kyushu. Captain Wan, do you know that he is? Chen Fengyu anxiously winked at Wan Changqing and was about to tell Wan Changqing Su Ming's identity. Unexpectedly, Wan Changqing raised his hand to interrupt him, sneered and said, I know who he is from the God of War army. You know, then you still. This idiot, it seems his brain was not only pinched by the door, but also kicked by a donkey. He is no longer normal. Oh. Wan Changqing laughed sarcastically, How can I, Wan Changqing, take a mere ant from the god of war army seriously? The god of war army is very strong, but it is a force of 8 million. No matter how strong a person is, he is just an insect egg. And outside of my Qin family, there are 100,000 of us. What can you use to fight me? If I want you to die, I only need to move my fingers. You think you are one of the 8 azure dragon gods of war. The fact that you can get into the god of war army is already a blessing you have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Wan Changqing had a playful look on his face and didn't take Su Ming seriously at all. In his opinion, at Su Ming's age, he is at most a low-level figure in the god of war army. He has probably been in the army for less than a year and is a small fry that no one remembers. Now that he had cut off the support of the god of war army, Su Ming had no chance to inform the god of war army outside the city and let them rescue him. 100,000 people, it seems that you have spent a lot of money. Is it worth it for the Wan family? Su Ming asked with a smile. A piece of trash like you dares to hurt my relatives, just like a wild dog devouring its master. Killing you is worth any means. Wan Changqing said in a very cold tone. That's right. A stray dog like you who has no regular organization in the border area should be taught a lesson. Su Ming stood up slowly and said with a smile. What did you say? Wan Changqing was furious. This kid doesn't even realize his death is imminent, yet he still dares to be stubborn. Yi Tang, come in. Su Ming ignored him and just shouted outside. Boom. There was an explosion of momentum at the door. Yi Tang, with his long robes fluttering, entered the room with his men. Yi Tang. Wan Changqing was startled and looked up at Yi Tang, who was standing at the door like a killing god Shura. He couldn't help but tremble all over for an instant. Are you Yi Tang, one of the 8 azure dragon war gods? Feeling the vigorous and cold murderous intent, Wan Changqing's hair stood up all over his body. In the border area, there is no one who doesn't know the azure dragon god of war. Each of these represents the pinnacle of military power and the pinnacle of war. Yi Tang's eyes moved around like an angry Shura, his gaze was like a gallows, whoever he looked at would die. Kneel down. Yi Tang looked at Wan Changqing and roared. Wan Changqing was so frightened that he fell to his knees on the ground, his mind blank and numb, his face full of disbelief. Why? Why is the azure dragon god of war in Yunqing? And he appeared in the Qin family? Didn't they say that the god of war's army is outside the city? Moreover, why would the mighty azure dragon god of war personally take action for such a kid? At this moment, Wan Changqing's face was terribly pale, as if he was anemic. There was no trace of blood in his lips and eyes, and his whole face was as lifeless as a dead person. King of Jiang, how should we deal with this man? According to the rules of the border, should he be killed without mercy when he mobilizes troops in a busy city? Yi Tang turned to Su Ming for instructions. Jiang, King of Jiang. When Wan Changqing heard these 2 words, his brain was struck by lightning and he almost died of fright. This kid, the son-in-law of the Wan family. Is he the legendary godlike existence in the 9 provinces, the king of frontiers who is above everyone else? How is this possible? Hey, you won't let me say it. Chen Fengyu sighed beside him, feeling depressed and speechless about Wan Changqing's stupidity. Su Ming waved at Yi Tang, indicating that he would handle it himself. Then he walked slowly to Wan Changqing with a smile on his face and grinned, as if the god of death had arrived. What did you just say? You have 100,000 people. And you want me to kneel down and admit my mistake. But I have 8 million soldiers of the god of war. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Don't say I'm bullying you. I have 10,000 war gods, against your 100,000. How about we have a fight? Upon hearing this, Wan Changqing was so scared that he peed his pants. King Jiang, spare my life. Plop. Wan Changqing hit the ground with his head, and blood splattered everywhere. Wan Changqing was so scared that he peed his pants. He kept banging his head on the ground and kowtowed to Su Ming. Urine kept flowing down the crotch of his pants, wetting a large area of his pants. At this moment, he finally understood why his top fighter, the 9th stage war god Zhang Mang, was seriously injured. Why has the Wan family ended up in this situation now? Why no one dared to help the Wan family? At this moment, his heart was filled with endless annoyance and regret. He was walking into the edge of a knife and sending his head into the gate. His time as the leader of an army of 300,000 has come to an end. If we continue to fight a battle with the god of war's army, we will be courting death. He took his 300,000 men and sent them into the fire pit. The tears and snot on Wan Changqing's face flowed along with the blood on his head. King Jiang, I know I was wrong, please spare my life. If you really can't, kill me and release those 300,000 people. They are all innocent, it was my decision alone, I deserve to die. Wan Changqing burst into tears, and kowtowed was not enough, so he slapped himself with both hands. Su Ming hasn't done anything yet, but he beat himself into a pig's head. Su Ming stood up and shook his head. He instantly felt that all meaning had been lost and he no longer had any interest. He looked down at Wan Changqing and asked, "Are you the only one here? Is Luo Hongxia here? Is Wan Changqing here? Are any other members of the Wan family here? Is this a plan to wipe out the Wan family?" Wan Changqing was so frightened that his heart and liver were broken. But he couldn't save himself now, so he couldn't care about the lives of others. He could only answer honestly, they didn't come. Today, I took the initiative to come to the Qin family without permission. This is all my fault. At the same time, thinking back, he also hated the Wan family. The Wan family has really done a lot of harm to people. What elder brother and sister-in-law, they are nothing. If they are not the Wan family, there is no way he can offend King Jiang. Okay, since it's like this, I won't kill them all. There's no point in killing someone like you who can't resist. Cut off one of your arms. Then take your people and leave Yunqing forever. From now on, you are not allowed to set foot in Jongo again. Also, you are not allowed to provide any assistance to the Wan family. As long as you find any clues for me, I don't mind annihilating all 300,000 of your people. Your 300,000 people are no different from 300,000 ants to me. Su Ming said coldly. Yes, thank you, King Jiang. From now on, I will be your dog. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. After saying that, Wan Changqing gritted his teeth, pulled out his hand's knife, turned the blade around, and swung it violently, cutting off one of his arms. Blood gushed out from the broken arm. Wan Changqing gritted his teeth tightly and didn't make a single sound. This bloody scene made Chen Fengyu turn pale. I was very grateful in my heart. Fortunately, he reacted in time and did not collude with Wan Changqing, otherwise, who knows what would have been his fate. Su Ming raised his finger and touched Wan Changqing's chest and shoulder, instantly stopping the bleeding. Wan Changqing, who was enduring great pain, was surprised to see this scene. He is indeed worthy of being the king of Xinjiang. Just 2 fingers pointed at him and he stopped the bleeding. Otherwise, with the broken arm bleeding, even if he rushed to the hospital now, it might not be too late. Go to the hospital. I'll give you 3 days to say goodbye to the Wan family. Su Ming said expressionlessly. No, 1 day is enough. Thank you, King Su. Wan Changqing was extremely grateful, as if he had been pardoned. He quickly asked his men to pick up the severed arm, supported him, and quickly left the scene. Master Chen. Su Ming then turned around and looked at Chen Fengyu. Yes, I am here. Chen Fengyu nodded hurriedly and greeted him respectfully, feeling extremely frightened, fearing that Su Ming would vent his anger on him. King Su, please give your orders. It's okay. I wanted to say that the gathering of heroes has begun. Let's go out quickly and don't keep the guests waiting anxiously. Su Ming said with a smile. Ah, yes. Chen Fengyu, who was still in shock, finally realized that the gathering of heroes had already started for a while, and if he didn't get out now, it would probably be over. Then I will go out for a social event first. If King Su has any instructions, please send someone to contact me at any time. Chen Fengyu said respectfully. Well, Yi Tang, you go with him and help him take charge. Su Ming ordered Yi Tang. Okay, King Su. Yi Tang turned around and went with Chen Fengyu to the hall outside to receive guests. Su Mingze also left the room, preparing to return to Lin Xiuyun so that the 3 of them, who were not familiar with each other here, would cause any trouble. Su Ming walked out along the side hall corridor. When passing the garden, he heard a voice coming from the side. Dad, is this the Luoyueliang? The Chen family also has some strength. I didn't expect that there is such a rare medicinal material growing in the garden. With this, does it mean that the ancient Chuanxue Tang medicine is introduced? A sweet voice spoke. Su Ming felt that the voice was particularly familiar, so he walked over and took a look, and it turned out to be Shen Luoyun, the eldest daughter of the Shen family whom he had met in the gold shop. He was studying a medicine in the garden with the medical king Shen Songlin. You are mistaken. That is not Luoyueliang, but ordinary Jingrenzi. Moreover, Changqing's prescription does not require Luoyueliang. Su Ming crossed his arms, leaned against the corridor pillar, and said with a smile. Who? Hearing Su Ming's sudden voice, Shen Luoyun was startled, turned his head suddenly, and saw the smiling Su Ming next to him. Is it you? Shen Luoyun looked surprised. Do you know each other? Medical King Shen Songlin also straightened up and looked at Su Ming in surprise. Dad, he is the person I told you about, the person I bumped into by chance. Shen Luoyun's beautiful eyes moved and he glanced at Su Ming with a complicated expression. Oh, that's it. He is indeed a formidable person. I didn't expect this little brother to understand pharmacology at such a young age. However, it would be a bit showy for you to question my understanding of ancient prescriptions. Young man, do you know who I am? My name is worth more than 1 billion, and countless people are begging me to give it a try. Shen Songlin looked at Su Ming playfully, thinking that Su Ming was young and ignorant and just wanted to show off in front of his daughter. I don't know who you are, but if you can tell me that your name is worth more than 1 billion, you are so good at bragging. Su Ming walked up with a smile. Presumptuous. Shen Luoyun's pretty face turned cold, he stared at Su Ming and shouted coldly, My father is the famous medical king in Zhongzhou, Shen Songlin, you haven't heard of it, have you? Even if you haven't heard of it, you must have seen it on TV. Don't treat ignorance as pride here. Okay, medical king. Su Ming paused. He was fine and wanted to give the two of them a few words of advice. Seeing that the two father and daughter were refusing to let strangers in, he didn't bother to pay attention. Then he grinned, then you study slowly. After saying that, he turned around and left. Stop, you want to run away after pretending, right? How can such a good thing happen? Shen Luoyun shouted again. Shen Shulin also spoke, Yes, young man, you said this is Jinglianzi, how can you prove it? Why don't you come here and I will give you a lesson on how to distinguish Jinglianzi from Luoyueliang? Not interested. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Who are these people? I thought that the medical king from Zhongzhou would be a bit knowledgeable and not as good as these country bumpkin rich people from Yuncheng. He just waved his hand and didn't bother to pay attention anymore. Oh, I must have exposed it. I knew I couldn't pretend anymore, so I ran away. I thought this kind of person was some kind of genius, but it turned out he was just a mediocre joke. Shen Luoyun curled his lips and smiled sarcastically. Young people are like this. They always want to attract attention. Once things go beyond expectations, they can't resist it. Luoyueliang and Jinglianzi are similar in appearance, but the biggest difference lies in the roots and stems. Luoyueliang has roots and stems like ginseng, while Jinglianzi has roots and stems like bean sprouts. The medicinal properties of the two are also very different. Don't. Shen Songlin said confidently, then reached out and pulled out the medicine branch in front of him. As a result, both father and daughter stood on the spot in shock. It turns out to be Jinglianzi. How did that kid figure it out? Shen Luoyun's beautiful eyes were dull, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Shen Songlin was also confused, his face full of astonishment. The appearance of Luoyueliang was almost the same as that of Jinglianzi. After studying it for a long time, he couldn't be 100% sure which one it belonged to. Unexpectedly, Su Ming could tell the difference just by looking at it. This is amazing. Or is it just a coincidence that Su Ming got it right? Recalling that when Su Ming mentioned the ancient recipe of Chuanxue Hall just now, he looked calm and relaxed. Could it be that that boy is really a rare expert? Shen Shulin immediately regretted it. If he had known to have a good conversation with the other party, if he could help himself make up for the ancient prescription, he would have enjoyed endless enjoyment. Dad, this. Shen Luoyun still couldn't believe it, and he hadn't recovered yet. That guy might be really capable. Find him quickly. Shen Shulin raised his eyes and said hurriedly to Shen Luoyun. Shen Luoyun turned around and took a look. Su Ming was no longer there. He smiled bitterly and said, I don't know where he went or how to find him. Besides, there are hundreds of people from the Chen family today at the heroes' meeting. Well. Shen Shulin sighed regretfully, but there was nothing he could do. Su Ming had returned to the Chu family at this time. Only Lin Xiuyun and Chu Qingqing were sitting at the scene. Chu Yingxai had already stepped forward to present a gift to Chen Fengyu. Why are you still wearing this? Chu Qingqing turned to look at Su Ming and asked in confusion. What? Su Ming looked at Chu Qingqing in confusion. This girl has too much control over what she wears. Didn't they drag you down to change clothes? They thought you could change into something look-worthy, but why are you still like this? Chu Qingqing frowned. It turned out that Chu Qingqing thought he was taken away by Wan Changqing's men to tidy up his appearance. Su Ming rolled his eyes. What do they think I wear? Even my parents don't have the right to control me, so why should they? Su Ming looked at him with disdain. Look how arrogant you are. People who don't know you would think you are the master here, and even Master Chen has to listen to you. You should have some self-awareness. Chu Qingqing really couldn't tolerate Su Ming's incompetence and arrogant attitude. Hi, Chen Fengyu really listened to him. It's a pity that there's no need to tell Chu Qingqing about these things. Even if I told Chu Qingqing, she probably wouldn't believe it. Su Ming curled his lips and was too lazy to say anything more. Oh, I just don't know if the gift from Qingqing's father will be acceptable. Those present are all important people. The bottle of wine he gave is really too cheap. Lin Xiuyun said with a frown. They didn't have to meet any big shots on this trip, but at least they couldn't embarrass themselves. If this becomes a joke, I won't be able to hold my head up again. Aunt Lin, don't worry. If I say it can be done, then it will definitely be done. That bottle of wine is more valuable than all the gifts here combined. Su Ming said confidently. Who do you think you are? Hearing this, Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes in anger. Can you please be kind enough to figure out who you are first? If you really can't, go look in the mirror. If you can't find a mirror, you can just pee and look in the mirror. Ling family, Ling Yun, presents a gift of 500 million gold to the birthday star. There was a loud shout from the crowd. It turned out that Ling Yun and Wan Sharin jointly gave Chen Fengyu a birthday god made of pure gold and more than half a person's height. It's just a small gift, Master Chen will accept it with pleasure. In front of the crowd, Ling Yun was smiling and speaking in a humble tone, but his face was full of confidence and pride. 500 million birthday men. Wow, what a huge sum of money. As expected, you are young Master Ling Yunling, a young hero and the top talent in Yuncheng. Ms. Wan Sharin is even more beautiful than a flower. They are a perfect match, made in heaven. The people around were amazed and praised him. Even though they are all well-known figures, their actions are still inferior to Ling Yun. Moreover, now that the Ling and Wan families have joined forces, they have a bright future in Yuncheng. No one wants to offend Ling Yun and they all rush to curry favor with him. Ling Yun suddenly felt his face light up and he became even more energetic. Wan Sharin also showed a happy smile and was very satisfied with Ling Yun's performance. She stood aside confidently, as quiet as a beautiful woman. 500 million. Chu Qingqing's chin almost hit the table. Look at him, he spent 500 million without blinking an eye. Our family of 3 can't earn 500 million in our lifetime. This is too generous. Look at you. Chu Qingqing was envious, and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Su Ming, her face full of contempt. They are all men, the same age, why is there such a big difference between them? 500 million, is that a lot? Su Ming was depressed. That's because Chen Fengyu was not qualified to ask him to give a gift, otherwise, let alone 500 million, the entire Yuncheng could be used as a gift. Is there still a lot? You. Chu Qingqing was so angry that her tongue was tied. Finally, she turned her head away and said, how can a toad chat with you? It's a waste of time to talk to you. Hey, isn't this Manager Chu from Jinseng Trading Company? Jinseng is also a big company. Manager Chu, you must have prepared a generous gift for Mr. Chen. Why don't you take it out and let everyone see it? Ling Yun's voice was heard again from the front. Ling Yun has been keeping an eye on the Chu family for a long time. From the moment he entered the door, he saw Su Ming with the Chu family. In such a situation, it is not easy to target Su Ming alone. However, it is easy to target the Chu family. As long as the Chu family loses face and becomes destitute in Yunqing, they will not be able to support an idler like Su Ming in the future. When Su Ming is kicked out again, I will let him do whatever he wants. It sounds complicated, but for Ling Yun, solving the problem of the Chu family is just a matter of 2 sentences. Sure enough, as soon as Ling Yun opened his mouth, everyone's attention was drawn to Chewing Sai. The Chu family, is it a big family? Why have I never heard of it? Someone made a sound of surprise. I have heard of Jinseng Company, but this Chu family. But since he was mentioned by young Master Ling, he must be quite powerful. Maybe he really has some treasures prepared. Everyone looked at Chewing Sai curiously. Chewing Sai suddenly became the target of public criticism and was stared at by hundreds of eyes. Chewing Sai suddenly felt like ants were crawling on his body. His face was full of panic, he stood unsteadily, and was extremely terrified. He had wanted to take advantage of the chaos to stuff the gift in and leave, but he didn't expect that he would be in public view. He couldn't even give the gift away. Chewing Sai was about to back out, sweating profusely, and smiled awkwardly. I just came to take a look, I don't have any gifts to show. Don't worry about me, you can give yours. How is that possible? Ling Yun grinned and said in shock, with your wealth, Director Chu, the things you took out must be priceless. Director Chu, don't you want to share with us? Or are we not qualified to see it? Ling Yun refused to give in. Is it really that amazing? When everyone heard this, their interest increased greatly. They all started to urge him, what treasure is that? Take it out and let us open our eyes. Everyone here has seen the world, don't worry that we won't know what it is. Wan Sharin looked at this scene and sighed in her heart. She knew what Ling Yun wanted to do. He couldn't help but look at Su Ming sitting behind the crowd and pursed his lips slightly. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being incompetent. Not only did he harm himself, but he also implicated the innocent Chu family. Wan Sharin felt emotional but did not stop it. It would be good to let Su Ming learn a lesson so that he won't harm her family in the future. I. Chewing Sai was so frightened that his face turned pale, his whole body was shaking, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. But Qin Fengyu knows the relationship between the Chu family and Su Ming. With a turn of his eyes, he said to Chewing Sai in a gentle manner, Manager Chu, if you have anything, just take it out and let us see it. Anyway, these gifts are all for entertainment, and they are all thoughtful, no matter how big or small. He was certain in his heart that no matter what Chewing Sai took out, even if it was a pile of shit, he would treat it as a treasure. But you must not offend King Su. Ling Yun didn't know what Qin Fengyu was planning, and thought that Qin Fengyu was on his side. He snorted coldly, Manager Chu, why don't you take it out? Don't you even give Mr. Chen face? If you do this, you won't be able to leave this door today. Okay, I've prepared a bottle of light wine, Master Chen, please accept it. There is no way out. Chewing Sai tremblingly took out the Hongmao medicinal wine from behind him and handed it to Qin Fengyu. Liquor. Or medicinal wine. Everyone was shocked and looked at Chewing Sai in disbelief. What are you doing? They thought it was some treasure, but it turned out to be just a bottle of wine. How much can a bottle of wine be worth? At best, it could be millions, but millions are nothing here. You are not mistaken, you are giving wine to Mr. Chen. Do you think Mr. Chen has never drunk wine? Since when can wine be used as a gift? This is a gathering of heroes. Do you think this is a family gathering? Everyone was greatly disappointed and vented all their anger on Chewing Sai, shouting and scolding him until Chewing Sai's face turned red and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Looking at this excited scene, Ling Yun couldn't help but curl up an evil smile. What he wanted was the same fate as Chewing Sai. It's over, we are so embarrassed now. Mom, let's run away before they find us. Chu Qingqing looked extremely embarrassed and just wanted to slip away to avoid being discovered that they were a family. Then she would become the laughingstock of Yunqing at such a young age, and her life would be over. What would Brother Zhang Wuyu, whom I just met, think of me? Thinking of this, Chu Qingqing felt extremely ashamed. Girl, how can you say such things? He's your father. It's embarrassing to kill a whole family. How can you leave him here alone? Lin Yun glared at Chu Qingqing angrily. Chu Qingqing retracted her legs and said with embarrassment, I was just talking. Hey, this wine has been opened before, right? Ling Yun had sharp eyes and could see at a glance that the packaging box was incomplete and had obviously been opened. Chu Yingxai was shocked instantly, as if he was struck by lightning. Does Ling Yun have poisonous eyes? He had checked it specially before coming, so it could be seen. It's all over now. Giving wine as a gift is not a big deal, at most it is cheap and embarrassing. But if everyone knows that it has been opened, then it is all over. Wouldn't this make Mr. Chen furious? In an instant, Chu Yingxai felt as if he was in an ice cellar. His whole body was cold and his heart seemed to have stopped beating. What's your intention in giving the opened wine to Mr. Chen? You didn't put drugs in it, did you? Ling Yun was afraid that the matter was not serious enough, so he added fuel to the fire. This person is too vicious. You can do such a thing. I wonder why you are sending wine. It turns out you have bad intentions. Everyone followed suit and accused and denounced Chu Yingxai. Chu Yingxai was so frightened that he was shaking all over, his legs were weak, and he almost fell to his knees. He looked at Chen Fengyu with a sad face and despair. Master Chen, there is absolutely no such thing. This wine has indeed been opened, but I absolutely dare not. Chu Yingxai's legs were already completely loose, and he wanted to kneel on the ground and kowtow to Chen Fengyu and beg for mercy. I hate Su Ming so much in my heart. That boy has done himself a great disservice. If he hadn't listened to that idiot, he would never have had the sudden idea to send wine. Moreover, the wine was opened only because of the appearance of that boy, otherwise, he would never be willing to open such precious wine. Chu Yingxai felt like crying but had no tears, thinking that his Chu family was truly doomed. Fall into the hands of an unrelated evildoer. Okay, everyone stop arguing. However, at this moment, Chen Fengyu spoke in a domineering and majestic manner, shocking everyone on the spot. He swept his cold eyes over everyone and said coldly, I am the one accepting the gift, not you. Why are you so excited? Everyone pursed their lips after being scolded and dared not to act presumptuously again. Chen Fengyu's eyes fell on Chu Yingxai and he smiled and said, since it has been opened, let's open it and let everyone taste it and see what kind of good wine it is. Mr. Chen is right. If you can produce wine, then this thing must have some value. Don't try to fool Mr. Chen with some cheap wine. Ling Yun sneered, walked forward, and impatiently pulled out the bottle of wine, then opened it in public. As soon as the wine was opened, the aroma of the wine filled the air immediately. A refreshing medicinal aroma spread out, covering the entire Chen family compound in an instant. Everyone was shocked when they smelled the intoxicating aroma of wine. This is the border military god wine that is famous far and wide and known to everyone. It is said that only the war god army in the border area is qualified to drink this wine. It can cure diseases and nourish the body. I spent more than 10 billion and still couldn't buy it. It is impossible to find it on the market. Oh my god, I can actually see it here. This is the god of wine. Countless people present were almost going crazy. Their hungry and thirsty eyes stared at the medicinal wine, like hungry wolves, wanting to pounce on it. Military god wine. Ling Yun and Wan Sharin were both shocked. Chu Yingxai could actually produce the god of war wine. Although they don't drink, they have heard about the value of this thing. It's not about money at all. Because money can't buy it. Chen Fengyu's expression also changed. He looked at the Hongmao medicinal wine in front of him in shock, his face full of disbelief. Is this really the god of war wine? However, his expression was not as exaggerated as everyone else's. He knew that Su Ming was in the Chu family, so it was reasonable for Chu Yingxai to take out the military god wine. I just didn't expect that such a rare treasure would appear before my eyes. Military god wine. Chu Yingxai had not yet recovered from his shock. He looked up blankly at the ghostly scene, unable to understand. Brother Chu, is this wine really meant for me as a gift? Chen Fengyu looked at Chu Yingcai in shock. He was afraid that the other party had made a mistake and used King Su's things as a gift to himself. We can't afford the consequences. Yes, as long as you like it, Master Chen, you can take it. The word Brother Chu made Chu Yingcai flattered, and he nodded quickly. That's great, thank you so much. Chen Fengyu excitedly stepped forward to support Chu Yingcai, and said in surprise, Brother Chu, you will be my good brother from now on. If you have any needs, just tell me. I, Chen Fengyu, will never refuse anything I can do. Real. Chu Yingcai felt numb all over and blinked hard, wondering if he was dreaming. Of course it's true. If you have any wishes, just ask. Chen Fengyu was extremely sure, and his tone left no room for doubt. In Yunqing, there was nothing that Chen Fengyu could not satisfy. He also took this opportunity to win over Chu Yingcai and show goodwill to King Su. I don't have any wishes, except that I have a daughter who is about to graduate and work. Chu Yingcai couldn't help but turn his head to look behind him. This long-awaited opportunity was like a dream to him. Although I don't know whether it is true or not, I also want to seize the opportunity to find a job for Chu Qingqing. This is better than having Chu Qingqing interview and become a clerk after she graduates. Chen Fengyu waved his hand, patted Chu Yingcai on the shoulder, and said with a happy smile, Brother Chu's daughter is my daughter, I recognize her as my goddaughter. From now on, her affairs are my affairs, you don't have to worry about it at all. Thank you, Master Chen. Chu Yingcai's eyes were dull and he prostrated himself before Chen Fengyu in gratitude. The Chu family has turned things around. At this moment, Chu Yingcai was so happy that he almost cried. In the back, Chu Qingqing heard this and jumped up excitedly. Master Chen wants to adopt me as his goddaughter, my god. She was so excited that she almost fainted. I can't even imagine how my life will change dramatically in the future. Lin Shuyun's face was also filled with shock. This surprise came too quickly. What virtue and ability does the Chu family have? He couldn't help but look at Su Ming and asked in surprise, Xiao Ming, are you dreaming tonight? What's going on? Su Ming smiled as he drank tea and ate the dishes on the table. He said, maybe Mr. Chen likes this. This wine touches his heart. I told you, the wine is fine. That has nothing to do with you. Don't flatter yourself. The wine is still my dad's. Chu Qingqing looked at Su Ming with arrogance, and suddenly felt that her status was different. She looked at Su Ming with even more disdain. People like this will no longer be in the same world as her. Master Chen, isn't this inappropriate? Ling Yun's face was full of resentment. He originally wanted to deal with the Chu family, but he didn't expect Chu Yingcai to take out a bottle of military god wine. Instead, he shot himself in the foot. He could not help but step forward, frowning and saying, what kind of family is this Chu family? They are a far cry from you, Master Chen. If you associate with such people, it will affect your reputation, Master Chen. None of your business. Chen Fengyu turned his head and glared at Ling Yun, then shouted coldly, who do I associate with? Do I need a junior like you to teach me? You are so young, aren't you too young to know yourself? Do you think your 500 million gold birthday star is very valuable? I have a lot of gold shops, and I can't even look at them. If you are dissatisfied, take it back yourself. You won't be a big loser if you are not one. Chen Fengyu spoke in a sharp tone and was not polite at all to Ling Yun, scolding him all over. Ling Yun was scolded so much that his face turned red and he felt ashamed. He retreated to the side and stood like a minion, not daring to say a word. Wan Sharin also lost face and was filled with shame. That's right, a kid, teaching Master Chen how to do things, who do you think you are? They can bring out the god of war wine. How can you, a mere birthday boy, compete with them? Shame on you. The group of fence-sitters present instantly changed sides and started to blame Ling Yun and also scolded Wan Sharin. The presence of the two of them was like a thorn in my side, staying one more second felt like torture. So they had no choice but to leave together in shame. As they were leaving, one could still hear people fawning over Chu Yingcai and Chen Fengyu, and asking Chen Fengyu for a drink of wine. After all, they couldn't get this wine even if they begged for it. If you can have a taste of it, your life will not be lived in vain. But Qin Fengyu was extremely protective of his food, and immediately had the wine sent away to be kept safe, even though it had been seen by others. The gathering of heroes was drawing to a close, and the next step was to have a banquet. Chu Yingxai and his family were also invited by Qin Fengyu to have dinner in the main hall. Su Ming felt that it was boring to stay here and he had almost finished eating, so he went out to get some fresh air. When I got outside, I heard Wan Sharin's voice coming from the front. "Look at you, what's wrong with you? You dare to say that to Master Chen, and make me get scolded. You've hurt me so badly this time, I've lost all my face." Next to the parking lot, Wan Sharin yelled and complained to Ling Yun. Looking at Ling Yun's frustrated and speechless expression, Su Ming couldn't help but think of himself when he was in the Wan family. Wan Sharin seems to have the same attitude towards herself. No, Wan Sharin would not scold him. Because in Wan Sharin's eyes, he didn't even seem to have the qualifications to be scolded. "I didn't expect that guy to have the God of War wine. I don't know where he got it from. Someone from a small company could actually come up with the God of War wine." Ling Yun was extremely depressed and couldn't help but light up a cigarette and took 2 big puffs. "Forget it. It has happened. But this time, I have left a bad impression on these well-known bosses. It will be difficult for me to do business in the future. But fortunately, my third uncle is back. As the leader of a 300,000-man army, I am not afraid that they will not give me this face. As for you, think of a solution and don't hold me back in the future." Wan Sharin rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and got into the car. "Damn it, what bad luck." Ling Yun cursed angrily, threw away his cigarette butt, and turned to get in the car. Su Ming shook his head. Also returned to the gathering of heroes. The next day, Wan Jia. "What, Uncle San, you want to leave?" In the Wan family's hall, Wan Sharin's family looked at Wan Changqing, who had already packed his things, with shock and incomprehension on their faces. "Third brother, your arm." Wan Jinshan looked at Wan Changqing's broken arm, shocked and confused. "I have violated some military disciplines. The arm is a punishment from my superiors. I deserve it. Now I'm here and I've met you. I have to go back to the border to report, so I won't stay any longer." Wan Changqing looked at the Wan family and he had lost his patience. "How dare you ask? If it weren't for the Wan family, his arm wouldn't have been broken." The new backer was leaving in the blink of an eye, and the Wan family couldn't accept it. Luo Hongxia frowned and said, "Third brother, you are so unkind. You are leaving after only 2 days. Didn't you say you would help our Wan family gain a foothold in Yunqing? Are you based on it?" Wan Changqing was so angry that he almost burst into curses. If this continued, he would lose his life and would no longer be able to survive. These ignorant guys have no idea who they have offended. But Wan Changqing didn't dare to mention Su Ming's identity at all. He could only say in a deep voice, "Anyway, I have made up my mind to leave. I will leave today. Don't say anything more. Then please leave something behind, or if there is any important person, let us get acquainted with him." Luo Hongxia said unwillingly. "Shut up." Wan Jinshan glared at Luo Hongxia, feeling a little annoyed. After all, he was his brother whom he hadn't seen for more than 10 years. "You don't care about the broken arm, but you are saying all this nonsense." Wan Jinshan couldn't help but look at Wan Changqing and asked with concern, "If it is my brother who has done something wrong, please forgive me. When will you be back?" Wan Sharin is also concerned about this issue. Whether Wan Changqing can come back is related to the future development of Wan Jia Group. "I don't know. He may not come back in 10, 20 years, or even his entire life." Wan Changqing said indifferently, turned around and left with his men without looking back. Everyone in the Wan family was completely desperate. "Jinshan, your third brother is too heartless. He is the leader of a 300,000-man army, but I think he is nothing. Maybe his status is just a boast, otherwise why would he leave in such disgrace without leaving anything behind?" As soon as Wan Changqing left, Luo Hongxia started cursing behind him, and her words were full of disgust and disdain for Wan Changqing. Wan Changqing sat in the hall, not saying a word. I thought he would bring us some benefits when he came. But he didn't say a word. What a loser. Luo Hongxia said, gritting her teeth. If he is really as awesome as he boasts, then he would make our family rich and prosperous. We have raised him for nothing for so many years. What an ungrateful person. Shut the fuck up, you bastard. Wan Jinshan was furious and punched the table next to him. With a loud bang, a big hole was smashed on the table. Luo Hongxia was startled and looked at Wan Jinshan in suspicion without saying anything. Sharin, have you solved the problem over there? Wan Jinshan looked at his daughter Wan Sharin and asked. Wan Sharin's brows were frowned. No. She originally wanted to rely on Wan Changqing's status and position to help the Wanjia group develop rapidly. But now that my third uncle Wan Changqing is gone, the Wanjia group is still in dire straits due to capital shortage. It doesn't matter. I have a good brother who I swore brotherhood with when we were young. He is coming over from Zhongzhou. His status and position in Zhongzhou is no worse than Wan Changqing's in the border area. As long as he comes over, I will give him some advice. These are all minor issues. Wan Jinshan said calmly. Dad, you mean Godfather Zhao Tianxiang? Wan Sharin suddenly looked up in surprise. That's right, Zhao Tianxiang is now the chairman of the Zhongzhou Lingxiao group. His wealth is equivalent to 2 Yunqings. With him around, you don't have to worry. Wan Jinshan was also quite emotional. His former good brother has now established himself in Zhongzhou and is well known in Zhongzhou. In the end, I still achieved nothing. We have to think of a solution, even if it means asking others for help. That's great, when will it arrive? Wan Sharin asked happily. It should be within the next 2 days. We will go to pick him up from the plane in person then. Wan Jinshan said with a smile on his face. Good. Old Zhao's daughter Zhao Yan will also be here. She is now a great beauty in Zhongzhou. You two have been in contact with each other for a long time. Let's have a good chat this time. Chu family. Being adopted as Qin Fengyu's goddaughter, Chu Qingqing smiled all night long while sleeping, and when she woke up in the morning, her muscles were stiff from laughing. Su Ming, you threw the clothes into the washing machine again and mixed them with me. Is there something wrong with you? Chu Qingqing glanced at the washing machine and spoke loudly angrily. Su Ming buried his head in his breakfast and did not respond. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat like a pig. When will you be able to do something great? Chu Qingqing walked back to the living room cursing, but then grinned and said, but it doesn't matter. Soon, I will be successful. When I move out, I won't have to deal with people like you all day long. Getting ahead. Did you win the lottery? Su Ming raised his head and gave Chu Qingqing a somewhat amused look. So people like you are ignorant and will never achieve anything in your life. Master Chen is my godfather, and I will be able to walk sideways in the future. When I graduate, how many big companies will be vying for me? Maybe the Tianmeng Financial Group, the #1 in Yunqing, will invite me. By then, money will be just a number to me. I can live wherever I want, even in the top residential area in the south of the city, Yunding Palace. Chu Qingqing's face was full of longing and she grinned unconsciously, her brows wide open and her eyes bright, looking very high-spirited. No. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. The Tianmeng Consortium will not invite you. Because he has the final say over the Tianmeng group, if he says he won't invite anyone, then no one dares to invite anyone. You don't understand anything at all. Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes at Su Ming. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Chu Qingqing got up to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Zhang Wuyu from the Tianmeng group standing upright at the door with a respectful smile on his face. Zhang, brother Wuyu. Chu Qingqing's face was immediately filled with surprise. Good things happened so early in the morning. Just when she was talking about the Tianmeng group, Zhang Wuyu came to her house. Maybe he knew that she had chosen Qin Fengyu as her godfather, so he came to her house to invite her over. At this moment, Chu Qingqing was happy and excited. She raised her hand to tidy up her messy hair and said to Zhang Wuyu, Brother Wuyu, you didn't even tell me you were coming. Wait a moment, I'll go back to my room and tidy up. Chu Qingqing turned around shyly and ran back to her boudoir. Zhang Wuyu ignored him and looked into the living room but did not dare to take a step further. "Come in, what are you doing sneaking around?" Su Ming said indifferently. "Yes, President Su." Hearing that it was indeed Su Ming's voice, Zhang Wuyu was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly stepped into the living room respectfully. Seeing Su Ming, Zhang Wuyu excitedly bowed down. "Zhang Wuyu, meet Mr. Su." Su Ming finished the porridge in his bowl and burped, "Why are you here? Where's Yi Tang?" "Lord Yi asked me to inform President Su that the Chang family has already obtained the results. He went ahead and asked me to take President Su over," Zhang Wuyu said devoutly with his head down. In his heart, Su Ming is his idol. "I dare not show any disrespect. This Yi Tang is getting lazier and lazier. He has to find someone else to pick me up. I won't settle accounts with him when I get there. Let's go." Su Ming pretended to be angry and said something, then went out with Zhang Wuyu. "It's none of Lord Ye's business. I applied personally to come and pick up President Su." Zhang Wuyu followed Su Ming happily. "Brother Wuyu, where are we going today? Is this considered a date?" In the room, Chu Qingqing was finally dressed up and walked out with a shy smile on her face. As a result, I saw the entire living room was empty, even Su Ming was gone, and there was only the sound of cars roaring away outside. "Brother Wuyu." Chu Qingqing's smile froze on her face and she ran to the door. There was no trace of Zhang Wuyu at all. Chu Qingqing was depressed. How come this is like a ghost, appearing suddenly and disappearing just as suddenly? Didn't you come here to meet her? She hasn't gotten in the car yet. Could it be that because things were developing too fast, Zhang Wuyu felt he was not ready yet, so he went back to prepare? That makes sense. After all, her identity is different now, and Zhang Wuyu has to treat her more carefully. Chu Qingqing convinced herself. I heard that the Chang family also held an elixir exhibition this time, and many famous people from Jongo came here. Is President Su also going to participate in this exhibition? In the car, the young talent Zhang Wuyu asked curiously while driving. I guess so. Su Ming replied calmly. But the most important thing is for the jade vine. I guess the jade vine should have recovered in the past few days. After picking the green jade vine, you can make medicine to suppress the silkworm poison in your body. There are less than 5 days left before the silkworm poison takes effect. Soon, the car arrived at the gate of the Chang family. When I looked up, I saw that the entrance was full of cars and guests were coming in one after another. Many people from Jongo came into the Chang family talking and laughing, and it was a huge scene. Go through the back door. Su Ming took a look and gave instructions to Zhang Wuyu. There are many people here, and some of them may know his identity, so he was afraid of causing a commotion if he went through the front door. Yes, President Su. Zhang Wuyu drove around to the back door. Su Ming got out of the car and walked inside. His hasty steps caused him to bump into a woman. Oh, who doesn't have eyes? With a cry, a familiar voice sounded. Su Ming looked up and saw that it was Shen Luoyun. Shen Luoyun was hit on the head by Su Ming, and felt a sharp pain in his forehead. He was about to have an attack, but when he turned around and saw Su Ming, he suddenly showed a surprised look. Is it you? Previously at the Qin family, Su Ming recognized Jing Lianji, and his father judged Su Ming to be a great person. She was told to take the initiative to befriend Su Ming whenever she met him in the future, but she didn't expect to meet him here. It's you. Su Ming glanced at Shen Luoyun, wondering why he appeared here, but ignored him and went straight to the medicine garden behind Chang's house. Wait for me. Shen Luoyun happily caught up with Su Ming. May I have your name? What should I call you? If you don't tell me, I will call you brother. How did you know that it was Jing Lianzi at a glance before? Are you very proficient in medicinal materials? Shen Luoyun followed Su Ming happily, asking endless questions. Su Ming ignored him and didn't reply. Walking into the medicine garden, Su Ming saw Yi Tang, the head of the Chang family, Chang Chun, and 2 cronies gathered together. Su Ming became angry when he saw it. Yi Tang didn't go to pick him up and came here to chat. If Yi Tang had gone to pick him up, there wouldn't have been so much trouble, and he wouldn't have run into a follower like Shen Luoyun. What are you doing? Su Ming shouted angrily after approaching. Several people were startled, and when they turned around and saw it was Su Ming, they all prostrated themselves. King Su. Meet King Su. Changqing and the others were extremely respectful. King Su. Wan Sharin, who was following Su Ming, was completely shocked. He thought Su Ming was just a little guy. Maybe he just came to work in the Chang family to help take care of the medicinal materials, so he knew something about pharmacology. Unexpectedly, even the head of the Chang family would bow down to him. What kind of identity does this have? King, what kind of king is he? Wan Sharin was so shocked that he couldn't even close his mouth. King Su, something strange happened. Yitang stepped forward and said respectfully to Su Ming, "This green jade vine is alive, but there is a problem." "What's the problem?" Su Ming frowned. "Is this why Yitang came early? A green jade vine can be fed, so what else is there to make a fuss about?" "I can't tell clearly, come here and have a look," Yitang said with a complicated expression. Su Ming walked over and looked down. He saw that although the vines of the jade vine were green, they had no moisture at all and looked shriveled. There were no green leaves on the vine. Su Ming squatted down and dug up the soil, only to see a patch of emerald green underneath the soil, which filled the depths. This is the stars landing and the medicinal seeds reviving. King Su, I deserve to die. Please punish me, King Su. Changqing knelt behind Su Ming, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. He thought that his cultivation method was wrong and he had killed the green jade vine again. He also wasted Su Ming's resuscitation fluid. For this crime, he deserves more than 10 heads. Su Ming threw away the soil in his hand, slowly stood up, shook his head and said, "It's none of your business." The stars fell to the ground and the medicinal fields revived. It was all my doing. There are medicinal seeds under your medicinal garden. Originally, these medicinal seeds were still dormant and hidden underground. In the end, I gave you the resuscitation fluid. The resuscitation liquid dripped down, causing the medicinal seeds to grow exponentially and regain vitality. Now it is out of control. The surrounding medicinal plants will be absorbed by the medicinal field and will all wither. Su Ming explained slowly. Medicinal seeds are like deep wells underground. Before it recovers, as long as it is adequately hydrated, you can get twice the result with half the effort in everything you do. This is also the reason why the Chang family can become the leading medical family in Yuncheng. But if the medicinal species is revived, that would be a backlash. It's no wonder that the medicinal herbs are reviving. No wonder I've seen other medicinal herbs look like they're dying recently. Even the water at home has become very small. I often feel thirsty and can hardly urinate. Changqing suddenly realized. Look like. Su Ming rolled his eyes, it's not that exaggerated. Now that I have found a reason, I don't need to take the blame. How about Changqing not exaggerating? Then what should we do? If we can't plant the medicine after reviving it, isn't our Chang family doomed? Changqing said in panic. Wan Sharin was stunned for a while behind Su Ming. She has heard of the resuscitation of medicinal seeds. But I didn't expect to meet him in the Chang family in this small Yuncheng. This kind of thing, if you don't have hundreds of years of medical knowledge, how can you be qualified to enjoy medicinal seeds? Moreover, how could Su Ming understand these profound things? The way she looked at Su Ming was different now, as if she was looking at a treasure. Logically speaking, it is true. Your Chang family is so small, how can you suppress the reviving medicinal species? Within 3 years, the area within 100 miles will become a wasteland, and no plants will grow. But it will be different when you meet me. Su Ming's lips curled up into a deep smile. Fighting against the sky is endless fun. Medicinal seeds are created by heaven and earth and cannot be subdued by human power. But who is this Su Ming? He is the king of Kyushu. Go find me 7 silver needles, preferably as thick as your little finger. Su Ming said to Changqing. Okay, King Su. Changqing immediately asked his men to find the silver needle. During this period of time, just rest and wait in the medicine garden. Su Ming walked aside and sat down. Wan Sharin followed aside, his whole body almost pressed against Su Ming's body, and asked in surprise, Who are you? Why are you so powerful? Can you even suppress this rejuvenating medicine? Be presumptuous, stay away from King Su. Yi Tang walked up, shouted coldly, and separated Shen Luoyun. I'm just asking. Shen Luoyun looked aggrieved. Miss Shen, you don't understand. Let me tell you, he is the king of the 9 provinces, the leader of the 8 million God of War army, and the king of Xinjiang who killed the 8 bandit leaders on the top of Mount Tai 3 years ago. Chang Chun saw Shen Luo. Yun Jiji couldn't help but stepped forward and explained with a smile. Jiang, king of Xinjiang. Shen Luoyun felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his face dull. He is the legendary godman, the king of Xinjiang. Oh my god. No wonder Jinglianzi can be distinguished at a glance. That kind of thing is probably child's play for Su Ming. No wonder the Chang family bowed to Su Ming when they saw him. Apart from the emperor of 9 provinces, who can compare to this status? This cloud city actually hides such a huge dragon. At this moment, Shen Luoyun felt numb all over his body, his heart was beating fast, and his whole heart went to Su Ming. Thinking of how he had ridiculed Su Ming as a country bumpkin before in the Goldwest store, Shen Luoyun felt even redder in the face at this moment. If Su Ming is a country bumpkin, then who is she? She is simply a rubbish. The silver needle is here. A few minutes later, the attendant found 7 silver needles as thick as his little finger and handed them to Su Ming. Su Ming took the silver needle, soaked it in potion, then found the correct position, inserted the silver needle into the soil, and then slammed it down with his palm. Bang! There was a dull explosion, and the silver needle was driven dozens of meters into the ground with his palm, and penetrated into the medicinal seeds. When the silver needle fell into the ground suddenly shook violently, as if it had been injured. In this way, Su Ming drove the next 6 silver needles into the ground one after another. Every time, the ground would tremble violently. Chang Chun, Shen Luoyun, and others looked at this scene dumbfounded. Although they didn't know what Su Ming was doing, they were all shocked by the terrifying echo. Until the last silver needle was inserted, the entire medicine garden completely returned to calm. There was a cool breath on the ground, and the soil became wet and moist. King Su, are you done? Chang Chun came over in surprise. That's right. Su Ming clapped his hands and said calmly, the revival of the medicine seeds is like a wild beast that has broken free from its reins. It is difficult to tame. But my 7 silver needles, which are soaked with medicine, are all injected into the vital positions of the medicine seeds, just like sealing the major acupoints of a person's body, completely suppressing the medicine seeds. After that, everything will be fine. You can still grow your medicine, and there will be no impact at all. How come? Chang Chun's face was filled with shock. I didn't expect there was such a way. The medicinal plant was difficult to tame, and he thought the Chang family was doomed, but he didn't expect Su Ming to deal with it so easily. He is worthy of being the king of Jiang. This ability is unheard of. However, this saved the Chang family and made Chang Chun extremely grateful and happy. He bowed to Su Ming and said, "Thank you, King Su, for your help. King Su is so kind and I cannot repay you. From now on, the Chang family will serve King Su for generations to come. Okay, then help me raise some more things." Su Ming was not polite, took out a packet of seeds from his arms and threw it in front of Chang Chun. Chang Chun opened it and his eyes widened immediately. Are these the seeds of blood begonia? My God, I didn't expect to see such a strange flower in my lifetime. Blood begonia is a legendary medicinal flower. It is said that it can only grow in the sea of blood. It has unique medicinal effects and can be used to make the elixir of youth. Changchun has only been seen in ancient pharmacopoeia, but I never thought that one day it would appear in front of me. Blood begonia. Hearing these 3 words, Shen Luoyun was also shocked, and he was so shocked that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. Is it really blood begonia? She took a closer look and saw that there was no fake anywhere. Apart from Su Ming, there was probably no one else in the world who could produce this kind of thing. Shen Luoyun stared blankly, drooling with saliva. This thing is something that many medical practitioners dream of. If it can be cultivated in batches, just by relying on this blood begonia, it can become the #1 in Kyushu. Not to mention Yinqing Zhongzhou, I am afraid that countless people in the entire Jiuzhou want this thing in their dreams. Shen Luoyun stood up with a cry, looked at Su Ming longingly and said, "Brother, how about you give me this thing, and our Shen family can help you raise it?" She was eager to get the blood begonia. If my father knew, he would probably be extremely happy. Do you have any medicinal seeds at home? Su Ming looked at Shen Luoyun with a sneer. This. Shen Luoyun couldn't answer the words immediately, his face was full of embarrassment. Medicine seeds are not something you can just have if you want. His Shen family really doesn't have one. Although there is a field of top-quality medicine, it is definitely not comparable to this kind of resurrected medicine. That's it, don't waste your time, I can't even support you. It was after seeing the revival of the Chang family's medicinal species that Su Ming suddenly decided to ask Chang Chun to cultivate the blood begonia. Otherwise, he would not have taken out the seeds. The function of blood begonia is naturally to completely eradicate the silkworm poison. Su Ming's eyes fell on Chang Chun again. As a reward, you can take this prescription. If you use this prescription to make medicine, your Chang family will prosper for 100 years. Su Ming casually took out a prescription from his arms and threw it to Chang Chun. Chang Chun picked it up and looked at it, and was shocked, an ancient recipe for rejuvenation. It's still intact, my God. Chang Chun was so surprised that he almost fainted. It is said that this thing can keep your appearance young and youthful. Of course, there is some exaggeration. But it definitely has the effect of nourishing the skin and delaying aging. This is also a much-coveted treasure. Rejuvenate your appearance. Shen Luoyun swallowed hard and was completely speechless. He looked at Su Ming with stunned eyes, looking regretful and envious at the same time. I didn't expect that just by doing something for Su Ming, I could get such a treasure. If she had known earlier, the first time she saw Su Ming, she would have hugged Su Ming and wouldn't let him go. As a result, these treasures are all cheap. Given time, with this prescription, maybe the Chang family can surpass her Zhongzhou family. No. Shen Luoyun suddenly rolled his eyes and made up his mind. It's still too late. From now on, he must hug Su Ming's thigh tightly. No matter what he does, if he can get a little reward from Su Ming, then the Shen family can also prosper. Worry-free for 100 years. Thinking of this, the look in Shen Luoyun's eyes when he looked at Su Ming almost turned into silk. I will do my best to keep the blood begonia alive. Chang Chun thanked Su Ming with great gratitude. That's it. Su Ming picked the green jade vine, handed it to Yi Tang and said, "Send it back to the Chu family, and ask Aunt Lin Shuyun to put it away for me." Okay, King Su. Yi Tang took the jade vine and turned away. By the way, King Su, my Chang family is holding an elixir exhibition. Do you want to go and have a look? Feel free to take whatever you want, even if you can take all of it. Chang Chun said to Su Ming with piety and respect. Su Ming looked around and since he had nothing to do, he nodded and said, "Then let's go over and take a look. Someone, bring Prince Su over." Chang Chun shouted to his followers. The people around him immediately came forward respectfully to lead the way for Su Ming. Su Ming headed outside to the Chang family exhibition hall. Behind him, Shen Luoyun still followed closely. "Why are you following me?" Su Ming frowned and looked back at Shen Luoyun. "Brother, from now on, I will go wherever you go. If you have any instructions, just tell me, even if it's just to help you warm your bed." Shen Luoyun's eyes were full of stars, and he looked at Su Ming with admiration, with a slight tinge in his eyes. "Shy. You." Su Ming frowned. He remembered that Shen Luoyun didn't have this attitude towards him before, but why did he suddenly look like a different person? This gave him a headache. What he fears most is being clung to. But now that I'm at the Chang family, it's okay. Su Ming waved his hand, "Whatever you want." I ignored it and continued towards the exhibition hall. Entering the Chang family hall, I immediately saw that the front was packed with people. Countless people were discussing around the independent exhibition stands. The atmosphere was lively, and they all praised the Chang family for their deep family background and being able to come up with so many precious and rare elixirs. But Su Ming glanced at them briefly and found that they were all low-level drugs like Jishue powder and Xingxin Dan. It doesn't have much effect, but in the eyes of ordinary people, it is considered rare. I want this beauty elixir. I want as much as I want. Wrap them all up for me. At this moment, an arrogant and loud voice sounded from the front. Su Ming looked up and saw a fair-skinned beauty wearing a short skirt standing in the crowd, with her arms folded and a commanding look. That's Zhao Yan. Shen Luoyun, who was following Su Ming, recognized Zhao Yan of the Zhao family at a glance and made a surprised sound. Zhao Yan. Hearing this name, Su Ming also frowned. Wan Sharin had mentioned this to her before, and she was considered Wan Sharin's good sister. After all, Zhao Yan's father was Wan Sharin's godfather. This relationship allowed the two to keep in touch since childhood. No wonder he looked so familiar. It seemed that Zhao Yan had been to the Wan family before. But it doesn't matter anymore. He no longer had anything to do with Wan Sharin. In the crowd, Zhao Yan enjoyed the envious gazes of the people around her and felt very proud. She just enjoys the feeling of being the center of attention. This is also the reason why she came to Yunqing before her father. If her father were here, he would definitely not let her be in the spotlight like this. She comes from a big family in Jongo, so she is naturally not comparable to those country bumpkins in Yunqing. Enjoying this sense of superiority, Zhao Yan also heard someone shouting her name from behind, and couldn't help but look back in the direction of Su Ming. Shen Luoyun. Shen Luoyun was also recognized immediately. Is it you, Shen Luoyun? Zhao Yan walked out of the crowd and walked towards Shen Luoyun. She raised her lips and smiled proudly. I didn't expect you, the eldest daughter of the Shen family, to come to a small place like Yunqing to participate in an exhibition. Isn't your family from a medical family? Can you like the things here? As Zhao Yan said that, his eyes also glanced at Su Ming twice, but Su Ming's dress didn't catch his eye at all. What does it have to do with you? Shen Luoyun curled his lips slightly. He had never had a good impression of an arrogant young lady like Zhao Yan. It doesn't matter, but I have taken care of the beauty pills here. You should be here for the beauty pills, right? Unfortunately, you are no longer in the business. From now on, you will always be ranked 8th in the Zhongzhou beauty list. I will still press your head. Zhao Yan said with great pride. On the list of Zhongzhou beauties, she, Zhao Yan, ranked 7th and Shen Luoyun ranked 8th. These rich ladies, in order to compete for ranking in the beauty list, will do anything they can. When Zhao Yan saw Shen Luoyun appearing here, she thought Shen Luoyun's purpose was the same as hers. I don't care about that kind of thing. I can have as many as I want. Shen Luoyun said disdainfully. Yo, it's so sour. You old bastard, I feel so uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I will always be superior to you. Zhao Yan giggled proudly. Su Ming had no interest in the bickering between the two women. He looked around and saw that there was nothing interesting, so he was about to turn around and leave. Brother, wait for me. Seeing that Su Ming was about to leave, Shen Luoyun was too lazy to pay attention to Zhao Yan and quickly caught up with Su Ming. Elder brother. Zhao Yan couldn't help but frown and look at Su Ming. She looked up and down again. She felt that Su Ming looked familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was. What's going on with Shen Luoyun? She's the eldest lady of the Shen family after all. How can she be so affectionate with this kind of person? When did she have such low expectations? If she does this, she won't be worthy of being compared with me in the future. Zhao Yan shook her head disdainfully, and then called Wan Sharin to pick her up. Su Ming left Chang's house and stood at the door of Chang's house, preparing to leave by car. Brother Su, wherever you are going, I will take you there. Shen Luoyun chased him out from behind and approached with a smile on his face. I'm going home. Do you want to go home with me? Su Ming turned to look at Shen Luoyun. It's not impossible. Brother Su, where do you live? Shen Luoyun asked shyly. You don't care where I live. Su Ming rolled his eyes and completely lost his patience. Although Shen Luoyun is an out-and-out beauty, with an oval face and willow eyebrows, there is a bit of gentleness and heroism between her eyebrows, and her eyes are very charming. But Su Ming knew what purpose Shen Luoyun had in approaching him. He was not interested in this kind of woman at all. Brother Su, let me drive you. It's not easy to take a taxi here. Shen Luoyun was not discouraged at all and said reluctantly. At this moment, a black Mercedes-Benz drove up from the front, and the person who got out of the car was Wan Sharin, who was dressed in work clothes and looked clean and concise. Wan Sharin got off the car and walked towards Chang's house, when she bumped into Su Ming. "Why are you here?" Wan Sharin looked at Su Ming with a look of surprise. "Today is the Chang family's elixir exhibition, and non-privileged people can enter. How can Su Ming come to the Chang family?" But when she saw Shen Luoyun next to Su Ming, she suddenly understood. "I'm afraid Su Ming has seduced another eldest lady." Suddenly he shook his head in disappointment, looked at Su Ming and said, "Apart from this, do you have any other means? Do you only rely on women to get by?" Hearing this, Su Ming was immediately disgusted. "It's like eating a fly. Why are you talking like this? Brother Su, why did you provoke you?" Shen Luoyun glared at Wan Sharin angrily. "Brother Su." Wan Sharin laughed sarcastically, "He has been married to me for 3 years, and I know him better than you do. Little girl, don't be deceived." "Marry?" Shen Luoyun was also shocked immediately and looked at Wan Sharin in surprise. "Are you married to Brother Su?" "But we're already divorced," Wan Sharin said calmly. "Leaving?" Hearing this, Shen Luoyun was shocked again. "How can you be willing to give up? You can't even ask for a treasure like Brother Su, and you divorce him. No wonder you are so rude when you open your mouth. It turns out that your vision's so bad." Shen Luoyun was shocked and sighed in his heart. This is the king of Jiang, the #1 person in Kyushu. All she wants is a warm face and a cold butt. This woman is actually willing to divorce, fearing that her head will be kicked by a donkey. "Baby." Wan Sharin smiled sarcastically. "I chose him because of my poor vision. I can't afford this kind of treasure." While they were talking, Zhao Yan also had people coming out from behind carrying beauty pills. Seeing Wan Sharin, she said with a smile, "Sister Sharin, you are here. I have bought my things. Let's go. What are you talking to this person? Do you know him?" Wan Sharin glanced at Shen Luoyun and said nothing more. She just reminded, "Remember my words, don't be deceived. It will be too late to regret by then." After that, he got in the car with Zhao Yan. In the car, Zhao Yan looked curious. "Sister Sharin, why have you been deceived? Do you know that boy? He looks familiar to me." "You forgot, your former brother-in-law," Wan Sharin reminded. "Oh." Zhao Yan suddenly realized, and then her eyes widened. "It turns out to be him. I just said he looked so familiar. That worthless loser. Aren't you divorced? You told me on WeChat." "Yeah, I didn't expect to meet him again here today. He seemed to have deceived a girl." Wan Sharin sighed helplessly. "That guy really can't live without a woman. I had lied to her for 3 years before, and now I don't know who else to lie to. I just hope that little girl won't be fooled." "You said Shen Luoyun was deceived by him. That's not true. She is the eldest lady of the Shen family of Zhongzhou Medical School. She is somewhat knowledgeable. How could she be deceived so easily?" Zhao Yan looked surprised. "That little girl is the eldest daughter of the Shen family." Wan Sharin also looked shocked. Now both of them are confused. After a while, Zhao Yan came back to her senses and said with wide eyes, "But what you said, Sister Sharin, makes sense. Shen Luoyun, even though she is a young lady from a big family, has never been in contact with any men. Maybe she is really attracted by that man. The kid lied. I will make it clear to him when I get the chance. That kind of person is not only a coward, but also a waste. If he really deceived Shen Luoyun, it would be a big joke in Zhongzhou." Zhao Yan shook her head sarcastically. Although Zhao Yan and Shen Luoyun are competitors. But she still doesn't want to see people who are comparable to her being deceived by a useless man. That wouldn't be fun either. With this in mind, Zhao Yan took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Shen Luoyun. Su Ming's identity was explained in detail, and the story of Su Ming's marriage to Wan's family 3 years ago, how he had been useless in the past 3 years, and how he was finally kicked out were all sent to Zhao Yan. His words were full of denigration and belittling of Su Ming, just saying that Su Ming was trash and unsightly. She didn't believe it. Zhao Yan couldn't understand after reading this. Over here, Shen Luoyun was driving Su Ming back to Chu's house. On the way, I looked down at my phone a few times. After reading it, my expression changed. Then, she raised her head with sympathy and sadness and looked at Su Ming. Brother Su, I didn't expect you to suffer such humiliation in the Wan family. No wonder Wan Sharin said that when she saw you. This Wan family is really crazy and has no self-awareness at all. You can join the Wan family because they have been blessed for several lifetimes, but they still treat you like this. Shen Luoyun felt the same and almost shed tears. Su Ming's face suddenly darkened. He asked coldly, "Did Wan Sharin send it to you?" If it was Wan Sharin who sent it, he would be really angry. Regardless of whether he misses his old relationship or not, this is a matter between him, Wan Jia, and Wan Sharin, but if he sends it to an outsider, he doesn't treat him as a human being. No, Zhao Yan sent it to me. Shen Luoyun replied hurriedly. Oh. Su Ming responded and said no more. That woman did know something, but not much. She was probably just making up nonsense, and he didn't bother to pay attention to it. Don't worry, Brother Su, I will never treat you like the Wan family did. As long as my Shen family has it, you can ask for anything you want. Shen Luoyun said with certainty. Su Ming didn't answer the call. Whatever he wants, he lacks nothing. He didn't ask for anything at Wan Jia. However, the Wan family has asked for a lot, including his things, but they haven't been sent back yet. Soon, the car arrived at the door of Chu's house. Su Ming opened the door and got out of the car, turned to Shen Luoyun and said, "Thank you for sending me off. Brother Su, why are you being polite to me? I will stay in Yunqing for a few more days, and I will come find you another day." After saying that, Shen Luoyun drove away happily. Su Ming returned to the Chu family. Entering the living room, Lin Xiuyun had prepared the food and was preparing to have dinner. Xiao Ming is back, just in time for dinner. Lin Xiuyun said with a gentle smile on her face. Although the Chu family is not big, it is still comfortable to stay here. The family sat down at the dining table and started eating. Chu Qingqing held her rice bowl and showed off that she went to school today. Her classmates learned that she had become Chen Fengyu's goddaughter. They talked endlessly about how they flattered her and how good she was in school. Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Although Chu Qingqing is unruly, she is still a little girl and is easily satisfied. But Chu Yingcai sat at the table sighing, and even though he was not late for his meal, he looked very worried. "Qingqing's father, what's wrong? What happened?" Lin Xiuyun asked doubtfully. "Well, it's a long story. It's about the company. The company is engaged in building materials, but Wan Jia is also engaged in building materials. During this period, Wan Jia has been thriving and has monopolized all building materials business. I have made appointments with many old customers, but now they can't come to an agreement. They have all switched to cooperate with Wan Jia. Tomorrow I will have a big client, who is also my only lifeline. He is the general manager of dozens of building materials companies, Mr. Wu Qian. If he is unwilling to cooperate, then all the orders in my hand will be cancelled, and I don't know how to report to him." Having said that, Chu Yingcai sighed heavily again. "How so?" Lin Xiuyun also made a sound of surprise. Chu Yingcai is the pillar of the family. If Chu Yingcai's orders fail and he loses his job, this family will become very difficult. "Dad, don't worry. Why don't you ask Godfather for help? I'll send a message to Godfather. There's no business that can't be negotiated." Chu Qingqing said confidently. "No, don't mess around." Chu Yingcai hurriedly stopped her, glared at Chu Qingqing and said, "Don't bother Master Chen with everything. Master Chen is a very busy person. She accepted you as her goddaughter because of that bottle of wine. If you go to him for everything and make him disgusted, then you're really done for." "Oh." Chu Qingqing lowered her head and dared not say anything else. "Then what should we do?" Lin Xiuyun didn't understand either, and asked with a worried look on her face. "If it's just a factory manager, I can help you." Hearing this, Su Ming smiled and said, "It's just a factory director, he doesn't even need to show up in person, he can just let Yitang make a phone call and it will be done. You eat your meal." Chu Yingcai was already upset, and when he heard Su Ming's words, he glared at Su Ming angrily. That's right, why are you talking so much? What can you do? Can you brag less? You are really a factory director. Do you know that he is the general director of dozens of factories and makes hundreds of billions a year? You probably won't meet such a person in your entire life. Wan Changqing said, looking at Su Ming unhappily. That's because you didn't let me do it. It was just a matter of a phone call. Su Ming said with a grin. Originally, out of respect for Ling Yun and because he had lived here for a long time, Su Ming also wanted to help. It was just a piece of cake after all. But unexpectedly, Chewing-Sai didn't appreciate it at all. A phone call. Chewing-Sai looked at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. Okay, come on, make a call, call me and see how you can contact Director Wu. Chewing-Sai folded his arms and sneered, just wanting to see how far Su Ming could pretend. Without saying a word, Su Ming picked up his phone and called the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. On the other end, Jiang Yilin, president of Tianming Chamber of Commerce, answered the phone. King Su, do you have any instructions? Jiang Yilin was flattered when she received Su Ming's call. Su Ming seldom called her, and asked Yi Tang to tell her everything. Xiao Jiang. Do you know Wu Qian? Go talk to him and ask him to sign a contract with Chewing-Sai of Jinseng Company. Su Ming explained to Jiang Yilin. Okay, King Su, I'll do it right away. Jiang Yilin responded solemnly. Good. Su Ming hung up the phone. Who did you call? Chewing-Sai looked at Su Ming with a forced smile and asked. No one else, just Jiang Yilin from Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Su Ming picked up a chicken leg and said while chewing it. Jiang Yilin, you mean the beautiful female president of Tianming Chamber of Commerce, the dream lover of countless people? Wan Changqing asked in shock. Maybe. Su Ming answered nonchalantly. He doesn't know that Jiang Yilin is someone else's dream lover. You're crazy, Xiuyun. You're just being crazy. I've lost my appetite. Please eat slowly. Chewing-Sai was so furious at Su Ming that he threw his chopsticks in anger, got up and went back to his room. Jiang Yilin, if you want to brag, you should find something more realistic. If you have Jiang Yilin's phone number, why do you still need to sit here and eat chicken legs? Wan Changqing was also furious. She ate 2 mouthfuls of food quickly and got up to leave. But that same evening, Chewing-Sai received a call from Wu Qian's secretary, asking him to sign the contract the next day. Chewing-Sai suddenly sat up from the bed, stunned. I was surprised and happy, and I didn't know why. The reason why Chewing-Sai sighed was that he felt that cooperation with Wu Qian was hopeless. This is because he had secretly received news that Wu Qian had already signed a contract with the Wan family and turned to cooperate with the Wan family. He felt that all his business was ruined. But unexpectedly, Wu Qian suddenly changed his mind and wanted to sign a contract with him. The surprise came so unexpectedly. Chewing-Sai suddenly remembered the phone call Su Ming made during dinner. Could it be that the boy's phone call really worked? Otherwise, why would Wu Qian suddenly change his words? Could it be that the guy really knows Jiang Yilin from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce and is really capable of getting Wu Qian to reject the Wan family and cooperate with him? Thinking of this, Chewing-Sai was so shocked that his scalp went numb. No, I have to ask Wu Qian about it when I see him tomorrow. Early the next morning, Chewing-Sai didn't even have breakfast. He got dressed early, took his briefcase, and went to meet Wu Qian. In the hotel, Wu Qian agreed readily without any requests and signed the contract with Chewing-Sai happily. Chewing-Sai was full of doubts. While he was happy, he took the opportunity to ask Wu Qian, Mr. Wu, I heard that you had already signed a contract with Wan Jia. Why did you suddenly sign a contract with me? What made you change your mind? Hearing this, Wu Qian, who was drinking, paused and looked at Chewing-Sai with a meaningful smile. Manager Chu, since you have this relationship, why are you still pretending to be confused with me? If you had told me earlier, what Wan family, I would only do business with you in the future. Hearing this, Chewing-Sai's face was suddenly filled with shock. Could it really be Su Ming? He couldn't help but ask in surprise, could it be that, Mr. Wu, you really received a call from Mr. Jiang Yilin of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Chewing-Sai got goosebumps all over his body. Could it be that the kid in my family is really some big shot? What, Mr. Jiang? Manager Chu, you are really a genius at pretending to be confused. You and Master Chen Fengyu are relatives, right? He even adopted your daughter as his goddaughter. If you had told me this earlier, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Wu Qian said with a smile on his face. Master Chen, yes, there is this relationship. Chu Yingcai suddenly realized it. It turned out that it was Mr. Chen who came to help. But he was so scared that he thought it was really Su Ming who called. That boy, pretending so well, almost fooled him. If this hadn't been said, he would have really thought Su Ming was a big shot. Little did they know that it was Jiang Yilin who informed Chen Fengyu and asked Chen Fengyu to come forward. Because if Jiang Yilin came forward, she would be acting in the name of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, and the impact would be huge, so Jiang Yilin took this detour. But Chu Yingcai would never be able to understand the operation of these top Yinqing networks in his lifetime. He now just thought that Chen Fengyu had done him a big favor again. Meanwhile, at the Chu family's, Su Ming was still soundly sleeping. Last night, he used the green jade vine he brought back to make medicine, and took it to suppress the silkworm poison. The silkworm poison did not take effect. I slept so comfortably that I was still sleeping at noon. It was not until 11 o'clock that Su Ming got up from bed yawning. Chu Yingcai went to work, and Chu Qingqing also went to school. Lin Xiuyun, on the other hand, had some free time and was cleaning her room. There was breakfast left for Su Ming on the table. Lin Xiuyun came out of the room and saw Su Ming got up. She smiled and said, Xiao Ming, did you sleep well? I've never felt so comfortable. Su Ming stretched himself. He hadn't slept so soundly even when he was at the Wan family. That's good. I was worried that you wouldn't be used to it. Lin Xiuyun smiled generously and gently. Su Ming was eating fried dough sticks and asked curiously, Auntie Lin, you should be going to work at this time, why haven't you gone today? Lin Xiuyun sighed, there's a pharmacology seminar organized in our pharmacy. It's said that many famous doctors will come out to give lectures, and I've been selected to attend. But the superiors told me to make a summary after listening to the lectures. I don't know much, and I'm worried that I'll be embarrassed if I go. Lin Xiuyun smiled awkwardly. Auntie Lin, I'll go with you. Su Ming immediately put down the bowl and said. You're coming with me? Lin Xiuyun looked surprised. Yes, I know a little about medical skills. I will help you summarize it when the time comes, and everything will be fine. Su Ming said with a smile on his face. Lin Xiuyun is gentle and kind, and treats him very well. In Su Ming's heart, he treats Lin Xiuyun as a family member. He was still very happy to help Lin Xiuyun. That's a good idea. Okay, then you come with me. I'll pack up and change my clothes. Lin Xiuyun smiled happily and turned around to change clothes. Lin Xiuyun changed into a set of trousers and shirt. She looked elegant and graceful, with delicate skin and no fat around her waist. She didn't look like a mother at all, but rather looked very young. After going out, Lin Xiuyun and Su Ming took a car to the pharmacology study meeting. Soon, we arrived at the gate of the study group. Lin Xiuyun and Su Ming got out of the car and were about to walk inside. Coming towards me, I saw a fat woman with a young man in a well-dressed suit and with a slicked back hair. The young man had an arrogant look on his face and held his chin high, as if he looked down on everyone. Lin Xiuyun, you really dare to come? When the woman saw Lin Xiuyun, her face was immediately filled with sarcasm. Lin Xiuyun said honestly and gently with a smile, the company asked me to come here, I have no choice. You come here just because I tell you to. Don't you even look at yourself? Do you understand pharmacology? You probably don't even recognize all the medicines in your store. Unlike me, my son is a postdoctoral fellow who graduated from a famous medical college in Zhongzhou. There is nothing he doesn't understand. The woman boasted to the young man beside her with pride. Dunhong, you are awesome. Your son is so promising. You will be able to enjoy a happy life in the future. Lin Xiuyun said with a smile. No, my son is here to give a lecture today. We can only listen to the lecture. This means he is competent. Chen Danhong said with a proud face. I'm not great. The really great ones are Ling Yun and Miss Shen, who are the famous masters in Jongo. Today is also the main lecture of their father and daughter. The young man curled his lips and said, "Yes, Miss Shen is even more amazing. She is famous in Jongo. Today I also plan to talk to my son about matchmaking. If Miss Shen can like him, she will be really rich and blessed." Chen Danhong was proud. Laughed. "What about you, is this your son? With him like this, I'm afraid Miss Shen won't even look at him again." Chen Danhong glanced at Su Ming with a sarcastic face, her eyes full of disdain. No, he just lives in my house temporarily." Lin Yun explained hurriedly. "Mom, don't talk to this kind of person. Let's go in first and see if Miss Shen is here," the young man next to him urged. "Well." Chen Danhong responded with a smile and walked inside with her son. As she walked, she said, "Look, what kind of people are they? They are shameless and shameless. They even brought a son here and didn't even acknowledge it. They even said they were staying at her house temporarily. My son, can you tell it's true? This person has no money and no ability, even my own son dare not admit it." These two sentences floated over, making Lin Yun blush and feel ashamed. He turned to look at Su Ming and said with shame, "Xiao Ming, I'm sorry, I'm embarrassing you. This Chen Danhong is from the enemy pharmacy, and I didn't expect to meet her." "It's okay, Aunt Lin, I don't mind, don't take it to heart." Su Ming smiled calmly. "Well, I'll talk less when I go in, so as not to make people laugh," Lin Yun said awkwardly. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun and his daughter also came here. "Hey, isn't this my brother-in-law? Why are you here? Oh, you left the Wan family, you don't have a job, it's hard to get food, right? So coming to a place like this and listening to lectures might help you find a job, am I right?" As Su Ming and Lin Yun walked into the medical lecture hall and just found a seat to sit down, a sarcastic voice came from the front. Su Ming looked up and saw Zhao Yan sitting in the front seat. She turned around and looked at him with sarcasm and ridicule. "Why are you here?" Su Ming frowned. "This Zhao Yan is from the Zhao family in Zhongzhou. The Zhao family is engaged in business and has nothing to do with medicine and pharmacology. No one would have thought that this woman would appear here. You can come, but I can't, but I'm different from you. You come here to attend classes and make a living. I come here just for fun. Because I'm not short of money. Unlike you, I have to rely on others to survive. Leave Sister Sharin, you are nothing." Zhao Yan's words were full of sarcasm and very harsh. In fact, she is not interested at all. She has no interest in medical skills at all. She came here solely because the male god she liked was here. "I'm not here to take classes either," Su Ming said calmly. In his eyes, this kind of lecture is like a child playing house. Even if a woman named Chen Shulin came to the stage to give a lecture, he would not be able to judge her. "Then what are you here for? Don't tell me that you are also here to give lectures, haha." Zhao Yan laughed loudly and looked at Su Ming with disdain. He thought that Su Ming just couldn't lose face, so he was arrogant. But how could she not know Su Ming's character and abilities? Suddenly looking at Su Ming was like looking at a clown joke. "Xiao Yan, do you know each other?" At this time, a voice sounded beside me. It was Chen Danhong who I met at the door before. "Yes, I know him. He's my ex-brother-in-law. I guess there are few people in Yunqing who don't know him. He's a loser who married into a Wan family and just waits to die," Zhao Yan said with a grin. "He is the son-in-law of the Wan family." Chen Danhong looked at Su Ming in surprise, and then laughed. No wonder he looks half dead. "I heard that Mr. One of the Wan family divorced someone, and it couldn't be this guy. He was kicked out of the Wan family and has nothing. Who else could it be but him?" As they talked, they both laughed. Su Ming was indifferent, but Lin Yun's face turned green and red as she listened, with a guilty look on her face. "Xiao Ming, it's all my fault. I asked you to come, and you ended up being laughed at. Otherwise, let's go first, we won't listen to this lecture anymore." "Need not." Su Ming calmly shook his head. "Here you are, listen to me before you leave." Then don't listen to the whole thing. For someone like you, this is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Zhao Yan laughed sarcastically and humiliated Su Ming severely. This kind of person wasted Sister Shirin's 3 years of time and still dares to pretend here. When she was still in the Wan family, she looked down on Su Ming, but for Wan Sharin's sake, she also gave Su Ming some face. But now, she wished to see Su Ming unable to raise his head. But Su Ming just frowned slightly, with a little anger in his eyes, but did not say anything. Soon, the lecture will begin. First, some well-known doctors in Yunqing gave lectures. They talked about common pharmacological knowledge to help people working in pharmacies distinguish medicines and avoid making mistakes when selling medicines. Then came the highlight. Shen Songlin, the medical king of the Shen family in Jongo, gave a lecture in person. Suddenly the audience burst into warm applause. Even Zhao Yan sighed. Although I am not very convinced by Shen Luoyun, I have to say that the Shen family's status in the medical world is just like the status of the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce in Yunqing. It is second to none and no one can surpass it. Right or left? Someone who can attract the attention of a medical king like Shen Songlin must be a proud man of heaven. By coincidence, I was invited by the king of medicine. At this time, Chen Danhong's son next to him raised his head proudly and made a proud sound. Is it true, brother Wang Tian, are you really invited by the king of medicine? Zhao Yan suddenly turned her head and asked with shock on her face. Of course, otherwise why do you think I'm here? Although I graduated from a famous medical school, my qualifications are not enough to give lectures. Miss Shen told me personally and they invited me to give lectures together, so I come on. Wang Tian crossed his arms, feeling so proud that his nose almost reached the sky. You are so awesome, brother Wang Tian. Zhao Yan's face was full of admiration, and she took the initiative to get close to Wang Tian. If the king of medicine invites you, over time, you will become the top miracle doctor in Zhongzhou. I really saw the right person. I have never misjudged a person. Just like a certain person, I saw that he was a loser at first sight. Sure enough, my opinion has come true now. Having said this, Zhao Yan turned around again and looked at Su Ming with a certain amount of showing off and a certain amount of contempt. And her male god is naturally Wang Tian. Wang Tian and she had studied together at Zhongzhou University. At that time, she took a fancy to Wang Tian's talent and superb medical skills, and he would definitely be able to stand out in the future. Looking at it now, it is indeed the case. On the stage in front, Shen Shulin was talking eloquently. He had finished his lecture and made his final speech. According to the rules, the next step should be to give lectures at Shen Luoyun. Then Wang Tian takes the stage and finally wraps up. But no, Shen Songlin stood on the stage, his eyes glanced around, and finally landed on Su Ming, with a smile. I, Shen Songlin, arrived in Yunqing, met many people, and opened my eyes. Among them, there is a junior who amazes me. His medical skills are not inferior to mine. Today, I am good at making decisions and invite him to come up and share his medical knowledge with you. Coming. Seeing that Shen Songlin was looking towards them, Zhao Yan naturally thought that he was talking about Wang Tian and was immediately excited. Wang Tian also straightened his suit and sat upright, waiting for Shen Songlin to call his name. Son, go up and behave well. Don't embarrass the king of medicine, and don't embarrass our family. The king of medicine has taken notice of you, and you have a bright future. Chen Danhong said with a red face. Don't worry, Mom, I've been preparing all night. Wang Tian clenched his fists and tried to stay calm, but his palms were already full of sweat. On the stage, Shen Songlin's voice was deafening, like thunder. This junior is here, he is Su Ming. Everyone welcomes him with warm applause. Su Ming. Everyone was stunned and turned to look around, wondering who Su Ming was. But Zhao Yan, Wang Tian, Chen Danhong, and Lin Xiuyun were all shocked. They suddenly turned their heads to look at Su Ming, who was sitting expressionlessly, and several of them opened their mouths in shock. Even Su Ming raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the person Shen Songlin wanted to invite was himself. He was just accompanying Lin Xiuyun to join in the fun. He had no interest in such low-end lectures. Brother Su, my dad is calling you. Come on up and come on. At this moment, Shen Luoyun's voice sounded from behind Su Ming. Shen Luoyun walked up behind him with a sweet smile on his face, took his arm and said, "Miss Shen." Wang Tian's jaw almost dropped to the ground. His dream lover, Shen Luoyun, who was considered the #1 young generation in Zhongzhou, was so close to this boy. Wang Tian just wanted to slap himself twice to see if this was a dream. "Shen Luoyun, did you make a mistake? Isn't it brother Wang Tian that you invited?" Zhao Yan also asked in shock. "Him? How qualified is he? He wants to go on stage to give lectures with my father. Let's wait 20 years. Shen Luoyun immediately curled his lips and said disdainfully. At this time, Wang Tian felt as if he had been slapped twice, and his heart suddenly felt cold and stinging. There is nothing more painful than being belittled by the person of your dreams in person. It was Shen Luoyun who personally recommended Su Ming to his father, Shen Shulin. But she didn't dare to tell Su Ming's identity as the king of 9 provinces. It's just about how Su Ming suppressed the resurrected medicinal seeds in the Chang family. But this alone was enough to make Shen Linlin startled from ear to ear. He immediately changed the inviter and invited Su Ming to give a lecture together. He also took the opportunity to win over a young and talented person like Su Ming. However, it was such an opportunity that Wang Tian was envious of, but Su Ming looked impatient. Frowning, he said, "When did I agree to give lectures? Are you making your own decisions, chasing ducks and selling them? Do you think I must listen to you?" This kind of arrangement made him very unhappy. It made him even more unhappy than Zhao Yan's full of sarcasm. Hearing this, Shen Luoyun was startled. Fine sweat broke out on his white forehead. There was a look of panic in his eyes. He lowered his head in a hurry and said in fear, "Brother Su, don't you like it?" "I don't like it." "Okay, I shouldn't tell my father." "If you don't want to, forget it, I will tell my father." Seeing Shen Luoyun's appearance, Wang Tian and Zhao Yan were so angry that they breathed fire from their orifices. "This kid, what are you pretending to be?" Being invited by the medical king, or the medical king of Zhongzhou, means that he is recognized by the Shen family, and his future success is just around the corner. It was Shen Luoyun who came to say it in person. How embarrassing is this? There is smoke rising from the ancestral graves, and he still doesn't know how to cherish the blessings he has accumulated in 10 lifetimes. He really doesn't have any self-awareness at all. Su Ming was silent for a while, glanced at Shen Luoyun, and sighed, "Forget it, for the sake of you sending me back yesterday, I will agree to it. But only once." Thank you, brother Su." Shen Luoyun's face was immediately filled with joy and gratitude. Su Ming then stood up and walked to the stage. "Shen Luoyun, are you crazy? Or have you caught your brain?" Zhao Yan was angry and annoyed, looking at Shen Luoyun with an incomprehensible face. "Why are you so humble to that kid? Are you really deceived by that kind of person? Didn't you read the message I sent yesterday? How is he comparable to brother Wang Tian, and you actually invited him?" Zhao Yan only felt that the Shen family father and daughter must be crazy. Otherwise, how could such a thing be possible? If this spreads out, the entire Shen family will probably be laughed at. However, Shen Luoyun had a different face towards Zhao Yan and Wang Tian, and looked at them indifferently. "He is something you will never be able to compare with in your lifetime. Don't let me hear you slander him again." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Crazy, that woman must be crazy." Zhao Yan shook her head dully. "What should I do?" Wang Tian even wanted to cry without tears. "It's okay. Shen Luoyun must have been deceived by him. No one knows that kid better than me. When the lecture is over, I will find someone to expose that kid myself. Take it out on me, brother Wang Tian." Zhao Yan said through gritted teeth. Firstly, she wanted to vent her anger on Wang Tian, and secondly, she was angry when she saw a useless waste like Su Ming pretending in front of her. It's obviously just a piece of garbage abandoned by Wan Sharin. Why do you dare to pretend here? Immediately, Zhao Yan started to take out her mobile phone and make a call. On the stage, Shen Songlin and Su Ming gave a second medical knowledge explanation. But this time Su Ming is the speaker. Su Ming didn't talk much, it was just ordinary pharmacological knowledge. He didn't even dare to say more because he was proficient in medical skills. If he talked more, no one below would be able to understand. After finishing speaking, there was warm applause below, but it was all for the sake of medical king Shen Songlin. After all, no one except Lin Xiaoyun and the others knew Su Ming. The lecture has officially ended. Su Ming and Shen Shulin walked off the stage together. Young man, would you like to be my apprentice? When he reached the bottom of the stage, Shen Songlin looked at Su Ming with admiration. From the lecture just now, it can be heard that Su Ming knows almost everything about medical common sense, but he doesn't know anything deeper. Although it is not deeper, the basic foundation is already very good. If he is allowed to train him, he might be able to take over his position as the medical king in the future. Ha! Su Ming turned his head and looked at Shen Songlin in surprise, thinking he heard wrongly. Is this guy going to take him as his disciple? That's not a mistake. Even if Shen Songlin wanted to become his disciple, he thought Shen Songlin was too old and not qualified. Now you actually want to accept him as your disciple. Su Ming had never heard a more amazing language than this. But when Shen Songlin saw Su Ming's stunned look, he thought Su Ming was too surprised and didn't react. He immediately nodded and said affirmatively, "Yes, I will accept you as my disciple." "I, Shen Songlin, said it myself. As long as you are willing, pack your things and return to Zhongzhou, I will make you a close disciple." This was an opportunity that countless people in Zhongzhou could not ask for, and he did not believe that Su Ming would not agree. However, Su Ming looked at Shen Songlin like an idiot, and his whole body felt numb. At this time, Shen Luoyun came over and saw Su Ming and his father having a good time. He was very happy and asked with a smile, "Brother Su, Dad, what are you talking about?" "It's nothing. Su Ming is as outstanding as you said. He is a quick jade, so I plan to accept him as my disciple. With my title of medical king, I will not treat him badly. As long as you follow me in the future, you will definitely be able to succeed in Zhongzhou. There is a place," Shen Zhonglin said with a smile. Ha! Hearing this, Shen Luoyun was also shocked. Instantly, my head was covered with black lines, cold sweat rolled down my face, and my hands and feet were numb. My old father is too tough. Who should I accept? Accept this big boss, the king of Kyushu. If this angers Su Ming, the two of them, no, the entire Shen family will be unable to eat and walk away. Shen Luoyun was so frightened that he was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly turned to Su Ming and apologized, "Brother Su, I'm sorry. My dad doesn't know your identity. Don't take it to heart what he said." Su Ming waved his hand impatiently, "Waste of time." Then he strode away in the direction of Lin Xiaoyun. "You kid, why are you talking? Do you know how many people want to be my apprentice, but they don't have a chance? You actually say it's a waste of time." Seeing Su Ming's appearance, Shen Songlin became furious instantly. If there weren't so many people here, he would really have gone up to pull Su Ming and explain to Su Ming the principles of life. "Dad, stop talking." Shen Luoyun rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Am I wrong? I didn't give him a huge opportunity, but he didn't even know how to cherish it. It's hard for a person like this to become a great person. Shen Shulin said angrily with a sullen brow. "Dad, do you know who he is? Do you dare to accept him as your disciple?" Shen Luoyun couldn't hold it in any longer. "Who else is there? Just a young boy. Who in the entire Zhongzhou I wouldn't dare to accept?" Shen Zhonglin said angrily. "He is the king of the 9 provinces, the leader of the God of War army, and the king of the border areas." Shen Luoyun said it all in one breath. Snap. Shen Songlin's legs went weak and he almost knelt on the ground. "What did you say?" He is the legendary king of Xinjiang." Shen Songlin instantly turned pale and his lips were trembling. "That's right, I didn't tell you before because I was afraid of revealing his identity and offending him. But I can't control that much now. You've already been offended anyway." Shen Luoyun held his forehead and felt weak all over. A good thing was screwed up by my father. Now I don't know what Su Ming thinks about the Shen family. No wonder he can easily suppress the recovery medicine. No wonder he says it's a waste of time. Shen Shulin understood everything and murmured to himself with dull eyes. Thinking of his brazen words about accepting Su Ming as his disciple, Shen Shulin was so ashamed that he really wanted to slap himself twice. Daughter, it's my fault, my eyesight is dim. If you can invite him here, you must have a good relationship with him. Please help me find a chance to ask him out, and I will apologize to him properly. Shen Shulin's intestines were filled with regret, and he looked at Shen Luoyun with a longing look on his face. It's all his own business, and Shen Luoyun can't really just let it go. He sighed heavily. I'll give it a try, but I don't know if it will work. It must work, otherwise our Shen family's game is over. Even if you use a honey trap, you have to ask him out. Shen Shulin was almost in tears. I know, Dad. Shen Luoyun kept shaking his head. How can we clean up this mess? At this end, Su Ming and Lin Shuyun walked out of the lecture hall, stopped a car, and prepared to go home with Lin Shuyun. Stand on the roadside and wait for the bus together. Lin Shuyun's eyes when she looked at Su Ming were full of kindness and relief, just like an old mother seeing that her child had finally made a difference. She said to Su Ming earnestly, Xiao Ming, I didn't expect that the medical king of Zhongzhou would look at you with admiration. This is really a great blessing. You must cherish it, and Miss Shen is as beautiful as a flower. I favor you so much. If you can join the Shen family, you will become famous in the future. Su Ming pursed her lips and smiled, I know Aunt Lin, I am sensible. Well, that's good. I believe you. You will definitely not be an ordinary person for the rest of your life. Lin Shuyun nodded affirmatively. She could always be kind to Su Ming and treat Su Ming as an outsider. In addition to her kind nature, she also saw that Su Ming was full of energy and was by no means the coward that outsiders said. But what she didn't know was that Su Ming was full of energy and had absolute status and power. That's why you can ignore everything. It's not that I'm frustrated. Soon, the taxi arrived. Lin Shuyun opened the car door and got in. Su Ming was about to get in the car when Zhao Yan's voice sounded behind him. Zhao Yan stood with her hands on her hips about 10 meters behind him, and shouted to Su Ming with an arrogant look, Brother-in-law, do you want to go to dinner together? Su Ming didn't even look at him, and said coldly, no. Sister Sharin will be there too. She sent me a message asking me to invite you. You are not going to give her face. Or have you been dumped by Sharin, so you are too embarrassed to see her? Zhao Yan said with a joking and sarcastic look on her face. Su Ming had already bent over to get into the car. Hearing this, he paused, retracted his head, and said to Lin Shuyun, Aunt Lin, you go back first, I have something to do. Well, be careful out there. Lin Shuyun nodded understandingly. Then the car started and took Lin Shuyun away. Su Ming turned around and cast a cold gaze on Zhao Yan, are you telling the truth? Why would I lie to you? You are like this now, is there anything worth my lying to you? If you don't dare to go, I won't force you. But I don't know what Sister Sharin thinks. Zhao Yan curled up the corners of her mouth and smiled. Okay, let's go then. Lead the way. Wan Sharin suddenly asked him out, and he also wanted to hear what Wan Sharin wanted to say. Could it be that Wan Sharin is engaged to Ling Yun? If I ask him about this, it would be a bit disgusting. This way. Zhao Yan walked in front and took Su Ming into the car. After getting in the car, Su Ming was shocked to find that the driver was Chen Danhong's son, Wang Tian. Su Ming frowned immediately, if Wan Sharin hadn't asked me out, what would this kid be doing? He's our driver, it's a free car, why don't you take it? Zhao Yan rolled her eyes at Su Ming. Then Zhao Yan turned her head and a wicked smile of success appeared on the corner of her mouth. Hooked. As expected, if you use Wan Sharin as an excuse, this kid will be fooled. He must still have illusions about Wan Sharin. A hanging wire. On the other side, in the hotel, she had already called her 2 top bodyguards of the Zhao family, who were also the top fighters in Zhongzhou. Each of them had the strength of a 9th-level war god and were strong men who had retired from the border areas. This is her plan. Wait for Su Ming to go over, and let his bodyguards take action, and Su Ming's true face will be exposed in an instant. It can also get rid of the bad temper in the lecture hall just now. Of course, this alone is not enough. She wanted Chen Luoyun to see with his own eyes how miserable and useless this bereaved dog who had been kicked out by the Wan family was. Let Chen Luoyun see through Su Ming's true face. Therefore, she sent another message and asked Chen Luoyun to go to the hotel together. She wanted Su Ming to kneel down and beg for mercy. Soon, the car drove to the entrance of a large hotel in the city center. After getting off the car, Su Ming found that Chen Luoyun had also arrived and was standing at the door of the hotel. Brother Su. Seeing Su Ming, Chen Luoyun made a happy sound. Then Chen Luoyun looked at Zhao Yan. Why did you invite me here? I don't want to have dinner with you. I have nothing to say to you. She didn't have a good impression of Zhao Yan to begin with, and Zhao Yan's bad words about Su Ming made her even more dismissive of Zhao Yan. Don't worry, we're all here, let's go upstairs and talk about it together. Zhao Yan smiled proudly, with a look of confidence that she was in control. Now that she's here, she's not afraid of Su Ming running away. Then several people walked upstairs together. Su Ming felt something was wrong. Why did Wan Sharin invite her and Chen Luoyun also came? Could it be that Zhao Yan is up to something? But he didn't take it to heart. The two 9th-level war gods were waiting upstairs. Zhao Yan Zuming, Wang Tian, and Chen Luoyun took the elevator upstairs. Brother Wang Tian, how do you feel about relieving your anger? How about interrupting his hands and feet? In the elevator, Zhao Yan asked Wang Tian. At this moment, Wang Tian no longer hid, and looked at Su Ming with a sneer, as if he were looking at Zai's prey. For this kind of mangy dog, breaking his hands and feet is of no use. I want him to kneel down, kowtow, beg for mercy, and call us grandparents. Okay, let's do it. Zhao Yan let out a sharp laugh. Chen Luoyun's expression changed and he realized something was wrong. He frowned and said coldly, what are you two talking about? What do you want to do? Miss Shen, don't panic, I won't do anything to you. Instead, I'm doing it for your own good and letting you see through the true colors of some dead dogs. Zhao Yan laughed. Su Ming and Chen Luoyun followed Zhao Yan into the hotel room. There was no one else in the room, only two strong men standing there. They are tall, 5 big and 3 thick. The two of them stand like two mountains, and their momentum is astonishing. Seeing these two people, Chen Luoyun's eyes widened in shock. Are they Chen Hu and Qin Dao? Chen Luoyun recognized at a glance that these two people were the famous top bodyguards of the Shen family. Each one had the strength of a 9th-level war god. These two people were also famous in Zhongzhou. Oh, Miss Shen knows me, so I don't need to bother introducing him too much. Zhao Yan showed a proud and ferocious smile, raised her finger and pointed at Su Ming and said, now, come here, kneel down, kowtow to me 3 times, call me Aunt 3 times, and I will consider sparing you. Su Ming frowned, his cold eyes slowly swept over, and he said coldly, so you lied to me. Where is Wan Sharin? Wan Sharin, do you really think Sister Sharin will care about a waste like you? There is no way she will come. I asked you to come just to show your true colors. What are you pretending to be in the lecture hall? Ah! You still dare to steal the opportunity from my brother Wang Tian, who are you? Come here quickly and kneel down for me, or I will let you be carried out today. Zhao Yan's eyes suddenly became sharp and she shouted at Su Ming. Zhao Yan, you have gone too far. Chen Luoyun gritted his teeth and stared at Zhao Yan. Brother Su, why did you offend you? Do you want your people to take action? If you dare to hurt him in the slightest, don't blame me for not letting you go. I really didn't expect it. I thought you were being deceived. I didn't expect you would still be protecting him at this time. Chen Luoyun, are you okay? Who is he? Can't you see through it? Zhao Yan looked at Chen Luoyun incomprehensibly. She thought that in this situation, Chen Luoyun should be on his side. It was impossible to stand up for an aunt like Su Ming. I never expected that Chen Luoyun would dare to speak for Su Ming. Not to mention other things, isn't Chen Luoyun afraid of death? Xiaoyan, don't talk nonsense to him, just do it. When this kid kneels here, Miss Shen will naturally understand. Wang Tian said with a sneer on his face. That makes sense, let's do it. Zhao Yan shouted sharply at the two top bodyguards beside her. Immediately, the two of them strode out like arhats, raised their huge fists and struck Su Ming. "Brother Su, be careful." Shen Luoyun was so anxious that he didn't have time to think too much. He stood in front of Su Ming and blocked the attack of the two bodyguards and thugs for Su Ming. Zhao Yan frowned deeply. This woman is really crazy. She didn't understand what it was that Shen Luoyun liked about Su Ming that made him do this. It was obviously just a piece of garbage abandoned by Wan Sharin. She felt dirty just by looking at it. But this Shen Luoyun is really hopeless. Forget it, give Shen Luoyun a lesson too, so that no one can threaten her position on the Zhongzhou beauty list in the future. The fists of the two top thugs did not recognize anyone. Even if Shen Luoyun stood in front of them, they did not hesitate at all. Their fists filled with huge power were like hammers, coming towards Shen Luoyun. Shen Luoyun's face was full of despair and he closed his eyes. Just die, as long as you can buy time for Su Ming to escape. Su Ming's identity will definitely not let these guys go. Seeing that his fist was about to fall, however, at this moment, Su Ming stretched out his hand and pulled Shen Luoyun behind him. He raised his other hand and grabbed the opponent's fist with his palm. Twist it gently and hear a click. The bodyguard's arm was twisted on the spot. Ah! Chen Hu was shocked and let out a scream, but before the scream came out, Su Ming slapped Chen Hu directly in the face. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and Chen Hu's jaw was dislocated. He flew sideways and hit the wall of the hotel room, spitting blood and fainting on the spot. This. The remaining bodyguard Qin Dao was horrified and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. He took 2 steps back in fear, his eyes filled with horror and fear. How is this possible? How did this guy do it? Both of them are 9th-level war gods, with equal strength and are top masters. How powerful is a 9th-level war god? One of them can fight against 200 ordinary people and win all the battles without losing. Their combat power is well known in Zhongzhou. But now, Chen Hu was actually crippled by a slap from Su Ming. What's the strength of this guy? Could it be the supreme god of war? Impossible. How many supreme war gods are there in the entire Zhongzhou? Zhao Yan and Wang Tian were both shocked. Is this kid so strong? What are you standing there for? Kill him. Zhao Yan was a little panicked and said to Qin Dao nervously. Miss, I'm afraid that even our entire Zhao family is no match for this man. He might be the supreme god of war. Qin Dao swallowed, his face turning extremely pale. Supreme god of war. Zhao Yan was completely stunned. She took 2 steps back in fear and almost fell to the ground. This waste who was kicked out by the Wan family is actually the supreme god of war. He is the supreme god of war. Wang Tian's face also turned pale with horror, and he looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Brother Su. Shen Luoyun also opened his eyes and leaned behind Su Ming in surprise. Su Ming raised his head, his cold eyes fell on Qin Dao and Zhao Yan, and walked up slowly. The pace is steady, but the murderous spirit is wanton. Qin Dao was so frightened that he trembled all over and broke into cold sweat. He knelt on the ground with a thud and bowed to Su Ming, Supreme God of War, please don't kill me. Let me live. I'm just following orders. Su Ming shook his head and said coldly, I didn't plan to fight you people because you are not worthy of me. But you must go too far. Zhao Yan, who do you want to kneel down for you? You can say it again. Once again. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yan was so frightened that her delicate body trembled, and she looked at Su Ming blankly. 3 souls and 7 souls were gone. How can this guy be so strong? Could it be that she was wrong and so was Wan Jia? I. Zhao Yan stuttered and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Kneel down. Su Ming's eyebrows raised and he shouted loudly. Before Zhao Yan knelt down, Wang Tianxian, who was standing next to her, knelt on the ground out of fear. He looked at Su Ming in horror and said, God of War, this is none of my business. This was all Zhao Yan's own idea. I followed her and followed her. If you want to find someone, go find her. I don't know anything. Wang Tian is now angry and scared. He is angry that Zhao Yan dragged him into this mess, otherwise he would not have offended a person like Su Ming. You. Seeing Wang Tian being so spineless, Zhao Yan was so angry that she almost fainted, and tears suddenly burst out uncontrollably. A pair of big eyes stared at Wang Tian, as if he wanted to go up and slap Wang Tian twice. Su Ming ignored Wang Tian. This kind of person didn't even deserve to die in his hands. He looked at Zhao Yan and shouted coldly, "Are you going to kneel or not? You have done this kind of deception many times, and you are so familiar with it. It happened to me today. If it was someone else, would they have been harmed by you?" Zhao Yan's eyes were red. She had indeed done a lot. In Jongo, anyone who dared to offend her would not end up well. But I didn't expect to hit a wall today. But she had never encountered difficulties before, and she didn't want to compromise at this moment. She gritted her teeth and stared at Su Ming and said sternly, "Don't even think about bullying me. If Sister Sharin knew that you treated me like this, she would never forgive you. You dare to mention Wan Sharin." Su Ming flew into a rage and slapped Zhao Yan in the face. With a snap. 5 bright red finger marks were instantly left on Zhao Yan's fair face, causing a burning pain. "You, don't go too far, you are just a dog kicked out by the Wan family." Zhao Yan gritted her teeth and burst into anger. Snap. However, before she could finish her words, Su Ming slapped the other side of Zhao Yan's face again. Now both sides of his face were red and swollen, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. "You, bully, you dare not resist Wanjia, but you take it out on me, a woman." Zhao Yan burst into tears, her face full of pain and grievance, but she still refused to admit defeat. "Really? I never hit a woman, you are the first." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming slapped him again. Ling Yun was grinning as he watched from behind. These slaps were so loud that she probably wouldn't be able to bear it if they landed on her. I have to say that Zhao Yan is really thick-skinned and can withstand this. I won't let you go." Zhao Yan cried and cursed. Su Ming raised his palm again. Plop. Zhao Yan knelt straight on the ground, crying and begging, "Don't hit me again, I was wrong." Zhao Yan's face was as swollen as a pig's head. Her current appearance didn't look like she was number 7 on the beauty list. In fact, she had to kneel down and admit her mistake long ago, and nothing would happen. Although Su Ming was angry, he would not vent it out on a little girl named Zhao Yan and beat up Wang Tian and Qin Dao. But he didn't expect that Zhao Yan could be so tough-mouthed. He wouldn't even admit his mistake until he couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that Zhao Yan admitted his mistake, most of his anger disappeared. He raised his finger and pointed at Zhao Yan and snorted coldly, "Go back to your Zhongzhou, Yunqing is not something that your Zhao family can indulge in. Don't let me see you again in the future." After saying that, Su Ming turned around and left with Ling Yun. "Xiaoyan, are you okay?" Seeing that the evil spirit Su Ming had left, Wang Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief. He was still in shock and was glad that he had not been beaten. Then he came closer to Zhao Yan and asked with concern. "Hey, you two, why don't you check it out clearly? He is not a waste at all, he is the supreme god of war. How strong is that? Even 1,000 of us put together are no match for him," Wang Tianho said with emotion. "Brute." An angry Zhao Yan slapped Wang Tian in the face with both hands, and shouted with tears on her face, "Aren't you a famous person in Zhongzhou, a child of destiny? You usually brag about how great you are, but why do you kneel down immediately when you see someone who is more powerful than you?" Wasn't I assessing the situation? A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If I confront him head-on, wouldn't I be dead?" Wang Tian was stunned by the beating and said angrily. "How dare you say that?" Zhao Yan was completely disappointed with Wang Tian. What a male god, it's bullshit. Bully the weak and fear the strong. She got beaten up, but this guy just stood there and watched. What a coward. She thought Su Ming was a waste, but now after a comparison, she found that Wang Tian was the waste among wastes. Zhao Yan was furious and said to Qin Dao, "You can't beat that guy, but you can beat this kid, right? Give him a good beating. I don't want to see him again." Qin Dao's ferocious eyes fell on Wang Tian and he grinned, "It's no problem to beat him with 10 of them." After saying that, Qin Dao pounced on Wang Tian like a wild beast. "What do you want to do, ah?" Suddenly, shrill screams were heard in the hotel room. On the street outside, Su Ming looked at Shen Luoyun, his eyes changed slightly, gentle and deep. I really didn't expect that you were willing to help me protect me from danger at all costs without understanding the situation. I was surprised. Ah. A bit surprised, a bit warm. There are currently only a few people willing to stand in front of him. Even Wan Sharin couldn't do it. Therefore, Shen Luoyun's behavior, no matter what the purpose, made Su Ming feel warm in his heart. Shen Luoyun smiled awkwardly. If I had known that you were so strong, Brother Su, I wouldn't have done anything more, and instead made you laugh. It's no joke to stand up at critical moments. Well, in return, I have a prescription here, take it. Su Ming took out an ancient prescription from his arms and handed it to Shen Luoyun. The value of this ancient recipe is similar to the one given to Chang Chun of the Chang family. He didn't have much favorable impressions of Shen Luoyun's initiative to get close to him before, and it was also because he saw that Shen Luoyun coveted his medicine, so he curried favor with him. However, Shen Luoyun's performance today made him slightly change his mind. Maybe it wasn't as complicated as he thought. Prescription. Shen Luoyun took it behind him in confusion, opened it and was shocked. Toad Spring Dew. This Toad Spring Dew is a miracle medicine for trauma, and it is also considered the best among ancient prescriptions. The Shen family cannot find a prescription that is comparable to this medicine. This kind of medicine can help the Shen family reach a higher level in Jongo. Shen Luoyun was a little flattered. He looked at Su Ming blankly and said, Brother Su, this is too expensive. There is something wrong with it. Otherwise, I don't want it now. I'm afraid I can't afford such a great kindness. This kind of thing is priceless, and just one prescription can be exchanged for most of her Shen family. It's too expensive. She was afraid that Su Ming would put forward any conditions that she couldn't afford. Su Ming waved his hand easily. I can have as much of this kind of thing as I want, but it's not expensive. Just take it, it's not as valuable as you helping me protect myself from danger. Real. Shen Luoyun looked at Su Ming with shining eyes. At this moment, Su Ming's image in her heart was like a majestic mountain. Apart from admiration, there was only worship. By the way, Brother Su, my dad asked me to tell you that he invited you to dinner. He will personally apologize to you for what happened before. He didn't understand the situation. Shen Luoyun remembered his father's instructions and hurriedly said to Su Ming. Let's talk about it. You can send me your address when the time comes. I'll go if I have time. Su Ming replied calmly. Okay. Shen Luoyun nodded happily. Su Ming didn't say anything more, stopped the car with his hand, and left in the car. Shen Luoyun looked at Su Ming's leaving vehicle with stars in his eyes and couldn't recover for a long time. What a male god. This is the real male god. If I can get Su Ming's recognition in the future, it will be more valuable than any beauty list or Zhongzhou miracle doctor ranking. Dad, it was that boy who beat me. Even Chen who was seriously injured by him. You have to make the decision for me. How can I marry your daughter with her beautiful face and ruined wine glass like this? In Wanjia Hall, Zhao Yan was crying with pear blossoms and rain, so miserable. In the hall, Wan Jinshan, Luo Hongxia, and Wan Sharin's family were sitting. Zhao Tianxiang, who was greeted, was also sitting in the main seat. At this moment, everyone was shocked to see Zhao Yan being beaten like a pig. He's rebelling, he's really rebelling. That kid is really lawless. He even dares to hit Zhao Yan. He doesn't take our Wan family and Zhao family seriously. Luo Hongxia slammed the table and stood up, cursing angrily. Zhao Tianxiang's face was gloomy and full of anger, but as a strongman in Zhongzhou, he was calmer. He frowned and asked, didn't you bring Chen Hu and Qin Dao with you? Can't the two of them handle a son-in-law? They are no match at all. Chen Hu was beaten unconscious in one encounter. Qin Dao said he was the supreme god of war, but he didn't dare to resist at all. They are all useless. Dad, I can only rely on you now. You can't help but vent my anger for me. Zhao Yan said pitifully, wiping her tears. Supreme god of war. After hearing these words, everyone present changed color. Xiaoyan, are you sure? That guy is the supreme god of war. Zhao Tianxiang was particularly uneasy. What a joke, there are only a few supreme war gods in the entire Zhongzhou. What kind of person could it be? That's pointless. The strength of the supreme god of war is not something that the Zhao family can afford to provoke. Wan Jinshan was also shocked. No wonder their Wan family had not been able to gain any advantage since they targeted Su Ming. It turned out that the boy was a hidden talent and was actually the supreme god of war. Brother Zhao, why don't we just forget about this matter? The supreme god of war is not someone our Zhao and Wan families can afford to offend. Wan Jinshan said timidly. How can we count? That guy is almost pissing on our heads. What supreme god of war? Bullshit. He didn't dare to fart when he was in our Wan family before. You guys count, I won't. I have to help Xiaoyang get rid of this anger. Luo Hongxia put her hands on her hips and said angrily. Yes, it can't be counted. If we just let it go, how can our Zhao family face people in the future and how can we gain a foothold in Zhongzhou? Zhao Tianxiang looked solemn, looked at Wan Jinshan and asked, how many supreme war gods are there in Yunqing? I do know one, his name is Li Xiao, he retired from the border area 5 years ago. But he retired after coming to Yunqing, rarely shows up, and most people can't see him. Wan Jinshan said thoughtfully. Enough. I also know 2 supreme war gods in Zhongzhou. I will contact them to come over. Then I will personally visit Li Xiao and ask him to come out of seclusion. I don't believe that the 3 supreme war gods cannot deal with that kid. Even if that kid is a supreme war god, his rank is probably not high. 3 against him 1, let him die without a burial place. Zhao Tianxiang said with great momentum. If that's the case, then there is indeed a good chance of winning. Wan Jinshan suddenly felt confident. It would be great if we could get rid of Su Ming, the thorn in our side. Wan Sharin listened, but shook her head and sighed. Although she didn't say anything, she had some thoughts in her mind. She understands Su Ming's temper. Su Ming is the kind of person who won't get angry easily unless you touch his reverse scale. Moreover, Su Ming had never attacked anyone in the 3 years he had been in the Wan family. Zhao Yan was beaten for no reason, probably because she took the initiative to provoke Su Ming. With Zhao Yan's temper, there's nothing she can't do. They had nothing to do with this matter, so she did not advocate seeking revenge on Su Ming. When will this end? She just wanted to run the Wanjia group well, but she didn't expect to get into so much trouble. But with these 3 supreme war gods taking action, Su Ming is doomed. Thinking of the 3 years of love between husband and wife, Wan Sharin took out her cell phone and secretly sent a message to Su Ming. If you don't want to die, run away quickly. Leave Yunqing, the farther the better. The Zhao family has found 3 supreme war gods to deal with you. You can't resist them at all. After sending the message, Wan Sharin breathed a sigh of relief. There was only so much she could do. Chu family. Su Ming couldn't help but smile when he saw the message sent by Wan Sharin. The 3 supreme war gods. What the hell? When did the 3 supreme war gods let him escape? He had an army of 8 million war gods, among which there were thousands of supreme war gods. And there are also hundreds above the 9th level of the supreme god of war. Not to mention himself, he is not even close to being the supreme god of war. Su Ming didn't take it to heart. Putting down the phone, Yi Tang just walked over to the door and said to Su Ming respectfully, Prince Su, Li Xiao wants to see you. Li Xiao? Who? Su Ming asked puzzledly. All kinds of minions come to pay him respects, so he doesn't have so much time. He used to be a member of the God of War army. He had a hope to compete for the position of chief leader of the Qingzhou army, but he was injured and had to withdraw. Now that he knows you are in Yunqing, he has brought gifts to pay you a visit. He also contributed a lot to the God of War army in the past. Yi Tang described Li Xiao's situation in detail. If it was irrelevant, Su Ming would have just driven them away without even saying anything. But Li Xiao is his former subordinate after all, so he should be given some face. Oh, let him come. I'll wait for him in the backyard. Su Ming said calmly. Thank you, King Su. Yi Tang turned and left. Su Ming went to the backyard of the community alone, holding a pill left over from refining the green jade vine in his hand. He refined 3 pills in total, took 2 to suppress the silkworm poison, and now has 1 left. This one should either be saved for next month or it can be discarded. Because if the blood begonias at the Chang family's side are well grown, maybe they can find a way to eradicate the silkworm poison. While I was thinking, I heard footsteps behind me. The footsteps were sometimes deep and sometimes shallow, sometimes light and sometimes heavy. The man had good kung fu skills, but it seemed that his legs and feet were injured. It seems that Li Xiao is here. I am Li Xiao, the humble man, and I am here to meet the king of Zhou. Behind him, Li Xiao knelt on the ground with a plop and bowed to Su Ming with an extremely respectful tone. Since Su Ming didn't look back, he didn't dare to look up. Hearing the voice, Su Ming slowly turned around and saw a man in his 50s kneeling in front of him. His temples were already gray and the corners of his eyes were full of wrinkles. It seems that what Yitang said was right. Li Xiao has a lot of experience in the border area. Get up. If your legs and feet are inconvenient, don't kneel. Su Ming said calmly. Yes. Li Xiao stood up in response, but was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that King Su could tell that his legs and feet were injured with just one glance. He is indeed worthy of being the king of Jiang. This ability is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Prince Su is visiting Yunqing, but I am sorry that I was unable to greet him in person. I have specially prepared a generous gift, and I hope Prince Su will accept it. As he spoke, Li Xiao walked forward with 1 tall step and 1 short step, took out a piece of blood-red jade from his arms and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming looked up and showed surprise. Is this Suzaka Jade? It is said that the Suzaka Jade is made of the blood of the Suzaka which melted into the jade and turned into amber, and it is extremely valuable. Yes, I seized it from the bandits when I was in the border area. I have always regarded it as a treasure and carried it with me. I never thought that I would meet King Su in my lifetime, so I specially give it to King Su. Li Xiao offered it with both hands without any hesitation. It would be his honor to be able to give such a thing to King Su. This is really good stuff. Su Ming took it and said, however, since you gave me such a big gift right after you came, I will give you something as well. After saying that, Su Ming casually threw the remaining green jade vine pill in his hand to Li Xiao. Li Xiao took it and looked at it. Then he smelled the strong medicinal fragrance and his face suddenly changed with excitement. This is Yushang pill. It is said that this can cure any disease in the body and can also improve the strength of warriors. He had only heard of Yushang pills through rumors. It is said that only the top medicine god can refine this kind of elixir, otherwise it is impossible to do so. That's right, this thing should be able to cure your leg injury, and maybe it can help you improve your strength by 1 or 2 levels. If you are interested, you can join the God of War army again and compete for the position of Qingzhou commander. Su Ming said with a smile. Really? Do I really still have a chance? Thank you, King Su, for giving me a new life. Li Xiao cried with joy. At this moment, his gratitude to Su Ming could not be expressed in words and could only be expressed through actions. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Su Ming 3 times in a row. I have no way of repaying King Su's kindness. From now on, my life belongs to King Su, and he will be at your disposal at any time. Li Xiao burst into tears, overwhelmed with excitement. All right, it's just a pill, stop being so pretentious, if there's nothing wrong, go down. Su Ming waved his hand and said indifferently. Thank you, King Su. Li Xiao thanked him again and retreated excitedly. Li Xiao returned to his residence in Yunding Palace. As soon as he entered the door, the butler came to greet him and said respectfully, Master Li, the Zhao family of Zhongzhou wants to see you. Zhao family. Li Xiao showed a puzzled expression. He had no relatives or friends with the Zhao family and had never had any contact with them. How could they find him? Not see. Li Xiao thought for a moment and replied. But they said they had something important to discuss, and Zhao Tianxiang, the head of the Zhao family, came to visit in person. It is said that he also brought 2 supreme war gods. The housekeeper said slowly. 2 supreme war gods. If it was just Zhao Tianxiang, he would not give him any face at all. How could the Zhao family from Zhongzhou have the qualifications to see him? But there are still 2 supreme war gods, so we have to give them face. Maybe it's something important. Let them come, I'll wait for them in the living room. Li Xiao said in a deep voice. Okay. The butler turned and left. Not long after, the housekeeper led Zhao Tianxiang and two strange men into the living room. What a great honor. We are two supreme war gods, but you didn't even know how to greet us and made us wait. Before Zhao Tianxiang could say anything, the two men behind him could no longer hold back and shouted coldly at Li Xiao. These two men, one fat and one thin, are both quite old, at least 40 years old and above, with prominent brows, solid muscles, and a strong aura all over their bodies. At first glance, they are obviously powerful masters. The two men are named Jin Tai and Long Cheng. They are all top masters in Zhongzhou. If one of them is picked out separately, both of them will be very powerful. In their opinion, they are well known in Zhongzhou, so their strength is naturally much stronger than that of a guy like Li Xiao who comes from a small place like Yuncheng. Although they are all supreme war gods, they are all in the 12 supreme stages, and each has their own strengths and weaknesses. Naturally, they did not take the supreme god of war in the barren land seriously. Li Xiao frowned instantly, glanced at the two of them indifferently, ignored them, and set his eyes on Zhao Tianxiang. He asked in a cold voice, Master Zhao, do you have any advice? If it's a trivial matter, I, Li Xiao, don't have time to accompany you. Well, it's like this. Zhao Tianxiang had a smile on his face and was about to explain his purpose. After all, Li Xiao's identity was not someone he could afford to offend. But when Jin Tai and Long Cheng saw Li Xiao ignoring them, they became furious instantly. Asshole, do you really think you are someone important? You haven't figured out your own status yet. Today I'll teach you how to get to know yourself again. With a thunderous roar, Jin Tai took the lead and punched Li Xiao in the head. The fist was like a cannonball, breaking through the air and stirring the surrounding air. Zhao Tianxiang did not stop him. Although his purpose was to invite Li Xiao to come out of retirement, it would be a good opportunity to take this opportunity to test Li Xiao's strength. If Li Xiao is just a name with no real ability, there is no need for him to waste his time. The fist had reached his head. Li Xiao took a look and slowly punched the opponent's fist with his backhand. The two fists collided like cannonballs hitting each other. With a loud bang, strong winds blew up, and Jin Tai was hit by the huge force. He retreated 4 or 5 steps before he could stand still. After his breath calmed down, he looked at Li Xiao in shock. With this kind of power, you are at the 5th level of the Supreme. How is it possible? He is only at the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm. Long Cheng is slightly stronger, but is only at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. They didn't expect that Li Xiao from Yuncheng, a guy who had retired for many years, actually had the 5th level of strength, which shocked both of them. The two of them are in Zhongzhou, and they are trained with good medicine every day, but they only have this much strength. How can Li Xiao do it when he is short of resources? Is it a talent? In the surprised eyes of the two, Li Xiao snorted coldly, slowly stood up, and stared at the two with cold eyes. My home is not a place for fighting. If you want to fight, follow me outside. I will beat you two alone. If you lose even a step, I, Li Xiao, will kneel down and call you master on the spot. This. The two looked horrified and didn't dare to respond for a moment. He is at the 5th level of Supreme Being, how dare I fight him? Even though there is only a gap of 1 level, when the strength reaches this level, the gap of 1 level is like a chasm. Even if the two of them join forces, they may not be a match for Li Xiao. This time, I really offended someone I shouldn't have offended. Seeing that Li Xiao's strength had been verified, Zhao Tianxiang hurried forward, holding a box in his hands, which contained a slender red ginseng. War Godly, please do not be angry. Please forgive me for any offense. This is the 1,000-year-old red ginseng I specially prepared for War Godly. It is worth 1 billion. Please come out, War God. 1,000-year-old red ginseng is of extraordinary value, so Zhao Tianxiang prepared one for each of the 3 great war gods. As soon as Jin Tai and Long Cheng heard that it was 1,000-year-old red ginseng, they immediately agreed to his request. I think Li Xiao would not be able to refuse this. Unexpectedly, Li Xiao just gave him a cold look and said, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Take the things back. I, Li Xiao, don't need your little stuff. If it had been before, maybe he would have been tempted. If this 1,000-year-old red ginseng was used to make medicine and taken, his strength would be greatly improved. But now, after receiving the Yushang pills from King Su, this 1,000-year-old red ginseng seemed like garbage in his eyes. This. Zhao Tianxiang didn't expect Li Xiao to refuse. His full confidence was instantly poured with a bucket of cold water and was greatly reduced. He knelt on one knee, held the red ginseng in both hands and raised it above his head, and apologized sincerely. "Were godly, what happened just now was that they didn't understand the situation clearly. I apologize to you on their behalf. Please accept this red ginseng." "What if I don't accept it?" Li Xiao grinned and laughed disdainfully. "I heard that your daughter, Li Zhanshan, is still studying at a university in Yuncheng. If you don't accept them, I can only take them both to find Miss Ling. She will definitely like them very much." Zhao Tianxiang said calmly. "Are you threatening me?" Li Xiao instantly flew into a rage, his aura surging out like a raging wave, sweeping through the living room, filled with murderous intent, as if it was going to break through even the ceiling. Such a terrifying aura gave the two supreme war gods goosebumps instantly, and all their strength was gathered together. Terrible, really terrible. The two of them stared at Li Xiao cautiously. However, Zhao Tianxiang looked ready to die, and said in a deep voice, "The two of them may not be your opponents, Li Zhanshan, but if they want to leave, you, Li Zhanshan, should not be able to stop them alone. And I heard that your legs and feet are not convenient." Zhao Tianxiang had already found out about Li Xiao's background, so he dared to say such things at this moment. Li Xiao's eyes suddenly became stern, his whole body trembled, and all the hostility in his body disappeared. He closed his eyes and let out a breath. It's like a tiger in troubled waters being bullied by a dog. He took the red ginseng and threw it casually on the sofa, saying in a cold voice, "Tell me what's the matter. But no matter what it is, don't touch my daughter. Otherwise, even if I, Li Xiao, drag a crippled leg, I will destroy your Zhao family." "Yes." Zhao Tianxiang stood up, smiling, "As long as War Godly is willing to cooperate, we will naturally not do such a despicable thing. The thing is, Jongo has also produced a supreme war god, who has made my Zhao family in a mess, and even my daughter has suffered from his murderous hands. Therefore, I specially invited the three war gods to come out together to teach that ignorant kid a lesson. You're wasting so much time just to deal with one person. In Yuncheng, there's no one I can't deal with. Why do I need these two losers?" Li Xiao glanced at Jin Tai and Long Cheng with disdain. The two of them looked unhappy, but they couldn't get angry. After all, in terms of strength, they are no match for Li Xiao, and in terms of status, Li Xiao is also Zhao Tianxiang's VIP guest. The two had no choice but to pretend they didn't hear it. "Tell me, what's that boy's name?" Li Xiao asked impatiently. "His name is Su Ming, and he is the son-in-law who was kicked out by the Wan family." Zhao Tianxiang answered truthfully. "Su Ming." When Li Xiao heard the name, his head suddenly buzzed and seemed to be about to explode. He couldn't help but tremble violently all over, turned his head, and looked at Zhao Tianxiang in shock. "Tell me again, who is it?" "Su Ming, once the son-in-law of the Wan family, was a good-for-nothing. But recently I learned that he was actually a hidden supreme war god. But he bullies the weak, such a person deserves death." Zhao Tianxiang said with a look of sarcasm on his face. "Supreme god of war, it's you." Li Xiao was so angry that he wanted to curse. That is the king of Jiuzhou, the leader of the god of war army, the person he admires the most. And now, Zhao Tianxiang actually wants him to come out to deal with King Su. He now wishes he could twist Zhao Tianxiang's head off and use it as a toilet. But thinking of the threats Zhao Tianxiang had made to him before, Li Xiao held back. It is absolutely impossible for him to deal with King Su. Even if he loses his life, he will not take action against King Su. But if she doesn't agree with Zhao Tianxiang's methods, he will probably really take action against his daughter. Li Xiao's eyes moved quickly, and he had an idea in his mind, so he nodded and said, "So he is just a son-in-law. I thought he was some great man. You want me to take action? It's simply an insult to me." "Okay, I promise you." "That's great, thank you, War Godly. It's settled then." Zhao Tianxiang was overjoyed and said happily, "Then the date will be in 5 days. 5 days later is the engagement day of Wan Sharin of the Wan family. That guy will definitely be there by then. You 3 war gods can join forces and kill him. It will be easy. Li Xiao responded in a low voice. Then we won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Zhao Tianxiang took the 2 supreme war gods with him with a look of joy and pride on his face. Only Li Xiao was left sitting in the living room in silence. 5 days. That's enough. 5 days should be enough time for him to take the Yushang pills and recover from his leg injury. As long as he can recover this broken leg, Jin Tai and Longcheng will never be able to escape from his grasp. This was his delaying tactic. As long as it could delay until his leg injury recovered, he would not take the 2 supreme war gods seriously at all. He had already made up his mind that when the time came, he alone would be able to defeat these 2 war gods. It can be regarded as a way to repay King Su's kindness. Zhao Tianxiang probably never dreamed that in just a few words, their lives and deaths had been calculated by Li Xiao. The Chu family. Luo Hongxia personally brought people to the door and sat in the living room of the Chu family, looking superior. Chu Yingcai's entire family had to accompany him carefully, not daring to offend him at all. What a shabby place, narrow and cheap, it's not even comfortable to sit in. Luo Hongxia looked at Chu Yingcai and the other 2 with disdain. Mrs. Luo is right. Our small place cannot compare to the splendor of Wan's family. Chu Yingcai said with a smile. Where is Su Ming? Let that loser come out to see me. Luo Hongxia said loudly impatiently. He's in the room, I'll go call him. Chu Qingqing said hurriedly and panicked. Then Chu Qingqing ran to the door of Su Ming's room, raised her hand and banged on the door, and shouted excitedly and angrily, Su Ming, you bastard, are you causing trouble again? Even Mrs. Luo of the Wan family has come out, why don't you come out quickly? If you implicate us, I will be the first one to not let you go. Bang. Su Ming opened the door, walked out slowly, went to the living room, and when he looked up, he saw Luo Hongxia. What are you doing here again? I have nothing to do with your Wan family anymore. Didn't you learn enough lesson last time? Su Ming looked at Luo Hongxia without a good expression. What good can come from someone like this coming to your door? Asshole, how dare you talk to Madame Wan? Are you really that bold? Chu Yingcai was furious, pointing at Su Ming and yelling, hurry up and kneel down to admit your mistake to Madame Luo. She. Not worthy. Su Ming curled his lips and smiled, not taking Luo Hongxia seriously at all. You. When these words came out, Chu Yingcai's family was shocked, even Lin Xiuyun, who had always been defending him, changed her expression. No matter what happened, she always stood on Su Ming's side. But this time the situation is different. Luo Hongxia has brought people to kill us. If they offend the other party again, how can they bear it? Not to mention Su Ming, I'm afraid the whole family will have a hard time. You beast, I think you need a lesson. Chu Yingcai's face flushed red and he was furious. He rushed up to teach Su Ming a lesson. That's enough. Luo Hongxia looked at him with disdain, her expression cold, as if she was looking at a clown, and sneered, don't act in front of me. I'm not here to cause trouble today. On the contrary, it's a good thing. Sharin is getting engaged to Ling Yun, the young master of the Ling family, and I'm here to give you an invitation. After saying that, Luo Hongxia took out a red invitation and threw it on the table, while staring at Su Ming with a pair of playful eyes. She wanted to see how Su Ming would react when he found out that his daughter was getting engaged to someone else. I guess he must be regretting it so much. Why didn't he try to please her and his own daughter when he was in the Wan family? Maybe he wouldn't have ended up like this. She wanted to see Su Ming crying and heartbroken. But unexpectedly, Su Ming looked indifferent, without even looking at him, and said expressionlessly, who your daughter is engaged to is none of my business. I have no relationship with your Wan family for a long time. Don't you understand? Hey, this brat is still pretending. I guess he's almost having a breakdown. Luo Hongxia immediately raised her lips and said with a smug smile, Sharin is engaged to Ling Yun, so we are relatives of the Ling family from now on. The Ling family ranks 10th in Yunqing. And our Wan family has also risen with the tide. In the future, if you can see someone from our Wan family again, it will be at various noble ceremonies. Yes, I forgot. People like you probably don't even have the qualifications to attend those occasions. If you had kowtowed to me and begged for my forgiveness, I might have softened my heart and not let Sharin divorce you. You must be regretting it now. Luo Hongxia became more and more proud as she spoke, and couldn't help but let out a shrill laugh. Damn, what a psycho. Su Ming looked at Luo Hongxia's strange appearance and felt speechless and disgusted. Said to Chu Qingqing, show the guest away. What are you pretending to be? Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes, if you want to cry, go find a place to cry. Miss Wan is such an excellent person, but you don't know how to treat her well. Now that you have lost your treasure, you must feel so sad that you want to die, and you are still pretending here. The little girl is a smart person. Yes, it seems that your Chu family is not hopeless. But taking in such a person will cause trouble for you. Luo Hongxia laughed loudly, then stood up and waved to the group of men she had brought with her, let's go. A group of people left the Chu family in a swagger. Chu Yingxai felt relieved. However, the look he gave Su Ming was full of mockery. He now understood that what Luo Hongxia said was right. It was Su Ming who had implicated their Chu family. Otherwise they would have been successful long ago. Look, the Wan family has driven out Su Ming, the jinx, and now the Wan family is thriving. In time, they may even become the #1 in Yuncheng. Don't be tense. Forget it. It's our Chu family's fault for taking in someone like you. But now, you must be feeling very uncomfortable because all the good treasures belong to others. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being incompetent. Chu Yingxai said with a sarcastic smile. Of course not. Miss Wan is such a pretty and capable person. She must have been so lucky in several lifetimes to have fallen in love with you. But you ended up getting divorced. Isn't that what you asked for? Now, there's no point in being envious and jealous. Chu Qingqing also said with gloating. Su Ming was not angry at first. He and Wan Sharin are divorced, so both of them are free people. What Wan Sharin does has nothing to do with him. But after hearing what Chu Yingxai and Chu Qingqing said, he was indeed a little angry. If they are engaged, then they are engaged. Why does Luo Hongxia have to go to the Chu family to show off? Is she showing off or is she trying to humiliate him on purpose? In that case, why not go there on the day of the engagement? He wants to see how powerful the Ling family is. Maybe, we can find some clues about what the Ling family gave to the bandit leader. Thinking of this, Su Ming didn't say much and turned back to his room. See, he probably went back to his room and cried. He must be regretting it so much now. Chu Qingqing laughed sarcastically. How can a pheasant be worthy of a phoenix? It's no use for him to regret it. The eldest lady of the Wan family is not from the same world as him. Chu Yingxai sneered and shook his head, then turned around to do his own thing. Lin Yun was worried, fearing that Su Ming would be really sad and extreme and do something bad. She came to Su Ming's door, saw that it was not closed, and was about to push it open. Then Su Ming was heard talking on the phone in the room. Yes, cut off all business dealings with the Ling family. I want the Ling family to be unable to move an inch in Yuncheng. Let's see what they are going to do. Su Ming said to the person on the other end of the phone. Cut off all business dealings with the Ling family. Hearing this, Lin Yun was shocked. Finished. Could it be that Xiao Ming is too sad and has become mentally ill? He has started talking nonsense. What kind of status does the Ling family have? Among the countless large families of the Chamber of Commerce in Yuncheng, they can be ranked 10th. It is even larger than Wanjia. How can the communication be cut off by just one phone call? She just thought Su Ming was crazy. Lin Yun was extremely worried. She pushed the door open and asked anxiously, Xiao Ming, are you okay? Su Ming slowly put down the phone, turned his head blankly, and looked at Lin Yun. I'm fine. Are you really okay? Although Su Ming looked calm, as if nothing had happened, Lin Yun refused to believe it. Maybe his heart was already broken. After all, no one could bear such a thing. Su Ming tried not to cry, but he must be very sad and depressed in his heart. Lin Yun walked over, sat in front of Su Ming, and said earnestly and gently, Xiao Ming, listen to me. There are many better women out there. Miss Wan is not bad, she's a capable person. But you don't have to stick with her. There are many better women in the world. And with your ability, you can definitely find a better one. Hearing this, Su Ming immediately understood that Lin Yun came to comfort him and thought he was sad. This made him feel a little bit helpless. Su Ming could only smile and said, "Aunt Lin, I'm really not sad. Wan Sharin has been married to me for 3 years, and I know what kind of person she is. No one can force her unless she is willing. So, she must have her own purpose for choosing the Ling family. I don't have much to say, just wish her the best. She has her own freedom." Su Ming said with a smile. Real. Lin Yun looked at Su Ming in surprise. Although she didn't believe that Su Ming was not sad at all, such rational words didn't sound like something a sad person would say. "What about your phone call just now? Weren't you too sad that you pretended to make the call?" Lin Yun asked puzzledly. "Pretend?" Su Ming smiled helplessly. That was not a pretense. He asked the Tianming Chamber of Commerce to cut off the Ling family's business dealings. It's not revenge. He wants to see what the Ling family will do if they encounter such a thing at this critical juncture. If the Ling family asks for help from the bandit leader's related family in desperation, then he can take action. So this phone call has nothing to do with the Wan family. But it was difficult to explain to Lin Yun. Since they had all misunderstood, Su Ming just went with the flow and said, "Oh, I just called and was just joking." As expected. Why? Lin Yun sighed heavily, patted Su Ming's arm and said, "It's okay, it will be over soon. You are still young, there is no one you can't let go of. I will personally introduce you to someone someday, and I will definitely let you close your eyes." "No need, Aunt Lin." Su Ming was very depressed because he couldn't get any woman he wanted. "Lin Yun, this is completely unnecessary." "It's okay, I'll take care of it." Lin Yun comforted Su Ming a few more words. Su Ming didn't even know how to explain it. Seeing Lin Yun's good intentions, that was it. "We'll talk about other things later." Su Ming didn't take this matter seriously, but Lin Yun took it seriously. The next day, Su Ming was still asleep when she received a call from Lin Yun. "Xiao Ming, please pack up quickly and dress decently. I have made an appointment for you. There is a girl in a white skirt at Shanghai restaurant. She is the daughter of our pharmacy owner. Go over and speak appropriately." Lin Yun, he warned Su Ming repeatedly on the phone. "No, Aunt Lin, are you serious?" Su Ming was shocked and sat up from the bed. "What are you doing? Aren't you trying to make trouble for him?" "Of course, how can I not pay attention to your business? Go quickly and don't waste time." Lin Yun hung up the phone with a smile on her face. This time, it should work. She knew that Su Ming had high standards. After all, he had been to the Wan family. He probably didn't look at ordinary girls seriously, so he casually and deliberately chose the daughter of the pharmacy owner, who was also a young lady. Although not as capable as Wan Sharin, it's not much worse. Su Ming will definitely like it at first sight. The couple was talented and beautiful, so she felt relieved. On this side, Su Ming got out of bed in a hurry, changed into clean clothes, and hurried out. What is going on? He is the king of Kyushu. Does he still need a blind date? Just go over and say a few words to him, and that will be considered an explanation to Lin Yun. Soon, Su Ming took a taxi to Shanghai restaurant. He walked in and glanced around. Sure enough, he saw a girl in a white dress sitting by the window in front of him. Su Ming walked forward and sat down opposite the girl. "Excuse me, someone is here." The girl glanced at Su Ming and said coldly. The girl had an oval face and was fairly pretty, but in terms of looks, she was far inferior to Wan Sharin, and even inferior to Zhao Yan. "I am the person you are waiting for. You are Su Jingyun, right?" Su Ming sat down and said calmly. "Were you introduced by Aunt Lin?" "No way, Aunt Lin told me about a handsome man, well-educated, cultured and elegant." Su Jingyun stared at Su Ming, with deep disdain in his words. Although Su Ming is not ugly and looks okay, he definitely has no temperament. With the way he was dressed, she might have thought he was a homeless person from somewhere. If I had known Aunt Lin was talking about you, I wouldn't have come. I didn't expect Aunt Lin, who usually seems very honest, to speak so irrelevantly. What's the difference between this and lying to me? Su Jingyun stood up angrily, picked up her handbag, and looked at Su Ming with contempt. You pay the bill, I'm leaving. Etc. Su Ming frowned and let out a low growl, with anger in his eyes. Why, you can't even afford to pay for it. You're such a disgrace. Su Jingyun looked disgusted. You can't afford it, right? Okay, I'll buy it, but don't let me see you again. Su Jingyun glanced at Su Ming coldly, then raised his hand and waved to the waiter. Waiter, pay the bill. Shut up and sit down. Su Ming raised his head suddenly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Su Jingyun was startled and looked at Su Ming in doubt. Why, you are not happy when I say a few words to you. You don't want to hit me, do you? You are still a man. Don't you have this little bit of tolerance? Su Ming stood up slowly, staring at Su Jingyun with a cold gaze. You can say whatever you want to me, because in my eyes, you are nothing. But take back what you said about Aunt Lin just now. Why? Am I wrong? She praised you to the skies, but this is what happened. If she is not a liar, what is she? Su Jingyun said loudly in dissatisfaction. Oh. Su Ming sneered. It seems that I shouldn't have come. If I had known you were this kind of person, I would have wasted my time. But I warn you again, Aunt Lin, you are not a liar. Be careful when you speak. Haha, you're threatening me. Didn't Lin Yun tell you clearly who I am? Su Jingyun was immediately furious and shouted outside, everyone, come in. As Su Jingyun's voice fell, 3 or 4 sturdy men in black walked into the restaurant. These people are all Su Jingyun's bodyguards. As the daughter of a big pharmacy owner and the eldest daughter of the Su family, how could she go out without a few bodyguards? She looked down on Su Ming in the first place, so she just humiliated him a few words and let it go. I didn't expect that this boy would still keep pretending to be with her. Now, she wants to see how long Su Ming can pretend. I guess he was scared to death. What did you say just now? Say it to me again. You said that I, Su Jingyun, am nothing in your eyes. Say it again if you have the guts. 4 bodyguards stood behind Su Jingyun, pointing at Su Ming with full confidence and said condescendingly. You, in my eyes, are nothing. Su Ming repeated silently. Court death. The 4 bodyguards behind Su Jingyun suddenly became furious and rushed towards Su Ming. The 4 big men were like tigers, pressing down on Su Ming with 8 hands. You little brat, are you still pretending in front of me? You said Lin Yun didn't lie to me, then let me see if you really have the ability. Su Jingyun sneered, stepped back to the wall, and stood there, waiting to watch the show. Look at how Su Ming kneels on the ground and begs for mercy from her. Seeing 4 strong men rushing towards him, Su Ming's eyes suddenly turned cold. He was not in a hurry. He reached out and picked up the plate on the table and smashed it on the head of the person in front of him. Afraid. The burly bodyguard was hit on the head by Su Ming and fell to the ground with blood all over his body. He didn't want to use his fists to deal with these people, for fear that he might hit them too hard and accidentally kill them. But the remaining 3 people were shocked when they saw this scene. They are all top-notch bodyguards and thugs. Ordinary people cannot withstand even a single punch from them. Unexpectedly, Su Ming injured one of them with just a wave of his hand. The 3 bodyguards were immediately shocked and angry. You little bastard, do you want to die? The 3 men roared and continued to attack Su Ming. Su Ming did not hesitate. He kicked one away and knocked over another with a plate. He then grabbed the throat of the remaining one. With a light pinch of his fingers, the other person fainted on the spot. Su Ming casually threw the bodyguard to the ground as easily as throwing away garbage. Su Jingyun, who was leaning against the wall with a sneer on his face, was dumbfounded at this moment, looking at Su Ming in shock. What's going on with this kid? His 4 bodyguards were not weak at all. They all fell at Su Ming's feet so easily. What's going on? Su Ming stepped over the 4 bodyguards lying on the ground and walked in front of Su Jingyun. Su Jingyun was so frightened that his face turned pale, his legs softened, and he squatted on the ground, shouting in fear, "Don't hit me, if you hit me, my Su family will not let you go." Su family. Su Ming grinned and snorted, "You're nothing in my eyes. Remember my words, apologize to Aunt Lin next time you see her. Otherwise, I won't let your Su family go." Not letting the Su family go, what a big tone. The other people watching the show in the restaurant were all shocked when they heard this. Who is this guy? He even dared to bully the eldest daughter of the Su family, and yet he said he would not let the Su family go. Even if one has some ability, it is impossible for one person to compete with an entire family, right? Okay, I promise you. Su Jingyun was so frightened that he was shaking all over and agreed repeatedly. Su Ming then sneered and strode away. What young lady? What he hates most is this kind of arrogant young lady. It seems that Aunt Lin will be disappointed. The trembling Su Jingyun stared at Su Ming's departing back, gritting his teeth in hatred, and said angrily, "You stinky boy, you dare to provoke me and disregard my Su family. I will kill you." Immediately, Su Jingyun took out his cell phone and made a call. "Second uncle, I've been bullied. Do you still care whether I live or die?" Su Jingyun complained to the person on the other end of the phone with tears in her eyes. "What? In this Yunqing, there are still people who dare to bully you. Is he tired of living? You are there, and I, your second uncle, will be here soon." A rough voice said angrily on the phone. "I'm at Shanghai restaurant. Su Jingyun's second uncle is named Su Zheng. He is the deputy of Luo Feiyun of the Luo family and the deputy commander of the Iron Blood Corps. In other words, apart from Luo Feiyun, he is the most powerful. He is also quite powerful in Yunqing. After all, as long as Luo Feiyun doesn't ask, he can mobilize thousands of Iron Blood Corps at will. Therefore, Su Zheng is also the military leader of the Su family. Only then would Su Jingyun ask Su Zheng for help first. Su Zheng led his men to the Shanghai restaurant. After learning the whole process, he immediately flew into a rage. He is really rebellious. A mere kid from the Chu family dares to bully you. Come on, let second uncle help you. I want the entire Chu family to pay the price. He immediately brought Su Jingyun and a dozen of his men and headed towards the Chu family in a menacing manner. And now, it's lunchtime. Su Ming returned to the Chu family and had lunch with Lin Xiuyun's family. At the dinner table, Lin Xiuyun asked Su Ming curiously, "How is it, Xiao Ming? The girl I arranged for you today is a good girl, right? How are you getting along? The eldest daughter of the Su family, can she like him? You must be dreaming. Mom, what are you thinking? Introducing Miss Su to him, wouldn't that be embarrassing?" Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes, thinking that Su Ming had no chance at all. But the facts are indeed as Chu Qingqing said. Su Ming replied, "It's over. People don't like me, so I came back. I'll tell you." Chu Qingqing looked as if she saw through Su Ming. With his appearance, no one, let alone the eldest lady of the Su family, would look down on him. Miss Wan Sharin was blind to give him such a chance to dream. "Qingqing, shut up and don't talk nonsense. This is a matter between me and Xiao Ming, why are you butting in?" Lin Xiuyun glared at Chu Qingqing. "But I didn't say anything wrong." He admitted it himself. Chu Qingqing retorted aggrievedly. "Qingqing is just a little girl who doesn't know anything and talks nonsense. Xiao Ming, don't take it to heart." Lin Xiuyun hurriedly apologized to Su Ming. "It's okay, Aunt Lin, she is telling the truth," Su Ming said with a smile. "Why?" Lin Xiuyun sighed in her heart. Looking at Su Ming's appearance, she felt both pity and distressed. This child is just too sensible, so sensible that she doesn't know how to comfort him. Judging from his appearance, has he suffered a blow and given up on himself? Unexpectedly, she ended up making things worse. Lin Xiuyun felt very guilty. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was a violent knock on the door. "Su Ming, get out here. I want you to kneel down and admit your mistake to me." Su Jingyun's sharp shouts and curses were heard outside. Su Jingyun. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Xiuyun stood up in surprise and hurried forward to open the door. "Miss Su came to visit. Did you do something?" Chu Qingqing looked at Su Ming in shock and angrily scolded, "You bastard, my mother arranged a blind date for you with good intentions, and you actually offended her. If you offend Miss Su, even the gods can't save you. I warn you, don't get us into trouble. Chu Yingcai also suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Ming with some shock and anger. Su Ming slowly put down his bowl and looked towards the door with a stern gaze. What's wrong with this woman? Wasn't the lesson I taught you before enough? You still dare to come to me? Lin Xiuyun opened the door of the Chu family. There was a large group of people outside, all of them looked ferocious and aggressive. The leader was Su Jingyun and her second uncle, Su Zheng. Jingyun, what's going on? Lin Xiuyun asked in surprise. It's none of your business, get out of the way. Su Jingyun glared at Lin Xiuyun fiercely. She originally had some good feelings towards Lin Xiuyun. The two of them had a superior-subordinate relationship in the pharmacy. Su Jingyun also liked to talk to the gentle Lin Xiuyun about her troubles. But unexpectedly, this time Lin Xiuyun actually introduced such a person to her. This made Su Jingyun hate Lin Xiuyun as well, and he became extremely angry whenever he saw Lin Xiuyun. Su Jingyun and his second uncle rushed straight into the living room, glanced around, and saw Su Ming. You little brat, you are here, second uncle. This kid bullied me. Don't let him go. Su Jingyun said angrily. Don't worry, anyone who dares to cross our Su family will only end up dead. Then Su Jing slowly walked forward, looking down at Su Ming with a condescending gaze. Boy, do you know who I am? Let me introduce you to me. I am the second in command of the Yunqing Iron Blood Corps, Su Zheng. Apart from Presidential Order Luo Feiyun, I am the most powerful. Iron Blood Corps, killing you is like stepping on an ant. Now, kneel down and kowtow to Jingyun to admit your mistake, or I will break your legs. Iron Blood Corps. Hearing these 4 words, Chu Yingcai and Chu Qingqing both broke out in a cold sweat. This bastard dares to mess with anyone. It would be fine if I offended the Wan family. Now even the people from the Iron Blood Corps have been provoked. These people are truly living devils. Maybe this meal will be their last supper. It's over, it's over. Chu Qingqing was so frightened that her face turned pale. She turned around and glared at Su Ming with red eyes, shouting angrily, You beast, you have done a lot of harm to others. Why don't you kneel down and admit your mistake to Miss Su? Su Jingyun's face was full of pride and he raised his chin proudly. Now even the Chu family didn't speak for Su Ming. She wanted to see how this boy could continue to pretend with her after falling into this state. How dare you mess with Su Jingyun? Your life is coming to an end. However, Su Ming did not move. He raised his head calmly and looked directly at Su Zheng. Do you know who I am? Who the hell are you? You dare to be stubborn with me? Su Zheng was furious and was about to explode, but at this moment, he found that Su Ming did look familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before and had a very deep impression of him. He couldn't help but frown and think about it carefully. Su Ming's image was almost at the edge of his mind and he would think of it at any time. Asshole, how dare you talk to Master Su like that? Isn't it enough that you have offended the Wan family? You evildoer. Chu Yingcai slammed the table and stood up, shouting loudly. Wan family. Hearing these 2 words, Su Jing suddenly had an idea in his mind. Wanjia Ancestral Hall. Isn't this the guy who led tens of thousands of war god army, attacked into the Wan family Ancestral Hall, and beat the leader Luo Yunfei so badly that he couldn't get up? You are. Thinking of everything, Su Zheng's expression changed drastically in an instant, as if he had seen a ghost. He took several steps back, his whole body shaking with fear. April 4th, the day to worship ancestors, thousands of families visit the Ancestral Hall. That happened not long ago. At that time, Luo Yunfei dispatched the entire Iron Blood Corps to come out in full force, and he was naturally also at the scene, witnessing everything with his own eyes. But he never dreamed that this kid from the Chu family would actually be the one leading the God of War army. Belch. Su Zheng was so frightened that his eyes became glazed and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. He couldn't breathe, burped, and fainted on the spot. Second uncle. Now it was Su Jingyun's turn to be shocked. Not to mention Su Zheng, the dozen or so people from the Iron Blood Corps who followed outside the door were also witnesses of the Wan family Ancestral Hall. That earth-shaking scene will be imprinted in their minds for the rest of their lives. At this moment, they also recognized Su Ming's identity and retreated in fear. No one dared to stand at the gate of the Chu family again. "Uncle, wake up, what's going on?" Su Jingyun's face was filled with fear. "Aren't you here to help her? Why did second uncle suddenly fall down? What's wrong with this? It seems that your people can't save you." Su Ming sat on the stool, motionless from beginning to end, and now looked at Su Jingyun with a sneer. Su Jingyun also had cold sweat on her forehead. Now that Su Jing had arrived, she was really embarrassed. She alone could not be a match for Su Ming. He quickly took out his cell phone and made a call, pointing at Su Ming and angrily said, "Don't be so arrogant, I'm going to call my dad right now. I'm not done with you today. I still don't believe that I can cure you." "Boss Su, please don't, Jingyun." Hearing this, Lin Shuyun's face changed drastically. "Let's just let this matter rest here." If Boss Su knew about this, not only Su Ming but also her job would be in jeopardy. Seeing Lin Shuyu panic, Su Jingyun became more confident and sneered, "Just wait, you are all dead today." Soon, the call was connected. "Dad, save me, I'm at the Chu family." The first thing Su Jingyun said was to ask his father for help. Su Tianhai from the Su family was shocked when he heard this. "What's wrong? What happened?" Then he suddenly remembered something and asked in shock, "Chu Jia, what are you doing in the Chu family? A place like the Chu family is not a place you can just go to casually. This girl has no idea who is the big shot standing behind the Chu family. What if she offends that big shot? As the saying goes, what you fear will come true." Su Jingyun told his father about the visit with his second uncle Su Jing on the spot. After hearing this, Su Tianhai was almost frightened to death. His voice became trembling, and he said in horror on the phone, "Girl, come back quickly. The Chu family is not a place you can go. Don't you understand why your second uncle fainted? Come back quickly. It's over, it's over." How did this girl end up offending the Chu family? At the beginning, he did something to help Luo Feiyun, but the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce took action and almost suffocated him. In the end, the only way to resolve the situation was to go to the Chu family in person with gifts and apologize. If Su Jingyun gets into big trouble now, even 10 Su families won't be able to save him. "Dad, what are you talking about? Your daughter is being bullied, and you don't care." When Su Jingyun heard what her father said, she became angry and anxious, and couldn't help but cry. "It's not that I don't care, it's that you simply don't understand. Anyway, come back quickly. I order you." Su Tianhai said in shock and anger. Su Jingyun burst into tears and was extremely sad. She didn't expect that when she encountered trouble, her father would not stand on her side. Although she was angry and grief-stricken, she had to obey her father's orders. Su Jingyun had no choice but to stand up, tears streaming down her face, and glared at Su Ming fiercely. "Just wait, I won't let you go. You, a low-level scumbag, dare to provoke me. Sooner or later, I will let you know the gap between you and me." After saying this with tears in his eyes, Su Jingyun turned his head and looked outside the house. The soldiers who had retreated 10 meters away shouted angrily, "You bunch of rubbish, why don't you hurry up and carry your leader out? Do you want me to do it?" A dozen people were confused and looked at Su Ming cautiously. Seeing that Su Ming was not angry, they boldly came in. 3 or 4 of them carried Su Jing out together. Chu Yingxai's family was stunned and had no idea what was going on. But one thing is certain, they did provoke the Su family. Otherwise, why would Miss Su be so grief-stricken and angry, and burst into tears on the spot? And the instigator of all this was Su Ming. Suddenly, Chu Yingxai and Chu Qingqing's angry eyes fell on Su Ming. "You beast, you are not good enough to do anything, but you are always bad. Qingqing took pity on you and kindly introduced you to someone. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family, how can she not be worthy of you? You didn't serve well and actually offended others. Our Chu family can't tolerate you anymore." Chu Yingxai's face was filled with anger. If he could beat Su Ming, he would have wanted to bite Su Ming twice. What will be the consequences of offending the Su family? Not only will Lin Shuyun lose her job, but her entire family may also suffer. "Dad, I think the same as you. I said from the beginning that it would be bad if someone like this moved in. Look, he caused trouble one after another. Not to mention our small Chu family, no family can stand up to his harm. Chu Qingqing gritted her teeth and stared at Su Ming viciously. Now I understand why the Wan family kicked you out. If they keep people like you, they will all be killed by you. Get out now. The father and daughter spoke harshly and aggressively, and their eyes seemed to indicate that they would fight Su Ming to the death if he didn't leave. Su Ming remained silent the entire time, thinking to himself that if he left the Chu family, there would be no Xianhuang Jade to suppress the heavenly silkworm poison. But it seems that he has no choice but to leave, as the father and daughter of the Chu family cannot tolerate him anymore. And this situation seems to be exactly the same as it was 3 years ago. Su Ming remained calm, looked up at Lin Yun at the door, and asked calmly, "Aunt Lin, do you want me to leave too?" "I definitely don't mean that. You can stay in the Chu family as long as you want. It's just, hey." Lin Yun wanted to say something but stopped herself and couldn't help but let out a sigh. She didn't want to let Su Ming leave, but when she thought about the consequences, she felt sad. What would she do if she lost her job? Seeing this, Su Ming also understood, and stood up and said, "Aunt Lin, don't worry, the Su family will not only not fire you, but will also give you a promotion. As for the two of you, I'm leaving, don't regret it." Su Ming looked at Chu Yingxai and Chu Qingqing. "Get out of here. You're still pretending to be cool here." Chu Yingxai slapped the table heavily and roared like a lion. "You are so young, lazy, and causing trouble everywhere. I have never seen anyone as disgusting as you. You want to brag here, but which of the things you said have ever been fulfilled? I beg you to get out, okay?" Chu Yingxai was completely broken off with Su Ming. He had tolerated Su Ming for a long time. "That's right, you're a jinx. You have no self-awareness. All you say all day is nonsense. You're the first person who makes me feel sick." Chu Qingqing sneered. "Okay, I'll take my leave then." Su Ming smiled slightly, not angry, turned around and strode out the door without any hesitation. Lin Yun saw this, her heart was full of sympathy, her expression was very reluctant, and she said to Su Ming, "Xiao Ming, let me take you away." "Auntie Lin, no need, you can stay and rest." Su Ming smiled indifferently, left the Chu family, and walked away into the distance. Lin Yun stood at the door in a daze, and did not come back to her senses for a long time. The father and daughter were extremely happy, smiling widely, with all the gloom from before swept away. "Well, God has opened his eyes and finally got rid of this shameless stray dog. I thought I would be pestered by him for the rest of my life." Chu Yingxai's face was full of smiles. "Of course not. I will finally stop dealing with this loser. I feel like I am being infected by him and will never achieve anything." Chu Qingqing laughed. However, at this moment, Chu Yingxai's cell phone rang. Chu Yingxai took out his phone and looked at it, and was shocked. It turned out to be the company's top chairman calling. Chu Yingxai was so frightened that his whole body tensed up and he quickly picked up the phone. "Chairman, what can I do for you?" Chu Yingxai asked in great shock. Usually, all the tasks are assigned to him by the general manager. With his role, it is not his turn for the general director of Jinseng Company to call him. This is the first time. "Is it Chu Yingxai from the Chu family?" On the other end, the chairman's cold voice asked. "Yes, it's me." "Chairman, please give me your instructions." Chu Yingxai nodded and bowed across the phone. He was flattered and thought that something good was happening. The chairman called him personally. Sure enough, once the unlucky star was driven away, good luck came. "Okay, I'm the chairman of Jinseng Company, Cheng Fei, and I'm here to inform you that you're fired. You don't need to ask why. You don't need to pack your things, either. I'm fired on the spot. Your accounts and things will all be thoroughly checked. Just wait for the result." After saying this coldly, the other party hung up the phone without giving Chu Yingxai any chance to speak. "What? Chairman?" Chu Yingxai was struck by lightning, and the phone in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, and the screen exploded. "Dad, what's wrong?" Chu Qingqing asked in surprise and doubt. I'm fired." Chu Yingxai had a bewildered look on his face. He said something in a daze, and then he felt weak all over. He sat down on the ground with a thud, his eyes empty and lifeless. Dad, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Chu Qingqing hurried forward to support Chu Yingcai. But Chu Yingcai's face turned pale and he couldn't say a word. Not only was he fired, the chairman also meant that from now on, none of his property could be used until the matter was investigated thoroughly. What should he do then? How to live? Beg on the streets. Chu Yingcai felt as if the sky was falling down, and everything went dark before his eyes. But the story is far from over. The next day, Chu Qingqing went to school and was harassed by gangsters again. She fled all the way to school in a panic. However, the principal informed her that Chu Qingqing's studies would be suspended for observation. The reason is that the last time they brought gangsters to school, the school has gained a bad reputation. Although he was not expelled, it is still unknown whether he can get his diploma. This made Chu Qingqing despair all of a sudden. Without a diploma, it means you have studied for 4 years in vain. No, the previous 10 years of study were wasted. Where does she go to find a job? What to do in the future? Chu Qingqing didn't dare go home for the whole day and could only go out with friends to drink to relieve her sorrow. Lin Yun also came to the pharmacy and the general manager's office with trepidation. Lin Yun is an honest person. She feels that since she has offended the Su family and the big boss, she should take the initiative to admit her mistake. At least be sincere in your attitude. Whether to fire someone or not is another matter. It would be too shameless to let the big boss find her personally. Boom boom boom. Lin Yun raised her hand and knocked on the door. Come in. The majestic voice of Su Tianhai, the head of the Su family, was heard from inside. Lin Yun lowered her head and pushed the door open. She felt her hands and feet go numb and she was extremely nervous, even more nervous than when she first came to work. After entering the room, she immediately bowed and apologized sincerely. Boss Su, I'm sorry, I feel guilty for your cultivation and care for me. Everything is my fault. If you want to fire me or punish me, please don't be polite. I will do it. Look up. Su Tianhai made a calm voice. Lin Yun then slowly raised her head and found that in the office, in addition to the mature and steady Su Tianhai, Miss Su Jingyun was also standing next to her. Lin Yun secretly said in her heart, it's over. Su Jingyun is here, which means that what happened yesterday cannot be concealed at all. It is obvious that Su Tianhai already knows about it. Then it's all over, there's no turning back. Lin Yun's eyes were full of despair. I didn't expect that after working diligently for half my life, this would be the result. What did you do wrong? You did nothing wrong. On the contrary, your performance in the past few months has been very good. I have decided to promote you and let you take the position of pharmacy supervisor. Su Tianhai said with a smile on his face. What? Hearing this, Lin Yun's eyes widened suddenly, wondering if she had heard it wrong. She was ready to be punished, but Su Tianhai's words caught her off guard. No, Boss Su, yesterday, about Miss Su. Lin Yun said in surprise. Oh, that's just a small matter. Xiaoyun is young and naive. Please forgive me if I have offended her in any way. I will educate her well. You don't have to take it to heart. Just work with peace of mind. Su Tianhai smiled and waved gently to Lin Yun. This. Lin Yun was stunned for several seconds before she came to her senses and nodded, okay, then Boss Su, I'll go down first. Well, don't worry too much, just treat it as your normal work. Su Tianhai was still comforting him behind him. Lin Yun walked to the door, her mind was still blank, and she didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, she remembered what Su Ming said to her before he left yesterday. Auntie Lin, don't worry, you won't be fired, you will get promoted. Really? Lin Yun was shocked. Could it be that what Xiao Ming said was true? Was it Xiao Ming who secretly resolved the crisis for her? This. Thinking of this, Lin Yun suddenly felt sad and guilty. Su Ming is such a good person, but he still drove people away. She felt extremely ashamed. I wonder how Su Ming is doing now. Where are you and do you have a place to stay? In the office. Dad, you didn't punish her, but you gave her a promotion and a raise. Do you know how much humiliation I suffered at the Chu family yesterday? Am I your biological child? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will run away from home and never come back. Su Jingyun was so angry that he stomped his feet, picked up the globe on the table and threw it to the ground. Hey, let it go, Xiaoyun, don't be angry with me. I told you, there are people in the Su family that we can't afford to offend. Maybe you offended him yesterday. If I didn't let you come back, you might even lose your life now. Su Tianhai said angrily. Impossible. Su Jingyun shook his head and didn't believe Su Tianhai's nonsense at all. The Chu family doesn't even make $500,000 a year, how can they be any big shot? We can't afford to offend them, but our Su family can make them all evaporate. Su Jingyun raised his head in anger. He didn't take the Chu family seriously at all, and he didn't believe who Su Ming was. That's the kind of rubbish you're talking about, big shot, what a joke. Well. Su Tianhai shook his head depressedly, just because you are young, you don't understand the ways of the world. You know that last time I accepted a little benefit from Luo Yunfei from the Luo family, I turned a blind eye to the chaos in the pharmacy. How much did it cost? We almost went bankrupt. If there is no big shot backing you up, who in the entire Yunqing can do this? Also, if not, how do you explain your uncle fainting after going to the Chu family? Didn't you hear the news from the hospital? Your uncle was frightened to the point of having a short-term shock and passed out. Don't you understand? These words left Su Jingyun speechless. Although I was extremely dissatisfied, I couldn't find any reason to object. In short, I don't believe how great that kind of person is. Don't let me meet him again, or I'll make him pay for it. Su Jingyun said, gritting his teeth. Forget it, just don't go to the Chu family anymore. By the way, Wan Sharin of the Wan family is getting engaged. I have received the invitation. If you are fine, go over and take a look. Just treat it as a way to relax. Weren't you and Wan Sharin classmates before? That's where you should go. Su Tianhai said to Su Jingyun unhappily. She's getting engaged. Didn't she just get divorced? Su Jingyun made a surprised sound. Who knows? Maybe they've found something better. You'll know if you go and take a look. Su Tianhai said with a grin. In fact, he knew in his heart that this was a business marriage between the Wan family. With the alliance between the Wan and Ling families, there will be no rivals in the business of Yunqing in the future. Wan Sharin from Wanjia Group is very smart. Most people can't think of such a method that can achieve rapid progress in one day, and even if they can, they may not be able to do it. But Wan Sharin did it all. She is a strong woman. Originally, the Wan family alone was not something to be feared, but now with the help of the Ling family, the situation is different. From now on, even his Su family will have to be wary. That's why he quickly asked Su Jingyun to build a good relationship with Wan Sharin. He had also secretly prepared a valuable gift, waiting to send it on the engagement day. The reason why Su Tianhai could sit in his current position is that he can keep an eye on all directions and listen to all directions. Prince Su, you will never come back to the Chu family again. In the hotel, Yi Tang asked respectfully and curiously. I guess there's no need for it anymore. Once Changqing raises the blood begonias, they will be able to completely eradicate the Cecropia poison. Su Ming said calmly. That's good. The Chang family has medicinal seeds. It's not difficult to grow those things. Then go to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Living in this hotel is not a problem. There are many people outside, clamoring to see you. Yi Tang said with a grin. Who? Su Ming asked doubtfully. It's nothing, they're all minions, Leng Aoshan, the third richest person in the Ling family in Yunqing, or real estate king. Anyway, when they learned that you left the Chu family, they all started fighting and wanted to invite you to come and settle in. Yi Tang knew that Su Ming didn't like these people, so he didn't take it to heart. Su Ming nodded, that's really annoying. While talking, the phone rang. It turned out that the call came from Shen Luoyun, the daughter of the medical king. Su Ming took it out and picked it up. Hello. Brother Su. My dad has already made preparations. We have reserved a seat at the International Hotel today. Please be sure to come. Shen Luoyun said affectionately. International Hotel. Su Ming looked up and saw that he was not at the International Hotel. Such a coincidence, let's just settle this matter. He replied, okay, I will come right away. Well, we're waiting for you, see you there or not. Shen Luoyun said sweetly and hung up the phone. Go out for a while. Su Ming put away the phone and said to Yi Tang. Well, King Su, call me anytime if you need anything. Yi Tang said respectfully. Su Ming went out, took the elevator, and headed to the restaurant area on the 10th floor of the International Hotel. When he walked into the elevator, he found that there were 3 other people in it. An old man who looked frail, and 2 burly men, all looked serious and dignified. The elevator door opened, and Su Ming was about to walk in, but was stopped by 2 men in black. They said to Su Ming, young man, take the next one. The elevator is occupied. What? Su Ming looked at the 3 of them in confusion. Is this elevator owned by your family? Or do the 3 of you weigh 1,000 pounds together, which is overweight? 3 people want to monopolize such a big elevator. Aren't these 3 guys too arrogant? He has such a big face. This is not a matter of a few people. Our master is here, so you shouldn't come in. People are divided into high and low levels, and you are not qualified to be in the same elevator with our master. The 2 men in black stared at Su Ming coldly. Neuropathy. Su Ming rolled his eyes, not wanting to pay attention, and walked straight into the elevator. Don't be shameless. The 2 were instantly enraged, clenched their fists, and filled with murderous intent. The old man in the middle also looked up at Su Ming and said in a deep voice, young man, they don't let you in because it's for your own good. If you come in, you may not know what will happen to you. Be sensible and wait for the next trip, it won't take long. Su Ming was so angry that he rolled his eyes. What kind of people are these? There's no time to waste on this nonsense, let's just go up together. I thought you were old enough to do something, but it turns out you are not even a human being. I have to get into this elevator today, let's see what you can do. Su Ming strode directly into the elevator. Court death. The 2 men in black became furious and raised their fists to attack Su Ming. Never mind. At this time, the old man shouted softly and said in a deep voice, he has already come in, forget it, the young man is ignorant, let him go this time. What the hell, idiot? The 2 glared at Su Ming fiercely. Damn it. Su Ming stared. If it weren't for the old man's age, he would really want to let the 3 of them lie down here. Su Ming suppressed his anger and glanced over. Seeing the old man holding an exquisite box in his hand, a smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Xuanjin box is very valuable. And inside, it must be the 7-star mysterious jade pill. No wonder you wouldn't let me in. It turns out you're holding something so valuable. Su Ming grinned. The Xuanjin box alone is worth hundreds of millions, and together with the 7-star mysterious jade pill, it is priceless. The 7-star mysterious jade pill is a top-grade elixir. Currently, there are no more than 10 people in Jiuzhou who can refine this kind of elixir. Not including him. The 7-star mysterious jade pill is precious, but in his eyes, it is child's play. However, when the old man heard Su Ming's words, he suddenly turned around and looked at Su Ming with great suspicion, with a look of alertness on his face. How do you know? Who are you? Did you follow me from Zhongzhou? The 2 men in black also stared at Su Ming as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Su Ming grinned, no way, I'm not stealing yours, why are you so nervous? I don't even like that kind of stuff. How can I tell? Your Xuanjin box is not sealed, and the smell of medicine is coming out, filling the elevator. How can I not smell it? Su Ming just found it funny. These 3 guys were really funny, with their startled behavior. You can tell that this is the 7-star mysterious jade pill just by the smell of the medicine. The old man looked at Su Ming in disbelief. What else? Should I lick it again? Su Ming said with a smile. But the old man did not smile. He looked at Su Ming solemnly and said, you are a promising talent. It's a pity that you were born in a small place like Yuncheng. You are destined to have limited vision and experience. It's difficult for you to achieve great things. I have also closed my mountain for many years and no longer accept disciples. Otherwise, you would be really lucky today. The old man shook his head with some regret. You are awesome. Su Ming shook his head angrily. He spoke nicely to the old man, but the old man took advantage of him as soon as he opened his mouth. Why don't you thank Master Yan? Master Yan's words to you are already a great compliment to you. Do you know how many people in Jongo beg for Master Yan's approval, but can't get it? The two men in black gave Su Ming a cold and contemptuous look. My heart is full of contempt. This kid really doesn't know how to appreciate someone, and he doesn't have any gratitude. Sure enough, as Mr. Yan said, it is difficult to achieve great things. After all, he was just a crawler in a barren land like Yunqing, and he probably had never seen anything big in his life. Let alone heard of Mr. Yan's name. I thank you. Su Ming held back the curse words that came to his lips and did not speak out. At this time, the elevator reached the 10th floor, and with a ding-dong sound, the elevator door opened. The three of them also walked out. But it made Su Ming so depressed that he couldn't vent his anger. There really is everyone. He shook his head and walked out of the elevator. Then he called Shen Luoyun. Luoyun, which room are you in? Room 888, Brother Su, come quickly. My father's master, Mr. Yan, is also here. He has brought you a gift and is waiting for you. Shen Luoyun said happily. Ha! Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this a coincidence? Unexpectedly, what the old man regarded as a treasure was given to him. Moreover, the old man is also Shen Songling's master. What a coincidence. I heard that you have met the king of 9 provinces. What does the king of Xinjiang look like? Is he fat or thin? Is he tall or short? He must be very majestic. In private room number 888, Mr. Yan asked Shen Shulin with excitement. In addition to helping Shen Songlin bring the 7-star Xian Jade pill, he came here mainly to meet this legendary figure. He has lived to this age and has seen everything, but he has never seen even half of a unique figure like King Jiang. So he dreams about seeing it. He is not old. Shen Songlin smiled and said. He was also very happy to see the master so excited. The master has been close to the mountain for many years, and nothing can make him come out of the mountain. Only this matter can make the old man come from Zhongzhou in person. It can be regarded as fulfilling the master's wish. You are not old. That must be the case. The king of Xinjiang is unparalleled in the world. He must have his own beauty skills. How can an ordinary person like me be already senile? Mr. Yan thought longingly about how majestic and charming the king of Xinjiang is. Flying. Crunch. At this moment, the door to the room opened and Su Ming appeared at the door. Everyone turned to look at the door. Mr. Yan frowned and snorted coldly. Why did you follow me here? I told you that I won't accept any more disciples. It's useless for you to regret it. You can only say that we have no destiny in this life. Be smart, retreat by yourself. That's right, brat, you really want to die, don't you? How dare you come here to disturb Mr. Yan? Roll. The two men in black yelled at Su Ming. This scene scared both Shen Songlin and Shen Luoyun out of their wits. Master, what are you doing? I have always dreamed of meeting the king of Xinjiang, but now I am driving others away. It doesn't matter if they drive others away. If this medicine offends the king of Jiang, they can't afford it. Shen Songlin was already sweating profusely, and his face turned pale with fright. Luoyun, do you want me to leave? If you want me to leave, I won't stay any longer. Su Ming looked at Shen Luoyun at the door and said calmly. No, no, no. Shen Luoyun panicked and said several times in succession, shaking his head like a rattle, and hurriedly ran forward, holding Su Ming's arm tightly. Brother Su, I'm sorry, they made a mistake. Where am I? I dare you to leave. Come in now. What's going on between this little girl and this boy? What's going on? Is that boy Luo Yun's boyfriend? How do you get to know such a person? Mr. Yan suddenly snorted with disdain. Shen Songlin was so frightened that he almost wet his crotch. He was afraid that the master would say something shocking again, so he hurriedly leaned into Yen Lao's ear and said nervously, "Master, he is the king of the Kyushu, the king of the border areas. You old man, can you stop talking nonsense?" "What?" Hearing this, Mr. Yen suddenly fell off the chair with a bang. A handful of old bones fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were shaking, his face was full of panic, and he couldn't react for a long time. "Master." Shen Shulin quickly helped Mr. Yen up from the ground. Old Yen looked at Su Ming again, with only shock in his eyes. He is the king of Kyushu. The king of Kyushu is so young. At this moment, Yen Lao's outlook on life was greatly impacted. But Shen Jungle can't be mistaken. Thinking of what happened in the elevator just now, Mr. Yen suddenly understood that there must be nothing wrong. No wonder he could recognize the 7-star Xian jade pill contained in his Xian brocade box at a glance. Why didn't he understand it then? Who else in Kyushu can have this vision except the king of Xinjiang? Thinking of what he said to Su Ming before, Mr. Yen felt that his face was completely humiliated and his intestines were filled with regret. He hurriedly walked to Su Ming with his body trembling, and knelt on the ground with a thud. "Young man Yen Sihai, pay your respects to the king of Xinjiang. You two are still standing there. Why don't you pay homage to the king of Kyushu?" Old Yen shouted at the two men in black behind him. "He is the king of Kyushu." The two of them were also filled with shock and disbelief. But seeing that Mr. Yen had knelt down, they didn't dare to stand. They immediately knelt down and bowed to Su Ming. Su Ming walked over to the side and sat down, crossed his legs, and looked at Yen Sihai with a smile. "What are you doing? Didn't you just say that I was not worthy of being your apprentice and asked me to leave? Why are you kneeling down now, old Yen? You are old, and you are changing your attitude too quickly." Mr. Yen was sweating profusely in an instant, his clothes were soaked, and tears were about to flow down. How could he have imagined that the king of Kyushu was a young man in his 20s? If he had known this earlier, he would not have dared to say such words even if he had 10 times the courage. At this moment, Yen Sihai's heart felt worse than eating shit. He kowtowed to Su Ming twice. "I am the blind old man who didn't recognize the identity of King Xinjiang. I deserve to die and let King Xinjiang punish me." "Punish you, forget it." Su Ming curled his lips and smiled. "You won't live for a few years if you look like this. If I want to punish you, you won't be able to get out of the elevator at all." Shen Songlin did not expect such a thing to happen. He hurriedly stepped forward and begged Yen Sihai, "I'm really sorry, King Jiang. My master is old, but I didn't explain it clearly to him. I didn't expect. By the way, this is the gift I prepared for King Jiang. Please accept it." Shen Songlin quickly raised the 7-star Xian jade pill and the Xian brocade box with both hands and presented it to Su Ming. "This is the 7-star black jade pill. There is only one in the entire Zhongzhou. A warrior can take it and his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Only you, king of Xinjiang, can use such a thing. Others are not worthy at all," Shen Songlin said respectfully. This is what Yen Sihai regarded as his life and treasure just now. However, Su Ming just glanced at it and smiled disdainfully. "Trash, I don't need such a thing. You can keep it for your own use." "What?" Shen Songlin and Yen Sihai both looked shocked. 7-star Xian jade pill, can it be said to be garbage? This thing really cannot be measured by money. Whether it is the grade of the elixir or its efficacy, it is something that countless frontier warriors, even those gods of war, cannot ask for. If this thing were taken to the border area, I'm afraid it would cause chaos on the spot. And Su Ming actually said it was garbage. They immediately thought that Su Ming was angry with them because of what happened just now. However, Su Ming was calm and took out a prescription from his arms, put it on the table, and said to Shen Songlin, "If you really want to do something for me, then go ahead and use this prescription. Follow the last 4 herbs above to help. I'll cultivate it, and I'll do it in half a month." When Shen Songlin took the prescription and looked at it, his pupils suddenly shook and he almost fainted from fright. Shen Qi Pei Yuan Fang. This is really a legendary ancient recipe. The last 4 herbs are moon grass, sunflower, sea ginseng, and snow mountain lotus. Shen Qi Pei Yuan Fang. Yen Sihai was also shocked and hurriedly came to Shen Songlin's side. his eyes almost flying out of his sockets as he stared at the prescription. I was shocked beyond measure. He couldn't find this thing in the classics, but he could see it here in his lifetime. That's right, as long as you help me raise the last 4 herbs, this prescription will be given to you. Su Ming said with a smile. Oh my God. The two of them almost fainted from the surprise. Now they finally understood why Su Ming said their 7-star Xian Jade pill was rubbish. Compared with Shenqi Pei Yuan Fang, 1,000 7-star Xian Jade pills cannot compare. It is indeed rubbish among rubbish. At this moment, Shen Songlin couldn't even look at the 7-star Xian Jade pill and threw it on the ground. It is indeed garbage. This thing is not worthy of the king of Jiang. It's because our vision is too low. Su Ming picked up the 7-star Xian Jade pill with a smile, and said with a smile, it's rubbish to me, but not to others. It just so happened that Wan Jiayin and Wan Sharin were getting engaged, and I didn't have any gifts for her yet. Please help me send this thing over, and consider it as a congratulatory gift from me. Okay, King Xinjiang, we will do it. Shen Songlin and Yan Sihai nodded repeatedly, too excited to speak. With Pei Yuan Fang's spirit, the Shen family is about to become famous. Shen Luoyun stood beside Su Ming, feeling extremely amazed in his heart. Brother Su is indeed unparalleled in the world. He easily took out another Shengqi Tsui Yuan prescription, which already excited both his father and Mr. Yan. If she had taken out the Toad Spring Dew prescription that Su Ming gave her, her father and Mr. Yan would probably have fainted on the spot. It's better to keep this thing for now. Things must be reversed at the extreme, and cultivating spiritual energy is enough for the Shen family to prosper. On the contrary, if there are too many treasures, the small Shen family may not be able to afford them. That's it for now. I have other things to do, so I won't stay any longer. Su Ming stood up and left. Shen Conlin hurriedly winked at Shen Luoyun and said anxiously, Daughter, if you don't send King Xian off yet, you can go wherever King Xian goes today. No matter what King Xian buys or uses, the consumption is all taken care of by my Shen family. Good. Shen Luoyun's face was slightly red, and he hurriedly followed Su Ming's steps and walked out of the room together. It seems that Luoyun has a good relationship with King Jiang. After Su Ming left, Mr. Yan also stood up from the ground and said with joy and emotion. Since ancient times, which hero doesn't love beauty? Lu Bu can't escape Diao Chan's shyness. My daughter, after all, has some beauty. Shen Songlin said with a proud smile. If his daughter can really win the favor of the king of Xinjiang, then the Shen family will have a place in Kyushu, not to mention Zhongzhou. That's because I'm afraid that King Jiang, who is so magnificent and has countless beauties around him, will look down on Luoyun. Mr. Yan was pleasantly surprised, but also a little worried. Then you have to rely on Luoyun himself. Even if he is a small concubine, as long as he can get a chance, it will be a supreme honor. But those are all unknowns. Now with this Shenqi Pei Yuan Fang, our Shen family will become number 1 in Zhongzhou. Shen Songlin and his master Yan Lao looked at each other and laughed happily. Outside, Su Ming walked out and took the elevator. Brother Su, wait for me. Shen Luoyun caught up, followed Su Ming, and entered the elevator together. Are you really planning to follow me all day? Su Ming turned to look at Shen Luoyun and asked with a smile. I dare not disobey my father's orders. Shen Luoyun said with a smile. In fact, she was very happy in her heart. She felt very satisfied to be by Su Ming's side. Okay, I just want to go downstairs to buy something, and I don't have any money with me. Su Ming said with a smile. It's okay. Brother Su, feel free to choose. I'll give you the money, even if you book the entire international hotel. Shen Luoyun said boldly. It's not that exaggerated. In fact, it wasn't that Su Ming didn't bring any money, it was that he didn't bring any change. He had at least several million bank cards on him, and he just wanted to buy some daily necessities. After all, after leaving the Chu family and living alone, some daily necessities still need to be prepared. Taking the elevator to the commercial area on the second floor of the international hotel, Su Ming entered the daily necessities point, finished shopping, and went out to return to the room. When I turned my head, I found 2 familiar voices coming from the famous brand clothing store next to me. He took a closer look and saw that it was Wan Sharin and Ling Yun. I saw Wan Sharin choosing suits and clothes for Ling Yun. How about this suit? This suit will definitely look good in wedding photos. It also suits you very well. Wan Sharin held up a suit and compared it with Ling Yun, with a smile on her face, looking like a good wife and mother. Su Ming was heartbroken when he saw it. When he got married to Wan Sharin, it was not an engagement, so Wan Sharin didn't even accompany him to pick out clothes. In the end, we didn't even take any wedding photos, so we just ended things hastily. Now, he picked up clothes for Ling Yun Xianhui and generously. Su Ming suddenly felt a deep sense of disappointment in his heart, mixed with a bit of sadness. Shen Luoyun also saw it. She knew that Su Ming had been married to Wan Sharin for 3 years. At this moment, Su Ming probably felt uncomfortable. She hurriedly took Su Ming's arm and said softly, "Brother Su, why don't we go to other places to have a look? Yeah, your clothes are old. I'll buy you some clothes. Otherwise, I'll call and ask everyone here. The clothing store delivers the clothes to your room and you try them on one by one." "No, I think the clothes there are pretty good. Let's go over and have a look." Su Ming suddenly stared in the direction of Wan Sharin and Ling Yun and said, "This." Shen Luoyun was stunned, but immediately understood what Su Ming was going to do. So he followed Su Ming into the clothing store. Entering the clothing store, Shen Luoyun stopped hiding. He raised his hand and called the general manager of the clothing store, and said in a cold voice, "I have packed all the clothes here today and kicked out all the idle people. I want to try on clothes and don't want to see anyone else." "Yes, Miss Shen." The manager nodded and turned to clear the area. "Su Ming." Wan Sharin heard the voice and saw Su Ming, and her hand holding the clothes paused. At this time, the manager also came to Wan Sharin and Ling Yun, and said with an awkward smile, "Boss Wan, Master Ling, I'm sorry, the store is closed today, please leave. I won't sell clothes anymore. Please forgive me if I'm sorry." "What?" Ling Yun frowned and shouted fiercely, "What are you doing? I have tried on the clothes, and you don't want to sell them. Don't you want this store anymore?" "I'm really sorry, Master Ling, but this is the truth. It's useless for you to embarrass me." The manager looked apologetic but didn't back down at all. Compared with the Shen family in Zhongzhou, Ling Yun is nothing. He would rather offend Ling Yun and Wan Jia than offend Shen Luoyun. "Humph, do you know that this is my wedding dress? How dare you spoil my fun? Do you want to die?" Ling Yun roared, his face full of ferocity, and his eyes bursting with anger. "Master Ling, right. I'm sorry, I've taken care of it here, Shen Luoyun. Put down these clothes, they don't belong to you." Shen Luoyun took the initiative to come up, folded his arms, looked down at Ling Yun condescendingly and said coldly, Shen Luoyun." Ling Yun also knew Shen Luoyun's identity, and most of his anger was gone. He doesn't dare to be an enemy of the Shen family. But he still gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "Miss Shen, if you want clothes, you only want women's clothes, and they don't conflict with me. I want this set of men's clothes, so I won't disturb you, right?" "Who said no interference?" Shen Luoyun smiled sarcastically, turned sideways, walked to Su Ming, and grinned, "I mainly buy clothes for my brother Su, and what I want is men's clothes. So you can't bring any of the clothes in the store today. Walk." Only then did Ling Yun see Ling Yun, his eyes widened a bit, and his face was instantly distorted with jealousy. What the hell kind of luck did this guy have? Saved the galaxy in a previous life? How come he had just been abandoned by Wan Sharin, and in the blink of an eye he was hooked up with Shen Luoyun, a more awesome and beautiful Shen family member? In front of a Zhongzhou beauty like Shen Luoyun, even Wan Sharin would be overshadowed. Although Wan Sharin's appearance is not much different, even similar to hers. But after all, Wan Sharin was only from Yunqing, and she was far behind in terms of temperament. Shen Luoyun's nobility, generosity, and brilliance are beyond compare to ordinary people. But how could such a beauty fall in love with a scumbag like Su Ming who had nothing and was divorced? Ling Yun broke his head and couldn't figure it out. Wan Sharin had mixed emotions watching this scene. She had seen Shen Luoyun and Su Ming walking together in front of Chang's house before. She thought Shen Luoyun had been deceived or was just playing for fun. Unexpectedly, Shen Luoyun was still with Su Ming after so many days. Also brought to buy clothes. Could it be that she really made a mistake? Does Su Ming really have any merits that would make Shen Luoyun like him? But it was impossible. She had been married to Su Ming for 3 years. She knew all about Su Ming's habits and couldn't find any advantages at all. Miss Shen, have you made a mistake? You don't know the details of this boy, do you? Let me tell you, this boy used to be the son-in-law of the Wan family. After 3 years of marriage, he has nothing. He is simply in the Wan family. After 3 years of living and waiting for death, he was finally kicked out of the Wan family, and now he is the lowest-ranking person in Yuncheng. How can such a person be worthy of you, Miss Shen? Ling Yun is not willing to accept it. Said. He thought that Shen Luoyun just didn't know the details of Su Ming, so he went with Su Ming. Unexpectedly, Wan Sharin just looked at Ling Yun coldly. After Ling Yun finished speaking, she stepped forward and slapped Ling Yun on the face. There was a crisp snap that resounded throughout the clothing store. This slap stunned Ling Yun on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. He was stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. Shen Luoyun sneered, "Why do you dare to say these things? It doesn't matter if Brother Su gets divorced, aren't you even more rubbish? You even want the women that Brother Su doesn't want. What's the difference between you and a rag picker? You kind of as long as you want a woman, are you still a human being? You." Ling Yun was instantly shocked and furious, looking at Shen Luoyun with wide eyes. Shen Luoyun's words not only humiliated Ling Yun but also scolded Wan Sharin. Wan Sharin's face turned red instantly, and she lowered her head, unable to say a word. Su Ming also felt a little unhappy. It was okay to humiliate Ling Yun, but calling Wan Sharin a rag was a bit too much. This meant that he was also scolded. Su Ming shook his head and said, "Forget it, Luoyun, stop talking. We are here to buy clothes and it has nothing to do with other people. Just let them go." "Okay, Brother Su," Shen Luoyun said sweetly, then looked back at Ling Yun and Wan Sharin. "Why don't you get out of here? Or do you think your Ling family has the confidence to challenge me? Are you going to fight me?" Compared with the Shen family in Zhongzhou, the Ling family is far behind. Besides, the Shen family still has a medical king, a famous medical family. Personal connections are like a spider web, boundless and unpredictable. None of his 10 Ling families could compare to one Shen family, so Ling Yun could only break his teeth and swallow them. Wan Sharin happened to speak and said to Ling Yun, "Let's go. It seems we are in the wrong place." Then he took Ling Yun and left. Ling Yun didn't dare to challenge Wan Sharin, but he still looked at Su Ming like trash. When passing by Su Ming, Ling Yun gritted his teeth and stared at Su Ming. "You brat, you are lucky to have found Miss Shen to be your backer. But after all, it is not your own ability. You are trash after all. There is no one. Bless you, you are nothing. Let's see how long Shen Luoyun can protect you. As soon as Shen Luoyun leaves, I will operate on you. Also, don't let me see you at the engagement party, or I'll kill you." Su Ming was indifferent and stood calmly, as if he didn't hear anything. But Shen Luoyun's eyes suddenly darkened. He took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Dad, I am in the commercial area on the 2nd floor of the International Hotel. There is a kid here who is threatening Brother Su and me. It seems to be Ling Yun of the Ling family." Hearing this voice, Ling Yun trembled with fright, and hurriedly took Wan Sharin and fled away. A real clown. Seeing Ling Yun running away, Shen Luoyun sneered, "I don't know why Wan Sharin fell in love with such a person. If I were to marry such a person, I might as well just die. He can't even see Su brother, you can't even compare to me. You're not really going to let people come over, are you?" Su Ming looked up at Shen Luoyun. "No, there is no need to alarm my dad when dealing with such a person. I just want to scare him." Shen Luoyun put away his phone and said. Su Ming nodded slightly. Shen Luoyun does things decently. But he was not interested anymore, turned around and said, "That's it for today, I'm going back to rest." "Wait a minute, Brother Su, don't you want to buy clothes? If you don't like it here, let's go to the next one." Shen Luoyun chased after him again. 2 days later. Wan family and Ling family, engagement banquet. The scene is at Wanjia compound. At this time, Wanjia was crowded with guests, the house was full of distinguished guests, the noise was everywhere, and it was as lively as a street market. There are all kinds of wealthy and powerful people, and the logic of big shots is endless. In the hall, there were two supreme war gods invited by Zhao Tianxiang. One on the left and one on the right, they looked down on everything like living shuras. Zhao Tianxiang looked around at the door, turned around, walked to Jin Tai and Long Cheng, frowned and said in a deep voice, "Why hasn't Li Xiao come yet? Is he going to break the agreement? His goal is to take down Su Ming together with the three war gods." He always felt like something was missing when Li Xiao didn't come. "It doesn't matter whether you come or not." The tall and thin Jin Tai sneered, "To deal with this kid, the two of us are enough. If he comes, he will just cause trouble. A mere supreme of Yunqing thinks he is a god. Let's kill the guy you mentioned first, and then we'll kill him after the incident. From now on, there will be no more supreme in Yunqing." The two of them were arrogant and extremely unrestrained. Zhao Tianxiang was shocked when he heard this. "Don't mess around, you two. I didn't invite you here to cause trouble. I have some connections in Yunqing. If you kill people, I will also have a bad reputation. Just do what I asked you to do." "Tisk, that's boring." The two of them curled their lips in disdain. In the boudoir at the back of the Wan family's house, Wan Sharin sat in front of the mirror. Behind her, several makeup artists gathered around her and helped her with her makeup. Wan Sharin's beautiful eyes stared at the mirror in a trance, with a look of sadness in them. Next to him, his younger brother Wan Hua walked in with a big smile on his face. "Congratulations, sister, for marrying a good man like Ling Yun. From now on, our Wan and Ling families will have unlimited glory. I will also have endless money to spend." Wan Hua thought with great pride. Thinking about the glorious future, he would almost wake up laughing in his dreams. "Is Su Ming here?" Wan Sharin couldn't help but ask. "Sister, it's already this late, why are you still thinking about that boy? You can't do this, you are going to get engaged to Master Ling today. If Master Ling finds out that you are thinking about someone else, what will he think? Besides, that kind of trash, you don't even know where he died, how can he be worth your concern?" Wan Hua immediately looked displeased and lectured his sister. It's not that she missed him, but when she thought about what happened during this period of time, Wan Sharin felt a little uneasy. She had a feeling that maybe she had done something wrong. Shouldn't I divorce Su Ming? She always felt that Su Ming was fine in the Wan family before, and everything was smooth and peaceful. But ever since her divorce from Su Ming, she has been in constant trouble, and everything she does seems to be shrouded in a shadow. And all this seems to be related to Su Ming. "You two just wait here. When the boy comes, I will bring him here. You guys deal with him here. After all, today is the Wan family's big day. It would be bad to disturb others by attacking them in public." In the backyard of the Wan family, Zhao Tianxiang explained to the two supreme war gods, Jin Tai and Long Cheng. The two of them sat leisurely at the stone table drinking tea, grinning and saying, "Don't worry, it's just a useless guy, I don't know why you are so nervous. I guess he can't even withstand two of our moves." "Okay, then I'm relieved." Zhao Tianxiang turned and left. After a while, Su Ming still hadn't shown up, but Yunqing's supreme god of war came to the banquet. "You're here at last." As soon as he saw Li Xiao, Zhao Tianxiang's face immediately showed joy. The stone in his heart fell, and he hurried to meet him. "What about the two of them?" Li Xiao didn't waste any words. He glanced around with a cold expression and asked directly. "They are in the backyard. You can go there too. Now we just need to wait for the kid to show up. The three of you warriors working together will be enough to crush him to ashes." Snort. Li Xiao sneered. Without saying anything more, he strode straight towards the backyard. Zhao Tianxiang smiled with joy, not noticing at all that Li Xiao's inconvenient foot had now healed, and he was walking briskly and looking radiant. Li Xiao went to the backyard. The banquet continued. But strangely, Zhao Tianxiang never saw Su Ming. Is that kid afraid and therefore doesn't dare to attend? Thinking of this, Zhao Tianxiang frowned instantly. If that's the case, then wouldn't his arrangements be in vain? It's a waste of time to invite the three war gods. Hey, you actually dare to come. You loser, you're not going to mess up Sister Shirin's engagement party, are you? Just then, Zhao Yan's voice suddenly sounded in the living room. Zhao Tianxiang turned his head and saw that Su Ming had already entered the living room without him noticing. He had been guarding the door and didn't notice anything. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianxiang hurriedly turned around and walked towards the living room. In the corner of the living room, Su Ming and Yi Tang sat at a table against the wall. They sat there expressionlessly, occasionally picking up some food and taking a bite or two. Of course he would come on such a day. How could he be absent when his ex-wife found a new love? But before coming here, he thought he would be angry and upset, but at this moment, he found that he had no such emotions at all. It was as if he was just watching the excitement that had nothing to do with him. His heart was surprisingly calm. Perhaps, after all these days and so many things that have happened, his feelings for Wan Sharin have faded. Well, today, let's just treat it as a banquet. You little brat, didn't you hear me talking to you? Who invited you? Did Sister Shirin invite you? Why are you sitting here? Zhao Yan put her hands on her hips and stared at Su Ming with a dissatisfied expression. I invited him here. I remembered Luo Hongxia's voice beside me. Luo Hongxia came over with Wan Hua. Aunt Luo, did you invite him? Aren't you afraid that this kid will come here to cause trouble and ruin the engagement? Zhao Yan turned her head and looked at Luo Hongxia in surprise. He wouldn't dare to do that even if he had 10 guts. I invited him here just to let him see how well Shirin is doing after divorcing him. Our Wan family is something he will never be able to reach. Luo Hongxia had an arrogant look on her face and looked at Su Ming with a sneer and disdain. But in fact, it is not just to show off. Luo Hongxia's other purpose is naturally to join forces with Zhao Tianxiang and let the 3 war gods completely eradicate Su Ming. He also avenged the harm he suffered from Su Ming before. Yi Tang frowned. He felt very uncomfortable hearing these words. There was anger in his eyes. Yi Tang gritted his teeth and asked Su Ming, Prince Su, do you still want to give away the gifts you prepared? It would be better not to give them away. He couldn't bear it anymore. The Wan family was just a small family, how could they be worthy of Su Ming's gift? Su Ming shook his head, as usual, let them all send it over. Those things are for Shirin. Not for the Wan family. Shirin accepts them, and I will be completely clear with her from now on. Gift? What gift? Hearing this, Luo Hongxia raised her eyebrows, became interested, and laughed sarcastically, you still have gifts to give. You were kicked out of my Wan family, and now you have trouble eating, what else can you give? Mom, don't hold out any hope. What can we give this kind of rubbish? I guess he can just send us all the belongings he gets from begging. Wan Hua was standing beside him, grinning smugly. At this time, a sound was heard from the gift-receiving area at the door. The medical master of the Shen family of Jongo has arrived and presented me with a 7-star mysterious jade pill. 7-star mysterious jade pill. Hearing this shout, all the guests present, even those from the Wan family, were shocked. You are worthy of being called the king of medicine. What kind of arm is this? The 7-star mysterious jade pill is worth more than half of the assets of the Wanjia group. Luo Hongxia was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Mom, our Wan family has become rich, and even the king of medicine came to give us gifts. But who invited him? Our Wan family should not have any dealings with the king of medicine. Wan Hua was surprised and happy. Zhao Yan was full of pride, if it's not for the Wan family's sake, then it must be for our Zhao family's sake. The king of medicine must have come here to give face to my father. You're right. I got a lot of help from my relative, Mr. Zhao. Luo Hongxia also smiled so hard that her eyebrows were not visible. However, more shocking gifts are yet to come. The 7th on the rich list, Chen family master Chen Fengyu, sent 2 sets of Yunding Tiangong villas. Jiang Yilin, the president of Tianming Chamber of Commerce, sent 2 billion shares and bonds. The real estate tycoon sent me a piece of land in the downtown area. Ah! Listening to the continuous sound of gifts being given, including all kinds of priceless gifts, Luo Hongxia laughed like crazy. We've made a fortune. We've made a fortune. Our Wan family has really become rich. If I had known that Sharin had such a great reputation, I would have gotten engaged and married earlier. With so many treasures, wouldn't our Wan family be the best in Yunqing? Luo Hongxia was so happy that she almost fainted. Wan Hua also smiled from ear to ear, his eyes full of excitement. It's not just the gifts that are important, it's more about face. Which family in Yunqing could host a banquet that would receive personal gifts from so many important figures? I'm afraid only their Wan family has a unique copy. If word of this spreads out, from now on all the large and small chambers of commerce, consortiums, and wealthy families in Yunqing will not rush to curry favor with them. Zhao Yan also smiled proudly. She didn't expect her father to find so many important people to give gifts. Now Sister Sharin's engagement was in full glory. And this is just an engagement, and the actual wedding later will be even more unimaginable. Yi Tang sat speechless. Do these idiots really think they have that much face? If Su Ming hadn't been sitting here, the Wan family, the Ling family, and even the Zhao family together wouldn't have been able to hire the top 2 people on the rich list. Among the crowd, Medical King Shen Songlin came over with Shen Luoyun, in front of Su Ming's table. Luo Hongxia was overjoyed and hurriedly greeted her, saying with great joy, "Welcome, welcome, Mr. Medical King, I have admired your name for a long time. I didn't expect you to come to our Wan family in person to give gifts. Please hurry up and don't sit in this corner seat, go to the VIP seats in front." Luo Hongxia smiled happily. If you can make friends with the King of Medicine, you will have unlimited glory in the future. However, Shen Songlin just looked at Luo Hongxia indifferently and ignored it. He went straight to Su Ming and said respectfully, "Prince Su, I have done as you asked. The 7-star Xuanyu pill has been delivered." Su Ming nodded slightly. "If nothing happens, just finish the banquet and then leave." "Yes." Shen Songlin responded respectfully and took Shen Luoyun to sit down next to Su Ming. Shen Luoyun also took the initiative to approach Su Ming and sat next to Su Ming intimately. Seeing this scene, Luo Hongxia and Wan Hua were dumbfounded. "Medical King, are you invited by this guy?" "No way, what kind of virtue and ability can he have to allow you to give such a big face?" Luo Hongxia asked in shock. "Shut up and go away. I give gifts because of King Su's orders. Your Wan family can receive my gifts because of King Su's favor. It's not about how much face you have. In my eyes, you are nothing." Shen Songlin raised his head, glanced at Luo Hongxia with a gloomy look, and snorted coldly. "This." Luo Hongxia was completely stunned on the spot, looking at Shen Songlin and Su Ming dumbfounded, unable to say a word. But then I thought about it, Shen Songlin was doing it for Su Ming's sake, so there must be someone else, right? With so many big shots here, the others must be doing it for the sake of their Wan family or Zhao family's face. But then, something happened that shocked the entire Wan family. All the important people who came to give gifts lined up in front of Su Ming. Chen Fengyu, Jiang Yilin, the real estate tycoon, and countless other famous figures on the rich list. They came to Su Ming one by one to pay their respects. "Greetings to King Su, gifts are delivered." "Boss, the gift has been delivered." "King Su, do you have any other instructions?" They all stood in front of Su Ming politely and respectfully, like students. This. Luo Hongxia, Wan Hua, Zhao Yan, and even Zhao Tianxiang who was walking to the door were all dumbfounded at this moment, looking at this scene as if struck by lightning. Apart from these people, there were only a few people who gave gifts to the Wan family, and those gifts were so cheap that they were disgusting. Could it be that these are the gifts he mentioned? Luo Hongxia's mouth was so wide open that 2 rotten eggs could fit in it. My brain went blank with shock. She never dreamed that these big shots actually came according to Su Ming's instructions. How much face does Su Ming have? How can these people be so obedient? Who is this guy? Zhao Yan's eyes were also wide open, she was dumbfounded and couldn't make a sound. "You all, sit down." Su Ming asked everyone to sit down, then raised his head and looked at Luo Hongxia. "These are my gifts. Will you accept them? If not, I will ask them to take them all back." All of Luo Hongxia's previous surprises vanished at this moment. Her face became as ugly as a bitter gourd, and she opened her mouth, not knowing how to respond. How could she have imagined that a good-for-nothing son-in-law whom she kicked out could disturb so many important figures in Yunqing? But Wan Hua reacted quickly, raised his head, stared at Su Ming and sneered, "Yes, why not? These are all things you owe our Wan family. You owe my sister. My sister has been married to you for 3 years, and she has wasted 3 years. Nian Qing Chun. These gifts are what you compensate her for." "Yes, you're right, it's compensation, why not?" Luo Hongxia also reacted and immediately spoke loudly and confidently. Su Ming grinned, knowing that the two of them would react like this. Chen Fengyu, Medical King, Shen Luoyun, and others shook their heads mockingly. This Wan family is really shameless. They suddenly felt that giving those things to Wan Jia would be a loss. If it hadn't been for Su Ming's orders, they wouldn't have given a single hair to the Wan family. No matter what, everyone who comes is a guest. Today is a happy day. Everyone, please make sure to enjoy the banquet. At this time, Zhao Tianxiang came over with a smile on his face to ease the situation. Then he beckoned to the people beside him, "Come on, serve the best food and wine. This table is a special one today, so don't neglect it." After making the arrangements, Zhao Tianxiang walked over to Su Ming again and said with a smile on his face, "You are the most distinguished guest among the distinguished guests. Can you please come with me? We will have the most special banquet in the backyard to entertain you." "Oh." Su Ming turned his head slightly and suddenly asked him to go somewhere else. It was obvious that he had another purpose. Yi Tang also realized that this guy must have bad intentions. He immediately snorted coldly, "How dare you talk to King Su like this? Get out of here." "Need not." Su Ming stood up to stop Yi Tang from having an attack, and said with a smile, "I'll go with you to see what special banquet there is." "Brother Su, I'll go with you." Shen Luoyun stood up quickly. "You all stay here, within these 10,000 families, can I still fly?" So, Su Ming followed Zhao Tianxiang and headed towards the backyard from the side. In the corridor, Zhao Tianxiang led the way and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that you would have such great achievements at such a young age, and you could make the big shots in Yunqing obey your orders. It seems that Wan Jia drove away that you have indeed made an extremely wrong decision." Su Ming smiled calmly, "I have never forced anyone. The Wan family chose it themselves. Just like those people today, they also chose themselves." "Brat, you really put it on for him." Zhao Tianxiang sneered darkly in his heart. If someone else saw this scene, they would be shocked beyond words. But who is Zhao Tianxiang? His Zhao family in Jongo is also on the list. In his eyes, this scene was nothing out of the ordinary. The reason these people can come to give gifts is most likely because of Su Ming's identity as the supreme god of war. After all, if someone of Su Ming's status can be won over, it will be very beneficial in the future. Unfortunately, there are 3 supreme war gods sitting in the backyard. He can easily invite 3 supreme war gods to his aid. This is Zhao Tianxiang's true strength and face. In comparison, what is Su Ming, a mere supreme god of war? And soon, there will be no one like Su Ming in Yunqing. With a sneer in his heart, Zhao Tianxiang led Su Ming all the way to the backyard. "This is it. Go ahead. There are a few people waiting for you in front. You should know them." Zhao Tianxiang grinned, but the smile had changed, becoming fierce and vicious. "Just wait and see how Su Ming dies in front of him." Su Ming looked up, but didn't see many people. There was only Li Xiao sitting next to the stone table in front. He couldn't help but grin. "What do you mean by several people? Isn't it just Li Xiao?" "Master Zhao, your eyes are blurry." "Ah." Zhao Tianxiang also looked up suddenly. In the yard in front, there was indeed only Li Xiao. Jin Tai and Long Cheng were nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Of the 3 supreme war gods, how come there is only one left? Zhao Tianxiang couldn't help but walk over quickly and came to Li Xiao's side. He saw Li Xiao sitting there with a calm look, holding a teacup in his hand with blood on it. Zhao Tianxiang was extremely surprised. "War godly, why are you the only one here? I brought everyone here, but where are the other 2? I killed both of them." Li Xiao said this coldly, with a bloodthirsty and ruthless look in his eyes. Killed by you. Zhao Tianxiang was so shocked that he took 2 steps back and almost fell to the ground. Yes, one of them is hanging on a tree, and the other is soaking in water. If you are not blind, you should be able to see it, right? Li Xiao said this and raised his hand and pointed behind him. Zhao Tianxiang looked in the direction Li Xiao pointed, and sure enough, he saw Jin Tai, dead and unrecognizable, hanging on a tree branch with blood still flowing from his mouth. On the other side of the pond, Longqing was soaking at the bottom of the water, deader than dead. How is this possible? Zhao Tianxiang was horrified and retreated Empress Tsang, and this time he really sat down on the ground. Looking at Li Xiao with horror on his face. How is this possible? How could Li Xiao kill 2 supreme war gods by himself? Although the individual strength of these 2 people is not as good as Li Xiao, the sum of their strength is greater than the sum of their strength. How can Li Xiao alone contend with the combined strength of these 2 people? The most important thing is, doesn't Li Xiao have a disabled leg? Why did you kill them? Even if you were afraid that they would steal your credit, you didn't have to kill them. You could just drive them away. Zhao Tianxiang was extremely shocked, his face turned pale with fear. Shocked by Li Xiao's methods. He also said that Yunqing is not as good as Zhongzhou and has insufficient resources, and that the god of war of Zhongzhou is stronger than the god of war of Yunqing. Unexpectedly, Li Xiao killed 2 supreme war gods of Zhongzhou alone. Zhao Tianxiang propped himself up, swallowed his saliva in fear, and said to Li Xiao, "War god Li, I have seen your strength. No matter what, now that the 2 of them are dead, we can only rely on you. Even this kid, you have killed 2 people, so it doesn't matter if you kill 1 more. If you kill him, you will have killed 3 war gods by yourself. This achievement will shock the world for generations to come. You want him to kill me?" Hearing this, Su Ming grinned, walked up slowly, and looked at Zhao Tianxiang with a playful look on his face. "You said you want Li Xiao to kill me." "That's right, God of War Li took my 1,000-year-old ginseng. That's the reward for killing you. Do you think you can still survive? Do you think there are really good wine and food waiting for you? You dare to offend my Zhao family and dare to bully my daughter. The fate of those 2 guys will be your fate." Standing next to Li Xiao, Zhao Tianxiang sneered and looked at Su Ming as if he was looking at a dead man. However, the next moment, Li Xiao raised his hand fiercely, and his hook-like fingers instantly pinched Zhao Tianxiang's throat, with 2 cold rays of light in his eyes. "I want to kill you. You dare to threaten me with my daughter. No one in the entire Yunqing dares to threaten me. So those 2 people deserve to die, and you deserve to die even more. Thanks to the jade injury pills given to me by King Su, my crippled leg was healed. Otherwise, I really would not be able to do anything to you. But today, you will definitely die." After saying this viciously, Li Xiao turned his head and looked at Su Ming apologetically. "I'm sorry, King Su, for killing someone in front of you." "King Su? Who is he? Why do you listen to him?" Zhao Tianxiang was pinched in Li Xiao's hand, his face was bloodshot and his eyes were full of fear and confusion. He couldn't understand why someone like Li Xiao would go against him for Su Ming. Is it possible that his status as the head of the Zhao family is not as good as that of a son-in-law? Idiot, he is the king of the borderland, the king of the 9 states. I don't listen to him, but you. You should be thankful that I killed you. If King Su had done it himself, you probably wouldn't even have your body buried. Li Xiao sneered grimly. He is the king of the borderland. Hearing this, Zhao Tianxiang's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted from fright. Zhao Tianxiang finally understood. Why would those people outside come to give gifts to Su Ming? Why would Li Xiao rather kill 2 supreme war gods alone than take action against Su Ming? At this moment, Zhao Tianxiang's mentality completely collapsed. If he had known this would happen, he would not have asked the 3 great war gods to join forces, and would not have caused trouble for Su Ming. There was only despair and regret left in his heart. Go and die in peace. After saying that, Li Xiao was about to break Zhao Tianxiang's neck. Etc. Su Ming suddenly spoke up to stop him. Yes. Although Li Xiao looked like a crazy beast, he immediately stopped his actions when he heard Su Ming's words. Let him go. Su Ming said calmly. This. Li Xiao hesitated for a moment, but finally let go of Zhao Tianxiang. Zhao Tianxiang fell to the ground with a thud. He had no strength left in his body and knelt weakly on the ground. Su Ming walked forward, looked down at Zhao Tianxiang, and said with a smile, "I have no grudge against your Zhao family. It is you who have been looking for trouble with me. Today I asked Li Xiao not to kill you, not because I am merciful, nor am I letting you off the hook. It is because keeping you alive is more or less useful. Go away, and don't let me see you in Yunqing in the future. Thank you very much, King Su, for not killing me." Zhao Tianxiang kowtowed to Su Ming. "Take those two bodies away as well, and pretend that you have never been to Yunqing." Su Ming said coldly. Yes, I'll leave right now and won't appear in Yunqing again." Zhao Tianxiang kowtowed repeatedly. At this moment, he just wanted to escape back to Zhongzhou as soon as possible. Escape from this hellish nightmare. Roll. Su Ming shouted coldly. Zhao Tianxiang was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He quickly stood up, called his confidants, and moved away the bodies of the two supreme war gods. Li Xiao and Su Ming were left in the yard. Li Xiao looked puzzled at Su Ming. "Prince Su, why don't you kill him? People like him are a nuisance if we keep them alive. We should just cut off the roots and wipe out the entire Zhao family." Su Ming shook his head. "If you kill him and walk out, how will you explain yourself? You will be accused of killing the two supreme war gods of Zhongzhou and the head of the Zhao family. They are not bandits. If you carry this stain on your back, you will not be able to run for the leadership of Qingzhou in the future." Hearing this, Li Xiao suddenly understood. Yes, the God of War army has a rule that unless absolutely necessary, they cannot kill ordinary people. If he killed Zhao Tianxiang, he would no longer be qualified to join the God of War army. Just now he was so angry that he just wanted to kill Zhao Tianxiang as soon as possible. Fortunately, Su Ming stopped it in time. Otherwise he will regret it deeply in the future. Thinking of this, Li Xiao was immediately grateful and bowed to Su Ming. "Thank you King Su for your guidance, otherwise I, Li Xiao, would have made a big mistake." Su Ming smiled slightly. "It's okay, I haven't congratulated you yet, your strength has greatly improved, and you killed two supreme beings alone. With your strength, you are more than enough to be the commander of Qingzhou." Hearing this, Li Xiao was extremely surprised. If Su Ming says yes, then it must be yes. His lifelong dream was to become the Qingzhou commander of the God of War army. After one of his legs became disabled, he felt that his life was hopeless. "I didn't expect that after 10,000 years, there would still be a chance for perfection." Li Xiao's eyes turned red with excitement and tears were about to flow out. "Get up, I have to go out to attend the engagement party." After saying that, Su Ming smiled slightly, turned around, and went to the wedding banquet in the Wan family's living room outside. At this moment, Wan Sharin just came out of the room, and the two met in the corridor. When their eyes met, it seemed as if even the air froze and paused. "Why are you here?" Wan Sharin was slightly surprised to see Su Ming appear in the corridor of her backyard. "Even if you come to the banquet, you will be in the front hall." Why did he run to the backyard? Does Su Ming still consider himself a member of the Wan family and can have free reign in the Wan family? "Nothing, I just came to congratulate you." Su Ming smiled. "I sincerely want to congratulate Wan Sharin." No matter who Wan Sharin chose, since she had chosen him, it meant that she had taken a big step forward, and her relationship with him was completely over. "What do you want to congratulate?" However, Wan Sharin felt very uncomfortable hearing these words. He had a cold face and an unhappy expression. "Take this." Su Ming took out the Suzaka Jade that Li Xiao had given him from his arms, handed it to Wan Sharin and said, "This is a personal gift to you. There are many other gifts prepared outside. Please accept it. I wish you happiness in the future." As long as Wan Sharin accepts the Suzaka Jade, he will put an end to this relationship. From now on, the name Wan Sharin will completely disappear from his life. He won't stay in Yunqing anymore. However, Wan Sharin glanced at him indifferently and sneered, "You still haven't made any progress. This fake jade must have cost you a lot of money, thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars must be very important to you now, why spend so much money to buy this kind of fake jade?" She knew at first sight that the vermilion bird jade was fake. After all, real vermilion bird jade must be very expensive and priceless. How could Su Ming get it? It's true. Su Ming frowned and said affirmatively. Oh, don't I know whether it's true or not? Don't I know you well enough? When we were still married, the flowers you sent were all plastic. Isn't forging something you're best at? Wan Sharin grinned coldly. Su Ming frowned even deeper. Because plastic ones can be preserved for a long time, real ones will only last for 3 to 5 days. That's why I gave you plastic ones, don't you understand? Su Ming tried to explain. Wan Sharin laughed, and her laugh was particularly mocking. Is this your reason? In fact, whether you are rich or not is not important. Whether you have ability or not is not important. But what I hate most is that others lie to me. Your behavior, just thinking about it, makes me feel ashamed. How dare you be so shameless? Okay, I understand. Su Ming gritted his teeth and nodded, with a sneer on his face, so you have never believed me. You don't want that Suzaka Jade. You can't blame me. I don't want anything from you. Today is my wedding day, and I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I want you to fool me. Wan Sharin said with a frosty face. Okay, farewell. Su Ming grinned and strode forward without stopping. Looking at Su Ming's back, Wan Sharin shook her head helplessly, with disappointment on her face. When will this kind of guy become successful? Do you really think she is still the innocent girl she was before, so easy to deceive? When they arrived at the Wanjia Hall outside, Su Ming walked to Shen Songlin and Chen Fengyu. In front of everyone, he waved his hand without any nonsense and said, "Take your things back, let's go. The Wanjia doesn't want them anymore. Withdraw the gifts intact." Yes. Everyone responded in unison and stood up to retrieve their gifts. They have been waiting for a long time. They felt sad just thinking about giving these things to the third-rate Wan family. Giving it to others can also help build relationships and benefit you in the future. Whatever we give to the Wan family, they will get nothing. Then a group of big shots went to take back their gifts one by one. Luo Hongxia panicked when she saw this scene, and hurried forward to stop them. What are you doing? How can you take back something you gave away? Humph, do you, the Wan family, deserve it? We give when we want to, and we take when we want to. Someone laughed disdainfully. You. Luo Hongxia was extremely anxious. How could she not be anxious when she saw the fat meat that was about to reach her mouth flying away? She turned around quickly, ran to Su Ming, and shouted angrily, "Did you ask them to do this? Do you have any shame? You said it was compensation for Sharin, but you asked them to take it back. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Laugh? Who in the world dares to laugh at me? Su Ming snorted coldly, looked at Luo Hongxia and sneered, "It's your daughter who doesn't want it. She told me in person that she doesn't want any of it." After saying that, Su Ming and everyone else left the Wan family. Outside, all kinds of luxury cars rumbled away with a loud noise. The bustling Wan family suddenly became cold. Sharin said no herself. Luo Hongxia stood there in a daze. Just then Wan Sharin came out, and Luo Hongxia hurriedly greeted her. "Sharin, you said you don't want Su Ming's things." "Yes, Mom, that guy used a fake jade to fool me, saying it was Suzaka Jade. How could I take it? If I tell others about it, people will laugh at me." Wan Sharin said calmly. "You are confused." Luo Hongxia slapped her forehead and said, "Do you know how many big figures from the medical king, Chen Fengyu, and the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce came just now? Their gifts are something that our Wan family may not be able to earn in a lifetime. You said you didn't want them, but they all left. Now, we have suffered a huge loss." Ah. Wan Sharin was also stunned. "But I just refused Su Ming's gift. What does it have to do with them?" Wan Sharin's face was full of shock. Could it be possible that those top figures in Ring Yun City would all leave just because of Su Ming's words? This is simply impossible. You don't understand. They came to give gifts just because of that boy. Luo Hongxia explained anxiously. How is that possible? Wan Sharin was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the piece of vermilion bird jade that Su Ming gave me was real? This. All of a sudden, Wan Sharin's three perspectives suffered a huge impact, and she stood there unable to utter a word. I don't think so. At this moment, Wan Jinshan came out with a cold look in his eyes and said in a deep voice, Zhao Tianxiang and his people left without saying goodbye. I think something happened and alarmed those big shots. They should be like Zhao Tianxiang, so they took away the gifts together. What's going on? Hearing this, Luo Hongxia was also shocked. I knew it. That brat doesn't have such great ability. He is probably just taking the opportunity to show off. Wan Hua said with a grin. Shut up. Wan Jinshan glared at Wan Hua and scolded him. This kid obviously hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter. For so many important figures to leave in an instant, it must be that the Wan family had offended someone important, or something terribly big had happened. No matter which possibility it is bad news for the Wan family. At the same time, Wan Sharin's cell phone rang. Wan Sharin took out her cell phone and answered the call. It was Ling Yun. On the phone, Ling Yun said solemnly, Sharin, I'm sorry, I can't come to the engagement. Something happened in our Ling family, so the engagement will be postponed. We'll talk about it later. I'm really sorry, that's it. After saying that, Ling Yun hung up the phone. Only Wan Sharin was left with a bewildered look on her face, and her eyes gradually turned red. Ling Yun said it easily, and he didn't say a word. But the engagement she had planned was known to the whole city, and it was cancelled just like that. How could she clean up this mess? What's wrong? Seeing Wan Sharin's expression, Luo Hongxia asked in surprise. The engagement is cancelled. Ling Yun said he won't come. Wan Sharin said something uncomfortably, covered her face and ran back to her room. The expressions of everyone in the Wan family became extremely ugly. Is this the Ling family regretting the engagement? It turns out something big has happened. Wan Jinshan sighed heavily. Ling Yun is such an ungrateful kid. What day is today? He said he wouldn't come and didn't come. Isn't this bullying my daughter? I will go and settle the score with him some other day and ask him clearly. I want to see what the Ling family is up to. Luo Hongxia was so angry that she cursed. At this time, the Ling family was already imprisoned. Who cares about whether you are engaged or not? A group of Ling family executives sat in the hall with solemn expressions. The atmosphere was so heavy and depressing that it made people breathless. The head of the family, Ling Lan, had a face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Reporting to the master, everything has been verified. Whether in Yunqing or other places in Zhongzhou, everyone has refused to do business with our Ling family. Our Ling family stocks have collapsed, and we have lost tens of billions today. The housekeeper stood nearby, put down the phone, and said to Ling Lan with a grim expression. Asshole. Ling Lan gritted his teeth and threw the teacup in his hand heavily to the ground, shattering it with a loud bang. His Ling family has built up countless relationships, big and small, over hundreds of years. How could he cut off all ties in such a short time? It must have been done by the Ares army. Second in command Ling Hai gritted his teeth and said, the war god army suspected that we had a relationship with Tiger Head, so they severed all our business relations and wanted to kill us all. Brother, let's ask for help from the Sima family in Zhongzhou. If the Sima family is willing to help, we won't be in dire straits. Ling Hai suggested. Idiot. Ling Lan glanced at Ling Hai and said in a cold voice, the Sima family is Tiger Head's own family. Sima Xiaohu is dead, but there is still Sima Quanglong in charge. If we ask the Sima family for help, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling the God of War army that we have a close relationship with Tiger Head? This is what the Ares army wants to see. Do you still want to kill the entire Ling family? Ling Lan's eyes were sinister and shrewd, like an eagle. Ling Hai suddenly realized that if he followed his idea, he would have been completely fooled by the God of War army. I can't ask the Sima family for help. The God of War army wants to force me into a desperate situation, so I will let them see what it means to survive from a desperate situation. I will ask the ancestor for help and ask him to come to Yunqing. With the ancestor in charge, we don't have to worry about others not resuming business with us. Ling Lan said grimly. The ancestor of the Ling family, Ling Shanhai. He is also the real head of the Ling family. However, after the Ling family settled in Yunqing, Ling Shanhai felt that Yunqing was too small and not enough for them to display their talents. So he went to Zhongzhou alone. After that, he spent 10 years to establish the Shanghai Alliance in Zhongzhou, which shocked the world. Shanghai League is the largest chamber of commerce in Zhongzhou, and is involved in finance, production, trade, and stocks. Ling Shanhai also became one of the top figures in Zhongzhou, and everyone respected him. Yes, how could we forget that we still need our ancestor to support us? I'll call him now. Ling Hai happily got up and went to make a phone call. Dad, will the ancestor really take action? Then is our Ling family safe? What about my marriage with Sharin? Ling Yun showed a delighted expression and couldn't help but step forward to ask. Ling Lan glanced at his useless son and snorted, the ancestor has already taken action, why do you still care about the Wan family? Of course, it's up to you. If you want to get married, go and arrange it yourself. But it's better to postpone it for a while. I understand. I'll arrange it. Ling Yun was suddenly extremely happy. Of course, the Wan family is not worth mentioning. But how could he bear to give up such a beautiful woman like Wan Sharin? Although divorced, it was said that Wan Sharin had always remained chaste and had never let anyone touch her hands. Just thinking about it made him itchy. He immediately asked someone to prepare gifts and went back to the Wan family to apologize. That evening, on the way to Zhongzhou, Zhao Tianxiang drove the car and quickly returned with Zhao Yan, looking frightened. Dad, why are you leaving in such a hurry? It's like you're fleeing. Didn't you say you were going to avenge me? I didn't even see the kid kneel down and apologize to me. Zhao Yan sat in the passenger seat with her arms folded over her plump chest, complaining with a dissatisfied look on her face. You don't even know who you've offended. Your father and I almost lost our lives. Go slower, or we'll all die. Thinking of what happened in the Wan family, Zhao Tianxiang felt as if he had a nightmare and was covered in cold sweat. Who can he be? Isn't he just a piece of trash abandoned by Sister Sharin and kicked out by the Wan family? Dad, what do you mean? You can't even deal with such a waste and want to run away, right? Zhao Yan became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and she pushed her long legs hard against the bicycle frame. Oh, you really don't understand anything. The guy you provoked is the king of Jiuzhou, the king of the border territory, and the leader of the million-strong army of war gods. You know that the 2 supreme war gods I invited are all dead, and they died at his hands. Did you see the marks on my neck? If I hadn't admitted my mistake quickly, you would never see me again. Zhao Tianxiang said angrily. King of Kyushu. Hearing this, the angry Zhao Yan froze on the spot for a moment, completely stunned. She turned her head and saw several bright red finger marks on Zhao Tianxiang's neck. It seems that my father didn't lie at all. You said that boy is the king of Kyushu. How is this possible? If this is true, why would Sister Sharin divorce him? Zhao Yan's face was shocked and confused. Who knows, the Wan family is not very discerning. But if you think about it carefully, if he is not the king of Kyushu, why do so many big shots respect him so much? Zhao Tianxiang said with lingering fear. So that's it. Looking back, Zhao Yan understood instantly. No wonder that kid is not afraid of me at all. He dares to hit me. Maybe in his eyes, I am nothing. Zhao Yan immediately felt extremely regretful. No wonder Shen Luoyun would always stick to each other. It turned out that Shen Luoyun had understood it a long time ago. The more Zhao Yan thought about it, the more she regretted it, and her intestines almost turned green with regret. Why didn't she understand earlier? She didn't have Shen Luoyun's vision. If she had known Su Ming's identity earlier, she wouldn't have offended Su Ming at all. Shen Luoyun will not be allowed to take advantage of it alone. Hey, I'm so stupid. This time, I lost to Shen Luoyun. But in comparison, Sister Sharin is even stupider. After 3 years of marriage, she didn't even know that she was the king of Kyushu. I'm going to tell her the message. Zhao Yan took out her mobile phone and wanted to send a message to Wan Sharin. It would be too unpleasant for her to regret it alone. She wants Wan Sharin to regret it together. If Wan Sharin knew this news, after 3 years of marriage, she would probably regret it to the point where she wouldn't even be able to eat. What are you doing? Zhao Tianxiang suddenly pressed Zhao Yan's phone and shouted angrily, are you a fool? Can we just mention the name of the king of Jiuzhou? If this gets out and is discovered, our entire Zhao family will be doomed. You even notified Wan Sharin, you must be tired of living. Zhao Yan was stunned by what she drank, and then she came to her senses. The title of King of Kyushu is indeed not something that can be spoken casually. Not to mention the Zhao family, even the Shanghai alliance, the #1 alliance in Zhongzhou, probably can't afford the consequences of these 4 words. What? Shanghai League, Ling family patriarch. You mean the leader of the famous Shanghai League in Zhongzhou, Ling Shanghai? Is he the ancestor of your Ling family? In the Wan family's living room, everyone was shocked when they heard the news brought by Ling Yun. That's right. The ancestor is from our Ling family. More than 10 years ago, he went to Zhongzhou and founded the Mountain and Sea Alliance. And this time, the ancestor wants to come in person, so I don't have time to come to attend the engagement. So I'm really sorry, this is all my fault. If you want to blame someone, just blame me. Ling Yun sat in the living room, seemingly apologizing sincerely, but in fact his brows were full of pride. As soon as the ancestor arrives, their Ling family will directly rise several places in Yuncheng. He didn't believe that the Wan family would dare to blame him after hearing the news. Sure enough, Luo Hongxia, who was furious and wanted to call for an explanation, suddenly changed her expression and smiled, Master Ling, what are you talking about? Our entire Wan family is no match for an old ancestor of the mountains and seas. You are absolutely right. The engagement can be held at any date, but the old ancestor must not be offended. I think you don't need to get engaged. Just pick a date and let Sharin marry you. Engagement banquets are a waste of time. If you are happy, Master Ling, you can go straight to the bridal chamber. Luo Hongxia smiled so much that her eyebrows were not visible and she said happily. That won't work. We need Xian's consent. Right, Xian. Ling Yun looked at Wan Sharin who was sitting next to him with a smug smile. Wan Sharin's face turned red. She was also very happy to hear the news that Ling Shanhai was the ancestor of the Ling family. This indicates that her Wanjia group can also make a big leap forward. But on the surface, she couldn't be so anxious, and immediately said shyly, there are still rules to follow. Let's pick a date and get married first. We can skip the engagement. But if we have no name and no status, it will be laughed at if it gets out. Okay, then let's do as Sharin said and pick a date first. Ling Yun's face was all smiles. He was not in a hurry. Wan Sharin would be his sooner or later anyway, and it would take some time for the ancestor to come. His father just asked him to postpone it for a while. As he spoke, Ling Yun took the initiative to hold Wan Sharin's hand. Wan Sharin's face turned red, but she did not refuse and let Ling Yun hold it. I was wondering why those guys suddenly stopped sending gifts today. It turns out that the ancestor is coming. I guess they received the news and dared not express their opinions before the ancestor came, for fear of being disrespectful to the ancestor. However, when the ancestor of the Ling family arrives, those things will still be sent back. Luo Hongxia laughed happily. That boy Su Ming is still pretending in front of her. All of this fell apart on its own. In the International Hotel, Su Mingxai had just sent away the so-called big shots of Yunqing one by one, and before he could calm down for 2 seconds, there was another knock on the door. Who are you? I've already told you I'm not going anywhere. Get out of here right now. Su Ming angrily opened the door, but saw Lin Xiuyun standing at the door with an ugly face and full of guilt and apology. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Aunt Lin, I'm not talking about you. I didn't expect you to come. Some guys kept disturbing me just now and I got angry for a while. Su Ming explained hurriedly. Fine. Lin Xiuyun smiled and said awkwardly, I am sorry for you. I didn't speak up for you before and let them drive you away. It doesn't matter if you scold me. How could I scold you? Aunt Lin, you saved my life. Su Ming said with a smile. Can I ask you for something? Lin Xiuyun suddenly knelt down in front of Su Ming. Su Ming was startled and hurriedly helped Lin Xiuyun up. Aunt Lin, what are you doing? If you have anything to say, just tell me. In the whole Yunqing, I can choose not to help anyone, and I can ignore anyone. But I will definitely help you with your problem. Hearing this, Lin Xiuyun breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes reddened, and she said with emotion, Xiao Ming, you are indeed a good child. It's like this, after you left, Chingqing's father was fired and his assets were frozen. He couldn't get over it and hid at home in depression. Then I learned that Chingqing was ordered to suspend school and may not get a diploma in the future. Chingqing's father fainted in excitement. He has been sent to the hospital for several days, but he still hasn't woken up. And the hospital treatment costs are high. As she spoke, Lin Xiuyun couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. I really have no other choice. I don't know who to turn to except you. After saying this, Lin Xiuyun burst into tears. A family collapses in just a few days. It's simply not something a woman like her can bear. So that's how it is. Su Ming understood everything. He is in the Chu family, and those company bosses, for his sake, or for the sake of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, allow Chu Yingxai to succeed in the company even though he is incompetent. But once he left, those people naturally no longer had to give him this face. It is only a matter of time before Chu Yingxai is fired. But I didn't expect the situation to be so serious that he ended up fainting and being hospitalized. Okay, Aunt Lin, I'll go with you to see what's going on. Su Ming said as he supported Lin Xiuyun who was crying bitterly. Thank you, Xiao Ming. I will never be able to repay you for the kindness I owe you in this lifetime. Lin Xiuyun said gratefully with tears in her eyes. Su Ming smiled, what are you talking about paying back? I have paid it back since the moment you saved me. So Su Ming took Lin Xiuyun and went to the central hospital by car. Arriving at the hospital and entering the ward, Su Ming raised his eyes and saw Chu Qingqing standing guard by Chu Yingxai's bed. Her eyes were red and swollen, obviously from crying. Qingqing, get up and move aside. I've brought Xiao Ming here. Lin Xiuyun walked forward and said. What do you bring him here for? Chu Qingqing's eyes were red. She turned her head and looked at him, her eyes full of resentment. This bastard is responsible for everything. If it weren't for him, my dad would have fainted. You brought him here. Are you afraid that my dad won't die quickly enough? Get him out now. Don't talk nonsense. Your dad is in a coma because he was expelled and he fainted because he was so excited when he found out you were suspended from school. Lin Xiuyun scolded angrily. Then is it my fault? What did I do wrong? No, I did nothing wrong. It's all because of this kid. Since he came to our house, there has been constant trouble. He is a disaster star. Chu Qingqing stood up and took out all her anger on Su Ming. What are you saying? It's because of her. It's impossible. It's all Su Ming's fault. Su Ming had a calm expression and did not respond. He just said calmly, let me take a look and see what happened to Uncle Chu. Su Ming walked over, leaned against the bed, took a closer look, and immediately saw everything. Chu Yingxai's lips were pale and his face was bloodless, which showed that his blood circulation was blocked. His breath was weak and his limbs were stiff. This is a case of being unable to breathe, suffering from nervous shock, and falling into a semi-dead state. This condition is indeed difficult to treat for ordinary doctors. There are no obvious symptoms, so they can only treat the qi, blood, and nerves. If Chu Yingxai stimulates his body indiscriminately, he might never wake up again. What are you looking at? Do you understand? You're making trouble here. I've already called Godfather, and he said he's contacted a famous doctor to come and treat Dad. Get out of here right now, kid, and don't mess around here. Chu Qingqing stood behind Su Ming, saying angrily and excitedly. A famous doctor? Su Ming frowned and looked back. That's right. His name is Li Ji. He is a genuine and famous doctor in Yunqing. I have searched it on the internet. His identity is praised by everyone on the internet. It is said that he is a medical genius in Yunqing second only to the Chang family, and a rising star. Chu Qingqing said with arrogance on her face. Can the person the Godfather has found be any different? At least it's not comparable to a guy like Su Ming who only pretends to have nothing to do. It's not that exaggerated. At this moment, a clear and hearty voice sounded at the door. Several people turned around and saw a tall young man wearing a shirt walking in with a female assistant. The young man smiled and said, "Yunqing is just a small place. It is not famous here, but it is difficult to be elegant. The truly powerful people are all in the great world of Zhongzhou. For example, the well-known medical king Shen Songlin and the eldest daughter of the Shen family Shen Luoyun, that is a miracle doctor. Compared with them, I am just a trick." Miracle Dr. Li. Seeing the young man, Chu Qingqing suddenly showed an expression of surprise. "Dr. Li, you are so humble. Who doesn't know your name? You are more handsome than the photos on the internet." Chu Qingqing's eyes lit up. She didn't expect that this man who was famous on the internet, ranked among the top in Yunqing, and invited by her godfather, was so young and handsome. It made her heart flutter and her behavior became restrained. Dr. Li is so famous, it must cost a lot to treat him, right? Lin Yun was standing by and asked worriedly. Chu Yingcai's property has been frozen, and the Chu family has little money left. If such a famous person were to make a move, wouldn't it be worth tens of thousands? How can we afford the medical expenses? Don't worry about that. Master Chen invited me here and has already paid the medical expenses. I'm only here to treat the disease. Besides, I'm also doing this for Master Chen's sake. Li Ji grinned, with some contempt in his words. If it weren't for Chen Fengyu's great name, how could he possibly come to treat these ordinary people? But Mr. Chen hired him, which shows that he thinks highly of him. This trip will make him more famous in the future. Please make way for me, I'll see. Li Ji walked towards the bed. Get out of here, you useless piece of shit. You're blocking the way of the miracle doctor. If anything happens to my dad, I won't let you go. Chu Qingqing glared at Su Ming viciously. A miracle doctor? Su Ming curled his lips and smiled, then stood aside without saying anything. He wanted to see how powerful this so-called miracle doctor was. Li Ji walked to the bedside and carefully checked the condition of the unconscious Chu Yingcai. He said in a deep voice, "The situation is more serious than I thought. This is obviously a nervous shock caused by emotional stimulation and blood attacking the heart. If he is not treated in time, he will continue to sleep for a long time and it will be even more difficult to wake him up in the future." Su Ming nodded slightly when he heard this. This guy has some vision, better than ordinary doctors, and doesn't talk nonsense. How to cure it? Lin Yun asked anxiously. Others may not be able to do it, but it's a piece of cake for me. All I need is 2 cents each of Strychnus nux vomica, Codonopsis pilosula, Chinese angelica, etc., boil them together into a medicinal soup, feed it to him, and he will wake up. Li Ji said calmly. Okay, I'll go to the drugstore and buy it now. Lin Yun nodded happily. The miracle doctor is indeed worthy of being a miracle doctor. He can solve the problem with just a glance. Unlike some people, they are just an eyesore and annoying. Miracle Dr. Li, you are amazing. Chu Qingqing looked at him with admiration. Etc. Su Ming, who had been silent all along, suddenly interrupted and sneered, "The Chinese medicine you mentioned are all strong Chinese medicines. Especially the strychnine. If the medicine is too strong, it will be poisonous. Uncle Chu is nervous now. If you use these medicines on him, he will never wake up in his life." When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Oh! Who are you? You know Chinese medicine, and you are questioning my use of medicine. Li Ji's cold eyes instantly fell on Su Ming, and he asked a question. He knows nothing, Dr. Li, don't listen to his nonsense. If he knew, he wouldn't have waited for you to treat my dad. He's just a loser who lives in my house and eats and waits to die. You take what he says as bullshit. Chu Qingqing suddenly became emotional and spoke through gritted teeth. No. Li Ji raised his hand to interrupt, staring at Su Ming with a pair of sharp and cold eyes. It was the first time that someone dared to question his use of medicine, and it was a kid like this. Li Ji was immediately filled with anger and prepared to humiliate Su Ming. Then he laughed sarcastically and said, "You speak so convincingly, then you tell me, my medicine is not right. What medicine should I use? Give me a prescription." There's no need to use medicine. Uncle Chu's blood is not flowing and his body is weak. He only needs 2 injections to restore his blood to normal, and he will wake up naturally. Su Ming said calmly. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Li Ji laughed out loud. You also know how to give acupuncture, kid. I'm not laughing at you. You are far behind me. Although we are of similar age, the world I have been exposed to and the things I have learned are things you will never be exposed to in your entire life. Acupuncture, do you know that a living person can be killed by acupuncture? If you really believe in him, just let him get acupuncture. It's really funny. Even the medical king Shen Songlin doesn't dare to talk about acupuncture easily. You kid, you really don't hold back your words. Li Ji looked at Su Ming with a mocking look on his face, his eyes full of contempt. I don't believe him. If something happens to my dad, he won't be able to afford the compensation even if he dies. Mom, don't be stunned, hurry up and buy medicine according to Dr. Li's words. Chu Qingqing said angrily. Why? Lin Yun responded. She was confused for a moment and didn't know who to listen to. Chu Qingqing urged her and turned around to buy medicine. But Su Ming frowned. It wouldn't matter if it were anyone else, but this is Aunt Lin's family. If something happens to Li Ji's medicine, I'm afraid Aunt Lin will be devastated in the future. So never use medicine. Su Ming stared at Li Ji and said coldly, You are a medical king when you speak, and you are a medical king when you are silent. Are you familiar with him? If you are familiar with him, why don't you call them and see if they dare to touch you? Boy, are you exciting me. It's useless. You are unlucky today. I happen to have their contact information. I will call them and ask them personally. It will open your eyes and convince you. Li Ji smiled and took out the phone. In fact, where does he have the phone number of medical king Shen Shulin? Only Shen Luoyun asked for it through a friend. He had longed for a powerful and beautiful beauty like Shen Luoyun for a long time, so he just took this opportunity to call Shen Luoyun and ask. Try your luck too. After all, it's hard to find such an excuse. So, Li Ji found Shen Luoyun's phone number and dialed it. Soon, the call was connected, and Shen Luoyun picked up. Who? Shen Luoyun's cold voice came. Unexpectedly, it actually got connected. Li Ji was immediately pleasantly surprised. Li Ji's face was full of excitement and he said hurriedly, Miss Shen, my name is Li Ji, I am a doctor in Yunqing. I want to ask you something. Li Ji, I've heard from you. Just tell me what's going on. Shen Luoyun was a little impatient. She was studying with her father how to carry forward the Shen Qi Chui Yuan Fang given by Su Ming when she returned home. She had no time to pay attention to a little-known little guy like Li Ji. It's like this. I have a patient here, and I prescribed the medicine. But some people questioned whether I was using the medicine correctly, and said that unless you said it yourself, they wouldn't believe it. So I want to ask. Li Ji said cautiously, I was afraid that I might say something wrong and leave a bad impression on Shen Luoyun. Well, just tell me directly, don't be verbose. What kind of prescription? Shen Luoyun urged. This is a patient with nervous shock. I suggest using Nux vomica and Cotinopsis. Li Ji respectfully repeated his prescription again. After hearing this, Shen Luoyun on the other end immediately laughed and sneered, It seems that the person who doubted you has a very unique vision. Who is the person who doubts you? Shen Luoyun immediately heard that there was something wrong with Li Ji's prescription. The medicine was so violent that it was simply poison. Maybe the patient will never wake up after drinking it. Fortunately, someone stopped it in time. So she said the people who questioned were very discerning. Unexpectedly, Li Ji was so famous that he was actually a useless person with a false reputation. His name seems to be Su Ming, and he is said to be living in the Chu family. I have never heard of him, and you must not have heard of him, Miss Shen. He is just a little guy. Li Ji glanced at Su Ming with a sarcastic face and said casually. Su Ming. Hearing this name, Shen Luoyun almost bit his tongue. No wonder. No wonder Li Ji was questioned. This fool doesn't even know who is standing in front of him. If you dare to show off in front of Brother Su, isn't this asking for death? What a complete idiot. Shen Luoyun stood up in excitement and said coldly to the other end of the phone, I'll be here right away. Remember, don't use any of your prescriptions. Wait until I get there. Miss Shen, are you coming over? That's great. I'll be waiting for you. I'll take the medicine myself when you arrive. When Li Ji heard this, he was extremely happy. Shen Luoyun didn't waste any time. He hung up the phone and said to his father, Dad, I'm going out. Something happened over there with Brother Su. When Shen Songlin heard this, his expression changed slightly, and he nodded, Go quickly, King Su's affairs are more important than our Shen family's affairs. Don't neglect it. I know. Shen Luoyun hurried out. Li Ji was still immersed in excitement and grinned, Boy, didn't you ask for a certificate? Then you are lucky today because I took advantage of me. I not only asked Miss Shen to speak, but also asked her to speak in person. Come here. When you see Miss Shen later, don't kneel on the ground in excitement. Miss Shen is coming too. After hearing this, Chu Qingqing realized how capable Li Ji was. Even Shen Luoyun can be easily mobilized. Is this something ordinary people can do? As expected of the famous doctor hired by his godfather, his status are simply incomparable. You loser, what are you pretending to be? Why are you pretending in front of divine Dr. Li? Don't you know how capable you are? Why don't you kowtow to divine Dr. Li and apologize? Chu Qingqing pointed at Su Ming and cursed with great anger. She didn't want to be implicated by Su Ming and make Li Ji misunderstand that the Chu family were all ignorant people. I apologize to him. He doesn't deserve it. Su Ming curled his lips and sneered disdainfully. You. Chu Qingqing was absolutely furious. Li Ji calmly walked to the side and sat down, smiling and saying, Don't worry, since some people don't believe in my medical skills or my medicine. Then wait for Miss Shen to come and speak in person. No matter how hard you talk, it's impossible can you still be tough in front of the famous medical king's daughter. Li Ji had a playful expression like a cat catching a mouse, waiting to see how Su Ming would not get off the stage and break down emotionally. What an idiot. Chu Qingqing also sneered at Su Ming, nothing but scolding. Lin Xiuyun was shocked to see it. On one side is the famous miracle Dr. Li Ji. On one side is Su Ming. Although Li Ji even invited Shen Luoyun. But she remembered that Su Ming was invited by the King of Medicine to speak on the same stage at the original medical knowledge lecture. So what Su Ming said was not without reason. But what she is most worried about now is Chu Yingcai's illness. Eyes turning anxiously, Lin Xiuyun came to Su Ming and whispered, Xiao Ming, are you really sure? I see that Dr. Li is so confident, why don't you try his medicine first? If it doesn't work, then try your method. Aunt Lin. Hearing this, Su Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aunt Lin, you treat the treatment as eating food, you can taste it first to see if it's salty or not. If you use the wrong medicine, it can't be saved. Life is not for testing. Wait a little longer. This. Lin Xiuyun then realized how foolish she had been in such a hurry and stopped talking immediately. No matter how anxious you are, you can only stand aside and wait. 10 minutes later, crisp footsteps were heard outside. Snap. The door to the ward was pushed open, and Shen Luoyun barged in furiously. Miss Shen. As soon as he saw Shen Luoyun, who was heroic, beautiful, tall, and flawless, Li Ji stood up in excitement. Sure enough, she is indeed a famous beauty in Zhongzhou. The call was not in vain. He can also take advantage of this opportunity to show off in front of Shen Luoyun. If she can make Shen Luoyun look at her with admiration, then the days to come will be extremely happy. Unexpectedly, Shen Luoyun glanced around and ignored him at all, but rushed straight towards Su Ming. Brother Su, I didn't delay. Su, brother. Li Ji and Chu Qingqing were stunned for a moment. Especially Li Ji, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind went blank, and he stared at Shen Luoyun in stunned silence. What's going on? Didn't Shen Luoyun come here because of him? Why did you rush towards that kid as soon as you arrived? He is also called Brother Su. This title is too intimate. Then Shen Luoyun turned around, came to Li Ji in 2 steps, slapped Li Ji on the face, and shouted coldly, You idiot, are you qualified to discuss prescriptions and medication in front of Brother Su? You don't think so? What a genius. Your prescription is completely wrong. Do you want to kill people? You want to kill the people around Brother Su. I, Shen Luoyun, will destroy your family. Shen Luoyun covered his face with frost and cursed angrily at Li Ji. Li Ji was instantly beaten until his face turned red. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't lift his head in shame. But, my prescription should be right. Li Ji gritted his teeth and said reluctantly. How dare you speak so harshly, you loser? Shen Luoyun slapped Li Ji on the face again and sneered, do you want to look through the medicine book and check what medicines you mentioned? Or do you think that I, Shen Luoyun, don't understand medicine? In the entire Yinqing, and even in Zhongzhou, no one dares to say that the Shen family doesn't understand medicine. Li Ji was so horrified that he couldn't say a word. He hurriedly knelt on the ground with a thud. Miss Shen, I was wrong. Idiot thing. Shen Luoyun didn't even bother to look at Li Ji again. He returned to Su Ming and showed a sweet smile. Brother Su, why don't you just let me treat it? You don't need to do it yourself for this kind of minor illness. Okay, you can do it, just do it. Su Ming still had some trust in Shen Luoyun. At least it comes from the Shen family in Zhongzhou. If you don't have great abilities, you should be able to treat minor illnesses without any problem. Thank you, Brother Su, for your trust. Shen Luoyun was extremely happy, stepped forward and began to treat Chewing Tsai. But what she used was not acupuncture. She didn't know much about acupuncture and didn't dare to mess around with it. But in your own way. First, he massaged to activate blood circulation, and then asked the pharmacy to get some medicine and give it to Chewing Tsai. After that, Chewing Tsai's expression improved visibly to the naked eye, his eyelids trembled slightly, and he woke up from his coma. Although Shen Luoyun's treatment was a bit more complicated, it was also very effective. It's just not as fast as Su Ming's hit and miss. However, at Shen Luoyun's age, it is already quite good to be able to achieve this. As expected of a member of the Shen family. Su Ming also showed a hint of admiration. Seeing the admiration in Su Ming's eyes, Shen Luoyun was extremely happy. This trip was not in vain. Then she got up, walked to Li Ji, and sneered, I will teach you another lesson. Nux vomica is a strong medicine and is only suitable for people who are seriously ill and dying. You don't even understand this, how dare you? What a miracle, doctor. It's just a matter of bragging on the internet and gaining some fans. Your little tricks are far from perfect, so get out of there. Yes, Miss Shen taught you a lesson. I will definitely keep it in mind. Li Ji no longer had any arrogance. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his collar, and he nodded in agreement. After apologizing, he ran away without looking back. When Chu Qingqing saw this scene, he immediately blushed with shame and looked at Su Ming secretly, not daring to make any sound. At this moment, Li Ji was exposed and ran away like a dog in water. This made what she said to Su Ming before seem so childish and stupid. What is this place? On the hospital bed, Chewing Tsai opened his eyes and looked around blankly. Lin Shuyun hurriedly rushed forward and cried with joy, Qingqing's father, you have been in a coma for several days. Fortunately, Miss Shen came to save you today. Otherwise, I don't know if you would wake up. Miss Shen. Is this the Zhongzhou Shen family, Miss Shen? Chewing Tsai looked at Shen Luoyun with a look of shock. I didn't expect to see such a big shot when I woke up. I hurriedly stood up and said with gratitude, thank you, Miss Shen. It's okay, it's just a little effort for me. If you want to thank me, just thank Brother Su. Shen Luoyun leaned next to Su Ming and said with a smile on his face. Thank him. Chewing Tsai looked at Su Ming, a little unhappy, but never spoke. Lin Shuyun wiped away her tears and said happily, anyway, if you are fine, everything will be fine. By the way, you are fine now. Can you let Xiao Ming come back and live with you? Let him come back. Chewing Tsai's face turned ugly again. It was Shen Luoyun who saved him, not Su Ming. Now he was asking Su Ming to return to the Chu family. He had 100 objections in his heart. But since Shen Luoyun was present, he couldn't say anything. He could only shake his head and said, I'm very dizzy now. You can make the decision on these little things. Lin Yun stood up, looked at Su Ming, and asked, Xiao Ming, are you willing to come back and live? Our family is really not used to being without you. With you, it feels like a family. Su Ming suddenly fell into silence and did not answer. Originally, he had no plan to return to the Chu family. Once the Chang family's blood begonia was well grown and the silkworm poison was eradicated, the Chu family's Xianhuang jade would be of no use. But it will take some time to grow this blood begonia well. With Lin Yun's kind invitation, Su Ming nodded, okay, then I'll go back and stay for 2 more days. If you live well outside, it's okay for you not to go back. Chu Yingxai, who was lying on the hospital bed, couldn't help but curl his lips sarcastically. He just couldn't stand Su Ming's pretentious attitude. I guess he can't make it out there anymore and doesn't even have a place to live. Otherwise, would you agree so readily? He looked very embarrassed. A young man, who hasn't learned anything yet, has learned to pretend. This made him very unhappy. It doesn't matter. If Brother Su doesn't want to go, you can live with me. Shen Luoyun said with a smile on his face, and took the initiative to hold Su Ming's arm affectionately. Ahem, I'd better go to Chu's house. Su Ming shook his head hastily. He would rather go to the Chu family than live with Shen Luoyun. This Shen Luoyun is so enthusiastic. Although there are some minor conflicts in the Chu family, their thoughts are clear. When you go to Shen's house, the situation is different. Okay, Brother Su, as long as you like it, I will come to see you often in the Chu family. Shen Luoyun said with a happy smile. This girl is really a bit difficult to deal with. Chu Qingqing looked confused. She couldn't figure it out, what kind of man would a Shen family eldest lady like Shen Luoyun, with a wealth of wealth and a prominent reputation, want? All kinds of outstanding geniuses are lining up to pursue her, right? Why is he so affectionate towards Su Ming? What the hell is going on? Could it be that the eldest daughter of the Shen family, who is used to eating luxurious food, has a special liking for Su Ming, who is ordinary, no, even worse than ordinary people? She can't figure it out. What's so good about Su Ming? If that were true, would he be kicked out by the Wan family? Well. At this time, Chu Yingxai, who was lying on the hospital bed, sighed and said, what's the point of waking up? I've lost my job, my income, and the money I worked so hard to earn has been frozen. There's no difference between being alive and being dead. It's better for me not to wake up. Qingqing's father, how can you say such things? What is more important than life? If Jin's Heng Company doesn't want you, the worst that can happen is that you can just find another job. Lin Yun said angrily. Jin's Heng Company? Shen Luoyun listened, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, if it's Jin's Heng Company, I can call and say a few words. This matter should be solved. Seeing that Su Ming had a good attitude toward the family, she wanted to take the opportunity to do something. It would be better if she could gain Su Ming's favor. Really? Chu Yingxai sat up excitedly, Miss Shen, can you really solve it? Let me try. Shen Luoyun took out his cell phone and called the boss of Jin's Heng Company. In fact, even if he didn't make this call, when Su Ming returned to the Chu family, Jin's Heng Company would come back and beg Chu Yingxai to go to work. However, Su Ming didn't stop him. It would be good to let Shen Luoyun show off. Moreover, after Shen Luoyun made this call, even if he was no longer in the Chu family, Jin's Heng Company would probably not dare to fire Chu Yingxai. Oh, it's Miss Shen. We didn't fire him originally, we just suspended him for investigation. Now that the investigation has been made clear, it has nothing to do with him. He can come back to work at any time. I don't need to trouble Miss Shen to call him personally. I was really flattered by the call. Shen Luoyun turned on the speakerphone, and the frightened voice of the chairman of Jin's Heng Company came over the phone. Really? I won't change my mind this time. I can go back to work. Chu Yingxai asked in surprise. Of course, your position will always be retained. The chairman said with a smile. Okay, that's it. Shen Luoyun hung up the phone. Thank you so much, Miss Shen. No one has ever helped me like this. You also saved my life. Miss Shen is simply my savior. When I recover, I will give you a big banquet, Miss Shen. You must come. Chu Yingxai was so excited that he trembled all over. He stood up and knelt on the bed, kowtowing directly to Shen Luoyun to thank him. Save lives again, get back to work. What is the difference between such a great benefactor and another benefactor? Shen Luoyun waved his hand hurriedly. Uncle Chu, you're welcome, it's just a little effort. If you want to treat me, I'll go as soon as Brother Su goes. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Chu Yingxai said gratefully. Well, Brother Su, come here, I have something to tell you. Shen Luoyun held Su Ming's hand and walked outside the ward. Say what? Outside the ward, Su Ming looked at Shen Luoyun doubtfully. I would like to invite you to Zhongzhou. Are you willing to go? Shen Luoyun looked at Su Ming with expectant eyes. Why should I go to Zhongzhou? Su Ming frowned. He still had some thoughts about staying in Yunqing. He had no relatives and friends in Zhongzhou, and there was nothing he needed to do. Why would he go to a place like that for no reason? It's like this. We have sent the prescription you gave us back to Zhongzhou. We will start refining and researching the medicine there immediately. However, we have never made such a precious ancient prescription for fear of something going wrong. If something goes wrong, then we've failed. Brother Su, you don't want your prescription to turn into rubbish, so please do us a favor and go to the Shen family in Zhongzhou to provide guidance in person. Shen Luoyun looked at Su Ming with a pleading look. Our Shen family? Su Ming frowned again. Shen Luoyun's face turned red and he said shyly, as Brother Su, as long as you want it, the Shen family is yours at any time. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Pull him down, I don't have the heart to take care of a big family. But you said so, so I'll just leave. It won't be long anyway. Thank you, Brother Su. I thank you on behalf of the entire Shen family. Then I will arrange for someone to take you there tomorrow, and someone will receive you when you get there. Shen Luoyun said happily. You won't go back. We'll go there later, there's something else we need to take care of. All right. Su Ming shook his head. What are these things? Let him handle the affairs of his own family. However, Shen Luoyun and his daughter took their time, making him look like the master of the Shen family. But the two of them treated him well, so it wouldn't hurt to help him with this little favor. That afternoon, Shen Luoyun arranged a car to take Su Ming to Zhongzhou. Shen Luoyun personally escorted Su Ming to the car. It was a black Rolls-Royce, and a young man and woman got out of the car. The man's figure is upright, standing like a pine tree. His expression is serious and cold, and he does not smile. The woman has a slim figure, fair skin, and a pretty face. When the two got out of the car, they both respectfully shouted to Shen Luoyun, Miss Shen. Well, Zhou Jian and Qin Ting, please pick up Brother Su. This matter is important and cannot be delayed. Shen Luoyun said with a solemn expression. Besides, you must not neglect Brother Su, do you understand? Yes, miss. The two nodded, and their eyes fell on Su Ming. They looked up and down, and they were quite surprised. This time, they were going to pick someone up to give personal advice on the Shen family's prescriptions and supervise the refining of the medicines. The two of them knew this. Miss Shen also said that she was going to give it to a big shot. They thought he was some great person and didn't dare to act presumptuously even when getting out of the car, but they didn't expect that he turned out to be such a simple-dressed and unkempt guy. He doesn't look anything special at all, and he doesn't look like a big shot. Can such a person really give advice on prescriptions? That is the prescription of the Shen family in Zhongzhou. Both of them were deeply suspicious. However, Shen Luoyun explained that the two of them did not dare to be disrespectful and bowed and said, Sir, please. Brother Su, walk slowly. Shen Luoyun waved sweetly to Su Ming. Su Ming nodded calmly and got in the car. The car started and headed outside Yunqing towards Zhongzhou. As the car gradually left Yunqing, the two people in the car relaxed and began to discuss without restraint. I didn't expect Miss Shen to arrange for such a guy. Will the big guys of the Shen family accept it when he is sent back? A person from Yunqing is still such an ugly boy. Zhou Jian drove the car, curling his lips, full of ridicule. Said. Isn't that right? Whoever is in charge of refining medicine now is not a famous big shot in Zhongzhou. Take the chief physician Gu Yan as an example. He is a big shot who has restored more than 30 ancient prescriptions and is famous in Jiuzhou for refining medicine. Mr. Shen spent 20 Itsai asked him to come over and help him refine the medicine. How could anyone else be so discerning about him? Chen Ting also smiled sarcastically. He even looked back at Su Ming mockingly, wanting to see what Su Ming's expression was. After hearing about such a big shot, you would probably be so scared that you would pee your pants on the spot, right? However, Su Ming sat calmly with a faint smile on his face. Gu Yan, I have heard of him. I gave him some pointers back then in the border area. I didn't expect that he also had some talent. With my 2 words, he restored so many ancient prescriptions. He deserves his status. Ha! Hearing this, Zhou Jian and Chen Ting looked at each other and could see the sarcasm in each other's eyes. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? What was said about the chief physician Gu Yan being instructed by him? You want to restore the ancient recipe by relying on his 2 words? You wouldn't even dare to do that in your dreams, right? You are so young, but you are so shameless. Chen Ting sneered, looked back at Su Ming, and said sarcastically, you can really say that. Do you know how old Master Gu is? He is already 60 years old. You may not have been born when he was refining medicine. How dare you say that? Give him some advice, are you really good at it? Young people, it's normal to save face, but it's shameful if you don't have a bottom line. Only a fool can tell lies like yours. Although Shen Luoyun told him not to neglect Su Ming. But after hearing this, the 2 of them couldn't help it. Why does this kid dare to say that? Master Gu is their idol. I'm serious. Su Ming answered seriously. I feel helpless, why no one believes me when I tell the truth? Okay, if you're serious, then tell us what those 2 sentences you told Master Gu were. Say it out loud for us to hear. Can you tell us? Chen Ting stared at Su Ming with a smile on her face. See how this kid can continue pretending. Those 2 sentences are very simple, it doesn't hurt to tell them to you. It is said that fallen leaves return to their roots, and living water flows out of the source. Fallen leaves return to their roots. No matter how complicated things are, they can eventually be found at the roots. Living water comes from a spring. Even the clearest water comes from a spring. To put it simply, simplicity is the best way. These were the 2 sentences that Gu Yan received in exchange for all his family property after traveling to the border and kneeling at the gate of the military temple for 3 days and 3 nights. Afterwards, Gu Yan indeed achieved great success with these 2 sentences and became famous in Zhongzhou. What he later earned was 10 times his previous fortune. Of course, this also requires Gu Yan himself to have a strong understanding so that he can get twice the result with half the effort. For ordinary people, after hearing these 2 sentences, they would probably be confused for the rest of their lives. Just like Zhou Jian and Chen Ting now. Idiot. Chen Ting curled her lips and snorted, relying on these 2 sentences to restore more than 30 ancient prescriptions. Haha, I feel embarrassed talking to you. Chen Ting glanced at Su Ming with disdain, turned around, and ignored Su Ming. In her heart, she already regarded Su Ming as a fool and a lunatic. She didn't know what Miss Shen was thinking about sending such a person to the Shen family. If this fails, the entire Shen family will be laughed at. However, after returning to Shen's house and meeting Master Gu Yan in person, this boy's lie was completely proven. When the time comes, this kid will be disgraced and run away with his tail between his legs. For the next time, the 2 simply ignored Su Ming and drove all the way into Zhongzhou. The car arrived at the gate of Shen's house. There were already 4 or 5 people waiting solemnly at the door. Shen Juangong had already told him that a big shot was coming and asked them to greet him in person. These 5 people are all the team responsible for refining medicine, but Gu Yan is not among them. The 5 people watched the car stop, eagerly waiting for the big shot to get out of the car and worship. The car opened. Zhou Jian and Chen Ting got out of the car first, followed by Su Ming. The 5 people looked at the car in surprise, and asked the 2 of them in shock, "Where is the gentleman? Where is the person, the top miracle doctor that Mr. Shen said? You 2 can't take care of the person, right?" A fat man was a little angry and stared at Zhou Jian and Chen Ting and asked. Chen Ting rolled her eyes. As expected, no one would take Su Ming seriously as a person of high status. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. This kid was pretending all the way, but now his true colors are revealed. She turned sideways, pointed at Su Ming with a gloating look and said, "This is the miracle doctor that Mr. Shen mentioned. Can you take him over?" What? The five of them were almost shocked. Are you kidding me? Master Shen said that the one who came here is a miracle doctor who gave the ancient recipe of Shenqi Pei Yuan Fang. How could it be this kid? Does he know the recipe? Yeah, this kid, whose hair hasn't even grown out yet, does he know what the ancient recipe is? They looked Su Ming up and down with suspicion. But Su Ming was unmoved. He just looked down at the time and said, "Where is the pharmacy? Take me there directly. I have limited time, so don't waste time." There were many people questioning him, and he was too lazy to explain them one by one. And he doesn't need to explain his identity to anyone. That won't do. The leading fat man glared at Su Ming fiercely. "Don't act so arrogant here, the pharmacy is the secret of the Shen family. How can we take someone like you there if you don't explain clearly? You'd better prove yourself first. For example, tell me what medicines you know, or whether you know the medicinal content of the Shenqi Pei Yuan formula. You have to be able to tell it so that you can prove your identity." Haha, here it comes, here it comes. Zhou Jian and Chen Ting beside them both looked like they were enjoying the show. Didn't this kid say that he had given guidance to Master Guyan? See how you answer this question now. If you can't tell the truth, you will be kicked out of your home and become a wanderer in central China, where you will probably have to beg on the streets for the rest of your life. As the two of them watched the show, Su Ming raised his head with cold eyes, looked at the five people and said, "No need to bother, I'll tell you directly. Fatty, you have diabetes, right? What's wrong with you?" The fat man was stunned, somewhat shocked as to how Su Ming could tell that he had diabetes again. But on second thought, most fat people have diabetes and 3 highs. It's no big deal to say this. I really want to refute Su Ming. However, the next moment, something happened that shocked everyone. You have arthritis, you have rheumatism, you have frequent urination, you have liver problems, and you. Finally, Su Ming turned around, glanced at Chen Ting, shook his head and said, "I have endocrine disorders. I have been menopausal for several months. Get treatment as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will become anxious, prone to hyperthyroidism, depression, and go crazy." Amenorrhea. Chen Ting never expected that Su Ming would be the last one to express her problem. How did this kid know? She had indeed stopped menstruating for a few months, but it wasn't like she was pregnant or anything. It was because Shen Songlin went to Yunqing, and because of her work, she was constantly running around and had no time to sleep well. Day and night were reversed, and her body functions were confused. But she had never told anyone about such a private matter, and she hadn't even had time to go to the hospital for a checkup. How did this guy figure it out? Chen Ting was ashamed and frightened, her face turned white and rosy, and she was extremely shy. But this also proves that what Su Ming said is true. Everyone else was shocked, and then they realized that this was a real big shot. Telling them all their symptoms the first time you meet them is more convincing than listing the medicines in ancient prescriptions. The 5 people were horrified and quickly knelt on the ground, saying respectfully to Su Ming, "We are blind and don't recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us, doctor." That's enough, that's enough. Su Ming waved his hands impatiently. "I've already told you I'm in a hurry, stop wasting time and lead the way." "This way, sir." Everyone hurriedly stood up and walked in front to lead Su Ming. Several people took Su Ming away, and Chen Ting stood there with a shy and confused look on her face. It turns out he is a real miracle doctor. What I said before was so embarrassing and rude. I didn't expect the miracle doctor to be so young and handsome. No wonder Miss Shen was also impressed by him. It's just that I don't have the courage to ask the miracle doctor how to treat and condition my body. Zhou Jian looked dull and said in a daze, "Why did he tell you all your questions but not mine? Is there something wrong with you too?" Chen Ting turned to look at Zhou Jian in surprise. "Not really." Zhou Jian replied blankly. That's it. It's nonsense. There's nothing wrong with you. What does the miracle doctor say you do? Besides, maybe no one else pays attention to you. In the eyes of the miracle doctor, we are nothing. Changqing rolled her eyes, got back in the car, and prepared to drive to the park. When she got in the car, she suddenly found that there was a magazine she had read next to her. The content of the magazine is exactly, when girls stop menstruating, something is wrong. She suddenly realized, that bastard deceived us all, damn it. What? Zhou Jian looked at Changqing in surprise. Changqing turned around with the magazine in her hand and cursed angrily, that bastard, probably only knew about my problem after seeing this magazine. No wonder he didn't tell me about your problem, because he didn't know at all. How come? Zhou Jian also looked shocked. But didn't he also tell us about the problems with the other 5 pharmacists? It shouldn't be a matter of luck, right? Zhou Jian said blankly. You are a fool. Isn't it normal for a fat man to have diabetes? The patient with frequent urination often squeezes his legs together and looks like he has to pee urgently. Everyone can see that. What he said are the most common problems. We have all been deceived by him. Changqing was furious and threw the magazine in her hand to the ground angrily. What should we do then? Zhou Jian asked in a panic. What else can we do? Hurry up and chase him. Go and inform them. We can't let such an idiot ruin our Shan family's good deeds. Damn it, don't let me catch him. If I catch him, I will punch him in the mouth and make him talk nonsense again. The angry Changqing drove directly, taking Zhou Jian with her, and chased in the direction of the pharmacy. Meanwhile, 5 pharmacists took Su Ming into the pharmacy office. Godly doctor, please take a seat. The chief pharmacist, Master Gu, has gone out to select the herbs himself. He will be back in a while. Please take a seat first. We will show you the finished medicine. Please see if it is up to standard. The fat pharmacist said respectfully. Well, go ahead and get the most recent one last, so you can see the effect. Su Ming ordered. No problem. The fat doctor said. Also, Master Shan said that the prescription was given by you, the miracle doctor. As a thank you, when you arrive, sign an authorization letter and we will transfer 10 billion to you immediately. It can also be regarded as a thank you to you, the miracle doctor. The doctor next to him continued. 10 billion. This is not a small amount, even in Zhongzhou, 10 billion is enough to buy a large group. But the value of Shanqi Pai Yuanfang cannot be offset by 10 billion. The cultivation of spirit and vitality is enough to make the entire Shan family become one of the top families in Zhongzhou, or even the first, competing with the top families of the Shanghai Alliance and the Sima family. So Shan Songlin didn't feel bad at all for giving him these 10 billion. Bring me the contract. Su Ming said to the doctor. Although he doesn't care about money, he doesn't want it for free. Yes. The doctor responded respectfully, then turned around, took out the authorization letter from the cabinet and placed it in front of Su Ming. Su Ming picked up the pen and was about to sign. Etc. Just then, a loud shout was heard at the door. Changqing and Zhou Jian rushed to the office door and shouted loudly. Changqing looked excited, pointed at Su Ming with a trembling finger and shouted angrily, "Don't let him sign, he is a liar. If we give him the money and something goes wrong, we can't afford it." What? Everyone in the office was stunned and looked up at Changqing in shock. Su Ming also stopped in midair with the pen in his hand, raised his head, and looked at Changqing at the door with a frown. Why is this woman here again? What on earth are you trying to do? It doesn't matter to him whether he wants the 10 billion or not, but this woman seems to want to cause trouble for him. Changqing, what are you doing? How can you say that the miracle doctor is a liar? Hasn't it been proved just now? Get out of here quickly. If you talk nonsense, you won't be able to bear the consequences if something happens. Several doctors looked at Changqing in surprise. I'm serious, believe me, I don't have any menstrual disorders at all. He's just talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, I can call the hospital to prove it right away. Don't believe this guy, he's just here to cheat, for money. Changqing was very emotional and spoke with anger on her face. She finally understood that Su Ming was pretending to be a miracle doctor just to defraud the licensing fee. 10 billion, who wouldn't be tempted? And she did have menstrual disorders, but if she wanted to expose Su Ming, she couldn't admit such a thing. Real. Several doctors turned around in shock and looked at Su Ming. Miracle doctor, no, who are you? You'd better make it clear, otherwise don't blame us for not letting you go today. Why? Su Ming shook his head and sighed. Why are these guys so annoying? If it weren't for Shen Luoyun's repeated requests, he wouldn't even bother to come, but he would end up in so much trouble. He also lost his patience, leaned back on the chair speechlessly, and said impatiently, you believe it or not, if you don't believe it, get out of here. Why should I have to prove it with you bunch of losers? What a good boy, you pretend to be a miracle doctor and cheat, but you dare to be so arrogant with your money. Then let me tell you, you have come to the wrong place. This is the Shen family in Zhongzhou, and this is not a place for you to be so arrogant. When several doctors saw Su Ming's attitude, they became furious. Somebody come. Someone yelled outside. Suddenly, dozens of people from the entire pharmacy rushed over and surrounded the entire office. A pair of sharp and fierce eyes stared at Su Ming. You little brat, you can't pretend anymore, can you? You're a miracle doctor, but you're nothing. You dare to come to our Shen family to cheat us out of money. I'm going to break your legs today. Chen Ting pointed at Su Ming, gritting her teeth, furious. Su Ming directly raised his legs and put them on the table, patted his thighs, grinned and sneered, come on, I'll give you this chance. If you can break my legs, it's all your ability. You think I don't dare? You're looking for death. Chen Ting found a stick as thick as her forearm and walked towards Su Ming. At this time, the chief physician also came back from outside. When I entered the pharmacy, I saw a crowd of people gathered in front of the office. I couldn't help but pull someone over and ask in confusion, what's going on? Did something happen? There was a kid who pretended to be a miracle doctor and wanted to defraud the licensing fee of the Shenqi Peiyuan formula. Now he has been caught. Bodyguards Chen Ting and Zhou Jian, as well as several doctors are preparing to teach him a lesson, the servant replied. He pretends to be a miracle doctor, and he's just a kid. He's so brave. He wants money so badly that he doesn't even care about his life. What's his name? Gu Yan asked sarcastically. I don't know either, but I heard the doctors before call him Mr. Su. His last name should be Su. The servant answered. Su. There's no big family with the surname Su in the whole Zhongzhou. They must be small minions who only care about money. It's ridiculous. Let them do it quickly, beat them up and throw them away. I still have work to do. Gu Yan sneered. But then he calmed down and thought about it carefully. His surname is Su, he is a miracle doctor, and he has a recipe for nourishing the vital energy. Could it be, the one from the border area, King Su? Gu Yan was instantly struck by lightning and was terrified. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead instantly. Gu Yan was terrified and hurriedly pulled the person in front of him away. He yelled in panic, get out of the way, everyone. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. Gu Yan was almost crazy, yelling and shouting, and forced his way through the dozens of people. A bag of old bones burst out with infinite power at this moment. To offend King Su is a capital crime. How could these bastards not recognize him? That's not a miracle doctor, he's the king of Kyushu. You little brat, you didn't even ask where our Shen family is before you came. You won't be able to spend the money even if you get it. I'll break your legs right now. Chen Ting pointed the wooden stick in her hand at Su Ming and said fiercely. Come. Su Ming raised his head and patted his thigh. I told you, if you can break my legs, it's your ability. Go ahead. Oh, you asked for this. Chen Ting sneered, thinking that Su Ming had been exposed and had no way out, so he was being stubborn. In that case, let's expose this kid's true colors. Don't cry and beg for mercy later. Chen Ting raised the wooden stick in her hand, her eyes fierce, and was about to bring it down. Stop. A roar resounded throughout the office, and Gu Yan finally pushed through the crowd and rushed in. Everyone was startled by Gu Yan's roar and turned their heads. Master Gu. Master Gu. Everyone made sounds of surprise. However, Guyen ignored the others and rushed to Su Ming in 2 steps. He knelt on the ground with a plop and kowtowed to Su Ming, saying, "King Su, I am late and frightened you. Please forgive me, King Su. King Su." Everyone in the office was shocked when they saw this scene. Especially Changqing, who stood there stiffly with the wooden stick in hand, looking at Guyen in disbelief. "Master Gu, what are you doing? He is a liar, coming here to cheat for licensing fees. I was just about to break his legs." "Shut up." Guyen looked up, his eyes red with anger. Is this woman really crazy? A mere bodyguard of the Shen family actually wanted to attack the king of Jiuzhou. If this angers King Su, the entire Shen family will be buried. It was King Su who guided me in my achievements today. You ignorant idiots actually dare to treat King Su like this. Are you better than me? Or are you better than King Su? Guyen roared in shock and anger. Did he really give you advice? Now Changqing and Zhou Jian were both stunned. His face was full of disbelief. They thought that what Su Ming said in the car was just bragging, but they didn't expect it to be true. Bang! The wooden stick in Changqing's hand fell to the ground, and she was so frightened that she immediately knelt on the ground. The others also knelt down. Su Ming shook his head, then stood up slowly and sneered, "Shen Songlin invited me here to see the elixir. I didn't expect you guys to do so many things. Are you scared? Just these few people, not enough to scare me." Yes, what King Su said is that there is probably no one in the world who can disturb King Su. Guyen said, sweating profusely. The famous ancient master Guyan looked so groveling, so there was no need to say more about Su Ming's identity. Changqing was shocked and regretful. Who would have thought that Su Ming, who looked so young, could have such a great reputation? At this time, the fat pharmacist at the door came in with the finished elixir. He saw everyone kneeling and didn't understand what was happening. He looked around in confusion. "What are you doing? Why are you all kneeling on the ground?" He walked up to Su Ming, handed the pill to Su Ming, and said respectfully, "Divine Doctor, this is the latest pill I have refined. Please take a look." "Right." Guyen, who was kneeling, also hurriedly responded, "This was made by me personally. Please have a look, King Su, what's wrong with that?" There was anticipation in Guyan's eyes. The Shenqi Peiyuan pill that he personally supervised in its refining should be able to gain the approval of King Su. It should not disgrace the top ancient recipe such as Shenqi Peiyuan Fang. Being recognized by King Su made him happier than making any amount of money. However, Su Ming glanced at it indifferently and said with a curled lip, "Rubbish." What? Guyen was stunned, and everyone was shocked again. This was supervised by Master Gu himself, right? Even what Master Gu refined was rubbish, so who could refine something better? And these 2 words, garbage, were like a heavy slap in Guyan's face, making him blush. Guyen looked up in shock and said, "King Su, I made it exactly according to the prescription. 1 point more is not too much, 1 point less is not too little. Is this not okay?" Su Ming curled his lips and smiled sarcastically. Guyen, I thought you really had great achievements. You have such a great reputation, but it turns out to be just a false reputation. It's a waste of my guidance to you. Who told you that you have to follow the steps to refine ancient prescriptions? Refining medicine requires using your brain. Get up and take me to where the medicine is made." "Yes." Guyen hurriedly got up, bent over with a respectful look on his face, and walked in front to lead Su Ming. The group moved to the medicine refining machine. A long row of machines, from burning medicine, refining, condensing medicine, transporting, and finally to finished products. The complete machine is almost fully automatic and finally delivers the medicine. Su Ming took a look and sneered, "Let me ask you, were there machines in ancient times?" Guyen, who was originally feeling somewhat indignant, was stunned upon hearing this. He also thought that since he had perfectly refined the elixir according to the requirements of the Shenqi Peiyuan recipe, there couldn't be any problem. If Su Ming questioned his words, it would be equivalent to questioning the ancient recipe. But when Su Ming said this, he suddenly didn't know how to answer. Su Ming continued, "In ancient times, there were no machines. The medicinal properties of the herbs at that time were strong, so people used less of them. Nowadays, not only have the medicinal properties weakened, but they still use machines to refine the medicine, so the quality of the finished product is greatly reduced. Peiyuan Dan is a medicine that helps to promote qi and menstruation, and drives away diseases and evil spirits. But what you refined is just a common health product. I see. Hearing this, Guyen suddenly understood everything. Yes, how can everything today be compared with the past? In the past, it was all condensed bit by bit through testing by miracle doctors. Now everything is replaced by machines. If nothing is changed, the final product will be shoddy. Unexpectedly, after living for most of his life and studying so many ancient prescriptions, he only understood the basics. At this moment, Guyen was surprised and ashamed. No wonder King Su said his pills were rubbish. So in order to perfectly present the Shenqi Peiyuan recipe, when refining the medicine, the dosage must be at least doubled based on the original dosage of the prescription. But because it is a machine-made medicine, it can only reach 70% in the end. Let me show you the perfect finished product. After saying that, Su Ming reached into his arms and took out a Shenqi Peiyuan pill that he had made himself and threw it to Guyen. Guyen took it in his hand, looked at it carefully, and his face was shocked. This Peiyuan pill has a uniform color and a strong medicinal aroma. Just by smelling it, Guyen feels refreshed, not to mention the effect of eating it. Guyen was horrified and knelt down again in a hurry. Thank you King Su for your guidance. I will never forget your kindness. I, Guyen, am willing to serve King Su for the rest of my life. At this moment, he was completely convinced. After he became famous, he was praised by countless people, and Guyen thought he had reached the pinnacle of medicine. But now that Su Ming showed up in person, he saw what heaven was. He is worthy of being the king of Kyushu. Just 2 sentences can give him another epiphany. I didn't expect that at his age, he could still make such a big step forward in medicine. He was so grateful to Su Ming that he could not express it any more. The people behind him only now realized how powerful Su Ming was. They were all horrified and shocked, and they all bowed down to Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head and stretched himself. Don't make it so grand. I just want to say a few words. I'm very tired after sitting in the car for a whole day. Is there a place for me to rest my feet? Yes, yes. I will immediately arrange the best hotel suite in Jongo and send King Su there right away. Guyen said hurriedly and respectfully to Su Ming. No. Su Ming's eyes swept around and finally landed on Changqing. He grinned and said, just stay at the Shen's house and let this girl take me there. I won't be staying for more than 2 days anyway. Yes, everything is up to King Su's orders. Then Guyen looked at Changqing and shouted in a deep voice, come with me. Guyen took Changqing to a corner and gave her instructions with a serious expression. At this moment, Changqing was already sweating profusely. She swallowed deeply and looked at Su Ming with some fear and trepidation. She asked in shock, Master Gu, who is he? What is the identity of King Su? You're an idiot. He is the king of Kyushu. Haven't you heard of him? Guyen was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. How come young people nowadays have no knowledge at all? The king of Jiuzhou. Changqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. That's right. He is the leader of a 1,000,000-strong army of war gods and the king of the 9 provinces, second only to the emperor and above all others. With regard to territory, he alone is enough to flatten the entire central province. You even dared to say that you could break his legs. Do you believe it? If you touch even a hair of his, the entire Shen family will disappear within half an hour. Guyen looked at Changqing as if she were an idiot. He is the King Su who killed 8 bandit leaders alone. At this moment, Changqing finally understood Su Ming's true identity. I was so scared that my legs went weak and I almost fell to the ground. You finally understand. Guyen rolled his eyes. I asked you to come here to tell you alone, don't neglect it and anger King Su. He asked you to take him to the Shen family, so go properly and make the best arrangements for everything. Did you hear me? I know. Changqing's face turned pale and even her voice trembled. Prince Su, I have already explained everything to her, please go ahead. Guyen turned around and bowed with a smile on his face. Su Ming nodded and left the pharmacy with Chen Ting. Chen Ting didn't dare to walk in front, and could only accompany Su Ming carefully, with her head lowered, not daring to look directly into Su Ming's eyes. From time to time, he secretly glanced at Su Ming. I was amazed in my heart. Oh my God! This is the legendary King Su. Unexpectedly, he is so young and handsome, and he is already standing on the top of Kyushu. Thinking of questioning Su Ming before, she felt ashamed and unknowingly, her face turned red with embarrassment. No wonder Miss Shen is so respectful. Who dares to disrespect King Su's status? Chen Ting drove cautiously and took Su Ming all the way to Shen's house. Although the Shen family members did not know Su Ming, they all knew Chen Ting and did not stop her. Chen Ting took Su Ming in, found the housekeeper, and explained Su Ming's identity. The housekeeper was immediately shocked and hurriedly gave Su Ming the best room in the Shen family according to the arrangement. At the same time, he prepared wine and food to give Su Ming a break. In the room, Chen Ting stood politely, as obedient as an elementary school student, and asked carefully, "Prince Su, is there anything else you need? I have asked the housekeeper to arrange more than 20 servants, ready to serve you at any time. The entire Shen family is ready to listen to your orders at any time." Su Ming smiled and shook his head. "Cancel those people, I'm not here to enjoy myself. You can take care of me alone." Chen Ting was flattered and blushed. "Does King Su need my care?" "It's not really necessary." "Why, are you unhappy?" Su Ming asked with a smile. In fact, he just wanted to tease Chen Ting. After all, this woman had been mocking him all the way and even wanted to break his legs in the office. This is the first time I've met a woman so courageous. So he just thought it was fun. With pleasure, Prince Su, just give your orders." Chen Ting was very happy and nodded quickly. "Okay, then help me undress first." Su Ming opened his arms, looking like an emperor. Chen Ting blushed and moved over, too shy to raise her head. What to do? Could it be that Prince Su is attracted to her? Should she obey or not? Or should she pretend to resist, otherwise she would seem too uninhibited and slutty? What would my life be like if I became King Su's woman in the future? Chen Ting was surprised and shy, and it felt like 1,000 deer were running around in her heart. Although as a bodyguard she had never undressed anyone, she still carefully took off Su Ming's coat. "Okay, please help me wash this dress. Remember to let it air dry quickly because I need to wear it again," Su Ming said with a smile. "All right." Chen Ting was stunned and a little surprised. She thought Su Ming wanted her help taking off other clothes. "That's why I'm so shy. I didn't expect that I was just taking off a coat, and I was immediately disappointed. What else do you want?" Su Ming glanced at Chen Ting jokingly, with a playful look on his face. "Oh, you won't?" No, I definitely don't have that idea." Chen Ting waved her hands repeatedly, feeling so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Su Ming laughed loudly. "As a reward, I will tell you how to treat your problem. Go to the pharmacy and find some withdrew powder to mix with water. Take it for 3 days, and I guarantee that your menstruation will be like a flood." Menstruation is like a flood, flowing. What kind of lewd words are these? Although it was exaggerated, it did solve Chen Ting's troubles. Chen Ting was grateful, thanked Su Ming, and ran out with a blushing face. Although the Shen family's Peiyuan pill has not yet been released, some big families in Zhongzhou already know the inside information. This includes Zhao Tianxiang's Zhao family. On this day, Zhao Yan brought people to the Zhao family and gave many lavish gifts, preparing to please the Zhao family and get the first-hand right to use Peiyuan Dan. After Peiyuan Dan is put on the market, it will inevitably be sold at a sky-high price, and it may be hard to find one. If her Zhao family can get the medicine first, then the Zhao family can also take advantage of this opportunity to make a lot of money. He won't be left far behind by other chambers of commerce. Zhao Yan found Zhang Qian of the Shen family, Shen Conglin's wife and Mrs. Shen family, discussing in the yard. During the conversation, I saw that everyone in the Shen family was busy delivering things to a room, including delicacies and fine wines. Zhao Yan was surprised and asked, "Aunt Zhang, what are you doing? Is there anyone living in this room?" Hearing this, Zhang Qian smiled mysteriously. Our Shen family has a big shot. He is a miracle doctor invited by Shen Shulin from outside. He is here to help with the refining of Peiyuan Dan. Big shot. Tisk. Zhao Yan curled her lips and smiled disdainfully. A mere little doctor dares to call himself a big shot. Aunt Zhang, let me tell you, I went to Yunqing a few days ago and saw what a real big shot is. Now, those so-called celebrities, I don't even care. Because compared to that one, everyone else is just an ant, right? Show. Zhang Qian made a panicked gesture to Zhao Yan to silence her. Don't talk nonsense. If you alarm that important person, we can't afford it. Look how scared you are, Aunt Zhang. How big a figure can he be? How great can he be? In Zhongzhou, no one dares to call himself a big figure in front of me. Let's all see how powerful he is. Zhao Yan got angry instantly. Yunqing is a place full of hidden talents. She is so angry in Yunqing that she has not yet vented it. Back in Zhongzhou, there are still people who dare to pretend like this. It's just right to vent all my anger on the other person. Zhao Yan stood up and sneered, Aunt Zhang, don't panic. I'll go in and teach him a lesson. I guarantee that within 3 minutes, he will kneel down and beg for mercy. Who the hell does he think he is to show off in front of me? I'll break his legs. Having said that, Zhao Yan went to Su Ming's room angrily. Wait a minute, Xiao Yan, don't mess around. Zhang Qian screamed in horror. But at this time, Zhao Yan was so angry that she didn't care about anything. She came to Su Ming's door and kicked it open with a bang. Come and kneel down in front of me, you useless bastard. Zhao Yan shouted arrogantly into the room. What? Su Ming was sitting at the table eating. When he heard this, he looked up at the door in surprise. Zhao Yan was arrogant and didn't even look at Su Ming. She shouted coldly, didn't you hear my order? I told you to come over and kneel down. I'm Zhao Yan from the Zhao family. Haven't you heard of my name? So it's you. You're sick. You're haunting me. When Su Ming saw that it was Zhao Yan, he rolled his eyes speechlessly. Well, you still dare to scold me. I think you want to die. Zhao Yan was furious, but then he was stunned. Why does this voice sound so familiar? She couldn't help but lower her head and take a closer look. When she saw Su Ming sitting in the room, she was frightened to death. He took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. Yes, it's you. Zhao Yan turned pale in an instant, opened her mouth wide, and couldn't utter a word. She never thought that she had just returned to Zhongzhou and Su Ming appeared in the blink of an eye. This is really a narrow road for enemies to meet, so unlucky. Zhang Qian also ran up from behind, helped Zhao Yan up, and asked in surprise, Xiao Yan, are you okay? He is the miracle doctor you mentioned. Zhao Yan was about to cry. This is not a miracle doctor, this is the king of Kyushu as my father said. The guy who could scare the Zhao family into fleeing from Yunqing. Yes. Zhang Qian looked at Zhao Yan in confusion, wondering why Zhao Yan reacted so strongly. Wasn't she trying to teach the other person a lesson just a second ago? But this also shows that this great man is extraordinary. When have I ever seen the arrogant Miss Zhao be frightened like this? She turned around quickly and said to Su Ming respectfully, I'm really sorry, doctor, I disturbed you. Miss Zhao just arrived and doesn't understand the situation. It doesn't matter. Isn't she always like this? Su Ming grinned and sneered. Do you know each other? Zhang Qian was filled with surprise. I guess so. What is she here for? Su Ming asked with a frown. Miss Zhao is here to discuss business. She wants the right to use the Peiyuan pill. She has ordered 500 Peiyuan pills at a high price. Zhao Qian replied respectfully. 500 pills. Do you want to train special forces? How much does one pill cost? Su Ming asked coldly. Offer 2 million apiece. Zhang Qian replied. 2 million pieces. Su Ming immediately shook his head sarcastically. The value of Peiyuan pill can't be bought for 2 million. If the Peiyuan pill is given to ordinary people, 3 pills can turn them into god of war, and 10 pills can make them at least the 6th level of God of War. It is even more valuable if taken by people who are at the level of the supreme God of War. As soon as this thing goes on the market, countless people will rush to buy it, and Changqing only pre-produces 1,000 pieces. Don't dare to mass-produce. Afraid of causing panic. After all, no matter how delicious the cake is, it depends on whether you have the appetite to eat it. If it is produced in large quantities, the consequence will be that the Shen family will be trampled by countless people who are eager to buy it. The Zhao family bought one for 2 million, which was a good calculation. Besides, why should we sell it to the Zhao family? Su Ming still remembered that the Zhao family and the Wan family colluded with each other and wanted to plot against him. So he snorted coldly and said, "Not for sale." Ah. Zhang Qian was stunned. Zhao Yan was also startled, and immediately began to panic. She rushed into the room in 2 steps, knelt down in front of Su Ming, and said in fear, "King Su, I was wrong, I kneel down to apologize to you. Please forgive me. You are a big man and don't remember the mistakes of a villain. I am just an ignorant little girl. Please don't take me to heart. You are still young. Aren't you the same age as Sharin? Don't you keep in touch often? Then you should know what kind of person I am. In your eyes, am I nothing but a waste? Why are you begging me for help?" Su Ming curled his lips and sneered. At the beginning, Wan Sharin became increasingly cold towards him, probably because she had listened to Zhao Yan's instigation behind his back. After all, Luo Hongxiao alone wouldn't cause Wan Sharin to change her attitude towards him drastically. And the fact is, before the divorce, Zhao Yan went to the Zhao family once. After seeing Su Ming, she not only mocked but also belittled him on the spot. After returning to Zhongzhou, he often sent messages to Wan Sharin to criticize Su Ming, and then boasted about how many powerful people and young talents there were in Zhongzhou. Talk about how unlucky Wan Sharin was, so she went to find Su Ming. This also made Wan Sharin change subtly and focus on her career. If she hadn't known Su Ming's identity from her father, she would have had no intention of letting Su Ming go in Yuncheng. When Su Ming brought this up, Zhao Yan's expression instantly became extremely ugly, and her face turned pale. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those words. Please, give me another chance. I swear, as long as King Su gives me this one chance, I promise to help you win back Sister Sharin and save your marriage." Zhao Yan said to Su Ming with tears on her face. "You're really good at talking. The thing has already happened, so why bother trying to make amends? If I kick you in the face, can I just wipe off the shoe print for you?" Su Ming stared at Zhao Yan with gritted teeth. Zhao Yan's face turned pale and she couldn't utter a word. "Go away. I won't sell Peiyuan pills to your Zhao family. I said, come find me if you don't agree." Su Ming snorted coldly and said with a gloomy face. Zhao Yan knew that it was hopeless to continue begging, and she was disheartened. She looked at Su Ming in despair, stood up and said with gritted teeth, "I didn't expect you to hate me so much for such a small matter. Then I was right. What can a petty man like you do? Sister Sharin deserves to divorce you. You are not worthy of her at all." Zhao Yan said viciously. "Sister Sharin will always look down on you because you don't deserve it." Then he turned away angrily. Su Ming remained silent. He had already seen clearly what kind of person Zhao Yan was. He didn't take what the other party said to heart at all. Zhang Qian looked confused and didn't know what the feud between Su Ming and Zhao Yan was. After all, she didn't even know how Su Ming and Zhao Yan knew each other. But the Shen family and the Zhao family have always had a good relationship. Su Ming now angered Zhao Yan. When Zhao Yan went back to complain, wouldn't this cause a conflict between the two families? Zhang Qian couldn't help but frown and said, "Divine Doctor, I'm not saying anything, but you have offended Miss Zhao. Shouldn't our Shen family bear the blame? How can this be explained clearly? It's just the Zhao family, why worry about it? I've been here for the past 2 days. I told you, if the Zhao family doesn't accept it, let them come find me." Su Ming said calmly and indifferently. "You. Just the Zhao family?" The Zhao family cannot be described by just 2 words. The Zhao family's foundation is also ranked among the best in Zhongzhou. The the business is huge, second only to the Shanghai League. Otherwise Zhao Yan wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Although the Shen family is a medical family and ranks first in Zhongzhou in terms of medical skills, when it comes to doing business, they are still no match for these family chambers of commerce that specialize in business. That's why Zhang Qian wanted to cooperate with others. I didn't expect that this kid, who is just a doctor, would be so arrogant. Even if he is a miracle doctor and has made some achievements in medicine, how can he compare with such a big family? Seeing Su Ming's arrogant look, Zhang Qian immediately regretted it. She should not have let this kid live in the Shen family, causing so much trouble. So Zhang Qian wanted to kick the guest out. She looked at Su Ming expressionlessly and said, "Forget it. It's my Shen family's fault for causing this kind of trouble. I didn't do it well, so I won't mention it. However, my Shen family is so small that I'm afraid it can't accommodate a great doctor like you. Otherwise, you should find another place to live. Zhongzhou is such a big place, you should have relatives and friends." Friends and relatives. Su Ming grinned, immediately understood what Zhang Qian meant, and asked jokingly, "Are you trying to drive me away?" Seeing that Su Ming had told the truth, Zhang Qian no longer hid anything. Lu Mei raised her eyebrows and said, "My Shen family took you in with good intentions, but you don't know what's good for you and don't follow the rules. You also caused us so much trouble. Aren't you repaying kindness with hatred? I'm not driving you away, you don't deserve to live here. Clear." Su Ming smiled and nodded, then slowly stood up and said with a smile, "Then I'm leaving, don't regret it. You won't be able to invite me in the future if you want to." Idiot. Zhang Qian was so angry that she sneered. Where on earth does this kid get so much confidence? He still regretted it. Even if he was a genuine miracle doctor, he was nothing in front of the Shen family, which was the best medical family in Zhongzhou. How dare you say such a thing? You really have no self-awareness at all. Zhang Qian was furious and pointed at Su Ming and said angrily, "Get lost and don't let me see you again. Goodbye." Su Ming smiled slightly, said nothing more, turned around and left. When he arrived outside the door, the car of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce was already prepared. Su Ming got in the car, and the car roared towards Yuncheng. The Tianming Chamber of Commerce is spread across all of Kyushu and is not just number one in Yuncheng. As soon as Su Ming left, Gu Yan and his men came happily and found Zhang Qian. "Madam, where is King Su? Where is he? I have already refined the finished elixir according to his instructions. Please let me see him and let him take a look." Gu Yan couldn't help but be happy. After listening to Su Ming's instructions yesterday, he suddenly had an epiphany. The Shenqi Peiyuan pills he refined now were indeed very different. Both the efficacy and quality were 3 or 4 times better than before. With this example, he can apply the same method to other ancient prescriptions, and his achievements will be able to reach a higher level in the future. All this is thanks to King Su. Let this old tree of his come back to life. You mean that kid? I drove him away. That kind of person is not worthy of staying in my Shen family. Zhang Qian was still feeling complacent, thinking she had driven away a disaster. What? Hearing this, Gu Yan and the others were struck by lightning. Gu Yan stood there in horror, his voice trembling uncontrollably, staring blankly at Zhang Qian. "You said you drove him away, why? On what basis?" Gu Yan was shocked and angry. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was Mrs. Shen, he would have wanted to go up and slap Zhang Qian twice. Driving King Su away, this woman is really hopelessly stupid. Just drive him away. He's just a minion. Why are you so excited? It's okay for him to live here and eat and drink as much as he wants, but he actually dared to provoke the eldest daughter of the Zhao family in front of me. Why keep such a person instead of driving him away? Keeping him here will only cause more trouble. Zhang Qian sneered and looked down on him. You are really... Gu Yan gnashed his teeth and said, "You are so confused. Do you know who he is? Just drive him away. He is the leader of a 1,000,000-strong army of war gods and the king of the borderland. If you drive him away, can your Shen family afford it? Even this Shenqi nourishing formula was given by Prince Su himself. He has done a great favor to your Shen family. Not to mention eating, even if the entire Shen family worked like slaves for Prince Su, it wouldn't be too much. How dare you drive him away? Madness. Gu Yan was furious. Ah. Hearing this, Zhang Qian was stunned for a moment. You said he is the king of the border area. He was also the one who gave me the Shenqi Peiyuan formula. Zhang Qianru was struck by lightning. She stood there in shock, her eyes empty and her mind blank. When Zhang Qian came to her senses, her face turned pale and she almost collapsed to the ground with fright. Then what are you still standing there for? Go and chase him, bring him back. Zhang Qian was terrified and felt extremely regretful. How could she do such a stupid thing? If you offend the king of Jiang, even 10 Shen families cannot afford to pay the compensation. She was almost scared to death at this moment. How to chase? Gu Yan sneered, walked to the side and sat down angrily, snorting coldly. King Su wants to leave, who can keep him? Now it's not about whether he can stay, it's about offending King Su. You have made such a big mistake, you think about it yourself, find a way, I can't help it. I. Zhang Qian was so anxious that she burst into tears. As the wife of the Shen family, she had never cried before, so it was obvious that she was really frightened this time. At a loss, Zhang Qian hurriedly took out her mobile phone to call the medical king Shen Songlin and told Shen Songlin the news. Shen Songlin was shocked when he heard this. In the end, Shen Songlin could only sigh, you really succeed more than you fail. Forget it, everything has already happened. When King Su returns to Yunqing, I will personally receive him here and apologize to him. Dad, I don't care if that guy is the king of Kyushu or some other king, I must kill him to vent my hatred. Otherwise, there is no point in me living. Zhao Yan returned to the Zhao family and flew into a rage. She smashed everything in the house and yelled at Zhao Tianxiang. Zhao Tianxiang walked out quickly and asked in surprise, who has offended you again? Didn't I ask you to go to the Shen family to discuss authorization? Going to the Shen family could also cause trouble, and Zhao Tianxiang felt a headache for his daughter. Who else could it be? It had to be that kid from Yunqing. I don't know why he showed up at the Shen family. Not only did he humiliate me in public, he also refused to let us buy Peiyuan pills. I must kill him. Zhao Yan was so angry that she gritted her teeth and her face turned red with anger. You provoked him again. Zhao Tianxiang was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. So Zhao Yan, who was furious, told Zhao Tianxiang about her encounter with Su Ming at Shen's house. After hearing this, Zhao Tianxiang was helpless and shook his head and sighed, it's really a narrow road for enemies. I didn't expect that the Shen family was backed by Prince Su. But you, when you see him, can't you take a detour? If you have to provoke him, our Zhao family will be finished. So your daughter can be bullied by others. Zhao Yan burst into tears. Forget it. Zhao Tianxiang waved his hand, it's all over now, there's nothing much to say. But it doesn't matter if we can't get the elixir. I bought an ancient recipe these 2 days. With this recipe, our Zhao family will be able to turn things around. Ancient recipe. What's so special about it? Doesn't the Shen family also have an ancient recipe? We only have the ancient recipe now, aren't we one step behind others? Zhao Yan said unhappily. You don't understand. The Shenqi Peiyuan formula is indeed powerful, but why would ordinary people need it? Who wants to fight and kill all day long? So except for special people, the demand for that thing is probably not that great. But I got this ancient recipe, called Chan Chun Lu. It is an excellent ancient recipe for maintaining youth and beauty, and everyone wants it. As long as the medicine is ready, my Zhao family won't be afraid of not becoming number 1 in Zhongzhou. Zhao Tianxiang raised his head with a proud look on his face. By then, even the border king will have to give my Zhao family some face. Zhao Tianxiang laughed happily. Chan Chun Du. Anti-aging and beauty product. Dad, where did you get it from? Zhao Yan was immediately pleasantly surprised when she heard it. This is a secret, but I can tell you that I bought it from Gu Yan at a high price. Our Zhao family is going to be rich, and the Shen family will be nothing from now on. Zhao Tianxiang was beaming with joy and in high spirits. What a coincidence. It turns out that Toad Spring Dew was given to Shen Luoyun by Su Ming. But because I have obtained the Shen Chibu Yuan Fang, I don't need this Toad Spring Dew for the time being. When Gu Yan was asked to refine the medicine, Zhao Yan also handed over the prescription of Chan Chunluyi to Gu Yan and asked Gu Yan to study and keep it together. Afterwards, wait until Shenqi Pai Yuanfang's strength has passed, and then take out the Toad Spring Dew. These two ancient prescriptions are enough to make the Shen family soar to the sky. But the old man who was obsessed with wealth saw Zhao Tianxiang's sky-high price and thought that the Shen family already had a formula for cultivating energy, which was not 100 times more effective than Toad Spring Dew. Besides, one prescription is enough to keep the Shen family standing. So he thought carefully and sold Toad Chuanlu to Zhao Tianxiang privately. But he would never have dreamed that in terms of medicine, the Shen Qi Chui Yuan Fang was truly incomparable. But in terms of commercial value, Toad Spring Dew is something that the world needs. This was exploited by the shrewd Zhao Tianxiang, which inadvertently caused great harm to the Shen family. The villain Shen Jiwengong welcomes King Su back. At the entrance of Yunqing, Shen Songlin and others knelt on the ground to welcome Su Ming back to Yunqing. The entire entrance to the city has been completely blocked and cleared, and no one is allowed to enter or exit today. Because Shen Songlin wanted to apologize to Su Ming in person. Shen Luoyun was also pulled by his father and knelt on the ground together. In addition to the two of them, many famous figures in Yunqing also came to greet Su Ming. Su Ming peeked out of the window of the black Lincoln sedan and frowned. "Get up, what are you doing kneeling in broad daylight? I'm not dead, so there's no need to worship." Hearing Su Ming's unkind tone, Shen Songlin was so frightened that he was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly climbed to the side of the car on his knees and said with fear and guilt, "Prince Su, it's all my fault. It's because I didn't explain it properly that my bitch misunderstood me. I am short-sighted and disrespectful to you. Please forgive me, the Shen family. Of course it's your fault. After all, a medical king can't handle everything." Su Ming sneered coldly. "Damn it." Shen Shulin was frightened, and hurriedly raised his hand to give himself a few slaps, and said in horror, "In order to apologize, I can dedicate half of the Shen family's property to King Su. Please show mercy to King Su." Su Ming sneered and shook his head. The Shen family property? What is he here for? Half of the Shen family's wealth can indeed allow ordinary people to squander it throughout their lives and not be able to use it all up. But for Su Ming, even a fly's legs and a gap between his teeth are not enough. "Brother Su, just give my dad another chance. We all know we were wrong." Shen Luoyun also came to the car and begged Su Ming with a pitiful look. "Forget it, that's it. This isn't the first time this kind of thing has happened to me. I don't take it to heart. Everyone, get up and go do whatever you have to do." Su Ming said calmly. "Thank you, King Su." Shen Songlin felt like he was being pardoned, his eyes were full of joy, and he raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his head. The other big shots in Yunqing looked at this scene and were horrified. He is indeed the king of Kyushu. Apart from King Su, there is probably no one else who can scare Shen Songlin like this. Then Su Ming turned around and said to the driver, "Send me to Chang's house." "Yes, Mr. Su." The driver responded and started the car. Chang family. Shen Songlin was stunned and asked, "Is King Su going to the Chang family to attend the Chang family's new drug launch conference?" The Chang family recently refined the rejuvenation pill. This ancient magic medicine was released today. All the big and small people in Yunqing rushed to the Chang family, hoping to buy the new medicine. Even if they couldn't buy it, it would open their eyes. Shen Songlin and Shen Luoyun have stayed in Yunqing and have not returned to Zhongzhou. They also want to see the magic medicine, rejuvenation pill. If the Chang family can come up with this medicine, their reputation may spread to Zhongzhou. Su Ming nodded in response without saying anything, and the car drove towards Chang's house. "Dad, the prescription for the rejuvenation pill was also given by Brother Su. I saw it with my own eyes in the medicine garden behind Chang's house." Shen Luoyun came back to his senses and said to Shen Songlin. "Ah." Shen Songlin was stunned and suddenly realized, yes, who else can get this magic medicine except him? Oh, what a pity. It's all your mother's fault for messing up and offending King Su. Otherwise, treat him well, and King Su will be happy. Leave a few more prescriptions for us, then our Shan family will be able to join the ranks of Jojo and become famous forever. Dad, you can't be too greedy. Brother Su is not a prescription maker. If you think this way, what's the difference between you and other people? Shen Luoyun rolled his eyes angrily. Yes, you are saying that I am greedy. Shen Shulin laughed. But the other people next to him felt very uncomfortable when they heard it. Everyone can make a lot of money if they get a prescription from King Su. They could only stare blankly. How come such a good thing doesn't happen to them? All of a sudden, all the big shots in Yunqing were jealous and hurriedly took cars to the Chang family, hoping to establish a relationship with Su Ming. Chang family. The place was already crowded at this moment. Countless people were crowded in the Chang family courtyard and hall, looking forward to the appearance of the Chang family's patriarch, unveiling the curtain and letting them see the rejuvenation pill. Wan Sharin and Ling Yun also arrived at the scene. Have you heard? The entrance to the city is blocked today, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. It is said that this is to welcome an important person. What big shot? Who can block Yunqing for a day? I don't know, but it must be extraordinary. Countless famous people have been there, including some at the top of the rich list. There were bursts of discussions all around. Wan Sharin listened with confusion and was also very surprised, wondering what other big shot had come to Yunqing. Who else could it be? It must be my Ling family's ancestor. Ling Yun grinned, his face full of pride and complacency. Ancestor? Wan Sharin frowned. That's right. Today our Ling family's ancestor Ling Shanhai is entering the city. It's only the ancestor who deserves such a grand welcome. Ling Yun's face was full of smiles. The ancestor is here, it must be him. Wan Sharin breathed a sigh of relief. If it was the ancestor of the Ling family, then there would be nothing to worry about. After all, the ancestor of the Ling family stood on the side of the Ling family and her Wan family. Good days are coming.